This guy suddenly jolts awake from a nightmare, completely drenched in sweat. Right at that moment, a hand suddenly slaps Qin Yu on the shoulder from behind. Hey, you all right? Instantly, Qin Yu's survival instincts kick in. He grabs the nearest object and thrusts it forward to defend himself. By the time he realizes what is happening, he is holding a computer mouse. And the person who patted his shoulder is just his coworker. Qin Yu? What's wrong with you? Did you stay up all night watching Jade Rabbit reviews or something? Realizing his surroundings have completely changed, Qin Yu stares blankly at the computer mouse in his hand. He mutters to himself, "Huh? A computer mouse? Why?" Once he calms down, he turns a cold, sharp gaze toward his coworker. He asks what time it is. His coworker, thinking Qin Yu slept himself stupid, simply replies that it is only 10:30, still a long way from lunch break. Hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly snaps, grabbing him by the collar and screaming, "I asked you, what year is it?" A female coworker nearby chimes in, "It is 2019. What is wrong with you today? Did you hit your head, or did something bite you?" The other coworkers see this and start laughing. "Haha, man, you've been reading way too many reincarnation novels. This is Earth. Oh, and I've got a huge surprise for you. Your deadlines are piling up." But Qin Yu is completely zoned out, locking his eyes onto the distant horizon. Something is slowly staining the entire sky, a deep, eerie red. Seeing Qin Yu staring blankly at the sky, his boss storms over to chew him out. "Hey, Qin Yu, slacking off again? Get back to work right now, or I'm docking your pay." Unlike his usual cowardly self, Qin Yu glares at his boss with a cold, killer gaze that screams death itself. Acting purely on instinct to neutralize anyone getting too close, he moves. With one swift motion, he slams his boss headfirst onto the floor. All the while, his mind is racing to piece everything together. 2019. Isn't that the year the apocalypse began? 2019, a blood-red sky. Could it be? Today is April 1st. As Qin Yu stands there in disbelief, a coworker tries to calm him down. "Qin Yu, what's gotten into you? This April Fool's prank is going way too far." Now absolutely certain today is the day of the apocalypse, Qin Yu immediately spins around and walks out. Before leaving, he gives his coworkers one final warning. "You guys should go see your families while you still can. Today might just be the end of the world." History had recorded April 1st, 2019, as the very first day of the apocalypse. It was a literal bloodbath. No one could have predicted that a terrifying virus, unlike anything humanity had ever seen, would be hidden right inside this blood rain. Anyone touched by it would collapse one by one, only to rise once more. They mutated into flesh-eating zombies and horrific monsters, hunting down survivors with relentless, savage fury. From that moment on, the world turned into a living hell. And this was exactly what Qin Yu had already lived through once before. The horrific memories of that day would remain burned into his mind forever. Wandering aimlessly down the street, Qin Yu still can't wrap his head around how he managed to travel back to this very day. Suddenly, a man bumps into him from behind. "Hey, don't block the door." Seeing the man glued to the screen in his hand, some old memories of the pre-apocalyptic world start rushing back to Qin Yu. A mobile device from this era. A smartphone? Right, I should have one too. Checking his phone, a specific name in his contact list instantly catches Qin Yu's eye. The image of his little sister flashes through his mind, dragging up a flood of faded memories. Suddenly, a massive wave of information crashes into his brain, making him clutch his head and scream in agony. Are these the memories of this body? It looks like his memories are starting to merge. Once the pain subsides, he immediately dials his little sister, Xiao Yu. The second Xiao Yu picks up, Qin Yu shouts frantically, "Xiao Yu, go home right now, hurry." Hearing her brother's panicked voice, Xiao Yu is on the verge of tears. "Brother? Did I do something wrong?" Realizing he just raised his voice, Qin Yu quickly softens his tone. "No, it's not that. It's just, something really important is happening, and I don't have time to explain. Just be a good girl and go home, okay?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu agrees to head back around noon, just to keep her brother from worrying. But even after hanging up, she can't shake off her deep worry for him. In her entire life, she had never heard her brother sound so utterly terrified. Right then, someone taps Xiao Yu on the shoulder, giving her a sudden fright. When she spins around, she sees her best friend, Xiao Ding. Seeing Xiao Ding drenched in sweat, her face flushed red and panting heavily, Xiao Yu asks in concern, "Xiao Ding, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Trembling, Xiao Ding replies, "It was raining near my apartment this morning. I must have caught a cold in the rain. Checking her forehead and realizing Xiao Ding has a burning fever, Xiao Yu quickly helps her over to the infirmary to rest. Meanwhile, Qin Yu looks up at the sky, which is slowly turning into a deep, blood-red color. The blood rain is coming. I need to prepare. Fast. First, food. Then, weapons. Back then, I was just like everyone else. Even though I had mutant powers, I couldn't last a single second against those evolved zombies and monsters. Watching my family and my own kind get slaughtered one by one, until finally, I met my own end under the claws of those monsters. But heaven gave me a second chance, sending me back 100 years to the very moment the apocalypse began. This time, I must become stronger before the enemy arrives. This time, I will use my power to protect my comrades and my family. After making up his mind, Qin Yu immediately got to work preparing. It was only a while later, when the crimson clouds rolled in, that everyone finally noticed something was wrong. But to them, a teenager casually walking down the street holding a steel pipe was the real cause for concern. Only Qin Yu, who was being treated like a lunatic, knew what was actually coming for this world. Damn it, is it starting already? Shoot, I am running out of time. Since it had already started to rain, Qin Yu hurriedly hailed a cab to rush home. Seeing a young man carrying a metal pipe get into his car, the driver felt a bit tense and tried to make small talk to calm his nerves. Hey kid, look at this rain. Is it just me? Or is that red color really weird? Well, Qin Yu did not have the time to worry about anything else right now, so he just casually warned the driver, once you drop me off, you should head straight home too, mister. Otherwise, the traffic is going to get chaotic, and you might not make it back. That was all he could say to him. After all, if he went around saying the apocalypse was coming, he would probably be thrown straight into an asylum. On the way back, Qin Yu checked on his little sister. Realizing she had not returned home yet, he immediately called her. Xiao Yu, are you still at school? I am coming to pick you up. I am almost there. Xiao Yu, not wanting her brother to worry, quickly explained, I am still in the school clinic with Xiao Ting, brother. She got sick. Hearing this, Qin Yu shouted in a panic. Sick? Does she have burning skin, a non-stop fever, and is completely unconscious? Just then, Xiao Yu stood up and said, Yes. Oh, wait, she seems to be waking up. I will hang up now. Because of that, she completely missed Qin Yu's desperate warning. Xiao Yu, get away from her, she is mutating. Terrified that his sister was in danger, a murderous Qin Yu slammed his hand onto the driver's shoulder. Hey, step on it please. The driver immediately floored the gas pedal, screaming, Okay, just do not hurt me. Meanwhile, over with Xiao Yu, Xiao Ting had woken up. Her eyes were blood red, and her face was contorted into a terrifying expression. While Xiao Yu and the teacher were talking, Xiao Ting suddenly sat upright, staring blankly at them. Seeing this, the teacher rushed over to check on her. Dear, you are still very weak. Please lie back down. Your eyes look extremely red. Right at that moment, Xiao Ting's pupils contracted, and blood vessels bulged in her eyes. As if completely out of her mind, she lunged forward and bit down hard on the teacher's finger. It took a lot of effort for the teacher to wrench her hand back, but her finger was already bitten so badly that blood poured out unstoppably. Why did you bite me? Terrified, the teacher backed away, not daring to get any closer to check on her. But Xiao Yu, deeply worried about her friend, still approached her to ask, Xiao Ting, what is wrong with you? Suddenly, Xiao Ting threw her head back and let out a deeply disturbing, creepy laugh. Seeing this, Xiao Yu instinctively backed away, her entire body trembling with fear. Unaware of the impending danger, the teacher remained on the floor, trying to stop the bleeding on her finger. Just then, Xiao Ting completely lost it. She lunged at the teacher and began to tear into her. Witnessing this horrific sight, Xiao Yu was completely frozen in shock. By the time she snapped out of it, the teacher was already a lifeless corpse lying in a pool of blood. Only then did Xiao Yu scream in pure terror. Her scream immediately caught the attention of the crazed Xiao Ting. Without a second thought, Xiao Ting lunged straight for Xiao Yu's neck, bloodthirsty like a beast hunting its prey. Fortunately, Qin Yu arrived just in time, sending Xiao Ting flying with a single swing of his pipe. Before she could react, Qin Yu pointed the sharp end down and drove it straight into her neck, without a moment of hesitation. Seeing this, Xiao Yu burst into tears of absolute terror, stammering incoherently, Brother, you killed her." In stark contrast to his sister, Qin Yu calmly wiped the blood off his metal pipe and said, "She turned into a zombie. She is not the friend you used to know anymore. Let's go. We need to leave this place right now. We will talk once we get home. Things are about to get chaotic here." Having dealt with the threat, The siblings headed outside, preparing to return home to seek shelter. Once outside, Xiao Yu noticed the bloody rain and, filled with curiosity, reached her hand out to catch it. Seeing this, Qin Yu lunged forward in a panic to stop her. Xiao Yu, do not touch that rain. But he was a second too late, and a few drops had already splashed onto her hand. Confused by his intense reaction, Xiao Yu asked nervously, "What is wrong, brother? It is just a little bit of rain." Hearing this, Qin Yu was taken aback and asked, "You do not feel the heat?" Xiao Yu had no idea what her brother was talking about. She looked at him blankly and asked, "Heat? No. Is this like acid rain?" Qin Yu found it completely baffling. He thought to himself, that is strange. Even those with antibodies to this bloody rain are supposed to feel its heat, but now was not the time to overthink this. Qin Yu pulled out a raincoat he had prepared beforehand and handed it to his sister. "Do not worry about that for now. Just put the raincoat on and do your best not to get wet. From here on, we have only one mission, getting out of here. Ready? We have to move." Right after that, Qin Yu ran ahead, clutching an iron rod, ready to strike down anything dangerous. Overly excited, Xiao Yu cheered at the top of her lungs. "Let's go, charge." Qin Yu was completely speechless and quickly shushed his sister, telling her to be quiet. Realizing her mistake, Xiao Yu quickly covered her mouth and silently followed him. Outside, the streets had already turned into a war zone. Countless crazed people were lunging at everyone around them, tearing them to pieces. Witnessing this horrific sight, Xiao Yu froze in sheer terror. "Big brother, what is happening?" Seeing his sister freeze, Qin Yu yelled anxiously, "Xiao Yu, don't stop. We have to make a run straight for home." After running a bit further, a desperate cry for help from inside a building caught their attention. A man was being chased by a horde of zombies, screaming at them for help. But noticing the wound on the man's arm, Qin Yu quickly called out, "Hey, man, you've been bitten. Those monsters won't stop once they smell blood, so don't follow us." Hearing this, the man panicked and shrieked, "No, I wasn't bitten. I'm not going to turn into one of them." Qin Yu gritted his teeth, torn over what to do. Damn it, this guy's noise is going to drag every zombie in the area right to us. Realizing he wouldn't survive, the man desperately grabbed Xiao Yu's arm and refused to let go. "Why me? Why? Why did I get bitten while you guys get to walk away? I don't care anymore. If I'm going down, you're coming with me." This instantly crossed the line for Qin Yu. "If you want to die, do it alone. Don't you dare drag others down with you." With a single punch, Qin Yu sent the man flying back, right into the jaws of the oncoming swarm of zombies. Taking advantage of the distraction, the siblings hurried away. Hearing the man's blood-curdling screams from behind, Xiao Yu covered her ears in panic. "Big brother, we just killed him," Qin Yu reassured her as they kept running. "Xiao Yu, don't let it weigh on your conscience. He was already bitten and doomed to die anyway. He tried to drag you down with him, and if we hadn't done that, we would both be dead right now." After that, they sprinted the rest of the way home. Seeing the chaotic ruins outside their apartment building, Qin Yu stopped cautiously. "Looks like things got chaotic right outside our door too. Xiao Yu, stay close behind me. There might still be monsters lurking in this building." Qin Yu took the lead, slowly guiding his sister inside. The hallways were pitch black without a single speck of light. Frightened, Xiao Yu whispered, "Big brother, this is so scary. Let's just run straight to our apartment." Just then, Qin Yu caught a strange sound and whispered to his sister, "Shh, I hear footsteps." He truly lived up to his experience as an apocalypse survivor. Sure enough, a zombie emerged up ahead. Spotting living prey, the creature immediately lunged at them. Qin Yu quickly raised his iron rod to shield his sister. "Xiao Yu, get back!" But with his current physical strength, he was no match for the zombie yet. He was pushed back, gradually losing his footing. Seeing her brother in danger, Xiao Yu quickly grabbed a nearby brick and threw it straight at the zombie's head. Just as the fight was getting intense, it got interrupted. The zombie instantly switched its target to Xiao Yu. Facing the grotesque monster head-on, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror. Luckily, Qin Yu acted just in time, seizing the opening to finish off the zombie on the spot. "Are you okay? Let's get inside. Fast." Suddenly, Xiao Yu burst into tears, her face covered in tears and snot. That was Uncle Wang from next door. The sudden catastrophe was simply too much for an innocent girl like Xiao Yu to process. Once she calmed down, Qin Yu quickly ushered her into their apartment. The moment they stepped inside, Xiao Yu was stunned by the massive piles of supplies stacked everywhere. "Big brother, did you already know this disaster was going to happen?" Fearing she might overthink things, Qin Yu quickly reassured her. Xiao Yu, listen to me carefully. The apocalypse is here, and every single day from now on will only get more dangerous. I will protect you, but you must understand how bad things are out there. You have to listen to me, okay? As her only remaining family, Xiao Yu naturally trusted her brother completely. Okay, I promise to always listen to you. Qin Yu then gravely warned her, the outbreak has started, and the world as we know it is over. People will do absolutely anything to survive, even if it means sacrificing others. Human nature is going to get uglier than ever, so you must never trust anyone easily. Even the most basic zombies possess strength and explosive power, as if they've been pumped full of adrenaline, and the evolved zombies or mutated beasts will push past human limits by tenfold. An ordinary person trying to fight them is nothing but a pipe dream. As for how I know all of this, I'll explain it to you later. Right now, our main goal is to get stronger. We need to evolve, train, and hunt to gain enough power to stand on equal footing with those monsters. Sighing, he thought to himself, well, now that the apocalypse is here, I might as well enjoy the last bit of comfort civilization has to offer. While the running water and electricity were still working, Qin Yu took a quick shower to wash off the rainwater. Suddenly, Xiao Yu barged through the door. Big brother, you forgot the body wash and the loofah. Stunned, Qin Yu stammered, whoa, why did you just walk right in? Or do you want to shower first? Having lived in the harsh wasteland for so long, he had completely forgotten these civilized boundaries. But Xiao Yu casually mentioned that it wasn't even the first time. There is no need to feel so embarrassed. After washing up, Xiao Wu got to work cooking a few simple dishes. At the dinner table, she made a suggestion. Big brother, shouldn't we go to the military? Something this terrifying is happening, and only the army can keep us safe. Without a second thought, Qin Yu immediately rejected the idea. No way, they do not know how to deal with zombies. At most, they can only keep us safe for a few years. Hearing that, Xiao Wu asked in confusion, but big brother, you know how to fight them, you could just tell them. Qin Yu explained patiently, do you really think the military would listen to an ordinary guy like me? If we go there, we probably won't even catch a glimpse of the people in charge. Hearing this, Xiao Wu sadly slumped her head onto the table. There was absolutely no arguing with what her brother had just said. Seeing his sister looking down, Qin Yu tried to cheer her up. Xiao Wu, you have to understand that staying with a weak military won't do us any good. Only when we hold real power in our hands will we have a bargaining chip to negotiate with the strong. What threatens us out there isn't just zombies and monsters, it is also human nature. Having survived for years in the apocalypse, Qin Yu knew all too well the dangers they would face. He was determined to become incredibly strong, so that the tragic ending of his past life wouldn't repeat itself. That night, Xiao Wu saw her brother locking himself in his room, so she decided to check on him. Xiao Wu asked, Big brother, what are you doing in your room? At that moment, Qin Yu was carefully handling a bunch of test tubes. Being suddenly interrupted made him a bit tense. Xiao Wu, go outside first. I'm making ammunition, and it is highly dangerous in here. Hearing the word ammunition, Xiao Wu was completely shocked. Brother, you actually know how to make this stuff? In her memory, her brother was just an ordinary office worker. How on earth did he know how to make such dangerous things? Too lazy to explain, Qin Yu brushed her off with a quick excuse. This is simple, you can find the guide anywhere. All right, hurry up and close the door, or else this house won't be livable in a few minutes. Hearing that, Xiao Wu obediently left so her brother could focus on his work. After finishing his tasks, Qin Yu lay on his bed, staring thoughtfully up at the ceiling. How many years had it been since he last lay on a soft bed and had a peaceful night of sleep? Right then, Xiao Wu walked in, clutching her pillow. Brother, I'm scared. Can I sleep with you? And just like that, on the very first night of the apocalypse, the siblings slept side by side. Before closing his eyes, Qin Yu silently prayed, hoping that when he woke up, none of this would turn out to be a dream. Early the next morning, the moment Xiao Wu opened her eyes, she saw her brother preparing to head out. Big brother, where are you going? Qin Yu firmly gripped the iron rod in his hand and smiled. I'm going to search the other apartments in this building. If there are any zombies, I will clear them out while I'm at it. Hearing this, Xiao Wu asked him worriedly, didn't you say that with the strength of an ordinary human, fighting zombies is just a pipe dream? At that moment, Qin Yu's back seemed to tower with an unusual confidence. Your big brother is no ordinary guy, so don't worry. After all, I was a second-tier spearmaster in my past life. Of course, Xiao Wu had absolutely no idea what her brother was talking about. Since she couldn't do much to help, she could only tell him to be careful. On this first day of the apocalypse, Qin Yu stood in the middle of the hallway and let out a deep sigh. Phew, it is about to begin. Once he was fully prepared, he started knocking on the doors, apartment by apartment. Right at the very first door, he hit the jackpot with a surprise gift, a lovely little zombie. Hearing noises coming from inside the room, Qin Yu quickly backed up the stairs and took a defensive stance. As expected, "Come on, be my first prey." With terrifying force, the zombie slammed open the door. It scanned the area, searching for survivors. Not keeping it waiting, Qin Yu leaped forward and swung his iron rod violently at its head. "Stop looking, I'm right here." With just a few basic strikes, the zombie was skewered to death on the spot. With only the strength of an ordinary human, fighting just one zombie was already enough to leave Qin Yu gasping for air. Once he confirmed the zombie was dead, Qin Yu carefully sliced its stomach open. Will there be any evolutionary energy inside this zombie? After rummaging through it for a bit, he finally found a crystal, but this was not what he was looking for. As expected, zombies of this level rarely carry evolutionary energy. Not stopping there, Qin Yu made his way across the entire floor. He knocked on every door, taking down the zombies that rushed out. By the time only one room was left, he was feeling a bit disappointed. This is the last room. Is there really not a single lucky survivor left on this entire floor? Just then, the sound of crying echoed from the apartment at the end of the hallway, giving him a glimmer of hope. A child crying. Could there be a survivor in this apartment? Refusing to let his guard down despite the excitement, Qin Yu slowly opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as he opened the door, a shadow suddenly darted past his eyes. What was that? A zombie or a mutated beast? Following the crying sound, Qin Yu struck without hesitation. "Die, you monster!" But right at that moment, his instincts screamed that he had fallen into a trap. A child zombie suddenly lunged from behind, aiming straight for Qin Yu's neck. Fortunately, his quick reflexes kicked in, and he managed to bat it away with his iron rod. Taking advantage of its dazed state, Qin Yu rushed in to deliver a finishing blow with the sharp tip of his iron rod. But unexpectedly, this zombie was incredibly agile, dodging his attack and escaping. Does it have intelligence? Oh no, intelligent child zombies hold grudges easily. Letting it escape is going to cause huge trouble. And so, Qin Yu immediately chased after it to eliminate any future trouble. But in the end, he was a step too late. He let the zombie jump right out the window. Having escaped death, the zombie was absolutely thrilled, turning around to wink at Qin Yu just to mock him. But it forgot that this place was dozens of meters high. Falling from here meant it would end up as nothing but minced meat. Witnessing this, Qin Yu let out a smug smirk. After all, it was just a low-level zombie. Afterward, he searched around the apartment, trying to find survivors as well as any leftover supplies. Looks like that kid's guardian was eaten down to this. He checked the kitchen to see if there were any useful supplies left. It wasn't until sunset that Qin Yu finally returned home carrying 2 sacks of supplies. "Xiao Yu, I'm back." Xiao Yu, who was cooking, heard her brother's voice and immediately ran to the door to greet him. "Big brother, where did you get all this stuff?" Qin Yu replied. "There are no lucky survivors in our building, and there are plenty of supplies left. I'll need to make a few more trips to get them all." After that, Qin Yu cleaned himself up and continued gathering supplies. The next morning, Xiao Yu was woken up again. "Are you going out again today, brother?" Qin Yu explained that he needed to become an evolved human within 3 days, and while doing that, he'd bring back some food stockpiles. Hearing this, Xiao Yu stood up and said she wanted to go with him. Qin Yu immediately raised his voice. "No way, it's too dangerous. With your current physical strength and survival skills, it would be extremely hard for you to survive. Don't worry, once I'm strong enough to fully protect you, I'll take you out with me." Being a good girl, Xiao Yu didn't want to be a burden to her brother, so she could only agree. "Okay, big brother, please be careful out there." After clearing out the entire building, Qin Yu decided to head outside to try his luck. Spotting a wandering zombie, he took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, taking it down in a single blow. Suddenly, another zombie unexpectedly lunged out from a car, grabbing Qin Yu's shoulder. Without a hint of panic, Qin Yu quickly finished it off and continued searching for his next target. It wasn't until dusk that Qin Yu sat among a pile of dead zombies, sighing in frustration. "Damn, over a dozen of them, and I even broke a few weapons, yet I couldn't find a single one with evolutionary energy. It's getting late. Xiao Yu must be really worried. The moment he got home, Xiao Yu threw her arms around him. Big brother, you were gone for so long today. I was so worried. Qin Yu comforted her. Don't worry. I killed dozens of zombies today. It's just a shame I couldn't find what I was looking for. Seeing her brother look a bit disappointed, Xiao Yu comforted him in return. Don't rush. You'll find it. I'll stay home and pray for you, brother. Just then, a loud voice echoed from outside. Damn it, run fast. This immediately caught the siblings' attention. At that moment, a group of survivors was being chased by a horde of zombies. Seeing the fence in front of them, they all scrambled over it together, successfully escaping the horde. Damn it, even in death they can't leave us in peace. Just stay out there and rot. While the leader was busy cursing, one of his lackeys suddenly pointed toward an upstairs window. Boss Huang, look up there. There are survivors. Realizing they'd been spotted, Qin Yu immediately pulled his little sister's head down. Seeing the survivors, Xiao Yu asked curiously, Big brother, there are survivors. Should we help them? Qin Yu replied coldly. Xiao Yu, did you forget what I told you before? In the apocalypse, human nature is unpredictable. We have to be careful with everything. Meanwhile, seeing signs of life, the group of survivors eagerly began searching for a way in. It didn't take long before they reached the front door and started pounding on it. Anyone in there? Don't play dumb. We saw you just now. Open up. Seeing the door slowly creak open, the leader immediately barked. Hey, are you deaf? What took you so long to open the door? But the moment they saw the iron rod in Qin Yu's hand, they instantly tucked their tails. Qin Yu's eyes were cold and sharp, looking incredibly terrifying. What do you want? The leader quickly tried to explain. Brother, don't get worked up. We aren't bad guys. We just got a little too excited seeing another survivor. The lackeys behind him quickly chimed in to back him up. The leader spoke while trying to stick his head inside, peering around the house. Brother, could you let us in? We haven't eaten in days. But before he could even take a step inside, Qin Yu blocked him. No way. Right then, Xiao Yu stepped out, holding 2 bags of food. Big brother, maybe we can give them some food. This girl is seriously way too naive. The moment he saw Xiao Yu, a sleazy look instantly flashed across the leader's face. Thank you. This chick's chest. This girl is so kind-hearted. Sensing that these people were up to no good, Qin Yu handed them the food and pointed decisively toward the apartment opposite them. The room across the hall is empty, and there are no zombies inside. If you want to stay, go over there. Kicked out, the survivors grumbled as they ate their instant noodles. Trying to throw us out with just a few cups of instant noodles. The lackeys, however, felt lucky just to have food. Once they finished eating, the bald thug brought up what happened this morning with a smug laugh. Man, that was hilarious. Did you guys see the look on that chick's husband's face while we were doing that to her this morning? He looked like he wanted to eat us alive. Ha ha ha. The others joined in on the laughter. How could we miss it? That bitch usually thought she was so special just because she had a little money. She never even looked our way, but now she knows who's boss. Suddenly, the leader shifts the conversation, asking if they saw that girl from earlier. His lackey instantly catches on and says of course he did, adding that she is an absolute 10 out of 10. What do you think? You want a piece of that? Both of them burst into a dirty laugh, fully showing off their sleazy sides. The bald guy then lights up a cigarette and speaks. Ugh, that brat next to her is way too cocky. Tomorrow, we will teach him a lesson. With that, they start mapping out their plan. First thing tomorrow morning, we will go ask them for food again. The second they open the door, the 3 of us will jump that kid and tie him down. Yeah, and who knows what that girl is to him anyway, his sister or his girlfriend. Tomorrow, we will use our old trick. We will torture her right in front of him, and then we will end him. Exactly. We only need to kill the guy. We can keep his pretty little girlfriend around for our own fun. We can set up camp here for now. I saw they have a massive stash of food inside, but these scumbags have absolutely no idea that Qin Yu is silently crouching right outside the balcony, overhearing every single detail of their plan. Once deep into the night, Qin Yu waits for the 3 thugs to fall fast asleep before silently slipping inside. First, he covers the bald guy's mouth and takes him out in a split second. Hearing a weird noise, the messy-haired thug jolts awake, but before he can even utter a single word, he is instantly skewered. In just a matter of moments, Qin Yu wipes out all 3 of them without breaking a sweat. When his little sister catches him in the act, Qin Yu simply says in a cold voice, "They were bad people." The next morning, Qin Yu wakes up early again to hunt down more zombies. However, no matter how many he slays, he gets absolutely nothing in return, which leaves him a bit frustrated. Why is my luck so terrible? It has been days, and I have killed over 100 zombies, yet they are all low-level garbage. How is it possible that there is not even a single evolved one? Is it because the outbreak just started? So they haven't had enough time to generate evolutionary energy? Before he knows it, he finds himself standing in front of a nearby supermarket. Deciding to take advantage of this, he heads inside to see if there is anything useful left. Just then, a massive crash echoes from the distance. Instinctively, Qin Yu quickly finds a spot nearby to hide. The thing causing all that racket turns out to be a massive beast, easily the size of a car. A mutant beast. This is perfect. Judging by its size, it must weigh at least 60 to 70 kilograms. It might actually have evolutionary energy inside. Fighting a mutant beast of this tier is a bit risky with my current strength, but as long as I play it safe, I should be fine. Quietly tailing the monster, Qin Yu watches as it creeps into the supermarket, but the very second it steps inside, it gets blasted right back out, flying through the air. Qin Yu can only stare, his jaw completely dropping in shock. Oh my god, what on earth is that? Suddenly, a massive, grotesque arm reaches out from inside the supermarket, grabbing the beast by its tail. Driven by survival instinct, the beast tears its own tail off to make a run for it. Losing its prey sends the creature inside the supermarket into a wild fury, making it unleash a deafening roar that shakes the area. A split second later, a colossal figure bursts out of the building. The moment Qin Yu lays eyes on it, his face drains of all color. No way. Is that a devil species? But he quickly snaps out of his shock. No. This is no time to freeze up. Devil species zombies are absolute nightmares. Even 100 years into the future, when countless powerful survivors emerge, these monstrosities can still wipe them out with ease. Each and every one of them possesses entirely unique forms and terrifying abilities, but the one thing they share is that just hearing their name is enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Even though their numbers are extremely low, barely reaching double digits across the entire world, just one of these beasts is capable of wiping out hundreds or even thousands of people, as if wielding the power of a true demon. That is exactly how they got the name devil species. If he can hunt this thing down while it is still in its early developmental stage, he will be able to absorb its evolutionary energy, allowing him to wield the power of two high-tier evolved humans at the exact same time. Just the thought of it gets Qin Yu so pumped up he can barely contain his excitement. Still, he remains incredibly cautious, keeping his head down and silently watching the devil species from the shadows. After finishing its hunt, the monster slowly retreats back inside the supermarket. Strangely, instead of mindlessly destroying things, it carefully ducks its head, making sure not to damage the supermarket building. From the outside, the supermarket looks completely ordinary. In fact, even Qin Yu almost walked right into it earlier. Qin Yu watches from his hiding spot, carefully assessing the situation before making a move. This creature is incredibly intelligent, taking over the supermarket with the most supplies to set up the ultimate trap for unsuspecting prey. It is a devil species, all right. Even though it is still in its infancy, taking it head-on with my current strength would be nothing short of suicide. But this is also my golden ticket to becoming one of the strongest beings in this apocalypse. Besides, if I let it fully mature, no one will be able to stop it. When that day comes, I will probably end up dead in its clutches anyway. All right, time to man up. I am going all in. I will use this. Having made his decision, Qin Yu carefully rigs his backpack and creeps toward the entrance of the supermarket. He takes a deep breath, runs right out in front of the entrance, and screams at the top of his lungs. Hey, you big ugly freak, come and get me. Hearing the noise, the devil species immediately charges toward the entrance. Now that the bait is taken, Qin Yu bolts right back toward where he left his backpack. Come on, go ahead and enjoy your very last meal. The devil species bursts outside, but finding no one there, it begins looking around in confusion. Right at that moment, Qin Yu yells, "Hey, over here." Clueless that it is stepping right into a trap, the monster roars and charges straight at him. The very second it steps over the backpack, Qin Yu lets out a smirk. Eat this. Suddenly, the backpack detonates, blasting the devil species backward through the air. Turns out, that backpack was packed to the brim with all the homemade explosives Qin Yu had painstakingly crafted over the last few days. Watching the devil species get blown away, with the demon taking a massive hit, Qin Yu laughed in sheer delight. Haha, awesome. Although this bastard is in a truly pathetic state right now, who knows if it still has enough energy to counterattack. It won't be too late to check things out once it's completely dead. To play it safe, Qin Yu sat on the opposite side, silently watching the situation unfold. Only after confirming that the demon was no longer moving did he feel safe enough to approach. Looks like it's done. Let's see what kind of good stuff we've got here. Suddenly, a mutated cat appeared, putting Qin Yu on high alert. Shoot, a mutated cat. Looks like claiming this loot won't be that easy after all. Right at that moment, the demon's upper head suddenly moved, devouring the mutated cat in an instant. Witnessing this, Qin Yu's face turned pale with fear. That bastard was playing dead. Thank goodness I didn't rush in. To prevent any further trouble, he had to finish it off quickly. Looking around, Qin Yu spotted a few oil barrels nearby. After thinking it through, he decided to burn the demon to ashes. Severely wounded, the demon couldn't move. It could only watch helplessly as Qin Yu poured oil all around it and set it ablaze. Waiting until the fire was completely out, Qin Yu excitedly walked over with his knife ready. Whew, smells pretty good. Let's see what kind of treasure you're hiding. After searching for a while, he discovered the demon's evolutionary energy. This thing is truly special even in his past life. Very few people could ever get their hands on it. Of course, Qin Yu didn't forget the mutated cat from earlier. Inside it was the evolutionary energy he was actually familiar with. Once he finished harvesting, Qin Yu didn't hesitate for a second and swallowed the demon's evolutionary energy. Instantly, an agonizing, near-fatal pain washed over him. His entire body felt like it was tearing apart. Is this really the demon's energy? In my past life, I never experienced such an excruciating evolution. Let's see how strong I am now. Qin Yu casually picked up a stone and threw it straight at the wall. With just a fraction of his strength, the wall shattered into pieces. He now possessed at least 4 times the strength of an average human. In this day and age, that's incredibly rare. Next up, testing his abilities. Qin Yu closed his eyes, carefully checking the changes in his body. First, his fire ability. Great. I had the fire ability in my past life too, so I won't have to waste time getting used to it. Starting with a tiny spark in his hand, Qin Yu easily turned it into a massive flame that enveloped his entire body. Ha ha ha. While the fire ability isn't super rare, it's powerful and highly practical. I'm totally satisfied. Moving on to his second ability, Qin Yu felt a strange sensation. He needed to find something to test it on. He then bent down and randomly tried the ability on a stone on the ground. In an instant, the single stone suddenly duplicated into 2, taking Qin Yu completely by surprise. A duplication ability? I don't know much about this, but without a doubt, it's an extremely rare ability. It seems the duplication ability can only be used once on the same item. If I can duplicate a stone, what about evolutionary energy? Just as Qin Yu guessed, the evolutionary energy could also be duplicated, and its effect was exactly the same. This ability is absolutely broken. Possessing 2 abilities at the same time is something Qin Yu couldn't have even dreamed of. Right then, the surrounding zombies, attracted by the noise, started gathering in larger numbers. Suddenly, a daring idea popped into Qin Yu's head. Focusing his mind, he used the duplication ability on his own body. And to his surprise, it actually worked. Without hesitation, the 2 Qin Yus charged at the zombies, far more confident than before. Without speaking a single word, they coordinated flawlessly. In no time, the incoming horde of zombies was completely wiped out. But now, Qin Yu realized a headache-inducing problem. I can't just live with 2 versions of myself forever. Let's see if this duplication ability can be undone. Fortunately, the duplicated clone could be dismissed, and one of the Qin Yus gradually vanished into thin air. Though this ability is incredibly overpowered, it's not without side effects. The moment the clone vanished, Qin Yu instantly felt twice as exhausted. If I abuse this ability recklessly, it could be extremely dangerous. After resting for a bit, Qin Yu began searching for evolutionary energy. From the bodies of the zombies he had just killed, it seemed times had truly changed, as even these low-level zombies actually carried evolutionary energy. This is perfect for Xiao Yu. Having finished harvesting, Qin Yu headed back home with his loot. The second she saw him, Xiao Yu rushed over and hugged him tightly. "You're late again, big brother. You worried me to death." Qin Yu smiled and replied, "Don't worry. Your big brother isn't the same person he used to be. I won't let you worry ever again." This time, Xiao Yu wasn't so easily comforted. "If you're going to be gone for this long in the future, you have to bring me along." Qin Yu quickly agreed with his little sister. "No problem. I'll definitely take you with me from now on. Here, eat this, and you'll become an evolver too." Seeing her brother pull out 2 strange items, Xiao Yu asked skeptically, "An evolver?" Qin Yu explained that once she became an evolver, those low-level zombies would no longer pose any threat to her. Hearing this, Xiao Yu didn't hesitate for a second and swallowed the evolutionary energy. When her brother asked if she felt anything, she thought it over seriously and replied, "Oh, it's a little sweet. Maybe this'll make it taste better." Tanvu was completely speechless, face-palming in exasperation. "Tell me, do you feel that? A sudden burst of power?" Tanvu blinked blankly and replied, "I don't feel any bursting power." Tanvu had absolutely no clue what was going on. He scratched his head in frustration. "That's impossible. Consuming evolution energy is supposed to turn you into an evolved. Here, eat some more, and let's see." This time, Tanvu ate it with a little sugar to make it taste better. But the result was exactly the same. The little girl felt absolutely nothing. This bizarre situation left Tanvu deep in thought. It was completely beyond his understanding. Consuming 2 whole sources of evolution energy without a single reaction, this was absolutely unheard of. Seeing her big brother's grave expression, Tanvu felt a bit down. "Big bro, is this stuff really expensive? It didn't work when I ate it. I wasted it all." Tanvu gently patted her head to comfort her. "Don't worry about it. For us right now, this stuff isn't that precious. Don't blame yourself." After thinking about it carefully, Tanvu timidly told her brother, "Actually, it's not like I didn't feel anything at all. I think it tastes really delicious, and eating it makes me feel super satisfied." Hearing this, Tanvu was a bit taken aback and asked again, "Super satisfied?" Tanvu gestured excitedly with her hands and feet. "Yeah, it feels great when I eat it, and I just want to keep eating more." Tanvu speculated that because Tanvu's potential was so massive, she hadn't met the conditions to trigger her evolution yet. He would need to find even more evolution energy in the future to test this theory. Putting the matter aside for now, the brother and sister sat down for dinner. After dinner, Tanvu was scrolling online when she spotted some crucial information and immediately called her brother over. Tanvu calmly walked over while munching on an apple. "The internet is still up? Guess things aren't as bad yet in some other places." But the moment he saw the image on the screen, Tanvu's face went pale. He unconsciously muttered the words, "Alien races." Confused, Tanvu asked, "Alien races? What are those, big bro?" Tanvu replied with a dead serious expression, "They are disaster and death incarnate. Zombies, mutants, the apocalyptic virus. If there's anything worse than all of those combined, it's the alien races. An unknown power has torn open dimensional rifts in this already ruined world. These rifts connect our world to an entirely different dimension. The bizarre creatures from that dimension invading our world are what we call the alien races. Countless grotesquely shaped monsters pour out of those rifts. Their origins and forms are incredibly bizarre, but they all share one thing in common: absolute hostility and bloodlust toward humanity. No one knows why they are here. We don't know if they're connected to the apocalyptic virus either. But one thing is certain: their arrival means this city doesn't have much time left." Just hearing this was enough for Tanvu to realize how terrifying the alien races truly were. Pointing at the screen, Tanvu explained the specific threat shown. "This is the insectoid faction of the alien races. Their hives are spreading out in formations, growing relentlessly. In massive numbers, these insectoids will wage war, slaughter everything, and take over entire cities and villages. For hundreds of miles, they will sweep through like a plague of locusts. Wherever they go, they leave nothing but bones and death. We cannot afford to waste any time. Starting tomorrow, I need to get stronger as fast as possible." Hearing this, Tanvu immediately offered to go with him. This time, Tanvu didn't refuse. Given the current crisis, it was time for the young girl to adapt to life in the apocalypse. 2 days later, Tanvu went out hunting with her brother. Her only job was to stand back and cheer him on, while her brother handled all the heavy lifting and killing. After multiple battles, Tanvu noticed that even the zombies were getting stronger. As usual, after slaying the zombies, Tanvu searched for evolution energy. This time, he harvested one with an exceptionally high-grade color. Using his replication ability to turn one into 2, Tanvu soon consumed 10 sources of evolution energy. "It's working! It's working! I feel it!" Tanvu got excited and eagerly asked, "You feel it? What kind of feeling?" Tanvu immediately struck a martial arts pose. "Ha! I feel like I could kill a bull with one punch right now." Tanvu smiled and said, "Once you become an evolved, your physical strength and reflexes will far surpass those of ordinary humans. Focus and try to feel it again. You might have unlocked a special ability." Focusing inward, Tanvu felt an amazing rush of power, as if she had reached the absolute peak of her life. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual. "I think I feel something. It's hard to explain. It's like, A feeling that I can make things stronger. Hearing this, Tanvu immediately guessed it was an enhancement ability. He quickly picked up a brick from the ground, snapped it in half, and handed a piece to his sister. If it's an enhancement type ability, that would be absolutely amazing. Try using your power to enhance this. After applying her enhancement, Tuvu handed the half brick back to her brother. Tanvu first crushed the unenhanced half in his hand. Look, this unenhanced half is incredibly easy for me to crush. Now, let's try the half you just enhanced. Even though they came from the exact same brick, their durability was night and day. Tanvu had to exert all his strength just to squeeze and break the enhanced half. There's no mistake, it's definitely an enhancement ability. Tuvu, you've officially become a top-tier evolved. Hearing this, Tuvu beamed with pure joy. Although she didn't really understand all of this, she was just happy to help her older brother. To test out her new ability, Qin Yu asked his little sister to cast her enhancement on him. Instantly, he felt a massive surge of power. He couldn't resist throwing a few punches, easily blasting a brick wall to pieces. With this ability, Xiao Yu was finally ready to go hunting with her brother. Starting tomorrow, Qin Yu would teach her combat techniques. The next day, Qin Yu tracked down a zombie specifically for his sister to practice on. See that zombie over there? Defeat it. Use your ability to enhance your weapon first, then rush over and take it down. I'll watch your back, so don't be nervous. Following her brother's advice, Xiao Yu crept toward the zombie, muttering to herself, "Don't be nervous." But just as she drew near, the zombie suddenly spun around. Startled, Xiao Yu completely missed her window of opportunity to strike. Fortunately, as an evolved human, she easily dodged its attack. Right after that, Xiao Yu squeezed her eyes shut, screamed at the top of her lungs, and frantically bashed the zombie's head over and over again. She didn't stop until Qin Yu stepped in to hold her back. Whoa, okay, that's enough. That's enough. Facing a monster for the first time, Xiao Yu was drenched in a cold sweat. Phew, did I win? Qin Yu carefully assessed the situation. Yeah, though your nerves got the best of you, your strength and technique were solid. Overall, a great job. He then examined the zombie's corpse. If you'd hit it a few more times, there wouldn't be any evolution source left for me to find. Oh, we're in luck. This one actually has one. Xiao Yu, use your enhancement on this, and then I'll use my copying ability to duplicate it. That way, we'll end up with 4 evolution energy sources. The synergy between these siblings' abilities was absolutely insane. With a 4-to-1 return on investment, they would become powerful in no time. After testing it out, Qin Yu confirmed his hypothesis. My theory was right. Even though it's a clone, the enhanced evolution energy still keeps almost double the effectiveness. This is amazing. Then, Xiao Yu spoke up. Big brother, I feel like if I keep consuming these, I might even awaken a new ability. Qin Yu recalled his sister's unusual behavior. Xiao Yu wasn't afraid of the blood rain, and she had even stood there completely unfazed when she was touched by acid rain. Is it hot? No. Wait, is this acid rain? Even when she absorbed the zombie's evolution energy, she didn't react like a normal person. The power surged through her without causing any pain. He realized she had a bizarre affinity for evolution energy. Glancing at his sister, Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder if this was a blessing or a curse. What kind of changes would Xiao Yu go through in the future? Suddenly, his train of thought was shattered by the sharp echo of gunfire not too far away. Both of them whipped their heads in that direction. Gunshots! Qin Yu immediately made a decision. He cautiously instructed, "Let's check it out. Stay behind me, find some cover, and hide if things get bad." She nodded obediently. Got it. His eyes gleamed with cold calculation. If they're raiders, we'll take them out and steal their supplies. On the other side, a massive horde of zombies was slowly advancing. Drawn by the noise, the monsters gradually pinned a small group of soldiers in the center. One of them, frantically shooting back the horde, cried out, "Captain, we need to shoot and fall back. A few bullets aren't going to take these monsters down." Another squad member fired while retreating, covering his comrade. "Xiao Zhang, don't you get it? The higher-ups are trying to get rid of our captain. Why else would they send just the 4 of us to rescue General Li? If we succeed, we get nothing. If we fail, we get punished." Xiao Zhang shot back. "Even so, that's better than dying here as zombie chow. I'm almost out of ammo." The 4th soldier spoke up grimly. "He's right, Captain. Even if we're lucky enough to clear these ones out, more will just keep coming. This mission is literally suicide. You were set up by those corrupt bastards because your talents outshined theirs. If you ask me, the 4 of us should just find another place to survive." The captain fired a few more rounds and let out a heavy sigh. Do you really think I haven't thought about that? But surviving in this apocalypse with just the four of us. He cut himself off mid-sentence, his gaze suddenly locked onto something. Perched high up on a massive pile of rubble stood Qin Yu and his sister. This caught the soldiers completely off guard. Look over there. There are people. Looking down from above, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu scanned the area, watching the zombie horde while looking for survivors. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with interest as he spotted the soldiers. Survivors. Down below, among the swarming undead, a female zombie suddenly turned her lifeless gaze right toward Qin Yu. Talk about a simp. Even being undead couldn't cure her obsession with good-looking guys. But it wasn't just her. Almost every single zombie in the area began shifting their direction, heading straight toward the siblings. Qin Yu noticed this, but instead of panicking, he casually thought, "Huh? Why are they all heading our way? Could our raw power be a magnet for these monsters?" Down below, one of the four soldiers saw this as their golden ticket. He quickly suggested, "Captain, while those two are drawing the horde, let's make a run for it." But the captain clearly wasn't the type to abandon innocent people. Who does something that scummy? He snapped furiously. "God damn it. How can you even think of saying something like that? Are you still a soldier? Hear my order. Unleash all firepower. Even if you run out of ammo, you must save those two civilians." The iron rod in Qin Yu's hand burst into flames, turning glowing red. He ordered, "Xiao Yu, boost me. Stay right here. Don't move. And protect yourself. Leave this zombie to me." The little girl nodded in agreement. "Okay," not forgetting to warn him. "Big brother, be careful." Seeing the young man move, the soldiers watched in shock, even forgetting to shoot the zombies. With a loud boom, smoke and fire erupted, and a cloud of flames burst open. All that could be heard were the horrific screams of the zombies. "Ah! Ah!" The squad leader stared blankly at the scene. Could this be the legendary ancient martial artist? Even an ancient martial artist wouldn't be this absurd, taking down so many zombies in the blink of an eye. On the other side, there were loud crashes of fighting and screams of agony. In the end, all the zombies were lying flat on the ground, completely motionless. Qin Yu and his sister calmly walked over to the two soldiers, who lowered their guns. To show his friendliness and gratitude for being saved by the two of them, the captain introduced himself. "Hello, we are soldiers sent on a mission. I am Captain Lin Feng." Qin Yu seemed slightly surprised. He repeated, "Lin Feng." The captain asked a bit sheepishly, "Are you an ancient martial artist? That was really dangerous back there, thank you." For those who don't know, ancient martial artists represent the pinnacle of human strength and technique. They possess extraordinary physical abilities, can train to the absolute limit, and have a determination that surpasses ordinary people. They don't even need to become evolved beings to face terrifying zombies. Some of them possess such supreme skills that even the evolved would feel ashamed. This makes up for their lack of raw physical power. Unfortunately, even though he wished he were an ancient martial artist, Qin Yu could only put on a blank face as he explained, "I am not an ancient martial artist." Hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and began inviting the young man to serve his country. "Brother, with skills like yours, why not join the military and help out? You'll definitely achieve great things in the future." He wasn't very interested in the offer and just gave a casual reply. "I am not someone who handles being tied down well. Let's forget about the military. Thanks for the kind offer though." Lin Feng didn't push any further, though he felt a bit of regret for not being able to recruit such a talented person to his squad. "That's a shame. Since you're not interested, we'll head out first. If you ever need help in the future, I definitely won't turn you down." With that, he and the other three team members turned around and left without hesitation. Xiao Yu looked at her brother in confusion and asked curiously, "Big brother, before, whenever you met survivors, you couldn't wait to stay as far away as possible. Why do you respect this Lin Feng so much?" He didn't explain much, only saying that he recognized him. Then, Qin Yu fell into memories of his past life. In a ruined city, he looked up toward the sky. There stood a hero's monument. He had asked his companion at the time why a statue was enshrined there. The friend he was with told him that this was the statue of Lin Feng. During the darkest times, it was extremely rare for high-level evolved beings with great power to fight, to protect the weak. But he did, ultimately sacrificing himself in a battle in the Black Forest. He became a martyr, respected by future generations. Hearing that story, Qin Yu remained silent for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking, but in the end, he sighed. "I remember now. Whenever our seniors mentioned him, they spoke with great respect." His companion climbed up to sit on the hood of the car, covering his face with a sigh. "Compared to my respect for Lin Feng, My fear of the Black Forest is even more terrifying. I hope a catastrophe like that never happens again." The flashback ended. Seeing that her brother had no intention of sharing more, Xiao Yu asked, "How do you know him, big brother?" Qin Yu still didn't plan on telling his sister too many unrelated things. The more she knew, the more dangerous it would be, so he just replied, "It is nothing. A friend of mine mentioned him before, do not worry about it." Watching Lin Feng's retreating back, Qin Yu was lost in thought. That catastrophe is still more than 10 years away from now. Lin Feng, enjoy this time while you can. The soldiers had left. The street was now completely deserted. Some kind of animal was gnawing on an unfortunate corpse in the middle of the road. It was a mutated dog with torn and mangled flesh. It snarled as it ate, as if terrified someone might suddenly show up to steal its meal. Hiding in a small alleyway not far away, Qin Yu signaled to Xiao Yu, "Shh, do not make a sound. Judging by its form, this is likely a highly evolved mutant. Leave it to me." The dog remained focused on enjoying its meal. Suddenly, it sensed something was off. It looked up to see Qin Yu thrusting down with his iron rod. Suspended in mid-air, unable to change his path of attack, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Crap, I have been spotted." Sure enough, as he landed, the dog dodged the fatal strike. It immediately lunged forward to attack Qin Yu. To it, fresh meat probably tasted the best, but this piece of fresh meat was not going down easy. Qin Yu swung his iron rod to knock it back, and the dog growled before running off. Seeing this, he shouted in a panic, "Oh no, if it gets away, intelligent mutants hold grudges easily." Xiao Yu had already appeared behind him by now, and she shouted a suggestion, "Big brother, throw it." "Let's go," Qin Yu said with a smirk. "Looks like we're on the same page. I had the exact same idea." With that, he grabbed the iron bar and adjusted his angle. He locked onto his target and hurled the iron bar. His target was none other than the fleeing mutated dog. The bar impaled the dog's leg, making it howl in agony. But that wasn't all. The metal began to glow bright red, as if it had been heating in a furnace for hours. In an instant, a massive burst of flames engulfed the mutated beast, roasting it alive in a brilliant move no one saw coming. As the fire died down, the beast was dead as a doornail, its body charred black and sending up thick plumes of smoke. The siblings approached the carcass. Still lacking any real offensive skills, Xiao Yu stood cautiously behind him, asking timidly, "It's dead," Qin Yu said, knife in hand, ready to dissect the beast's corpse for energy. A mutant of this level should have evolutionary energy. His little sister asked curiously, "Big brother, isn't your ability fire? How come I never see you breathe fire or throw fireballs?" Busy slicing through the dog's flesh, he replied, "It's not that I can't, but instead of breathing fire or throwing fireballs, I prefer channeling my flame power directly into my weapons. Sure, it sacrifices range and distance, but when paired with my combat skills, the power is drastically amplified, and the damage done to enemies is devastating." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes shone with absolute admiration for her big brother. "So you're like a battle mage, big brother." Qin Yu managed to extract 2 energy cores and smiled with satisfaction. "Lucky us. There are 2 sources of evolutionary energy inside this dog. One is its own, and the other, I'm guessing, belonged to its prey." Xiao Yu crouched down, examining the charred dog. "Wait, there's something else here," she gasped, pulling a ring out of the carcass. It was a worn-out, ancient-looking ring. It didn't seem like much, nor did it look like something that could boost her strength. She was about to toss it aside, thinking it was useless compared to food, but Qin Yu's sharp eyes caught it. "Wait, Xiao Yu, hold on. Could this ring be?" Staring at the gold ring etched with strange patterns, he gasped. "A treasure from a dimensional ruin." He urged her, "Xiao Yu, quickly put it on and test its effect." Always obedient, she did exactly as her brother said. Like this, the moment she slipped it on, the ring flashed with an eerie green light. As if it had a mind of its own, it began controlling her hand. Panicking, she cried out, "What is happening?" A stream of green fire erupted from the ring, burning intensely for several seconds. Finally, Xiao Yu pulled her hand back, asking her brother in shock, What was that?" Qin Yu, acting like a walking encyclopedia, explained, "That is the power of a dimensional ruin. It takes genetic energy and converts it into physical forces to release them. It looks like this ring's power is just like mind fire." Hearing a new term, Xiao Yu's eyes widened with curiosity. "What exactly is a dimensional ruin?" Qin Yu explained. "After the apocalypse started, pocket dimensions in various forms began popping up randomly all over the world. Unlike dimensional rifts, although these pocket dimensions are incredibly dangerous, Passing their trials yields massive rewards. And he wasn't done yet. Continuing. These rewards come in all shapes and sizes. Some people find treasures imbued with dimensional powers. Others gain abilities and skills from these alternate dimensions, allowing humanity to barely survive this post-apocalyptic world. These ruins play a massive role in our survival. On their journey, Xiao Yu admired no one more than her brother. She clapped and cheered. "You're amazing, big brother. You know everything." But Qin Yu didn't let the praise lower his guard. Staring at the carcass, he analyzed the situation. The fact that this mutated dog swallowed a dimensional treasure means a ruin entrance must be nearby. Plus, even a mutated dog could survive and get out. That means the ruin isn't too dangerous. The only issue is that these entrances are unstable. I wonder if we can find it before it relocates. He then instructed his sister, Xiao Yu, enhance the ring first, then I'll duplicate it. Always the obedient one, she nodded. Okay, big brother. Soon, both siblings were wearing identical rings. After examining the ring, Qin Yu felt a bit disappointed. Sure enough, it wasn't anything high tier, which explained how a mere mutated dog managed to get its hands on it. The siblings headed back home, using their scarce rations to whip up a simple meal. At the dinner table, Xiao Yu looked at her brother with shining eyes and sighed happily. We got such a huge haul today, big brother. Qin Yu smiled and summed it up. Now, even you are 5 times stronger than an average person. As for me, my physical stats are 8 times greater, and with your boosting ability, that jumps to 16 times. She gasped with curiosity, asking, 16 times? What does that even look like? He patiently explained. Put it this way to normal people, and even to most zombies and mutated beasts, we are basically monsters ourselves. Hearing this, Xiao Yu cheered excitedly. Are we really that strong? Qin Yu nodded. Yeah, but we still haven't found a dimensional ruin. Once we find one, we can take our power to the next level. With their conversation finished, they turned off the lights and went to sleep. He told her to turn in early tonight, so they could keep hunting tomorrow, and Xiao Wu immediately agreed. Yeah, out in the dark hallway, a sudden rustling sound echoed. With the apocalypse here, Qin Wu was way more alert than before. He never slept too deeply. The moment he heard the noise, his eyes snapped open. He scrambled up to turn on the light. The 2 siblings shared a bed so he could keep Xiao Wu safe. So when the light came on, the movement next to her woke Xiao Wu up. Brother, what are you doing in the middle of the night? He gestured to his sister. Shh, quiet. There is something outside. Qin Wu carefully grabbed his iron rod and stood by the door. With a sharp creak, he quickly opened the door. Waiting right outside was a giant centipede. It opened its massive, fanged mouth, shrieked, and lunged at him. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to use the iron rod to block its attack. Seeing his sister come over, Qin Wu warned, Xiao Wu, watch out, we have got company. He used all his strength to shove the centipede out of the house. Get the hell out. Terrified something might happen to her brother, Xiao Wu rushed out after him. Brother, wait. I have not enhanced you yet. Stepping into the hallway, she saw that Qin Wu had already killed the centipede, his iron rod still impaled in its head, while he panted heavily next to the corpse. Xiao Wu rushed over to enhance him. He sighed, wiping the sweat from his face, and admitted, without your boost. That was definitely pushing it. Staring at the giant, multi-legged centipede corpse lying in front of their door, Xiao Wu shuddered with fear. What is this thing? It is so gross. Qin Wu responded while pondering, his expression growing darker by the second. An ironclad centipede? How is this possible? Has the insect clan already defeated the army and breached this place? No, that is not right. The insect clan should not be this strong yet. This centipede probably came from underground. Seeing her brother talking to himself, Xiao Wu asked with concern, Brother, is there something wrong with this thing? Why do you look so pale? Suddenly sensing something off, Qin Wu immediately shoved his sister's head down to duck. Just as they did, a green energy blast grazed right past them, narrowly missing them both. The 2 turned their heads to look inside the house where the attack had come from. Terrified, Xiao Wu huddled close to Qin Wu. Seeing the bright green bug hovering in the air with its 2 massive pincers, it was clear this beast was no joke. Not to mention the ranged attack it had just pulled off. Even Qin Wu was starting to panic. This is bad. The 2 siblings turned pale as they stared at the bug, muttering, the insect nest's hunting squads sure made it here fast. Seeing the bug prepare to pounce, Qin Wu pushed his sister aside and readied himself for a fight. The bug slammed down onto the spot where Qin Wu had just been standing, landing with the force of a meteor and shattering the tiled floor. He agilely leaped high into the air, completely flipping the tables on their positions. Qin Yu clung to the ceiling, staring down at the bug, which was looking right back up at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to strike before it could react. With a swift swoosh, Qin Yu leapt down from above. With a squelch, the iron rod in his hand impaled the bug, causing green fluid to squirt out. He stood up, yanked the rod free, shook off the green slime, and made sure to warn his sister. Xiao Wu, stay on your guard. This hunting squad definitely has more than just two of them. Qin Yu cautiously scanned their surroundings. We need to be careful. But before he could even finish his sentence, boom! A blue flame suddenly surged out of nowhere and completely swallowed him up, leaving Xiao Wu utterly shocked. Thinking her brother was gone after that brutal attack, she sobbed out, "Brother!" But the tragedy did not happen. Qin Yu had raised a shield just in time to block the blast. Though the shield was now shattering, it had thankfully spared him a fatal blow. Taking a direct hit from that would have been no joke. Staring at the new insect that had attacked him as it flew into the house through the shattered glass, Qin Yu was stunned. It was a winged insect that looked like a mutated wasp. Giving Qin Yu no time to counterattack, it prepared to unleash another blast. He bolted toward his sister. "Xiao Wu, run." Fearing she would not make it in time, he grabbed her hand and dragged her along. After running for a bit, Xiao Wu finally snapped out of it. She asked anxiously, "Brother, what about our home and food? And how did these things even find us?" Qin Yu explained, "They are all part of the insect clan's hunting squads. That fire-breathing one is called a firebug. It is likely their leader, and extremely dangerous. Even a dozen low-level evolved humans fighting together might not be a match for it." Just as he said that, a loud explosion rang out. The firebug shot another blast of fire right through the wall, making Xiao Wu crouch down and cover her head in terror. With no way to fight back, they had no choice but to run. Qin Yu brought up the rear, urging his sister to keep moving faster. Finding this little chase amusing, the firebug hovered high above, aimed its rear, and unleashed another fiery blast. Another massive explosion went off, hitting right behind Qin Yu. Through the thick smoke, Qin Yu luckily managed to dodge the blast and leap to safety. Because of the sudden escape, they had not even had time to change, and he was still wearing slippers. But surprisingly, this time, he stopped running. Qin Yu spun around to face the firebug, his face dark with rage as he spat. "You damn bug, give you an inch and you take a mile." He furiously raised his hand and conjured a fireball. "You want some more?" The fireball shot straight toward the firebug, yet the creature did not even try to dodge. A thunderous explosion boomed, and the small blast lit up the night sky like fireworks. Seeing her older brother stand his ground during the fight, Xiao Yu stopped running too. She hesitantly asked, "Big bro, did you do it?" He whipped his head around and yelled, "Xiao Yu, don't stop, keep running." As the dust cleared in the air, the firebug emerged completely unscathed. It just stood there, mockingly staring as if laughing at how weak Qin Yu was. Annoyed out of his mind, he cursed, "What, you too lazy to even dodge? Are you seriously looking down on me?" With flames flickering in his palm, he made up his mind. "Fine, let's see whose fire is stronger." Up in the sky, the firebug accepted the challenge and launched another attack. Down below, Qin Yu refused to back down. He unleashed a fireball, clashing head-on with the firebug's attack. The two different colored flames collided like fire and ice, illuminating the dark night. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, letting out a cold grunt as he struggled to hold his ground. But it was painfully obvious that the firebug was on a completely different level. His fireball was completely swallowed by its attack, which blasted the ground to pieces, forcing him to dive out of the way. The outcome was clear. Qin Yu smirked and mumbled, all right, yours is stronger." But then, he noticed something new. Xiao Yu was pouring all her energy into creating a bright blue fireball. Qin Yu panicked and yelled, "Xiao Yu, run, you can't handle this." She screamed and hurled the fireball straight at the monster. Exhausted, Xiao Yu gasped for breath. Qin Yu watched as the fireball scored a direct hit on the firebug high in the sky. He gasped in surprise. Wait, is it seriously too lazy to even dodge? But before he could finish his sentence, the firebug plummeted to the ground like a broken kite. Qin Yu was absolutely blown away. He immediately turned to his sister to figure out her secret. "Xiao Yu, how on earth did you pull that off?" She answered with a tired smile, "Big bro. I tried using my enhancement ability on the fireball, and it actually worked." A grin spread across his face as he praised her. "That's my girl. Now, leave the rest to me." Before heading back into the fray, Qin Yu quickly calculated his chances. The firebug's power is 20 times that of a normal human. Even with Xiao Yu's buff, he is only at 16 times. Winning this head-on is going to be extremely difficult, but if he can seize the moment while it's still disoriented by Xiao Yu's enhanced fireball, he can tear off its wings. That way, it won't be able to chase them down. From behind him, his sister cheered, "Big bro, you can do it. Watch out." Just as she said that, the firebug crashed hard onto the ground. This was the moment Qin Yu had been waiting for. He took off, sprinting forward at full speed. Once he got close to the monster, he split himself into two clones. Moving like lightning, the two Qin Yus flanked the beast from the left and right, cleanly slicing off its fragile wings. With the job done, he coldly muttered, "Leaving your wings completely exposed like that was your fatal mistake." Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him. Xiao Yu had been struggling to breathe ever since she launched that attack, and now, she was coughing up blood. Qin Yu's heart sank in sheer panic. She was the only family he had left in this brutal world. "Xiao Yu," he screamed in terror. Clutching his own chest, he suddenly felt his power level dropping. She had pushed herself way past her limit, and now his buff was rapidly fading. Did his cloning force Xiao Yu's ability to bear a double burden? Was it just too much for her body to handle? Out of nowhere, a massive, giant firebug appeared. It flapped its wings and flew straight at him, emitting a deafening, high-pitched buzz. What the hell? But after flying just a short distance, it crashed onto its back, struggling to get back up. Gripping a sharp iron bar, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this thing couldn't get back in the air. Qin Yu immediately spun around and ran to his sister. "Xiao Yu, are you okay? We need to get out of here while it's still grounded. Let's go." Nabbing his sister, they bolted. But they had no idea that the monstrous firebug had already flipped itself back over. As he supported Xiao Yu, he kept an eye on it, thinking, "That bug is only fast when it's flying. On foot, there's no way it can keep up with us." But just as the words left his mouth, a shadow suddenly flashed right in front of them, blocking their path and leaving them completely stunned. What in the world is that? Suddenly, a red-eyed zombie emerged right out of the firebug's head. He gritted his teeth, staring at the creature. Another demon variant? No, wait, it's just a regular mutated zombie. Did the noise from our fight drag this thing here? The zombie lunged forward, slashing with its razor-sharp claws. Relying on his sharp instincts, he barely managed to block the strike. But this zombie was insanely fast, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. Its strength was incredible, at least 10 times that of an ordinary human. He was only at 8 times his normal strength right now. It was far stronger than him. Seeing her brother struggling and exhausted, Xiao Yu prepared to force herself to use her power once more. Qin Yu wouldn't hear of it. He stood tall and yelled, "Xiao Yu, don't you dare. If you push your power any further, you're going to pass out. Just leave this creep to me," he declared. Gripping the iron bar with all his might, he charged forward and swung it with everything he had. Oh no! The zombie's claws pierced straight through his body, spraying blood everywhere. Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, his trembling hands desperately grabbed onto its leg to pin it down. She burst into tears, screaming, "Big bro!" But with true main character resilience, he refused to let go. Just as he was pinning down the zombie, the other monster closed in. "Big bro, watch out!" The firebug had caught up with them. A strange, blue, magical energy glowing ominously inside its belly. A massive, powerful beam of blue light shot straight at him. Panic and fear washed over his face as the blinding light suddenly erupted into a violent explosion right in front of her. Tears pooled in her trembling eyes. "But big bro," she cried out. But suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, "Xiao Yu, run. Big bro? Since when did you?" Time for a quick explanation. Right from the moment that zombie lunged at us. It turns out he had already cloned himself beforehand. Hearing those words, she burst into a mix of tears and laughter. Her big brother was just too incredible. Even she had been fooled. Back at the site of the recent explosion, the body that had been lying there was completely gone. Right then, he felt a sudden, sharp pain. Xiao Yu quickly asked, "Are you okay, big bro?" Covering his mouth with his hand, he coughed while trying to process what was happening. It turned out all the pain his clone had endured was now transferring directly to him. "I'm fine, let's run." It seemed they had completely forgotten about the firefly bug, which had backed off and was just watching them escape. The two of them stopped in front of a shop and quickly headed inside. After pulling down the heavy metal door, they finally sat down to get some sleep. "Let's get some sleep first. We've been pushed to our limits all night." Closing her eyes, she tried to rest, but the unforgettable events of the night kept echoing in her mind. Starting tomorrow, survival was only going to get tougher. As their fight for survival pressed on, their main goal was to hunt for more energy. Evolutionary crystals dropped right out of the zombie. What a stroke of luck, killing just one had already yielded evolutionary energy. The two of them quickly scooped them up. Looking at his excited little sister, he congratulated her on successfully boosting her physical strength by 9 times. Still, crystals alone wouldn't fill their stomachs. Advancing cautiously and scanning their surroundings, they spotted a green supermarket up ahead. Look, a supermarket. The siblings were thrilled to see it. This was perfect. But as they hurried closer, voices suddenly echoed from inside. Hey, Zhangfeng, what are you so scared of? I'm holding it down. Hurry up. Oh my God, you useless coward. Hearing this, Qin Yu whispered a warning. There are people inside. I'll go in first, so stay on guard. Sure enough, a man was struggling to hold down a wild zombie, while Zhangfeng stood frozen with a bat raised high. Zhangfeng, you idiot. I can't hold it much longer. If I die here today, it's entirely your fault. With a trembling voice, he stammered, I'm sorry. You can't blame me for this. Just then, the zombie broke free from the man's grip. Oh no. The tension was palpable as the snarling zombie locked its eyes on him, while the other man was thrown backward, slamming hard into a display shelf. The heavy shelf collapsed, pinning Zhangfeng to the floor as he struggled to break free. As he frantically tried to squirm out, the zombie lunged straight at him, triggering a terrified scream. Oh no. Zhangfeng was completely pinned by the shelf with no way to escape. His face was a total mess, covered in tears and snot as he cried out for help. Help me, help me! Suddenly, a wooden bat slammed into the zombie's head, snapping clean in half. The blow caught the monster's attention, making it whip its head around. She trembled in fear. The zombie quickly switched targets and lunged straight at Xiao Na. Everyone panicked and screamed, Xiao Na, watch out, get out of the way. Out of nowhere, a shadow flashed by, forcing the zombie to look up in surprise. Grabbed by the hair in a split second, even the mindless monster seemed shocked. Moving too fast for the zombie to react, Qin Yu dragged it across the floor and slammed its head down so hard that the concrete cracked, leaving a crater. Everyone watched in utter shock, unable to process what had just happened. He stood up and walked over to her, looking incredibly cool, a total badass. He gallantly offered his hand to help her up, making her blush as he said, Here, let me help you up. She softly replied, Thank you. Just then, Xiao Yu called out from behind, Xiao Na. Hearing her name, she instinctively turned around. Xiao Yu? Is that really you? The two girls rushed into each other's arms, absolutely overjoyed to reunite with a close friend in this nightmare. They both turned to Qin Yu with bright smiles. Big bro, this is Xiao Na, my best friend from school. Thank you so much for saving her. Qin Yu, however, found himself staring intently at the girl. He flashed back to a dark street crawling with zombies. We're completely surrounded. What do we do? Terrified, they knew that with so many low-level zombies around, breaking out was impossible. Damn it, I can't believe we're going to die here. Suddenly, a massive scythe sliced through the air, ripping the zombies to shreds. What was happening? In the shadows, a pair of high-heeled boots stepped forward. It was a young woman, and as her face came into view, she was revealed to be the Reaper girl. She was incredibly strong. Qin Yu stood frozen in a daze until Xiao Yu teased him, Hey, why do you keep staring at her like that? Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder, making him snap back. Oh, it's nothing. Lu Kun looked at Qin Yu and said, My friend, those are some incredible skills you've got there. Thank you so much for stepping in. He then turned to check on Xiao Na, completely forgetting about the guy still trapped under the shelf. Xiao Na, you're not hurt, are you? She replied. Uncle Lu, I'm fine. Don't worry. Can you guys please help me out first? With lightning speed, Qin Yu flicked his hand, sending the heavy shelf flying off the guy. Freed at last, Zhangfeng's face lit up. Nah, thank you so much. You're truly the beautiful heroine who saved this hero. Pointing directly at Zhangfeng's face, Brother Li snapped. A coward like you calls himself a hero? A dog would have done a better job. Even Lu Kun called him out, saying, The four of us all have weapons. Taking down a single zombie shouldn't have been an issue at all. Zhangfeng, you almost got us all killed. Do you realize that? Unable to hold back, Zhangfeng argued. But didn't this guy step in just in time anyway? Nobody even got hurt. Besides, it was my first time. Who told you guys to give me such an important task like finishing off a zombie anyway? Hearing those infuriating excuses, Lu Kun lost his temper and snapped. My plan was perfectly timed. Xiao Na risked her life as bait, and he pinned the zombie from behind. Out of these 3 tasks, which one could you actually handle? Our strategy successfully killed several zombies, but as soon as it came to your turn, everything fell apart, putting everyone in danger. And you're still making excuses. Realizing things were getting tense and knowing he was in the wrong, Zhang Feng grumbled. Fine. I was wrong. Happy now? Right then, Zhang Feng's eyes landed on Xiao Yu. He walked over to her, running a hand through his hair, trying to look smooth as he prepared to flirt. Hey, you must be Xiao Wu, right? The name is Zhang Feng. I'm the top student from high school number 2. I'm sure you've heard of me. I've actually heard a lot about you. Hearing Zhang Feng show off, Xiao Wu responds with a shy smile. Oh, so you're Senior Zhang. It is an honor to meet you. Suddenly, Liu Kun scowls, sensing that something is off. He screams out, I hear something. Are there still zombies around? Wait, is this an earthquake? No, it's just Qin Yu eating. He's stuffing his face, chewing loudly. This kid must be starving. Everyone else is probably hungry too, so let's grab a bite. Once we're done, we'll head back to camp. Xiao Na stares at Xiao Wu for a moment before asking, Hey Xiao Wu, how come your brother doesn't look anything like you? She jokingly replies, Well, we aren't blood siblings anyway. What's up? Do you have a crush on my big brother? Having her secret crush exposed, Xiao Na's face turns bright red. You brat! Since when did you start teasing me about stuff like this? Carrying his backpack, Liu Kun takes the lead. Followed closely by Xiao Na and Qin Yu, they sneak quietly through the streets to avoid making any noise that might attract the zombies. After arriving at a massive castle-like building, they slip inside. Liu Kun calls out, We're back, everyone. Qin Yu steps inside and scans the area. His gaze eventually locks onto a guy with a spiky, feather duster hairstyle sitting next to an elderly woman. Qin Yu thinks to himself, This shelter is filled with the elderly and the disabled. Their combat power is way too weak. No wonder a girl like Xiao Na had to go out and scavenge for food. If things keep going like this, these people won't survive long in this apocalypse. Xiao Na runs over, calling out in worry, Grandpa. She immediately sits down, opens her bag to pull out a loaf of bread, and asks, You must be hungry, right, Grandpa? We managed to find a lot of food this time. Coughing weakly, he replies, Xiao Na, it is very dangerous out there. You must always be careful. Liu Kun calls out, Everyone must be starving, right? Come grab some food. Don't push, one by one. Xiao Na's grandpa looks at Qin Yu and asks curiously, And who is this young man? She quickly introduces them both. Grandpa, this is Qin Yu, and this is his younger sister, Qin Xiao Wu. If it wasn't for them today, you might never have seen your granddaughter again. Deeply grateful, he replies. This place is no paradise, but at least we can look out for one another. If you two don't mind, please stay with us. The siblings answer in unison, Yes, sir. Xiao Na says with a bright smile, You must be exhausted. Follow me, and I'll find some vacant rooms for you. She leads Qin Yu and Xiao Wu to find a room. As they walk, he suddenly asks, Your grandfather. He's no ordinary person, is he? She replies happily, Of course, my grandfather is amazing. He's a master doctor, who has saved countless lives. He's way more skilled than any of those fancy traditional medicine experts out there. Xiao Wu gasps, Wow, but your grandpa is coughing so badly. Is he suffering from a severe illness that he can't even cure himself? Xiao Na's expression suddenly darkens. She explains, When he was young, his martial arts training left him with deep-seated injuries. Now that he's old, those old wounds have accumulated and flared up, which is why he's so weak today. Qin Yu had already noticed. He could tell earlier that the old man possessed an extraordinary aura. Martial arts training is supposed to build a strong body, yet his practice left him with so many injuries. Hearing what this girl just said, he must be an ancient martial artist. Clenching his fist, he thinks, Although my level 2A combat skill is considered quite strong, reflecting on my past battles, my techniques are still pretty unrefined. If I run into a real expert, my weaknesses will definitely be exposed. If I can get his guidance and go through systematic training, let alone level 3, stepping further into the Grandmaster rank is highly possible. Qin Yu then asks her to brief him on their current situation. Xiao Na, tell me more about the state of this shelter. Without hesitation, she shares everything about the camp. Well, most of the people here are just survivors from the surrounding areas. We gather together to look after one another, barely managing to scrape by day to day. Uncle Lu is the most experienced and strongest among us, so he always leads our scavenger runs. His eldest son is here too. As for Zhang Feng, he's a rich kid, handsome and wealthy. But once the zombie apocalypse hit, money became completely useless. Xiaona continues her story. The injured man is Brother Li. He used to go out scavenging with Uncle Lu, but he got careless once and suffered a severe muscle and bone injury, so Zhang Feng and I had to take his place. Even with the two of us combined, we aren't as strong as he is alone. Hearing this, Qin Yu confirms his previous suspicions. As expected, almost everyone here is weak. If they ever get attacked, only a handful of them would even be able to fight back. But I have no choice. If I want to get that old man's guidance, I'll have to protect this shelter. The scene shifts to a dark room where Qin Yu lies in bed. His mind is racing with endless thoughts. Without Xiao Wu by his side, he feels like something is missing. He sits up, curious about what she is doing. Wondering if Xiao Wu is asleep yet, he decides to surprise her and heads out into the hallway to look for her room. Qin Yu spots a room with its door left slightly ajar. He assumes she must feel just as lonely as him. That brat Xiao Wu really thinks exactly like me. She's pretty bold though, leaving the door open for me on purpose. Without a second thought, Qin Yu slips into the room, only to see Xiaona bundled up in blankets, rolling around on the bed. Tan Vu was absolutely sure it was Tu Vu, completely clueless that the person lying on the bed was actually Tu Na. He frowned, standing there lost in thought for a moment. Thinking back to his past life, he spent every single day struggling to survive among zombies, monsters, and ruthless powerhouses. Even finding a safe haven or getting 3 decent meals a day was a luxury, let alone having time for romance. Wanting to surprise her, Tanvu crawled onto the bed and grabbed Tu Na's leg. Startled, she quickly pulled her leg back. Thinking Tu Vu was just being shy and hiding, he smiled. But then, Tu Na spoke up, saying, "Tu Vu, are you doing this again? Giving up already? Come on, let's go for another 100 rounds." The moment he heard Tu Na's voice, Tanvu realized something was terribly wrong. Just then, Tu Vu knocked on the door from the outside, calling out, "Tu Na, why did you lock the door? I can't get in." Hearing her voice, Tu Na's face instantly flushed bright red. She scrambled to sit up, only to lock eyes with Tan Vu, who was still sitting on her bed. The awkwardness in the room was palpable. He quickly rushed over to open the door. Tu Vu looked at him in confusion and asked, "Big brother, I only went out to grab some sweet potatoes. Why are you in here?" He scrambled to explain, "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. I was just worried you'd be scared sleeping alone, so I wanted to check on you. Since Tu Na is here with you, I'll head back now." Before she could reply, Tanvu slammed the door shut and bolted outside, his face burning hot with embarrassment. He made a face of sheer, unbearable cringe. Panicked and utterly helpless, he screamed to himself, "Damn it, what on earth was I thinking?" Trying to shake it off, Tanvu headed downstairs and ran into Tu Na's grandfather. He politely greeted him first. "Good morning, sir." The old man warmly replied, "Ah, Vu, my boy. It's still early, and you guys had such a rough time out there. Why didn't you sleep in a bit more?" Tanvu walked over to him. "I'm fine, sir," he replied. "I just wanted to see if there's anything I can help with." Tanvu let out a quiet sigh of relief when he heard the old man call him by such a friendly nickname. It seemed Tu Na hadn't mentioned a word about last night's embarrassing incident. Just then, a low, menacing growling echoed from outside. The monsters began frantically banging on the door. Brother Lai quickly whispered to everyone, "Shh! Keep quiet, everyone. There are zombies climbing up to our floor." A young girl nearby started tearing up, desperately covering her mouth to muffle her sobs. "I don't want to die." A teenage boy next to her clutched his head in panic. "Damn it, what do we do? Barely anyone here can fight." Tu Na's grandfather suddenly gripped his cane and tried to stand up. Tan Vu quickly stepped over, gently patting his shoulder to calm him down. "Sir, please stay put. They're just a few zombies. Leave them to us young folks." Meanwhile, Lu Kong cracked the door open a sliver, peering outside to assess the situation. Not far from the main entrance, a few zombies were desperately clawing at the window, trying to find a way in. Looking at them, the old man asked in a worried tone, "How do these things even know we're in here?" "Calm and composed," Tanvu replied. "A few of them have evolved some intelligence. It might only be on par with wild beasts, but it's enough for them to track us down. After all, even beasts know how to hunt and track prey." Hearing this, the old man's face grew even paler, and he sighed, resting his head in his hands. "With just the few of us, taking down one is fine. 2, and I'm afraid someone will get hurt. But 5? What on earth are we going to do?" Just then, he looked up and saw Tanvu confidently walking out, holding a heavy iron bar. He quickly called out, "Hey, Tanvu, have you lost your mind? You can't take on that many zombies all by yourself." But before his words could even sink in, Tuvu suddenly appeared by his side to reassure him, "Don't worry, Uncle Lu. To my brother, these zombies are nothing but a piece of cake." Tanvu's sudden appearance immediately drew the attention of the ravenous horde. Without a second thought, they snarled and lunged straight at him. As the first one neared, he smoothly stepped to the side. He easily dodged and took it down. Before he could even catch his breath, another one leaped at him. Tanvu simply leaned back to dodge its claws. With cold, murderous eyes, he turned to stare directly at the beast. Instantly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. As the smoke cleared, the zombie was left charred and lifeless. Witnessing this insane display of power, Lu Kong stammered in shock. Is your brother a monster?" Moments later, Tanvu stood tall and victorious among the fallen zombies, having completely wiped them out. Turning back to the group, he calmly said, "It's done. Have some people go out and reinforce the wooden planks and iron sheets. I'll stay here to keep guard." Time slowly ticked by, and the sky above the apartment complex remained dark and gloomy. Once the work was finished, Lu Kong went back inside and reassured everyone, "Don't worry, guys. The danger has passed, and we've successfully reinforced the doors and windows." The residents let out collective sighs of relief, crying out, "Thank goodness, we were absolutely terrified." He then walked up to Tanvu and expressed his gratitude. "That was a close call today. We owe you our lives, Tanvu." As Tanvu watched him walk away, Tuna's grandfather slowly stood up. He called out, "Tanvu, come here for a moment. I need to speak with you." "Yes, sir," Tanvu responded immediately. The two of them then stepped into a quiet, private room. Closing the door behind them, Tuna's grandfather didn't waste any time. "You've killed people before, and not just one." Tanvu's expression instantly darkened. He replied in a low, cold tone, "You have sharp eyes, sir. You're right, it wasn't just one." Hearing his confession, the old man slowly reached up and began unbuttoning his shirt. "I know that in my fragile state, I'm no match for you. Of mine. But if worst comes to worst, I will risk my life to stop you from hurting others, even if it's just to buy some time." So now, he let his cane fall to the ground and questioned Qin Yu in a raspy voice. "Tell me, what is your real motive?" Seeing Xiao Na's grandfather's resolve, Qin Yu felt a hint of respect and praised him, thinking that experience really does trump youth. He quickly spoke to reassure and calm him down. "Sir, don't be so tense. I just want to make a deal." Hearing this, he hesitated slightly before questioning, "A deal? What kind of deal?" Seeing him calm down, Qin Yu immediately revealed his purpose. "It's very simple, a win-win deal. You take me as your disciple and pass down all your martial arts to me. In return, I will cure your chronic illness and completely transform your body." Hearing this, Xiaona's grandfather sighed in helplessness. "Young man, if you want to learn my martial arts, I don't mind passing them on to you, but how much longer do I even have to live? I know my own body better than you do. You might have ways to deal with zombies, but can you really bring someone back from the dead? This old man doesn't need you to give me a new body, but if you can protect Xiao Na in my place, then having you as my disciple is not out of the question." Qin Yu ignored his doubts, slowly bent down, and picked up the iron bar at his feet. "Sir, with those words of yours, I can rest easy." With that, he squeezed the iron bar tightly in his hand, crushing the metal inward. Witnessing this, Xiao Na's grandfather gasped in shock. "You! This strength!" Qin Yu didn't say another word, and simply tossed the iron bar aside. He continued, "Sir, I know a way to help you recover, and even make you as strong as me. You won't even need to rely on me to protect your granddaughter, Xiao Na." Having received that guarantee and witnessing his incredible power, the old man no longer hesitated and agreed. "Kid, this old man always keeps his word. If you can fulfill your promise, I will pass down my lifetime of martial arts to you." Sometime later, in another well-furnished room, a furious Zhang Feng pointed at Qin Yu and demanded in a loud voice, "Why is it that I only get one piece of bread, while he just got here today and already gets 2 pieces? Lu Kun immediately snapped back to put him in his place. "What are you whining about? It's not like you can even finish 2 pieces anyway. He's been the one protecting everyone these past 2 days. So what if he eats a bit more? Look at you, acting like a spoiled young master all day. What do you need so much food for anyway? To fatten yourself up for the zombies?" Hearing this, he got even more furious, slamming his hands down as he stood up and yelled, "Uncle!" But right at that moment, Brother Li spoke up and cut him off. "Just eat your food. You're lucky you even get a share. That one time you actually did something, you almost got me and Xiao Na crippled. You're a grown man, so who do you think is obligated to feed you? Seeing everyone ganging up on him, Zhang Feng was pushed to his limit. He pointed a trembling finger at them and yelled, "Fine, fine. You all have been sick of me for a long time. I'm leaving, and don't any of you dare try to stop me." With that, Zhang Feng stormed off, kicking a chair over on his way out to vent his anger. Lu Kun watched him walk out and asked hesitantly, "It looks like he's actually leaving. Should we call him back?" Brother Li remained completely calm, letting out a cold snort as he replied, "Where could he possibly go? He'll crawl back on his own in a bit." The source of the whole argument finally spoke up. "It's fine. Xiao Yu and I are heading out after we eat anyway. If we run into him, we'll just drag him back." Hearing that, Liu Kun sighed and quickly reminded him, "Qin Yu, we found plenty of food last time that can last us for a while, so there's no need to go out risking your lives again." Xiao Yu, standing nearby, quickly chimed in to reassure him. "Don't worry, Grandpa. My brother and I are both really strong. Those zombies won't stand a chance against us." A while later, after finishing their meal, the brother and sister made their way outside. Suddenly, Xiao Yu called out to him, "Hey, bro." Hearing her call him, he replied, "Huh?" To his utter surprise, she gave him a pouty, suspicious look and asked a cheeky question. "Between me and Xiao Na, whose body feels better to touch?" Hearing this, Qin Yu quickly tried to defend himself. "Wait, that's not it at all. Besides, you're one to talk. Who knew you'd end up sharing a bed with her the very second you met?" Even so, Xiao Yu still turned away in a huff and warned him, "I'll let it slide this time, but if I ever catch you messing around behind my back again, you're dead meat." Hearing those words come out of her mouth, he stood there completely frozen, thinking, "Messing around? Where on earth did you learn a phrase like that?" The scene then shifts from the apartment complex to the city streets, which are crawling with zombies at every turn. A metal bar is forcefully driven straight through the chest of a zombie lying on the ground. Qin Yu crouched down to search for something, muttering, "Nothing on this one either." Xiao Yu, who had just finished checking 2 other bodies, quickly reported as well, "Nothing on these 2 either." With their search complete, he walked over to her and let out a disappointed sigh. "We're not having much luck today." Suddenly, she leaned in close to him and asked a bizarre question. "Bro, did you fart? Why does it smell so weird?" Hearing this, Qin Yu scoffed and teased her back. "Don't be ridiculous. How could my fart smell that bad? There must be a bunch of rotting corpses nearby or something." Just as the words left his mouth, a mysterious noise suddenly echoed through the air, causing both of them to freeze in their tracks. Startled, Xiao Yu gasped in confusion. What on earth was that? Qin Yu muttered in suspicion. That was a loud scream. Could it be? With that, he immediately went on high alert. Sensing something was off, Xiao Yu followed him up to a high vantage point. That stench and that roar, they were definitely not normal. The 2 of them slipped inside a building and made their way up the stairs, step by step. Once they reached the rooftop, they didn't know what to expect, but the moment he laid eyes on it, he gasped in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes either, stammering, "What? What is that thing? It is huge." A good distance away, a massive creature was moving. Taking a closer look, it was a colossal dragon that had just demolished a whole building. Qin Yu quickly warned her, "It is a guardian dragon. Keep quiet. If it spots us, we are dead." He could not believe that just 2 months into the apocalypse, a creature had already evolved to this level. In the future, this beast would definitely become a beast lord. Xiao Yu stared at him, utterly confused, and asked, "A guardian dragon? What is that?" He immediately explained that when a mutated beast is severely wounded and infected by the zombie virus, it transforms into a powerful guardian beast. A guardian beast possesses the traits of both mutated beasts and zombies, making it far more terrifying than either. Hearing this, her brow furrowed as she realized just how dangerous their situation was. "So what do we do?" she whispered. "Should we take it down while it is distracted?" Qin Yu immediately shut down that risky idea. "No way. It is too dangerous. We need to hunt somewhere else." The scene shifts to a much more peaceful location than before. Xiao Yu was now holding an energy crystal, crying out in delight, "Brother, I found another one, and another. That makes 3. He walked over, took the energy crystal, and smiled. "And here I thought we would have bad luck today. This is actually a pretty good haul." After handing it over, she massaged her shoulders, feeling a bit exhausted. "Let us take a break. You have been hunting for so long." Without hesitation, Qin Yu agreed and pointed ahead. "Let us rest in there." We can also see if there is anything to eat. A short while later, a steaming hot bowl of noodles was ready to be eaten. While slurping his noodles, Qin Yu rubbed his chin and said to Xiao Yu, who was drinking some water, "It is strangely quiet around here." She paused mid-sip and replied casually, "Probably because we already wiped out all the zombies here," but he disagreed, instantly retorting, "No way. We only killed 70 or 80 of them this morning. Don't forget, we are evolvers. With our heightened senses, we should easily feel any zombie activity within a 1-kilometer radius." He paused, looking out through the glass window. Unless they are hiding on purpose, and Qin Yu was absolutely right. Just behind a nearby wall, a zombie was quietly watching their every move. Sensing it, he suddenly stood up, startling her. "Brother? What is it?" Grabbing his weapon, he warned her, "Xiao Yu, get ready. Just as I suspected, we have got an ambush." The moment the words left his mouth, cracks began to web across the ceiling right above them. Suddenly, the ceiling caved in. A horde of zombies dropped down right on top of them. Qin Yu reacted instantly, impaling the first zombie with his iron rod, killing it on the spot. He urgently ordered her to prepare for battle. "Xiao Yu, use those energy crystals to buff us now. Just save one for the old man, we are using the rest." Without a second thought, she nodded. "Got it." Instantly, the small convenience store was filled with the sounds of brutal hacking, slashing, and guttural snarls. A second later, a powerful explosion erupted, blowing the zombies backward. With bloodshot eyes, Qin Yu stood protectively in front of Xiao Yu, holding his glowing iron rod. Just as he caught his breath, he managed to gasp out, "This is bad." Suddenly, strange black figures began raining down on them from the sky like a downpour. He grabbed her arm and bolted. "Xiao Yu, run! We have been ambushed." The two of them sprinted for their lives, with a tidal wave of zombies hot on their heels. As they ran, Xiao Yu asked in disbelief, "Brother, are not zombies supposed to be mindless? How do they know how to use tactics?" Just as bewildered, Qin Yu replied, "I don't know either. Historically, they should not possess this kind of intelligence." Suddenly, as they neared a corner, another pack of zombies cut them off. "Oh no, we are surrounded." Cornered with nowhere to run, he cursed in frustration, "Damn it, we are trapped." But then Xiao Yu spotted a way out. "Brother, look. There is an alleyway over there." Without wasting a second, the two of them dove into the narrow alley, but the relentless zombie horde kept chasing them. Suddenly, Qin Yu ground to a halt. Confused, she cried out, "Brother!" But before she could say anything else, he cut in. "Xiao Yu, this alley is narrow. You will be safe behind me. Buff me now." His face contorted with pure rage as he snarled, "If these bastards want to play smart and work together, then let us see if they know the meaning of true terror." Qin Yu let out a deafening roar, unleashing his powers in a burst of sheer fury. With that, he lunged forward, ready to tear through the zombies. Qin Yu swung his weapon relentlessly, but the mindless monsters showed absolutely no fear, throwing themselves at him one after another. With a low growl, they lunged. But seeing this only fired him up even more as he dared them. "Come at me!" The second the words left his mouth, a massive explosion rocked the very spot where Tanvu was locked in his fierce battle. As soon as the smoke cleared, he quickly landed a blow on a leader zombie. Even though a good chunk of them had been wiped out, they just stubbornly kept on coming. This endless onslaught was really starting to tick Tanvu off. "Are you guys seriously not done yet? Looks like if I don't completely wipe you out, you're never going to stop." Just then, Tuvu noticed something and shouted, "Bro, look over there." Perched on a high-rise building right where she was pointing, 3 zombies were intently watching their every move. One quick glance was all it took for him to figure it out. No wonder these zombies actually had tactical coordination. Those 3 up there had to be the ones pulling the strings. Tanvu quickly gave instructions, already having a plan in mind. "Tuvu, make sure you stay right behind me. We're going to break through and settle the score with those 3. As the zombies kept swarming the narrow alley they were trapped in, a sudden burst of energy blasted right through the wall of the building next to them. Both he and Tuvu were fully prepared to put their plan into action. At that exact moment, a big-headed zombie up on the high-rise was staring down at them with intense focus. The two of them quickly dashed off to shake the horde. The moment they reached the stairwell, Tanvu urged, "Tuvu, get upstairs quick. I'm going to destroy the stairs and see how they try to chase us then." Without wasting a second, he swung his arm, delivering a devastating, decisive strike straight into the stairs. Just as Tanvu planned, the lower half of the staircase instantly blew to pieces. Amid the absolute chaos of the zombies below, With their path completely cut off, Tuvu made a smug face just to taunt them. In the blink of an eye, the furious zombies growled and lunged forward. Seeing what they were doing, she immediately alerted him. Bro, look, these guys actually know how to build a human ladder. Completely ignoring the mob, he replied, don't worry about them. We need to deal with those three up there first. Once they're gone, the rest will crumble like a house of cards. They're nothing to worry about. Tanvu decisively kicked the door wide open. But it seemed like the zombies had been waiting for him and Tuvu this whole time. Two zombies, one blue and one red, stood up, ready to join the fight. Seeing this, Tanvu quickly made an assessment. Tuvu, watch out. If I'm not mistaken, that middle zombie's ability is controlling the others. The two beside it are also under its control. She then asked out of curiosity, so you're saying all those zombies downstairs could coordinate because it was controlling them? After observing for a moment, he calmly confirmed, exactly, it is controlling them. To be able to control this many zombies, I'm afraid this guy's power might be even greater than mine when I'm enhanced. Just as Tanvu finished speaking, the big-headed zombie pointed its finger and screeched, barking out an order. Right on cue, the red zombie immediately obeyed, charging straight at him. As it ran, it built up momentum, conjuring massive bursts of fire all around itself. The red zombie then opened its jaws wide, preparing to spew fire at Tanvu. Seeing this, Tuvu immediately shouted, Bro, use your fire to counter it. His powerful flames clashed violently with its fire. Suddenly, right from the midst of the sparks, the blue zombie made a surprise leap. It quickly swung its arms, viciously attacking Tanvu. The sight of this made her cry out in worry, Bro! Fortunately, a blast of icy power knocked the blue zombie back. Tuvu simply couldn't stand by and watch anymore, so she intervened. She screamed, Get away from him. Having regained his footing, Tanvu immediately praised her. Great job, Tuvu. The iron bar in his hand struck the monster, but it seemed to have absolutely no effect. Even so, Tanvu didn't flinch, thinking, Is it really that tough? Right after, his iron bar was engulfed in a blazing aura of power. He powerfully drove the iron bar right through the blue zombie's body. Then try this on for size. It seemed like this attack caused it immense pain, making it scream relentlessly. While the blue zombie was still shrieking, Tanvu quickly leaped back. He then warned her, Tuvu, get out of the way. Without a second thought, Tuvu listened and ran to take cover. It seemed the blue zombie had become angrier than ever. It unleashed its full power, freezing almost everything in its vicinity. While hiding behind a wall, Tanvu whispered, Tuvu, enhance me. Hearing this, Tuvu immediately tried to stop him, but bro, without letting her finish, he cut her off. I have a plan. Now's the time, hurry. Meanwhile, the blue and red zombies were searching all over for any sign of them. Suddenly, Tanvu appeared right behind them, calling out to draw their attention. Hey, where are you guys looking? He raised his iron bar, challenging them. Come on, you bastards. The moment they spotted Tanvu, they growled and aggressively lunged at him. In an instant, the red zombie pinned him to the floor. This sight made the big-headed zombie chuckle in absolute satisfaction. Suddenly, something caught its attention, making it glance to the side. It turned out that Tanvu had somehow already sprinted right behind the big-headed zombie. Both the blue and red zombies gasped in pure shock and confusion. Ready to deliver the finishing blow, he raised his iron bar high and growled, Die! He then drove the magically infused iron bar straight through the big-headed zombie's head. The sight left the other two completely frozen in shock. Instantly, they collapsed straight to the floor, as if all their energy had been completely drained. Even so, the blue zombie still struggled to sit up. Not about to let that happen, Qin Yu slammed his iron rod straight into its head. The next second, he let out a sigh of relief, glad that it was finally over. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu cried out excitedly, Brother, look! Those zombies are all scattering. Just as he expected, Qin Yu smiled faintly and replied, Of course, without anyone controlling them, those zombies down there are worse than wild beasts. He then used a sharp knife to slice open the big-headed zombie. It looked like Qin Yu had found something. Sure enough, hearing this, Xiao Yu asked curiously, What is it? As soon as she saw the crystal in Qin Yu's hand, she realized it was nothing like the others they had found. This one definitely held an incredibly strong evolutionary energy. Staring intently at it, he slowly replied, The color is a bit lacking compared to a demon class, but it is still pretty amazing. Qin Yu then held out the crystal, following their usual routine to duplicate and strengthen one for each of them. Xiao Yu quickly clapped her hands and cheered, "Good stuff, good stuff." Suddenly, he seemed to sense a strange power coming from the crystal. Seeing Qin Yu freeze up, she asked in confusion, "Brother, go ahead and copy it. Why is nothing happening?" It seemed he had discovered something strange hidden deep within the crystal. "It looks like there is an energy tier suppression." Incredibly curious, Xiao Yu asked, "Energy tier suppression? Another new term?" Right away, Qin Yu began to explain like a real teacher. What exactly is energy tier suppression? It is the gap in power between two individuals that causes a level suppression. To put it simply, if my energy level exceeds yours, then your strengthening effect on me will be greatly weakened. By the same token, this evolutionary energy level is much higher than mine, so duplicating it is going to take a lot of effort. Hearing this, she hesitantly guessed, So does that mean that big-headed guy?" With just a hint from Xiao Yu, Qin Yu quickly confirmed, "You guessed right. That guy was way stronger than we thought. It is just that his ability is quite unique. He cannot increase his own combat power, and his luck was pretty bad, only managing to find an ice user and a fire user with slightly stronger abilities. I bet he controlled that zombie horde to attack us, just to defeat us, so he could take over our bodies and expand his zombie army." Staring closely at the glowing crystal in his hand, he added, "It looks like it is going to take us a lot of time to duplicate and strengthen this." A long while later, she sat tiredly on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. "Finally, we are done." Qin Yu stared at the crystal in curiosity, wondering how much of a boost this will give us. As soon as he finished his sentence, they both popped the crystals into their mouths. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he were hit by some sudden shock. In an instant, Qin Yu threw his hands up, jumped to his feet, and bent forward to let out a loud roar. Turns out Qin Yu was just being dramatic. "I can feel my strength now is 15 or 16 times that of an ordinary person." Even Xiao Yu could not help but roll her eyes. "Why do you have to be so dramatic every time you eat these things?" He then put on a deadpan expression and asked Xiao Yu, "Seriously, did you not feel anything?" But she was already far too used to his antics. "No, I feel a lot stronger, like 12 or 13 times more powerful than a normal person." After hearing her explanation, he was genuinely puzzled. "With that much of a boost, why did you not let out a roar?" She repeated his question with absolute helplessness. "Why on earth would I roar?" He replied nonchalantly, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Did you not notice that I roar every single time?" At this point, Xiao Yu could only sigh, which is exactly why I said you are being dramatic. After that, they left the tall building and began walking down the street. As if suddenly remembering something, Qin Yu spoke up. "These past few days we have been out hunting, we have made a massive haul, and the two of us have gotten so much stronger. We even found the evolutionary energy for him, which means we can help give him a new lease on life. Now, I can learn martial arts from him with a clear conscience." Tuning out his long speech, she sighed, "I am so exhausted. I need to stuff my face when we get back." Paying no mind to her expression, he teased her bluntly. "Still thinking about eating? In this apocalypse, everyone is starving down to skin and bones, yet you look like you have put on some weight." Annoyed by his teasing, she snorted and threw a punch, yelling, "You are the fat one," rubbing his sore spot after the punch. Qin Yu groaned. "Xiao Yu, your physical strength is 12 or 13 times greater now. That punch of yours, man." Before he could even finish, Xiao Yu noticed something and gasped, "Brother, something is wrong." Qin Yu immediately stopped joking around, saying, "I smell it too. It is the scent of fresh blood." Sensing the worst, she said anxiously, "Our shelter is right ahead. It could not have been attacked by zombies, right?" But as soon as they arrived, they were greeted by the gruesome sight of everyone in the shelter brutally slaughtered. Unable to believe his own eyes, he muttered, "What is this?" Xiao Yu was equally horrified, crying out, How could this happen?" Qin Yu knelt down to inspect the bodies, realizing this was not the work of zombies. He said in a grim, certain voice, "Humans did this." Panicking, Xiao Yu screamed, Xiao Na, are you still alive?" Seeing this, Qin Yu muttered grimly, "Xiao Na, the old man, and Lu Kun are missing." Tears streamed down her face when she could not find them. They were completely defenseless. Who did this? Who? How could anyone do something so completely heartless? The next second, he steps outside and spots fresh footprints, but he can't hold back his raging anger. Qin Yu's face darkens. "I don't care who they are. Anyone who ruins my plans is a dead man." The sky outside is as gloomy as their mood. Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu quickly search everywhere. Scanning the street, He realizes all the zombies have already been wiped out. Whoever did this has to be an evolved. Suddenly, something catches her eye and she gasps, "Brother, look over there." A pack of zombies is snarling at someone hanging from a tree. They immediately realize, to their horror, that it is Uncle Lu. Unable to hold back his rage, Qin Yu grits his teeth and quickly cuts him down to save him. As Uncle Lu slowly opens his eyes, they desperately call out, "Uncle Lu! Uncle Lu!" Seeing that he is conscious, Qin Yu quickly demands, "Uncle Lu, tell me, who did this to you?" Despite being brutally tortured, Uncle Lu spits out with pure hatred. That beast, that ungrateful, pathetic excuse for a human. Hearing this, Qin Yu instantly guesses. Zhang Feng? Wincing in pain, Uncle Lu confirms, "Yes, it is him." With the culprit identified, Qin Yu gently reassures him, "I will get revenge for everyone, I promise." Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Uncle Lu breaks down in tears and begs, "Please, do me one favor. Kill me. Put me out of my misery." This heartbreaking plea weighs heavily on Qin Yu, but knowing there is no other way, he nods and says, "I understand." His final words fade into a whisper of gratitude. "Thank you." Just like that, his breathing stops, and Xiao Yu says with a heavy heart, "Zhang Feng? Why would he do this? And how does he even have the power to pull off something like this? Unless he also became an evolved." Qin Yu explains, "Zhang Feng now has the power to take down zombies. Either he ran into someone who gave him the means to evolve, or he awakened on his own as an evolved." She instantly catches on. Awakened on his own? Even through his burning anger, Qin Yu continues, "I think that is highly likely. When some people are pushed to the absolute limit by danger, their latent potential is unlocked, and they awaken as an evolved." The scene shifts to a high-rise building where 3 thugs are standing guard. The black-haired lackey groans, "Man, I am so exhausted." Hearing this, the bald thug warns him with a serious look, "Hey, watch your mouth. We just got a new boss. If you rub him the wrong way, you are dead meat." Agreeing, the spiky-haired thug chimes in, "Seriously, I heard this new boss is even more ruthless than the old one." Flashing back to 2 days ago, Zhang Feng's voice rings out with bitter resentment. Fine. I know you guys have been looking down on me this entire time. I am out of here, but you guys better pray you never fall into my hands." He then storms out of the room, slamming the door shut. Storming down the street, Zhang Feng keeps muttering curses. "Everyone is out to get me. Since when does a guy like me have to put up with this kind of disrespect? Just you wait." The city slowly sinks into darkness, perfectly mirroring his pitch-black mood. But the moment he encounters a single zombie, regret washes over him. Damn it. How am I supposed to survive in this apocalypse by myself? I was too impulsive, and it is all their fault. The next second, the snarling zombie lunges forward, trying to bite his head off. Fortunately, Zhang Feng ducks just in time to dodge the attack, but he suddenly freezes, paralyzed by the sight before him. It turns out that during the struggle, a whole horde of zombies has surrounded him. Terrified, he immediately bolts, screaming for help at the top of his lungs. "I don't want to die here." But it seems Lady Luck has completely abandoned him. He trips over an iron bar in the middle of the road, face-planting onto the pavement right in front of the advancing monsters. A zombie closes in, opening its massive jaws to devour him. But in the next second, 2 loud gunshots ring out, easily dropping the monsters dead. It turns out to be a smug thug who sneers, "Well, look what we have here." Relieved to be alive, Zhang Feng bursts into tears. "Thank you, big brothers." Ignoring his pathetic gratitude, the thug steps closer and asks, "Hey, is this pretty boy a guy or a girl?" Another thug chuckles, "What a lucky day. He is a pretty delicate one. Let's take him back to the boss and trade him for a girl so the boys can have some real fun." Tossed over a shoulder like a sack of potatoes, Zhang Feng panics and screams, What are you guys talking about? Where are you taking me?" The thug just bursts out laughing and replies, "You will find out when we get there, kid. Trust me, you are going to have a great time." They drag him all the way to a massive high-rise building. Inside, a highly pleased voice rings out, "You boys did an excellent job." It is the green-haired boss, his eyes lighting up as he remarks, "Now this is exactly my favorite type." Tied up tightly, Zhang Feng weeps, desperately begging for mercy. "Be big brother, please, let me go." Unable to wait any longer, the boss waves his hand. "Go on, pick any girl you guys want. I have some important business to take care of here." Understanding the hint, the thugs quickly reply, "You got it, boss. Enjoy yourself. We will get out of your way." Realizing the terrible situation, a pale-faced Zhang Feng frantically tries to bargain. No, no, boss, I'll give you anything you want. I have money. No, I can take you to a place with tons of supplies, food, and even women, boss. But the boss doesn't care at all. Hearing his words, the green-haired leader licked his lips like he was about to savor a delicious treat. He stepped closer. Lifting Zhang Feng's chin, he looked at him with mock tenderness and said, "My beauty, I don't care about those things. I only want you." Then, his agonizing, humiliated screams echoed throughout the luxurious room. As he put his clothes back on, the green-haired leader laughed and praised him. "Little Feng, you gave me a pleasure I've never felt before." Still panting, he spoke as if marking his territory. "I'm going to cherish you. From now on, you are my personal male pet." After the brutal abuse, Zhang Feng was covered in sweat, but he forced himself to reply, "Yes, master, I'll be good and obey you." But the green-haired leader still showed his obsessive possessiveness, saying, "But you must never betray me, especially with those women. I won't allow you to flirt with any women, so I need to find a way to completely destroy your interest in them." Realizing what he meant, he cried out in sheer terror, "Master, you don't mean..." Cutting Zhang Feng off, the leader grabbed a knife and ordered his men to fetch a doctor to stop the bleeding, saying, "I need to castrate my little male pet." Hearing this, his face turned pale as a ghost, and he desperately begged, "No, master, please, I promise I'll be good and listen to you. I won't even think about women anymore. Please don't." In the blink of an eye, the green-haired leader struck, leaving Zhang Feng in paralyzing agony. His agonizing screams echoed through the entire building. A long time later, Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, the leader spoke with fake affection, "Now, that's my sweet boy." Suddenly, Zhang Feng bolted upright, staring down at his empty crotch. The horrifying sight left him completely paralyzed with shock. As a wave of murderous aura erupted from Zhang Feng, the leader scoffed, "I'll make sure to cherish you even more from now on. You won't be needing that thing anyway." Just as he finished speaking, a sickening snap rang out, like the sound of breaking bones. The green-haired leader's body instantly froze, and he gasped in horror, "What did you do? Why can't I move?" At his words, both Zhang Feng and the doctor turned around in surprise. Suddenly, the doctor bolted, screaming, "Monster! There's a monster!" Not letting him get away, Zhang Feng waved his hand, unleashing dark energy that instantly froze the doctor's body in place. The doctor screamed in utter desperation, "Don't kill me! I only helped stop your bleeding! He's the one who did this to you!" Dark energy completely enveloped Zhang Feng's body. Witnessing his maniacal state, the green-haired leader finally felt a wave of pure terror. What? What are you doing? I'm your master. Stay back." His trembling voice echoed throughout the room. "Stop. Help. Someone help me. Please, spare me." Meanwhile, outside the building, the moon hung high in the pitch-black sky. Somehow, Zhang Feng had already captured Xiao Na and her grandfather. Zhang Feng's sheer brutality sent a shiver down Xiao Na's spine. It seemed the devastating trauma from earlier had driven him completely insane. "I used this knife to carve that bastard's flesh off, piece by piece. He sure was a stubborn piece of trash. It took him over 2 hours to finally die." Horrified by his sheer cruelty, Xiao Na cried out, "You're a monster." Her words made him scoff. "A monster?" Zhang Feng glared at her, his voice dripping with resentment as he spat. "If I'm a monster, isn't it because of what you all did to me? If you guys hadn't turned your backs on me, would I have ever run away?" He then proceeded to shift all the blame onto them. Would I have been captured by that bastard, violated by that beast, and ended up in this wretched state? Unable to stand his pathetic blame game, Xiao Na argued through her tears. "You brought this on yourself. You never helped us. You just walked around with that obnoxious attitude, causing trouble for everyone. No one ever kicked you out. You left on your own." Bowing her head, she muttered in despair, "We went through hell together. How could you do this? You didn't even spare the elderly or the children." Yet, Zhang Feng remained completely heartless. "Who said we went through hell together? Now that I'm powerful, I don't need weaklings like you. In my eyes, you're nothing but prey and playthings." His words filled Xiao Na's grandfather with rage, and he barked, "You ungrateful brat, we should have never saved you in the first place." The old man's voice caught his attention, and he turned around as if he had just found a new toy. Zhang Feng sneered, "I almost forgot about you, you old geezer. When I was pursuing Xiao Na, you did everything to stop me, and you even beat me up. Now that you're in my hands, did you really think I'd let you die an easy death?" Unbothered by his threats, Xiao Na's grandfather provoked him further. I've faced worse storms than you in my life. Bring on whatever sick tricks you've got. If Bai Tianhao even flinches, I'm not a real man." Terrified, Xiao Na quickly jumped in front of her grandfather, crying, "No! Don't you dare touch my grandfather!" This display of familial love made Zhang Feng sick to his stomach. Meanwhile, a harsh voice rang out from outside the building. "Hold it right there. Who's there?" It turned out that Qin Yu had successfully tracked down Zhang Feng's hideout. "Have any of you seen a guy named Zhang Feng?" one of the thugs barked. Hearing this, the black-haired thug is completely baffled. Isn't that their great alliance leader? He's not some random guy just any lowlife can meet on a whim. But right after that, the spiky-haired thug gets totally distracted by their looks. He realizes the girl's face and figure are absolute top tier. That guy is pretty handsome too. I heard that before our new alliance leader took power, he was actually the previous leader's boy toy. Maybe the boss has a taste for that, so both of these two will be useful. He quickly agrees, thinking it actually makes a lot of sense. Catching on, the bald thug speaks up, saying that since they delivered themselves right to their doorstep, they can forget about leaving. "You want to see the alliance leader, right? I'll take you there." With that, he reaches his hand out, trying to touch Xiao Wu, but Qin Yu isn't about to let this creep get his way. He grabs the bald thug's hand and twists it instantly, asking through gritted teeth, "What do you think you're doing?" Qin Yu's grip leaves the bald thug in absolute agony, making him scream out, "It hurts! It hurts! Kill him! Kill him!" His two lackeys immediately pull out their guns and start firing like crazy. Their sheer audacity completely pisses Qin Yu off, and his face goes dark. Not realizing the danger they are in, they just keep on shooting. But suddenly, both the black-haired and spiky-haired thugs are left wondering, where did he go? It turns out, he has already closed the distance. With a blade already pressed against their necks, Qin Yu asks one more time, "Where is Zhang Feng?" Terrified and trembling, the spiky-haired thug stammers out, "He is on the 3rd floor, the lounge on the 3rd floor." Without even sparing them a second glance, Qin Yu calls out, "Xiao Wu, let's go." Just one simple display of power is enough to scare these thugs half to death, leaving them shaking in terror. Outside Zhang Feng's room, two guards with green and pink hair are staring curiously at something, only to see Qin Yu and Xiao Na walking straight toward them. This makes the pink-haired guard demand, "Who are you guys, and how did you get in here?" Not wanting to involve innocent bystanders, Qin Yu quickly speaks up, "I am here for Zhang Feng. This has nothing to do with you, so back off." Hearing this, the green-haired guard immediately snaps in anger. "What do you think the Dacian gang is? A place where you can just walk in and out as you please?" He charges forward with a knife in hand, shouting that they must be begging to die. But before the green-haired guard can even strike, Qin Yu grabs his wrist in a tight lock. In the blink of an eye, the green-haired guard is sent flying through the air. This terrifying sight leaves the pink-haired guard completely stunned with his jaw dropped, unable to help but scream out, "Monster!" The loud commotion wakes up the rest of the gang inside the building, who start grumbling. "What is going on? What is all this noise? Yeah, what is with the racket? What happened?" Seeing his comrades show up, the pink-haired guard immediately warns them, "This kid is a monster, everyone watch out." But they do not believe him at all, scoffing, "Are you stupid? There is no such thing as a monster. It is clearly just some pretty boy and a little brat. If you guys do not want this easy prey, then I will take it for myself." A thug wearing sunglasses fearlessly walks up to them, saying, "Hey there, little sister. Let me show you how fun it is to be a woman today." Their sheer stupidity leaves Qin Yu so done that he does not even bother to speak. With just one hand, he slams the guy's head right into the wall. Shocked by Qin Yu's terrifying strength, the others are in disbelief, muttering, "Damn, is this kid trying to catch us off guard? Let us all get him together and take this bastard down." At the same time, inside Zhang Feng's room, Xiao Na's panicked scream rings out, "Grandpa, Grandpa." He gloats with satisfaction, saying, "See that? This is what you get." Ignoring Zhang Feng, she couldn't hold back her agonizing cry, "Grandpa!" Right after that, he reached out his hand to cast a spell, targeting her next. Zhang Feng's power surged through his hand, preparing to unleash an attack on Xiao Na. The next second, she curled up, seemingly enduring some intense pain. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs rattled the door from outside. "What's going on?" Fortunately, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu kicked the door open and rushed in just in time. Seeing them, he broke out in a nervous sweat, stuttering, "You guys, how did you even get in here?" The moment she stepped inside, Xiao Yu was horrified by the sight before her. She cried out the moment she saw Xiao Na wrapped in vines, "Xiao Na." Taking a closer look, Xiao Yu quickly said, "Brother, do you see that? those sharp thorns and tentacles. Qin Yu immediately replied, I can see that this is a calamity class ability. While Zhang Feng was aggressively summoning his magic, Qin Yu calmly stood his ground against the painful curse. Then, Qin Yu continued to explain that the abilities unlocked after awakening and evolving are divided into several types. My flame ability belongs to the nature class. The power of the guy in front of us looks extremely evil, so it most likely belongs to the calamity class. As for your enhancement ability and my copying ability, they belong to the mystic class. Just as he finished his sentence, Xiao Na cried out in tears, Xiao Yu, he killed my grandpa. This shocking news made him ask in disbelief. What? Zhang Feng arrogantly snapped. You little brat, who do you think you're glaring at? I will give you a chance to get down on your knees and beg for mercy, otherwise. The next second, he put on a smug face and threatened, I will make you experience the torment of absolute hell. Dark, ominous thorns immediately shot straight toward Qin Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu screamed in, Worry, brother, watch out, get out of the way. Unfortunately, he couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the sharp thorns. At the same time, Zhang Feng sneered in contempt, paralyzed with fear. Are we? You don't even know how to run. But before he could even finish his sentence, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with pure, murderous intent. His calm demeanor immediately panicked Zhang Feng, who stammered, You, how are you completely fine? Then, he suddenly laughed out loud to reassure himself. I get it. You are just pretending to be fine despite the pain, aren't you? I can see right through you. Not letting Zhang Feng celebrate for long, Qin Yu tightly gripped the iron bar in his hand. Seeing this, his face darkened as he stammered, You bastard! As the iron bar began to be enveloped in magical energy, Zhang Feng cried out in terror. Stop. Stop right there. Don't come any closer. Suddenly, a cold voice of agreement echoed from behind him. Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately glanced back. He seemed absolutely terrified as he watched Xiao Na undergo a bizarre transformation. Drenched in sweat, Zhang Feng stammered, Xiao Na, how are you also? However, this was exactly as Qin Yu had anticipated. Sure enough, as he closely watched her dark and ominous aura, he confirmed that she was indeed the goddess of death. Xiao Na's eyes flared with pure, raw rage as she growled, Leave this piece of trash to me. Qin Yu replied without a moment's hesitation, You got it. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was still shouting in worry, Xiao Na. The scene then flashes back to the past, where desperate voices ring out, We are surrounded. What do we do? There are still so many zombies at this level, we have to break through. Qin Yu recalled that the first time he met the goddess of death, he was still just a rookie. Voices of pure admiration echoed around him. That is the goddess of death. She is incredibly strong. Recalling those memories, Qin Yu continued his train of thought. She possessed the combat power of a literal monster, slaughtering hundreds of zombies with absolute ease. He remembered that she also held the title of the Descending Reaper, wielding the strongest calamity class ability. An image of the goddess of death, looking utterly bored, appeared, wiping them out in an instant while sighing, How boring. Qin Yu continued to narrate how her absolute power dominated the post-apocalyptic world. Whether it was humans, zombies, mutated beasts, or alien races who fought her, not a single one survived. Then, Lil Black, beside the goddess of death, asked, So, where are we going to play next? Lost in his memories, Qin Yu mused. She was a lone wolf, completely unpredictable, and walking the line between good and evil. She acted purely on whim, never showing goodwill or malice toward anyone. That is, unless they were foolish enough to cross her. Snapping back to reality, Xiao Na, who had now awakened the power of the goddess of death, spoke in a low, cold voice. You used to always cling to me, and although I found it annoying, I never despised you. When the apocalypse began and your family died, it was our community that took you in and protected you. She stepped closer and closer, confronting Zhang Feng's rotten conscience. When you left, I thought you would realize your mistakes and return on your own. We would have forgiven you, but instead, you slaughtered everyone. I just don't understand. We never did anything wrong to you. Only now did he feel true terror, desperately begging for mercy. I'm an ungrateful bastard. I'm worse than a dog. Please, spare me. Unable to stand Zhang Feng's shamelessness, Xiao Na snapped. Only now do you think of apologizing. Immediately, she commanded. Devour him, Lil Black. Hearing this, the phantom Lil Black eagerly lunged forward, laughing. As you wish, master. It reached out, ready to snatch him up. Next, Zhang Feng let out a terrified scream as Lil Black gleefully closed in. In the blink of an eye, it sucked out his rotten soul, leaving only. With a single glance, Qin Yu could tell that creature was draining Zhang Feng's evolution energy. Confirming his suspicion, Zhang Feng's face went completely blank. After stuffing its face, Xiao He tossed him onto the ground and let out a satisfied laugh. It cheered gleefully. Ah, so refreshing. Witnessing this, Qin Yu made a mental note. It has definitely grown stronger, and now carried an aura of agonizing torment. Could it be that by draining others, this thing actually inherits the powers of its victims? With that, Xiao He flew back to Xiaona and cheered. Master, I'm all done. That was delicious. But Xiao Yu wasn't celebrating. She rushed over, worried. Xiaona, are you okay? Xiaona slowly looked up and replied, I'm fine now. Overwhelmed with emotion, she turned her gaze back to her grandfather. Qin Yu stepped in, speaking gently but firmly, Xiaona, we have to cremate your grandfather. If we don't, he'll turn into a zombie, and someone else will just end up killing him again. His bluntness made Xiao Yu scowl in frustration. Seriously? Do you have no filter? But Xiaona didn't seem upset. Instead, she calmly agreed. You're right, she whispered. Please, take care of it for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu waved his hand to fulfill her wish. Once it was done, he turned to her with a serious look. Xiaona, I have a request, Qin Yu said firmly. I want your Xiao He to spar with me. Xiaona immediately shut him down without a second thought. There's no need. My Xiao He is too strong. Qin Yu remained completely unfazed. I know. Tell him not to hold back and just go all out. Seeing his unwavering determination, she relented. All right, but we stop when it's time. But to her surprise, Xiao He stammered, actually, yours truly can't beat him. Xiaona blinked in disbelief. You can't beat him? Desperate to save face, the creature quickly made excuses. No. I mean, I was literally just born, okay? I'm still just a baby. Once I grow up, I'll definitely kick his butt. Their exchange left both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu completely speechless. After a moment of silence, Xiaona flatly declined. I'm sorry then. Xiao He doesn't want to fight you. Under the dark sky, stars twinkled gently alongside the soft glow of the moon. After a while, Qin Yu walked over and asked, So, what are your plans now? Clutching the urn in her hands, Xiaona replied softly, My grandfather always loved to travel. He wanted to take me to see the world, but I always refused to go with him. Now, I want to make his dream come true. I'm going to take him around the world. Her words struck a chord in Qin Yu, and he thought to himself, in the future, they say the goddess of death traveled the world completely alone. Some said she was training, others said she was hunting for treasures. Who would have thought she was just trying to make up for her grandfather's regrets? After a brief pause, Qin Yu blurted out, Don't go, stay with me. The sudden proposal made her stop and turn around. Brother, Xiao Yu hissed, mortified that Xiaona would take it the wrong way. Her voice seemed to snap Qin Yu back to reality. I mean, the outside world is too dangerous right now. You should travel with us first. With Xiao Yu here, you can get stronger, and then we can all take your grandfather's ashes around the world together. Desperate to convince her, he scrambled for words. Besides, I promise that if you stay with me, you will become incredibly strong. When that time comes, we will be powerful enough that every living being in this apocalyptic world will revere us like gods. Xiao Yu chimed in, pleading, He's right, Xiaona. Stay with us. My brother and I will protect you. Even Xiao He chimed in. Though I am but a child, I've got more than enough power to protect my boss. But despite their pleading, Xiaona remained resolute. I really don't want to get involved with anyone else right now. I just want to be alone. I'm sorry. As she turned to leave, Qin Yu made one last desperate attempt. Are you really just going to walk away? After all, I've saved your life twice now. You're just going to leave? At those words, Xiaona froze. Fearing her brother was pushing too hard, Xiao Yu quickly tugged his sleeve. Brother, stop. Let her go. Xiaona didn't look back, but her voice was unwavering. I won't forget what I owe you. I will repay you in the future. But for now, I just need to be on my own. Outside the towering skyscraper, dusk settled over the ruins. Silence hung heavy in the air until Qin Yu finally let out a long, heavy sigh. Seeing this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but mock his desperate puppy dog look from earlier. Don't go. Stay by my side. I'll protect you. She teased, nudging him. Well, how'd I do? Are you throwing a tantrum just because a pretty girl slipped right through your fingers? Despite her teasing, Qin Yu kept a completely straight face. Are you making fun of me again? I'm only interested in her potential. Her ability is easily S-class, maybe even way beyond that. Having someone like her on our team would have given our combat power a massive boost. Long accustomed to her brother's painfully dense and unromantic personality, Xiao Yu rolled her eyes. Yeah, I get it. You want to be the king of the apocalypse, defeat the supreme emperors, shatter the heavens, and seize the throne to become a god. Qin Yu looked at her, completely baffled. Where on earth do you learn these ridiculous phrases? Actually, if we're talking about why Xiaona didn't stay, it's actually your fault. Blindsided by the accusation, Xiao Yu squealed. What? How is this my fault? He smirked, cutting her off. Well, who told you to come home so early that night? If you'd been a little later, she might already be mine by now. Qin Yu's teasing comment sent a bright blush rushing to Xiao Yu's face. Annoyed, she didn't say another word, simply swinging a fist and punching his arm. Ugh, you're the worst. After fooling around for a bit, they both stepped outside the building. Immediately, a crowd rushed over, begging, Boss, boss. From now on, you're our new boss. If you tell us to go east, we absolutely won't go west. Please accept our respect. But Qin Yu couldn't care less. I'm not interested. Go find someone else. Then, something crossed his mind, and he asked curiously, Your private club probably has a ton of weapons, doesn't it? Take me there to have a look. The lackey spoke up. Well, you're asking the right guy. This club used to belong to our former boss, Li Deshan. Aside from his thing for handsome guys, his other big hobby was collecting weapons. Guns, swords, blades, axes, hooks, spears, ropes, and clubs. Annoyed by the chatter, Brother Shou slapped the lackey on the back of his head and barked, Why are you blabbering about that trash? The boss is asking about weapons to deal with zombies. What use is listing all that junk to him? Qin Yu actually found this pretty interesting. Having those kinds of weapons is fine by me. Show me the way. Inside the room, racks of swords stood next to a display of blades of all shapes and sizes. The lackey excitedly showed Qin Yu around. Boss, look at this. These were all Li Deshan's prized treasures. Even the cheapest piece here is worth tens of thousands of dollars. From the design to the materials, everything is top tier and genuine. As Qin Yu's gaze locked onto a specific spot, the lackey standing beside him immediately noticed. It was a spear, displayed on its own rack, separate from all the other weapons. Spotting where Qin Yu was looking, the lackey eagerly chimed in. Boss, you've got an amazing eye. This used to be Li Dashan's absolute favorite. The shaft is made of solid cast iron, flawless, and incredibly sturdy. The spearhead itself was forged and quenched 100 times. It's incredibly heavy, but unfortunately, it's just too heavy for a normal person to even swing. Brother Shou and the lackey struggled together to carry the heavy weapon over to Qin Yu. Boss, look, we practically broke our backs bringing this to you. Qin Yu effortlessly grabbed the spear with a single hand and gave it a smooth spin. Qin Yu nodded. Not bad. It fits perfectly. Brother Shou and the lackey stood there, clapping like crazy and sucking up to him. Damn, boss, you're a beast. You're totally invincible. Seeing the room packed with weapons, Xiao Yu couldn't help but ask, Is there anything lightweight and handy that I could use? The lackey eagerly replied, Oh, absolutely. We definitely have something for you. He pulled out a blade and handed it to Xiao Yu. This one is perfect for you, miss. It was forged using top-tier craftsmanship. It's light as a feather, but incredibly strong, sharp enough to cut through solid iron like butter. Xiao Yu grabbed the blade and started swinging it around wildly. Wow, brother, this blade is actually super light. Terrified of getting sliced, Brother Shou and the lackey turned pale, scrambling backward and screaming, Whoa, easy there, young lady. Watch where you're pointing that thing. If you nick us, we're dead meat, Qin Yu spoke up. Look, I won't make things hard on you two. These two weapons aren't really a big deal to you guys anyway. Qin Yu laid out his terms. Just give us a gun each, and we'll be on our way. As for who gets to be the boss of this place, you guys can do whatever you want. 2 weeks later, Qin Yu held his weapon in hand as a flying monster zipped wildly around them. Qin Yu was caught off guard by its sheer speed. This thing's physical stats are easily 16 times that of an average human. Suddenly, the flying rat materialized right behind Qin Yu. As it lunged, Qin Yu whipped around and thrust his spear forward. It's teleporting. Xiao Yu screamed in panic. Brother, watch your back. But the flying rat was already behind him. Whoosh! Qin Yu's face darkened as he tracked its movements. Spotting his opening, he thrust his spear straight into its face. Die! Xiao Yu sighed. This thing's evolutionary energy is clearly off the charts, but I still don't feel any boost to my stats. It feels like we're still just a tiny bit short. Qin Yu replied, having 20 times the physical strength of a normal human is the absolute limit for a level 1 evolver. Once we break past that limit, we'll enter level 2 evolution, and our power will skyrocket. Looking down at the dead flying rat, Qin Yu continued, we're both stuck at the 20 times limit right now, and breaking through is going to be incredibly tough. Clenching his fist, he added, but I can feel it. If we absorb just a little more evolutionary energy, we'll definitely make it to level 2. Suddenly, something strange appeared in the sky. Xiao Yu pointed upward. Brother, never mind that for a second. Look up there. Red clouds began gathering in the sky. The blood rain was coming. Drops of bloody rain started pouring down on them. Qin Yu grunted in annoyance. Tch, even with 20 times normal physical stats, this damn blood rain still burns like hell. Turning to Xiao Yu, he asked with concern, what about you? Does the blood rain hurt you at all? Xiao Yu shook her head. No, not at all. He quickly pulled her along. Whatever the reason, let's find some shelter first. They ran to a nearby warehouse. Qin Yu pushed the heavy doors open, and they both slipped inside. Looks like a lumber warehouse. Xiao Yu turned to him with a pout. Brother, I'm starving. We haven't eaten in ages. Can we make some instant ramen? The two of them sat huddled by a small campfire, each enjoying a steaming bowl of delicious, fragrant noodles. Suddenly, Qin Yu froze. Someone is heading this way. Stay sharp, Xiao Yu whispered. Is it a zombie? Qin Yu shook his head. No. Zombie footsteps are never this rhythmic. This is a human. Outside, Li Song sniffed the air. Smells like someone's in there. I can smell instant noodles. Bursting through the entrance, Li Song pointed his gun right at Qin Yu's head. Ha! I knew it! Qin Yu calmly took another bite of his noodles. Don't point that gun at me. I'm only going to say this once. Lao La saw things getting tense, so he spoke up in a gentle voice. My bad, brother. We had no idea someone was already inside. Sorry for the intrusion. Do you mind if we shelter from the rain here? Qin Yu replied. Yeah, go ahead. But Li Song was just looking for an excuse to lose his temper. Listen, kid, that is a pretty rude way to talk. Do you need me to teach you some manners? Lao La quickly stepped in to stop him. Li Song, shut up. Keep your head down. Xiao Yu turned to ask him, are they all evolved humans? Qin Yu explained quietly, yeah, all 4 of them are evolved, but their levels are extremely low. They probably just awakened recently. That bearded guy has some martial arts training, so he has a bit of skill, but the other 3 are not even worth mentioning. Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard Qin Yu's words. Lao La could not help but praise him. You have got a sharp eye, kid. Looks like you are pretty capable yourself. Standing nearby, Li Song scoffed in denial. It was probably just a lucky guess. While everyone was eating and minding their own business, a sudden noise caught Xiao Yu's attention, making her look toward the entrance. Click! A stranger pushed the door open, wearing a smug, playful grin. Everyone stared at Xiaofeng in confusion. Xiaofeng casually pushed the door open, leaned against the frame, and put on a show. Why mind the howling wind and rain? Just chant and stroll. Why complain? With a bamboo staff and straw shoes, I am lighter than a horse. Wrapped in a straw cloak, I will brave the storms of life. How is everyone doing? Using a teasing tone, Xiaofeng continued. Yours truly is just a humble traveler passing by, and seeing how bright and spacious this place is, I decided to seek shelter from the rain. I hope you kind folks do not mind. Disgusted by Xiaofeng's arrogant attitude, Li Song snapped, Cut the crap. You are not welcome here. Beat it. Hearing this, Xiaofeng's patience wore thin, and he lost his temper. If you are going to be so unreasonable, do not blame me for getting rough. Li Song gripped his gun, frowning in stunned silence, unable to utter a single word. Taking in the scene, Qin Yu glanced over at Xiao Yu. He gently whispered, If a fight breaks out, make sure you protect yourself. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng flipped him off and provoked him. Damn it. Who do you think you are? Is this your house? I am staying right here out of the rain. What are you going to do about it? Bite me. With a smug, mocking face, he kept teasing. Does that make you mad? Cry about it, loser. Furious, Li Song cursed. You little punk? Watching them bicker, Xiao Yu could not help but find it hilarious and covered her mouth to giggle. Li Song growled in anger. I am definitely going to teach you a lesson today. But suddenly, Lao La walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and advised, All right, that is enough. You are always the one looking for a fight. Xiao Feng spotted Xiao Yu standing there and called out to strike up a conversation with her. Well, look at this gorgeous lady. Miss, you are truly beautiful, even more stunning than a goddess descended to earth. Hearing his compliment, she smiled and replied, Thank you for the kind words. Sniffing the air, Xiao Feng seemed to catch a familiar scent and asked, Whoa, that smells amazing. Is someone eating instant ramen? Do you have any left? Can I have some, please? Qin Yu smiled, pulling a cup of noodles from his backpack as Xiao Feng drooled, and replied, Sure, but I can only give you 1 cup. We are running low ourselves. Xiao Feng quickly grabbed the cup of noodles and said gratefully, Thanks a lot. I have not had this in forever. I was dying for some. Unable to control his cravings, he ripped the lid off and started eating the noodles raw. Savoring the familiar taste, Xiao Feng gasped, Oh man. This is heaven. Pre-apocalypse food is getting harder and harder to find these days. Every day, we are stuck hunting mutant beasts. The meat is dry, tough, and completely tasteless. I was practically starving to death. Suddenly realizing something, he placed a hand on his chest and smiled. Oh right, I have not introduced myself yet. Yours truly is the handsome and charming Zhai Xiaofeng. May I ask your names? Xiao Yu smiled and whispered, Brother, he is so funny. I am Qin Xiao Yu, and this is my older brother, Qin Yu. Hearing their names, Xiao Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, Qin Yu, Qin Xiao Yu. Those names do not sound like siblings. It sounds more like you are her dad. Holding a pack of snacks, Li Song's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. How can a guy like that survive the apocalypse without getting beaten to death? A while later, the blood rain outside began to pour even harder. Inside the room, everything fell dead silent. While everyone else was fast asleep, Li Song quietly leaned against the door to keep watch. In the corner, Qin Yu sat with Xiao Yu sleeping soundly on his shoulder. Qin Yu silently analyzed the situation. Those 4 were all newly evolved humans who had just gained their powers. While they were not particularly strong, they could still manage to scrape by in this post-apocalyptic world. He glanced over at Xiao Feng, who was fast asleep. Thinking warily, I cannot read this guy, Zhai Xiaofeng. Xiao Feng was snoring loudly, completely out of it. Qin Yu observed him closely. His muscles were soft. His skin was fair, and his entire body was full of weak spots. He clearly has not trained a day in his life or faced any hardships. He does not even have a weapon, yet he is wandering the apocalypse empty-handed. How is he still alive? Meanwhile, Li Song scanned the room, his heart filled with annoyance. He scoffed to himself, sleeping like babies without even setting up a watch rotation. Are they not afraid we will just murder them in their sleep? What a bunch of useless fools. Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention. Li Song gasped. What was that noise? Sensing an imminent threat, Qin Yu snapped his eyes open. He jumped to his feet and shouted, Wake up, everyone, we're in danger. Hearing his warning, the others scrambled to their feet. A half-asleep Xiao Yu got up, asking in confusion, What's wrong, brother? Qin Yu warned her with a grim expression. Xiao Yu, stay close to me. I think we're in big trouble. For the rest of you, if you want to survive, stick close to me. If you wander off, you're on your own. Hearing this, Li Song scoffed in anger. Who do you think you are? The savior of the world? Do you think the 4 of us are completely useless? Standing behind him, old Luo chimed in. Don't let your pride get the best of you. We should stick with him. Having an extra pair of hands gives us a better shot at surviving. Qin Yu gripped his blade and stepped outside, with the others following closely behind. He ordered, Let's move. They froze, their eyes widening in shock at the sight before them. Li Song's jaw dropped as he gasped. Oh my God, look. Surrounding them was an endless horde of zombies, eagerly waiting to tear them apart and devour them. A confused voice rang out. How did these zombies sneak up on us without making a single sound? With blood-red eyes and hideous faces, the zombies stared at them like a juicy feast. Xiao Feng frowned in panic. Do they actually know how to use tactics? Xiao Yu was also puzzled. Could there be an alpha zombie? Qin Yu comforted her gently. Don't worry. We broke through last time, and we can do it again. Seeing this, old Luo stepped forward to warn him. Brother, with this many zombies, if we fight on our own, we'll definitely get overwhelmed, and none of us will make it out alive. Marching forward with determination, he clenched his fist and suggested, We need to pick one direction to break through together and watch each other's backs. That's our only shot at survival. Then, old Luo pointed toward the horde and ordered, All right, let's break through over there. Activating his iron skin skill, His gaze turned rock solid, and clenching his fists, he added, "No time to waste. Let's take them out." Li Song and Zhang Kui activated their powers at the same time, roaring fiercely. Qin Yu frowned, observing them and analyzing in his head, iron skin, muscle overload, and even a berserk user. They're all combat class. Suddenly, a hand materialized a sword. Shu Qiang manifested a red sword in his hands, his face cold and expressionless. Qin Yu watched with interest, thinking to himself, a rare creation type ability? How interesting. Old Luo turned back to look at them and directed, "Let's move. You three, stay close and support us." With that, he charged straight at the horde, shouting in defiance, "Come get some, you monsters." As if understanding his words, the zombies growled and lunged at him. Old Luo rushed forward, landing a brutal punch right to a zombie's face. Suddenly, a growling zombie pounced from behind before he could react. Elsewhere, another zombie was slammed straight to the ground by a powerful arm. Staring at the fallen zombie, Zhang Kui let out a crazed roar, raising his fist as he screamed, "Die! Die!" On another side, a zombie was violently hurled into the rest of the horde. After ruthlessly tossing the zombie aside, Li Song panted heavily from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Shu Cheng charged forward, slicing through the monsters one by one. Qin Yu watched them, a glint of approval flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "These guys aren't half bad." Back to old Luo, who was currently wrestling with a zombie. He turned his head and barked, "Keep up!" Qin Yu, holding his glowing spear, gave the command, "The four of you, split up to both sides and secure the breakout point." Shu Qiang's eyes widened in confusion. "What are you planning to do?" Qin Yu replied casually without a hint of emotion, "Just do as you're told. I don't want to accidentally hurt you." He turned to Xiao Yu and said softly, "Xiao Yu, use hardening on me." Qin Yu braced himself, his eyes flashing red with bloodlust as his spear glowed. He raised it high, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames. The zombies kept charging relentlessly. The massive wall of fire erupted, incinerating the oncoming monsters in an instant. Witnessing this incredible sight, the others couldn't hide their absolute shock. Old Luo frowned, muttering in disbelief, "Is this guy even human?" Suddenly, sensing something off, he snapped his head back. Seeing Xiao Yu completely surrounded by a swarm of zombies, he yelled in a panic, "Oh no! That girl is in danger! Get out of there!" But before he could do anything, a blade swept cleanly through the zombies. Standing fearlessly in the middle of the horde, Xiao Yu didn't hesitate for a second. She sliced the zombies in half, sending them shrieking in agony. Witnessing this, old Luo stood frozen with his jaw dropped, utterly bewildered. Even that young girl is terrifyingly strong? Meanwhile, Xiao Feng was being relentlessly lunged at by zombies, making him scream in sheer terror. Xiao Feng held his head, desperately dodging an oncoming zombie as he shrieked, "Leave me alone! Go bite them instead, will you?" Suddenly, a zombie materialized right behind him. Terrified, he glanced back and gasped, "Oh no!" Pale with fear, he collapsed to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Xiao Yu called out to Qin Yu, "Brother, that guy just got knocked down by a zombie." Qin Yu sighed helplessly. "Nothing we can do. We can't save everyone." Seeing Xiaofeng frozen in fear, the zombies think they have an easy meal and slowly close in. He is absolutely terrified. He stammers, "No, please, don't." When suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts around him. Squeezing his eyes shut, Xiaofeng complains in frustration, "This is my last clean set of clothes." A massive explosion instantly blasts away the zombies surrounding him. Seeing this, Lao La turns his head and yells, "What the hell is going on?" Meanwhile, Xiaofeng has transformed into a monstrous beast, roaring as he grabs a zombie by the throat. Qin Yu looks back at him, utterly shocked. A mutant-type ability, and his evolutionary aura is incredibly strong. In his monstrous form, Xiaofeng drives his sharp claws deep into the zombie, growling in pure rage. "You piece of trash! You ruined my last outfit! I'll tear you to pieces!" He continues hysterically, "A bunch of worthless garbage. Trash." Qin Yu can't help but be amazed, realizing that this guy's ability must affect his state of mind. Suddenly, he senses something and snaps his eyes open. A pale hand bursts out from the ground, grabbing Qin Yu's ankle. Staring down in shock, he yells, "What the hell is this?" He thrusts his blade straight down, pinning the long arm to the ground. Qin Yu's blade slices the arm right down the middle, sending it scurrying away in terror. He frowns in confusion, wondering what's going on. The Shadow Walker, Zicheng, desperately warns the others, "There are mutated zombies among them, Stay sharp. Seeing this, Zhang Kui grits his teeth in anger. Damn it! The normal ones were annoying enough. Li Song glances at Lao La, warning him, I'm running on empty here. I can't hold out much longer. Over by Qin Yu, a snake suddenly lunges at him from out of nowhere. Before it can strike, he whips out his blade and cleaves the snake in two. With a dark, irritated expression, Qin Yu mutters, "What a pain." A mutated female zombie appears right before Qin Yu. He wonders, puzzled, how are there even more mutated zombies showing up? Using the snakes coiled around her body, the zombie commands them to swarm toward him. Qin Yu grips his blade, builds momentum, and dashes forward with all his might. Slicing through her, he successfully retrieves an evolutionary energy crystal. Popping the crystal into his mouth, he mutters, "No time to overthink this. Down it goes. If I can successfully evolve to level 2, dealing with these zombies will be a breeze." Meanwhile, Zhang Kui collapses to one knee, a defeated zombie lying right in front of him. Drenched in sweat, he gasps heavily for air. Suddenly, a zombie lunges forward and sinks its teeth into his arm. Zhang Kui swings his arm, shoving the zombie away as he screams, "Get off me." But then, a shadow with glowing red eyes rises from beneath his feet, howling as it lunges at him. The sudden ambush leaves him wide-eyed and unable to react in time. It knocks him down, and the other zombies immediately swarm over him. Tears streaming down his face, Zhang Kui screams in absolute terror. Hearing his agonizing scream, Lao La spins around and yells in panic, "Zhang Kui!" Seizing the opportunity, a zombie bites Lao La's arm, but unfortunately for it, its teeth shatter instantly. Seeing this, Lao La unleashes a powerful punch, sending the zombie flying like a punching bag and shattering the rest of its teeth. Frowning at the bite mark on his arm, Lao La gets a terrible feeling in his gut. He groans, "I don't think I can hold on much longer either." Panting heavily and dripping with sweat, Zichang's eyes grow glassy as he replies, "Lao La, I'm at my limit here." Exhausted and completely hopeless, Li Song asks, "Is this where we die?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yu is still desperately slashing through the zombie horde. Seeing the others in such bad shape, she gets incredibly worried and calls out to Qin Yu, "Brother, they're not gonna make it." Qin Yu looks back at her and warns, "Xiao Yu, don't get distracted. Focus on yourself first." He frowns, thinking to himself, is this ever going to end? Did every single zombie in the area gather here? Meanwhile, Xiaofeng laughs hysterically. Tearing the zombies apart with his razor-sharp claws, he sneers, "Trash! Die! Die! All of you! Just die!" Qin Yu watches Xiaofeng ruthlessly venting his rage on the zombies and mentally notes, "What is up with this guy?" In this form, his physical stats have surpassed 15 times his normal state, and they're still climbing. Could it be that the more intense the battle gets, the more his physical strength increases? Looking at Xiaofeng with pure intrigue, he thinks, this guy might actually be a top-tier evolved human. He'd make a great teammate. Suddenly, a deafening roar shakes the entire area. Everyone instantly goes on high alert, scanning their surroundings. Xiao Yu asks in confusion, "What is that?" She looks up at a massive hole in the nearby building, where a dark figure stands towering over them. Perched on the building, a terrifying level 2 zombie glares down at the group below. Stepping off the ledge, it drops into a free fall, without a hint of fear. The level 2 zombie lands perfectly, completely unharmed. Qin Yu glares at the zombie before him, his brow furrowed in deep caution. He warns Xiao Yu, "Xiao Yu, get back. This isn't something we can easily handle. This thing is a level 2 zombie." He quickly calculates his options. Even with Xiao Yu's buff, the best case scenario would be mutual destruction. If I want to completely defeat it, there is no way I can do it right now. Spotting the level 2 zombie, Xiaofeng grinned with surprise and excitement, asking, "A giant?" Pumped up by the sight, he built up speed and charged forward. He easily sent the surrounding zombies flying and laughed. Finally, a real challenger. Seeing him charge like a maniac, Qin Yu urgently tried to stop him. "Hold on, you are no match for it." Ignoring the warning, Xiaofeng charged straight at the level 2 zombie. He raised his fist, ready to deliver a heavy blow, but the level 2 zombie was faster, grabbing Xiaofeng by the neck and squeezing tightly. Feeling a sudden surge of power coursing through his body, Xiaofeng roared. With glowing eyes, he slashed his claws at the monster, yelling mockingly, "How do you like my claws?" Howling in pain, the level 2 zombie clutched its face and released Xiaofeng's neck. Stunned by the overwhelming power flowing within him, Xiaofeng gasped in disbelief. "I have never felt this much power before. What is going on?" Glancing back at the group, he wondered, could it be them? Xiao Yu was pouring all her energy into buffing Xiaofeng. Cheering her on, Qin Yu said, "Great job, Xiao Yu." Standing tall in front of the level 2 zombie, Xiaofeng taunted. "Come on, blockhead. Yours truly is way stronger than before." "I'm not kidding." Stepping right up to Xiaofeng, the level 2 zombie swung its massive arm down at him. Fortunately, thanks to his newly acquired, mind-blowing speed, Xiaofeng dodged the blow just in time. He slipped behind the monster and threw a heavy punch right into its spine. He gritted his teeth, annoyed and surprised. Damn, its skin is hard as rock. The level 2 zombie immediately countered, delivering a devastating punch right to his gut. Blown back by the impact, Xiaofeng glared at the monster in rage. Seeing this, Qin Yu asked worriedly, "Xiao Yu, I need to clone myself. Can you hold on?" Still focused on boosting Xiaofeng's power, Xiao Yu gave a weak nod. Feeling a bit relieved, Qin Yu immediately cloned himself, calling out, "Clone!" He silently prayed, "Kid, Xiao Yu, please hold on." A nearby zombie shrieked in agony as a blade slashed through it. Having dealt with the threat, Qin Yu smiled at the sight of an evolution crystal. Awesome, another evolution crystal. Meanwhile, his clone crouched down to harvest another core. "There's one over there too. Hopefully, this will be enough to help me evolve." Holding the 2 crystals, Qin Yu walked over to Xiao Yu and asked softly, "Xiao Yu, can you still boost these?" Exhausted, Xiao Yu reached out to take them, whispering, "Leave it to me." Clenching his fist, Qin Yu replied, "And I'll handle the rest." He immediately duplicated the crystals into 4, shouting, "Clone!" Xiao Yu gasped heavily, struggling to speak. "Brother, I don't think I can hold on." Over on the battlefield, Xiaofeng suddenly felt his buff vanish. He looked back in confusion. What's going on? Where did that power go? Before he could react, the level 2 zombie lunged forward and grabbed him by the head, sending him into a panic. With a cold, ruthless stare, the beast squeezed his head tightly, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Qin Yu cried out in horror, "Zai Xiaofeng." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu clutched her chest, screaming in agony. Hearing her cry, Qin Yu spun around, calling out in panic, "Xiao Yu!" She slumped to the ground, wheezing heavily. Realizing they were completely cornered, Qin Yu swallowed all 4 crystals at once, cursing, "Damn it!" He let out a loud roar as an explosive wave of power surged through him. Meanwhile, a horde of zombies was slowly closing in on the defenseless Xiao Yu. She trembled in absolute terror. Qin Yu raised his hand as a blinding white light gathered in his palm, and he roared, "Burn to ashes!" The intense light incinerated the oncoming monsters, turning them to ash as they shrieked in agony. Once the area was cleared, Qin Yu rushed over to support Xiao Yu. Holding a crystal out to her, he urged, "Xiao Yu, stay with me. Eat these evolution crystals quickly." She looked at him with gratitude. Suddenly, a monstrous roar from the level 2 zombie drew their attention. The beast held Xiaofeng's limp body high in the air like a trophy, letting out a terrifying roar as a sadistic grin spread across its face. Seeing this, Xiao Yu burst into tears of guilt, sobbing, "Brother, it's my fault. I killed Zai Xiaofeng." Qin Yu looked at her gently and comforted her. "How can you blame yourself? You risked your life and did everything you could. This wasn't your fault." He then stood up, his face darkening with rage as he gripped his spear tightly and gave her one last instruction. "Xiao Yu, listen to me. The energy gained from consuming too many crystals has its limits. Don't buff me anymore. Just focus on protecting yourself." Glaring at the level 2 zombie and catching its eye, Qin Yu growled. "As for this piece of trash?" Standing tall, he threatened in a deadly tone, "You killed my friend. Now, prepare to pay with your life." But the level 2 zombie ignored the threat, letting out a mocking roar right back at Qin Yu. The level 2 zombie, towering at 2 or 3 times the size of a normal human, loomed ahead, surrounded by its mindless horde. Stepping back slightly, Qin Yu kept his guard up, warily watching the approaching horde. These zombies actually know how to preserve their strength and avoid useless sacrifices. Whoever is pulling the strings behind them is definitely no walk in the park. Meanwhile, the guy carrying the wounded survivor is trembling with fear and doubt. Can he really defeat that giant monster? Xiao Wu, however, has absolute faith in her big brother. She knows he will definitely win. As danger closes in, she screams at the top of her lungs, "I believe in him!" Qin Wu grips his blade and steps forward, ready to eliminate the level 2 zombie. The creature's eyes flash as it leaps into the air, lunging straight at him with blinding speed. Cold sweat trickles down Qin Wu's face as he anticipates the attack. Here it comes again. Airborne, the monster prepares to deliver a fatal strike. He glares upward, watching its every move. His life is hanging by a thread. So fast. Getting hit by this would be no joke. The level 2 zombie crashes down with an earth-shattering punch, instantly pulverizing the ground beneath it. The shockwave sends the bystanders on the street stumbling, struggling to keep their footing. Qin Yu yells out a warning. Everyone, watch out, do not fall down, or the shockwave will tear your insides apart. The zombie roars in pure rage. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Qin Yu barely dodges the deadly blow. It instantly gets back up to resume its assault, aiming a steel fist right at his face. Without even blinking, he swiftly ducks to the side. If he had failed to dodge that, he would have been flattened into a pancake, just like the shattered, blackened wall behind him. Qin Yu spins around, utterly shocked. Just the sheer wind pressure of its punch was enough to demolish a wall. Suddenly, the level 2 zombie appears behind him out of nowhere. Without wasting a single second, he maneuvers to dodge the relentless strikes coming from behind. Staring at the monster in front of him, Qin Yu realizes this is going to be a brutal fight. This level 2 bastard is definitely not going down easy. Desperate to crush him, the zombie charges. He quickly raises his blade to block, but the beast's raw power is overwhelming, throwing him straight into a wall. Qin Yu slams into the concrete with brutal force, the impact violently cracking the wall behind him. His energy is severely drained, and his entire body feels unstable. Damn it, without Xiao Wu's buff, going head-to-head is just suicide. I need a plan. The level 2 zombie lunges again, eager to finish him off once and for all. It unleashes a barrage of punches against the wall, causing deafening explosions. Terrified for his life, Xiao Wu screams out, "Brother!" Suddenly, a massive flash of light erupts before her eyes, followed by a literal downpour of blood. The level 2 zombie howls in agony, engulfed in a bizarre mist. Out of nowhere, Qin Yu leaps forward, driving his blade down, but the monster catches the tip of the blade with its bare hands. His face goes pale as he finds himself completely trapped. Oh, no. With a violent flick, the level 2 zombie flings the blade aside. Qin Yu reaches out, but it is too late. His weapon is gone. Before he can react, the zombie claws his face in a vice grip, completely blocking his vision. It lifts him effortlessly into the air, its mouth spreading into a grotesque, terrifying grin. Watching this horrific sight from afar, Lao La screams, "We're doomed." The monster violently slams Qin Yu onto the pavement, shattering the asphalt. Believing it has won, the monster turns around, only to find Qin Yu already lunging at its back out of nowhere. "Die, you monster." The rod in Qin Yu's hand glows intensely as he drives it deep into the zombie's flesh, declaring coldly, "Burn to ashes." The glowing rod burns a massive hole straight through the zombie's body. It shrieks in helpless, agonizing pain as fire consumes it. Standing beneath the falling rain of blood, the crowd breathes a sigh of relief as hope returns. Is he an evolver too? The level 2 zombie burns like a beacon in the pitch-black night. Qin Yu turns his back, not even bothering to watch the creature take its final breath. The onlookers can't help but marvel at his terrifying strength. Meanwhile, Qin Yu silently stares at the glowing crystal core in his hand. Witnessing this, the remaining zombies freeze in sheer terror. Suddenly, they turn tail and flee for their lives. Lao La watches the fleeing horde in absolute disbelief. The zombies are actually running away? With sparkling eyes, Xiao Wu beams at her brother. "You're so amazing, brother. Even the zombies are terrified of you. Can you believe it?" Qin Yu's face remains emotionless as he ponders the mastermind pulling the strings behind this entire setup. The puppet master controlling these zombies is incredibly smart. Forcing monsters to exercise self-restraint is almost impossible for normal zombies. Suddenly, someone crawls out toward Qin Yu's group, groaning loudly, "Ow, that hurts like hell. That rock-headed bastard beat the absolute crap out of me." Xiao Wu is utterly dumbfounded, staring at him as she stammers, how are you alive?" Xiao Feng slowly limps over, completely naked, whining, "Ow, ow, ow, everything hurts." He clutches his head and looks around in confusion. "What's with those faces? Why are you guys looking at me like you've just seen a ghost?" Li Song is equally baffled, stammering, "But I literally saw that monster crush your head with my own eyes." Xiao Feng scratches his head, equally clueless about his impossible survival. "Yeah. Now that you mention it, I remember my head getting pulverized too. Wait, do I have an immortal body or something?" Li Song finds the whole thing harder and harder to believe. "Even if you were immortal, that makes no sense. Your head was literally blown to pieces. He grins sheepishly and confesses, well, maybe I'm just a creature that thinks with his lower half. Qin Yu and Xiao Wu can only sigh in complete disbelief at this idiot. Fresh off his fight with the zombie, Tan Vu stepped forward to give some advice. You still need to be careful. Sure, having an immortal body means you don't die easily, but if you take heavy damage in a short period of time, you won't be able to recover. He extended his hand, a soft light glowing in his palm. Now, it was harvest time. Zombie corpses littered the streets as far as the eye could see. Unleashing his spiritual energy, Tan Vu incinerated the remains, a faint white flame blazing bright in the pitch-black night. Tu Vu found the strange glow of the flames curious, so she turned and asked, "Hey, big brother, how come your fire is white?" He calmly replied to his little sister, "This is the pale white blazing flame, an ability I unlocked after leveling up. The stronger I get, the more destructive it becomes. It can reduce zombies to ashes in the blink of an eye." Within moments, the surrounding area began to fill with floating bubbles, glowing like sparkling specks of light. Tu Vu was absolutely thrilled, her face lighting up with a massive grin. Wow, look at all this evolutionary energy. She rushed over to the glowing energy spheres floating in the air, chatting with Tan Vu while he continued to control the white flames. "Big brother, now that you have this pale white blazing flame, we won't have to break a sweat to gather evolutionary energy anymore. This is so convenient." Scooping up the energy spheres one by one and hugging them close, she giggled, "This harvest is absolutely amazing." Lao La stared at the pile of energy spheres in Tu Vu's arms, completely dumbfounded. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. We put our lives on the line, just to get a single energy source, and it's never easy. But for them, it's like picking fruit from a tree. They can just grab them anywhere. The gap between them and these legendary figures was just too massive to comprehend. Soon after, they made their way back to their base. Back at the base, Tu Vu and Tan Vu sat down to admire their fresh harvest. She extended her hands over the 2 bags overflowing with energy spheres, warming them as if sitting by a cozy campfire. Tan Vu's expression grew serious as he sank deep into thought. An immortal-type mutation? There was no way this was just a coincidence. His mind drifted back to the rumors he had heard in his past life. Back then, he had heard of a legendary zombie king who ruled an entire region. It could transform into a terrifying, powerful humanoid monster, and not even hundreds of thousands of survivors stood a chance against it. But the most terrifying part was that it possessed a completely immortal body. To stop it, several surrounding shelters had to pool their elite fighters into a joint task force. They suffered devastating casualties, paying a horrific price before they finally managed to take it down. The zombie king stood tall amidst the ruins, dominating everything. Just when everyone thought the zombie king was gone for good, they were in for a shock. Only a few days later, it rallied its forces and launched a massive assault on all the shelters. Tan Vu crossed his arms, leaning back against a pile of bricks, his mind racing. If he hadn't intervened, Fu Fong probably would have died here. He either would have turned into a zombie or been consumed by a stronger one, eventually becoming that terrifying zombie king of the future. Sensing his intense gaze, Tu Vu couldn't help but tease him, nudging his shoulder. "Hey, big brother, why are you staring at Trok Thiu Fong with such passion? Don't tell me you're secretly trying to play matchmaker, are you?" Tan Vu quickly turned around, desperately trying to defend himself. "Oh my god, stop talking nonsense. I was just thinking about his abilities, that's all." Tu Vu covered her mouth, giggling. Sure, I totally get it." Tan Vu could only let out a wry smile, completely at a loss for words with his mischievous little sister. The weird vibe between the siblings was so obvious that even Tio Fong, standing a short distance away, noticed it and felt a bit awkward. Is everything okay?" Shaking off the awkwardness, Tan Vu stood up and walked over, wanting to invite Tu Fong to join their team. "Truck Tu Fong, your abilities are seriously impressive, and your combat strength is no joke. Why don't you join us? You've seen what I can do. If we team up, we'll definitely become some of the strongest survivors in this apocalypse." Tan Vu's straightforward invitation caught him off guard, leaving him silent for a brief moment. In the end, Thiu Fong turned down the incredibly tempting offer. "I'm sorry. I admit you guys are incredibly strong, and teaming up with you would definitely be my best bet. But I value my freedom too much. I've finally found a level of freedom I've never had before, and I don't want any strings attached. I just want to travel, explore, and live a life without any worries or burdens." Hearing this, Tan Vu felt a slight pang of disappointment, but he kept his composure. "Fair enough. I respect your decision. Thiufeng smiled in relief. Thanks for understanding. Watching Thiufeng walk away, Tan Vu couldn't help but feel a bit rejected. Beside him, Tu Vu let out a sigh at her brother's terrible luck. Man, big brother, you're so pitiful. You've asked twice now, and you got rejected both times. He glared at his little sister, who was usually just a silly brat, and sighed. You little brat, you look so sweet and innocent, but your tongue gets sharper by the day. With a playful roll of his eyes, the two of them walked over to where the rest of their team was waiting. Holding up the bag filled with evolutionary energy spheres, Tan Vu said to the group, Hold on, let's give nearly 20 of these to Trok Thiufeng, and the remaining 30 or so can be split among the rest of you. Laola hesitated, feeling a bit guilty. Wait, are you sure about this? We can't just take all of these. But Tan Vu was incredibly generous, happily giving away the lion's share of their haul. I've already reached level 2, Tan Vu explained. And once Tu Vu absorbs enough of this evolutionary energy, she'll probably hit level 2 as well. These will do you guys a lot more good, so don't be shy. Seeing his sincerity, they stopped hesitating and gladly accepted the bag. Well, thank you so much then, we'll take them. Tan Vu didn't try to hold them back any longer, wishing them well and hoping their paths would cross again soon. If you guys still have your own mission to fulfill, I won't hold you up. I hope we run into each other again down the road. Tu Vu stretched her arms and stepped outside, taking a deep breath of the fresh air after the endless downpour. Finally, the rain had stopped. Tan Vu followed close behind his little sister, carrying a small pouch of his own. All right, we've rested up. It's time to put this evolutionary energy to good use. He pulled out 2 glowing energy cores to show her. Then, without saying a single word, Qin Yu tossed them straight into his mouth and swallowed them down. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes flashed a bright blood red, and his face went completely pale as if he was choking, letting out a sky-shattering scream. Panting heavily, he could feel waves of raw energy surging through him. No wonder it was a level 2 energy core. It boosted his physical stats from 20 times to 23 times the human limit. Seeing this, Xiao Yu followed suit and swallowed her own energy core. She even copied her big brother, letting out an identical dramatic scream. Qin Yu coughed awkwardly and said, Okay, you're overacting now. Xiao Yu just scratched her head and giggled. But suddenly, she felt a powerful wave of energy rushing through her body. Qin Yu glanced at his little sister, still thinking she was putting on a show. All right, that's enough, he teased. Quit faking it. This time, she was dead serious. Clutching her chest to feel the change, she gasped, No, this time, it's real. I actually leveled up. And I even unlocked a new ability. Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity about his sister's new power. What kind of ability? Qin Yu asked. Xiao Yu held out her index finger, and a drop of bright red blood rose from her hand, floating right up into the air. Proudly showing it off to her brother, she declared, I gave it an awesome name. Blood Slave. Qin Yu chuckled, finding her overly dramatic name pretty amusing. What is that even supposed to be? That sounds so dumb, he teased. She glared at him, a sudden flash of playful hostility washing over her face. What did you just say? Xiao Yu barked, deciding it was time to show her big brother what she could do. She flicked the drop of blood, shooting it straight onto the middle of Qin Yu's forehead. The move was so fast that Qin Yu didn't even have time to react. He touched his forehead, still not quite understanding what was happening. What is this? It didn't do any damage at all, he muttered. Seeing him still teasing her, Xiao Yu traced a few circles in the air to activate her ability. I am about to blow your mind, she declared, pointing directly at Qin Yu. At first, nothing seemed to happen, and he just stood there, completely unfazed. But then, oh my God, what was this? A sudden roar like thunder echoed in his ears, freezing him in his tracks for several seconds. It turned out Xiao Yu's new power was complete mind control. She forced her brother to perform all kinds of ridiculous moves until Qin Yu finally had to beg her to stop. Xiao Yu, stop. Okay, this is so embarrassing, Qin Yu pleaded. She burst out laughing, grinning widely like a hero returning from a successful revolution. No way, it's time for some female liberation, she giggled, controlling her brother to make him do even more bizarre and embarrassing poses. Qin Yu smirked. Do you really think I can't break out of this? Xiao Yu clasped her hands together, reinforcing her command as she challenged him. Oh yeah? Go ahead and try. The two siblings kept playing around like this, one commanding and the other forced to obey for quite a while. She kept teasing her brother until Qin Yu was completely exhausted, collapsing flat onto the ground and panting heavily for air. You little brat. You're going to be the death of me. Meanwhile, nearby, a group of zombies were pushing and shoving each other endlessly. Turns out, Xiao Yu was testing her power by controlling them from behind. She happily bragged to her brother. Looks like I won again. All the next evolution cores are mine to eat. Qin Yu, sitting nearby, replied with a deadpan expression, how lucky, let's go again. But suddenly, he snapped his head toward another direction. Sure enough, a strange vortex had appeared there. It was perfectly round, semi-transparent, and glowed with a beautiful green light. Xiao Yu walked over curiously and asked, what is that? Qin Yu had a vague guess, wondering, could it be a gateway to some bizarre place? Then, 4 or 5 people stepped right out of the vortex. Geez, this trial was getting seriously twisted. He smirked. Sure enough, it was the exact same group of jerks who had run into them earlier. Sun Yi snapped, barking, what are you looking at? Beat it. Xiao Yu pointed at them and whispered to her brother, big brother, how did they just appear out of thin air like that? It's like they came from another dimension. Qin Yu glanced at his sister and gently prompted, Xiao Yu, remember what I told you about dimensional ruins? Xiao Yu rubbed her chin, thinking back. Is it like when we found that ring? You mentioned it back then, right? Qin Yu smiled and uttered a classic, saying, exactly, hidden in plain sight, right before our very eyes. Seeing them ignore him, Sun Yi lost his temper and shouted again, are you deaf? I said get lost. Putting her hands on her hips, she snapped back in annoyance. Who do you think you are? We didn't even touch you, so why are you telling us to get lost? Sun Yi froze for a second, realizing she was a girl. The buddy next to him nudged him to snap out of it, as Sun Yi's eyes glazed over slightly. Catching sight of her beauty, Sun Yi smirked and slowly walked over. Hey now, little sister, listen to me, or both of you are going to learn the hard way. Qin Yu, who had tolerated their trash talk for far too long, growled, get lost. Sun Yi's face instantly darkened, and he raised his voice in challenge. Telling us to get lost? Do you even know who we are, kid? Qin Yu didn't back down for a second. With blood-red eyes, he glared right back at them and spat. Last chance. Beat it. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't leave even if you wanted to. Furious, Sun Yi charged forward, throwing a punch. Then let's see if you actually have the balls to back that up. But to Qin Yu, this punch was absolutely nothing, and he blocked it effortlessly. Even so, Sun Yi sneered, still looking down on him. You actually have some skills. However, Sun Yi began channeling dark energy into his hand. With just a trace of it, Qin Yu could immediately feel the weakening effect of the calamity attribute. Sun Yi let out a cunning laugh, challenging him in a smug voice. Well, got any strength left? He grabbed Qin Yu's shoulder, but his smugness quickly turned to shock as he demanded, wait, why aren't you affected? Qin Yu rolled eyes and said in a totally flat voice, oh no, my strength has totally been weakened by you. Tanya completely lost his cool. How is this even possible? Even after being weakened, how is he still this strong? But in a split second, Tanvu grabbed his arm in a death grip. Tanvu swept Tanya to the ground, making him scream in agony. Just as Tanvu slammed his foot onto him, Lu Nam rushed in to stop him. Look, buddy, we didn't know any better and ended up offending you. I sincerely apologize. Please, spare his life, Tanvu replied. I can spare him, but I am going to ask you some questions, and you better answer them truthfully. If you lie, I'll end all of your lives right here. Lu Nam quickly agreed. Go ahead and ask. We'll tell you everything we know. Tanvu demanded. What's your name? And who exactly are you guys? Lu Nam gestured toward his teammates. My name is Lu Nam, and these guys are. But Tanvu cut him off. I have absolutely no interest in them. Lu Nam's face went pale in shock, while his teammates behind him frowned in clear annoyance. Lu Nam spoke up. We are all soldiers tasked with guarding Shengjing City. Tanvu yanked Toningyi's arm up, demanding further. Just as I thought. So, what were you guys doing inside? What's the situation in there? Let me make this very clear. Do not try to lie to me, or the consequences will be absolutely devastating. Lu Nam explained. The place inside is incredibly mysterious. It's almost like another dimension altogether. Once we went inside, we had to undergo a trial, but we failed and got ejected out here. On top of that, you can only take this trial once. If you fail, there are no second chances. Tanvu rested his chin, pondering, so even if you fail, your life isn't in danger. Tanvu looked down at Tanya, who was still pinned under his foot, and said, consider yourself lucky to have such a great boss. In the future, remember that not every powerful person is going to be as easygoing as I am. Tanvu then kicked Tongia far away, yelling, "Now get lost." Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from behind. Tanvu and Tuvu instantly snapped their heads around. Tanvu muttered, "There's someone else." Tanvu showed up with a group of soldiers, asking, "What's going on with you guys? What took you so long to get back? I was starting to think you got wiped out by zombies." Lu Nam called out, "Captain Tan." Meanwhile, Lam Fong yelled in excitement, "Tan Vu!" Lam Fong rushed over to Tan Vu and Tu Vu, exclaiming, "This is awesome. I knew it. With your skills, surviving in this apocalypse was never going to be an issue for you." Tan Vu smiled and replied, "It looks like you've been doing pretty well yourself lately." Tan Vu stared at his brother, Tan Nye, who was curled up on the ground in pain. With a dark expression, Tan Vu demanded, "Who did this?" Lu Nam stammered nervously, "Well, about that." Lam Fong took a quick look at the situation and whispered, "Tan Vu, did you break this guy's arm?" Tan Vu kept a straight face and replied calmly, "He's the one who picked a fight. If his boss hadn't begged me to stop, I would have killed him." Lam Fong looked down, deeply worried, and replied, "There's something you don't know. Tan Gia himself isn't a big deal, but his older brother, Tan Vu, is. He's a god of war, whom the Shengjing city military has poured all their resources into grooming. Don't say anything, let me step in and plead for you. Tan Vu still respects me a bit." Tan Vu crossed his arms and scoffed, "A god of war, huh? No wonder his younger brother acted so high and mighty." Tu Vu looked confused and asked, "Big brother, what is a god of war anyway?" Tan Vu glanced at Tu Vu and explained, "A god of war is what they call the ultimate powerhouses among humans in this apocalyptic world." As scenes of zombies swarming the streets played out, Tan Vu continued, "To survive this apocalypse, humanity came up with various ways to train these so-called gods of war. It's proven to be one of the most effective methods. These so-called gods of war receive the finest training and the best resources the shelters have to offer, transforming them into absolute powerhouses, capable of fighting off zombies, mutated beasts, and alien threats." As images of these gods of war standing amidst a sea of flames appeared, Tan Vu went on, "But at the same time, they are also feared and heavily distrusted by the very people they are meant to protect. To prevent betrayal or a dictatorship, the shelter bases are forced to install fail-safes to keep them in check. It could be a self-detonating collar around their necks, or electrodes implanted deep inside their hearts." As a visual of a pair of hands locked tightly in heavy shackles flashed on the screen, Tan Vu continued, "In exchange for absolute power, these gods of war must pay an incredibly steep price, and that is their freedom." Lam Fong gasped in shock. "Tan Vu, this is highly classified military information. How on earth do you know about this?" Tu Vu put her hands on her hips and proudly boasted, "My brother knows absolutely everything." Tan Vu turned around and remarked, "Giving them power only to strip away their freedom, and yet they call it the glorious title of God of War. If you ask me, fighting dogs fits them much better." Tan Vu and Lam Fong's faces darkened instantly. Tan Vu grew even angrier and spat back. "You injured my brother, and now you dare insult me by calling me a fighting dog." Tan Vu continued, "What does a kid like you even know? This is a duty. It's a glorious honor that countless people would beg to have." Tu Vu casually chimed in, "Oh, I get it, locked up at the front door with a golden collar. Is that the glorious honor of a loyal guard dog?" Lam Fong panicked, trying to intervene. "Kid, please, can you just keep your mouth shut for a second?" Tan Vu got ready to fight. "Fine, I will show you just how terrifying the power of this loyal guard dog really is." Lam Fong quickly yelled, "Tan Vu, I am the commanding officer here, and I order you to stand down." Tan Vu completely lost his cool. Frowning, he drew his sword. "Major Lam, step aside. They injured my brother and insulted me. Are you seriously going to protect them?" Lam Fong broke into a cold sweat, saying helplessly, "Oh, for heaven's sake, you guys, we were the ones who picked a fight with them in the first place." The sharp blade plunged down with lethal precision. Sun Wu unleashed a decisive, sweeping slash as he rushed right past, leaving Xiao Yu completely bewildered. Xiao Yu gasped in shock. "Whoa, fighting dog, are you for real? If I hadn't reacted in time, you would have sliced my ear right off." Sun Wu gritted his teeth and spun around, thinking, "How is this girl so strong? She tracked my movements perfectly." Out of nowhere, Qin Yu materialized right behind Sun Wu, whose face instantly turned pale. Qin Yu muttered coldly, "I could forgive you for anything else, but you messed with my sister." Unable to block Qin Yu's lightning-fast strike in time, Sun Wu's face drained of color as he was sent flying through the air. The bystanders could only watch in absolute terror, unable to hide their shock. While Xiao Yu quietly watched her brother, Lin Feng stood beside her, completely panicked. But Sun Wu wasn't ready to throw in the towel yet. He took a heavy breath and roared. He lunged at Qin Yu with his blade, screaming, "Drop dead." The sharp tip thrust straight at Qin Yu, but he effortlessly caught it with a single hand. Qin Yu calmly remarked, "Huh, this is actually a pretty nice blade." Sun Wu was stunned, thinking, "How is this possible? Is he really that much stronger than me?" Sun Wu glared back with bloodshot eyes, but Qin Yu unleashed an overwhelming pressure, easily blasting Sun Wu away once more. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wu spat, "You are nothing without that flame ability." But as he unleashed his technique, Qin Yu's powerful aura suddenly began to dissipate. Qin Yu raised his hand, wondering, "Wait. Has my mystery class ability been neutralized? Is my potential degrading?" Sun Wu smirked triumphantly. "What is the matter?" Shocked, he rushed forward, swinging his sword. "Now that your powers are gone, let's see what you can do." Qin Yu easily avoided the attack. Sun Wu was left completely stunned as his sword slammed uselessly into the dirt. Qin Yu said coldly, "Even without my powers, I am still leagues above you. Stop being so full of yourself and drop it. I really don't want to kill you and end up making enemies with the military." Sun Wu stood there, dumbfounded and speechless. Despite being jammed deep into the concrete pavement, the sharp blade didn't have a single scratch on it. Qin Yu murmured, "I am actually curious where you got this blade from. The quality is exceptional." Hearing this, Lu Yan quickly spoke up. "Master Qin, that blade was actually crafted by my younger brother," Lu Yan explained. "His name is Lu Tiezui, and he's an incredibly skilled weaponsmith. Why don't you come back to the military base with us? I'm sure he could forge some amazing weapons for you." Qin Yu replied, "Thanks, I'll definitely check it out if I get the chance." Qin Yu turned to Xiao Yu and said, "Let's go. Let's head inside and see what's what." Together, they stepped through the portal, leading into a different dimension. Lin Feng pointed toward it, asking Lu Yan, "Wait, did they just?" Lu Yan reassured him, "Don't worry, Major Lin. This anomaly is exactly why we were running late. It is an alternate dimension, but it is not dangerous at all." The scene cuts to Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, who had just set foot inside this strange new realm. Xiao Yu looked around in awe, gasping, "Whoa, this is so magical." She then pointed ahead. "Look over there, brother. I think someone is standing there." It was the system governing this dimension. A mechanical voice echoed, "Welcome to Trial Arena number 108. Qin Yu realized, "Ah, so this is a remnant of the Battle God civilization. We are in luck. The Battle God civilization has never held any hostility toward humanity, so we should be perfectly safe here." "Right on cue," the system announced, initiating scan and data analysis. The system scanned Qin Yu first. Subject: intelligent carbon-based lifeform belonging to Earth's final civilization. Evolutionary energy level. Level 2. Scan complete. Status: passed. The system then shifted its focus to Xiao Yu, initiating scan, analyzing. Error. Classification impossible. Red alerts began flashing as the system repeatedly blared. Anomaly detected. Anomaly detected. Qin Yu's face hardened as he thought, "An anomaly? But why?" Sensing danger, Qin Yu quickly grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and yelled, "We have to go." Behind them, the system's warning sirens continued to wail. Qin Yu dragged Xiao Yu out of the portal, leaving the waiting crowd completely bewildered. Lin Feng rushed forward, asking, "Qin Yu, what happened in there? Are you guys okay?" Lu Yan chimed in, "Did you guys fail the evaluation too?" Meanwhile, Qin Yu was lost in his own thoughts. An anomaly. Is Xiao Yu really human? With a grim expression, he lowered his head, thinking, "Don't tell me. She is actually an evolved zombie? One with human intellect who can perfectly disguise herself as one of us? No. I need to check her blood. The difference between a human and a zombie is night and day. Human blood is bright red, but zombie blood is green." Just then, Xiao Yu looked up innocently and asked, "Hey, big brother, why do you keep staring at me like that?" Qin Yu said softly, "Xiao Yu, give me your hand for a second." Before she could react, he made a tiny cut on her palm, causing her to cry out in pain. "Ow, brother, why did you cut me?" But as Xiao Yu looked down at her bleeding hand, she gasped in surprise. "Wait, why does my blood look so different?" Qin Yu stared at the crimson blood dripping from her hand, only to see it suddenly give off a faint, glowing light. He muttered in confusion, It isn't green." Xiao Yu pouted in frustration. Green? Of course not. Only zombies have green blood, and you cut me without even warning me first. That was so mean. Qin Yu gently patted her head and apologized. I am sorry. It is my fault. I was just really anxious. Forgive me, Xiao Yu. She looked up at him and asked, but why is my blood glowing like this? It was never like this before. Qin Yu reassured her. Don't worry. Once you become an evolver, it is perfectly normal for your body to undergo some strange changes. You will be fine. Xiao Yu sniffled. Really? Qin Yu added, Xiao Yu, wait out here for a bit. I am going back into the ruins to complete the trial. I'll be right back. Hearing this, Lin Feng stepped forward with a serious expression. In that case, we are coming with you. There is strength in numbers. Without wasting any time, the group stepped back into the alternate dimension together. Lin Feng looked around, bewildered. Where on earth are we? Suddenly, the system materialized in front of them and spoke. Greetings. Welcome, guest. This is trial arena number 108 of the Dushen civilization. Lin Feng wondered, Dushen? A trial arena? The system explained that the Dushen trial ground was used by the Dushen civilization to train and test their young warriors. This place can generate various trial scenarios. Passing them will earn you rewards, but you only have one chance. If you fail, you will lose your qualification to enter the trial arena ever again. Lin Feng asked, what is this Dushen civilization anyway? The system patiently explained. The Dushen civilization has existed far longer than your current intelligent civilization. We were once the masters of Earth. Lin Feng was shocked. Once the masters of Earth? How is that even possible? How have we never discovered any trace of you after all this time? The system replied, given how your intelligent civilization reshapes the Earth's surface, it only takes a few million years of natural activity to completely erase any existing ruins. And 2 million years is just a blink of an eye for the Earth. Someone asked, then why did you guys disappear from Earth? The system replied, apologies, insufficient clearance, unable to answer. Qin Yu said, we want to take the trial. What does it consist of? The system replied, the trial consists of 3 parts, genetic testing, willpower, and combat skills. Shall we begin? Qin Yu gestured and said, let's do it. The system announced, target named Qin Yu, genetic level evaluated as SS. The system then turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, AA genetic level. Finally, it was Sun Yu's turn. Sun Yu, genetic level A. Looking at the others, Qin Yu thought to himself, except for Lin Feng and Sun Yu, everyone else is at levels E and D, which is exactly what I expected. The system then announced, commencing willpower test. Suddenly, their surroundings began to shake violently. The willpower testing devices rushed toward them. Before Qin Yu could even react, a testing device was already hovering right above his head. As the willpower test began, Qin Yu opened his eyes to find himself floating in midair, surrounded by raging thunder and lightning. Qin Yu thought to himself, looks like this willpower test won't be easy to pass. The lightning grew more intense, until a bolt finally struck him directly. Qin Yu screamed in agony as lightning strikes kept targeting him. Spreading his arms, he fell into a free fall. Next, Qin Yu fell into deep ocean water. Letting his body drift, he thought to himself, is it finally over? As he sank deeper to the ocean floor, he started running out of air. Covering his mouth, he realized the test wasn't over yet. He quickly swam toward a glimmer of light. Suddenly, something held him back. Qin Yu opened his eyes wide in confusion. A heavy chain had wrapped around his ankle out of nowhere. Clutching his mouth, he struggled desperately to find oxygen, gasping for breath. He shut his eyes and grimaced. Then, the chain around his ankle vanished, and Qin Yu sat cross-legged, waiting for what would come next. Drenched in sweat, Qin Yu kept his eyes closed. A sea of fire erupted around him, prompting him to think, now it's turned into a raging inferno? Next, a violent storm of swirling rocks and gravel pelted him. Bracing himself to stay balanced, he thought, is this what's next? Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his face covered in sweat. Back in the system lobby, everyone was collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. Someone screamed, it's so itchy, it's so itchy. Lin Feng clutched his body, while Sun Yu panted heavily. Sun Yu was completely drenched in sweat. The system announced, Qin Yu, S-class willpower. Lin Feng and Sun Yu, A-class. The rest are B-class. One of them coughed violently and complained, this is insane. It's absolutely torturous. Qin Yu smiled and thought, excellent. SS genetic level and S-class willpower. Even if I lose some points in the final combat skills test, It won't affect my overall score too much. Lin Feng patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said, Qin Yu, you really are something else. You're incredible. The system announced the final test, combat skills. We offer classes S, A, B, and D. Please make your choice. Sun Yu said, I choose Class A. Lin Feng chimed in, then I'll choose Class A too. Qin Yu replied, I'll go with Class S. The system announced, commencing test. In this simulated environment, all powers are suppressed. You will only possess the physical traits of an ordinary human. You must rely solely on your own combat skills and do your absolute best to survive a zombie attack. The scene shifts to Qin Yu standing in front of a grand red door. Qin Yu quickly scanned his surroundings. There was absolutely no cover or place to hide, and with only an ordinary human body, surviving a zombie onslaught seemed practically impossible. An S-class test is indeed insanely difficult. From behind the door, terrifying screams and growls began to echo. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yu gripped his weapon. Here they come. The door swung open to reveal total darkness as a horde of zombies came rushing out. Armed only with his weapon, Qin Yu fought off the swarm of zombies all by himself. As a zombie lunged from his side, Qin Yu thought, damn it, back to an ordinary human body. Even swinging this iron spear feels heavy and sluggish. The zombie opened its jaws wide, lunging to bite him, but Qin Yu struck back with his weapon. Suddenly, his grip slipped, and the weapon flew out of his hands. Shockingly, another zombie lunged at him, its sharp teeth sinking deep into Qin Yu's arm, leaving him wide-eyed and gasping in horror. Screaming in agony, he swung his arm and slammed his elbow right into the zombie's hideous face, his voice hoarse from the pain. With absolute disgust, he growled, Die! The zombies seemed completely fearless, lunging like crazy and throwing themselves onto Qin Yu again and again. Like starving beasts, they caught him completely off guard, making him curse in shock. Damn it! The zombies swarmed him relentlessly. Their sheer weight dragged Qin Yu down, crashing to the ground and completely defenseless. Suddenly, Qin Yu snapped his eyes open. With a trace of panic still lingering in his gaze, he stared blankly into space, his body frozen, face pale, and drenched in cold sweat. Lin Feng walked over to the gasping Qin Yu, grabbing his arm, and asked with concern, How are you doing, Qin Yu? Turning to look at Lin Feng, he explained, I'm fine. This test forces us to fight zombies with only ordinary human strength, and the sensation of being bitten really stings. The difficulty is insane. Everyone, watch out. The guide system announced, Qin Yu, survival time 63 seconds, 12 kills, S-tier evaluation. Qin Yu smiled, clenching his fist in quiet celebration. Awesome. The guide system announced again, Congratulations, your overall score has broken the record. You may choose 3 items from the reward list. Additionally, you have been granted a 1-star status in the Battle God civilization. She projected the reward list as her robotic voice droned on. Please select 3 items from the list. Staring at the rewards in astonishment, Qin Yu muttered, Wow, there are quite a few good items here. Hardened keratin, photochemical camouflage cloak, battle soul, memory body. While he was intently browsing the list, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly locked onto a vial of medicine. He gasped softly, his voice a mix of shock and delight. An evolution potion. Qin Yu smirked, thinking, This injection can instantly leap the user's genetics to a whole new level. I can't believe such a rare treasure actually showed up here. My luck is insane. Without a moment of hesitation, he pointed to the vial and said, I'll take this one. Evolution potion. The guide system's robotic voice confirmed. Qin Yu has chosen the evolution potion. You have 2 remaining selections. Qin Yu calculated silently in his head. It can reduce 90% of damage from Tier 4 and below, while temporarily boosting the physical strength of the Battle God armor by 30 times. Or I could quickly master a combat skill from the Battle Soul memory body. These rewards really are a perfect fit. Then, suddenly spotting something, Qin Yu spoke up, his voice filled with surprise and excitement. Wait, is this blood-burning ore? I'll choose this one. The guide system chimed in. Qin Yu has selected pure, refined, blood-burning ore. You have 1 selection remaining. Qin Yu clenched his fist, his eyes shining with admiration as he cheered softly. As expected of the early apocalypse phase, what an incredible opportunity. Wait, what is this? The Evil Eye necklace is a D-tier treasure. The guide system's robotic voice chimed in again. The Evil Eye necklace is crafted from the core essence of the alien Evil Eye race. All the essence of this necklace comes from a Tier 4 overlord, she explained. The Evil Eye necklace allows the wearer to see through illusions resist mental attacks, and also unleash the evil eye's power, releasing a beam with devastating mental destructive force. Once the robotic voice faded, Qin Yu thought, I know exactly how troublesome enemies with mental powers can be. With this, I won't have to worry about them anymore. He then walked over to a group of people and asked, what rewards did you guys choose? Lin Feng held out a ring and replied, honestly, I chose the spatial ring. The description looked pretty interesting, so I just went with it, though I'm still not sure exactly how it works. Reaching his hand out, Qin Yu replied, I actually know a thing or two about this. It's incredibly rare. It can create an independent parallel space, basically acting like a dimensional pocket for storage. Can I borrow it for a second? Standing nearby with his lackeys behind him, Sun Wu's face darkened. He eyed Qin Yu warily and spoke in a cold voice. What are you trying to do, rob us? Qin Yu turned to look at him, responding in a nonchalant tone. If I wanted to rob him, would I even bother talking this much? Relax, Lin Feng is my friend. I wouldn't do my buddy dirty like that. At that moment, Lin Feng chimed in to diffuse the tension. Hey, stop arguing. I trust Qin Yu. After all, you saved my life. Honestly, even giving it to you as a gift of gratitude is the least I could do. Qin Yu reached out, taking the ring in his hand. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but his tone remained reassuring. Don't worry, I don't need to keep it. I'll give it right back. Then, he channeled his replication energy into the ring, and in the blink of an eye, a flawless duplicate materialized right beside it. Everyone standing there watched in utter shock, their jaws dropping. Sun Wu broke the stunned silence, exclaiming, what the hell? One turned into two. Hearing this, Qin Yu smirked and explained, this is my ability. I can duplicate any object into two. Rest assured, your original ring is completely unaffected. Lin Feng gasped softly, unable to hide the sheer amazement and excitement sparkling in his eyes. This is insane, absolutely mind-blowing. Qin Yu raised his hand enthusiastically towards the crowd and spoke up. Hey everyone, would you mind letting me borrow your treasures for a brief moment? If you ever need anything in the future, I'll definitely pay you back. Sun Wu stood nearby witnessing the scene, his face twisting in irritation. His voice dripping with jealousy, he muttered, this guy is already insanely strong, and now he has such an overpowered ability. Just like that, his haul was way bigger than ours. Along the way, Qin Yu looked at Xiao Yu in shock and asked, how did you drink them so fast? When did you even have the time? Xiao Yu casually replied, you were screaming your lungs out for so long. Even if there were 10 bottles, I would have downed them all by now. Qin Yu eagerly pressed her, well, how is it? Did you level up too? Did your strength get a boost? Xiao Yu raised both of her hands to flex her muscles, replying, yeah, I definitely leveled up. I can feel that I can take on way more enemies at once now. Plus, my enhancement ability lasts a lot longer on items now. Qin Yu grinned and said, then give this spatial ring a try. The ring glowed with a blinding blue light as he held it up to inspect it. Wow, after the enhancement, its dimensional storage space has multiplied. He then handed Xiao Yu the fireworks bomb and asked her to try enhancing it as well. Here, try boosting this one too. Xiao Yu asked in surprise, what's this? Qin Yu replied, this is a fireworks bomb. It's a treasure Sun Wu grabbed from the dimensional ruins. This thing packs a serious punch, enough to blow a level 3 monster to pieces. The scene then shifts to a high-rise building surrounded by lush, green trees. Fluffy clouds drift across the sky, painting a deceptively peaceful picture. Down on the streets, it's eerily quiet. Everyone has fled to find shelter, leaving the once bustling roads completely deserted. Although the two siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, are taking a breather inside a shop, they remain highly alert. Suddenly, Qin Yu catches a sound. There's movement outside, followed by a loud shout, Xiao Dong, Xiao Dong. Outside the shop, two figures are chasing each other. Dong Dong, please don't be mad at me anymore. Look at me, okay? What happened last night was all my fault. It turns out to be Xiao Dong and Bai Bing. Xiao Dong turns around and hisses angrily. Keep your voice down. It's extremely dangerous out here. Bai Bing puts a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. Geez, lady. Your voice is literally louder than mine. He glances up at the building and realizes the two of them are standing right in front of a supermarket. Full of hope, Bai Bing tells Xiao Dong, there should be food in here. Let's check it out. But as they look inside, there's absolutely nothing left. Bai Bing sighs in disappointment. Man, finding food is getting harder and harder by the day. Xiao Dong looks just as disheartened, but suddenly her eyes light up as she spots a large door. Bai Bing, look, there's a door over there. It must be the warehouse. Bai Bing inspects the door. Shoot, it's locked. Step back a bit. It looks like it's time for one leg to work some magic. He kicks the door with all his might to break the lock. Suddenly, Xiao Dong places a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Wait! I think I hear something moving inside. Eerie scratching noises echo from within, and suddenly, the door bursts open. Shadowy figures emerge from the darkness. Xiao Dong screams in terror, "Run!" as Bai Bing shrieks in panic. A horde of snarling zombies pours out from behind the door, growling menacingly. Xiao Dong and Bai Bing scramble outside, but Bai Bing suddenly stops and blocks the supermarket entrance. Xiao Dong asks in confusion, "What are you doing?" As the zombies swarm the entrance, Bai Bing yells frantically, "Dong Dong, run!" Xiao Dong bursts into tears, hugging him tightly. "I'm not leaving you behind." The zombies slam against the glass, and the doors shatter open, sending Xiao Dong and Bai Bing flying backward. The two of them scream in terror, staring helplessly at the approaching horde. Bai Bing struggles to his feet and steps forward, determined to protect the woman he loves. "I'll hold them off. Run, Dong," he roars. "Bring it on, you bastards." However, the horde quickly overwhelms him. Xiao Dong screams in horror. Bai Bing, no. Suddenly, a foot steps forward as a figure holding a spear appears, its tip ablaze with roaring flames. Xiao Yu stands with her hands on her hips, looking down at Xiao Dong. "You guys are pretty lucky. We just happened to be nearby." A moment later, Qin Yu completely wipes out the horde. Xiao Dong rushes to support Bai Bing, frantically calling his name. "Bai Bing, Bai Bing," she cries out in despair. "Please don't die." Bai Bing replies weakly, "Dong Dong, I'm just glad you're safe." He suddenly hacks violently, coughing up blood. Xiao Dong sobs his name, "Bai Bing." Feeling sympathetic, Xiao Yu looks at Qin Yu and says, "Can you help him, please?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Xiao Dong asks desperately, "Can he really be saved?" Qin Yu scans the surroundings. He spots a zombie hobbling down the street. "Ah, there we go. Hang in there, buddy. Don't die just yet." He calls out loudly, "Hey, over here." The zombie turns around in confusion. Qin Yu says nonchalantly, "I've got a bone to pick with you." Moments later, the zombie is easily defeated. He pulls out the zombie's crystal and hands it to Bai Bing. "Eat this and you'll be fine." Bai Bing groans in protest. "A zombie crystal? No way. I'm not eating that." Qin Yu forces the crystal into Bai Bing's mouth. "I went through all the trouble of getting this for you, and you're turning your nose up at it?" Xiao Dong and Xiao Yu watch as Qin Yu pats Bai Bing on the back. There, just sit still and be a good boy." After swallowing the crystal, Bai Bing's eyes widen in shock, his face tensing up as he tries to process what's happening. He leaps to his feet, spreading his arms wide and letting out a roar. Xiao Dong asks anxiously, "Bai Bing, are you okay?" Bai Bing grins. "My wounds are completely gone. And that's not all. I can feel this crazy power surging inside me." Xiao Yu explains, "That zombie crystal you just took is the exact energy source you need to evolve. Tons of people would die to get their hands on one of those." "Fine, keep crying and you're not getting any food." Bai Bing scratched his head awkwardly. "Oh man, if I had known, I would have listened to Grandma Wang and stayed inside. She warned us we'd run into danger, and she was right on the money. If it weren't for the two of you, we'd be dead by now." "Grandma Wang?" Xiao Wu asked, surprised. "Grandma Wang?" Xiao Dong explained. "Grandma Wang is a 100-year-old lady, though her mind is a little out of it. She constantly babbles, and even claims she can see the future." Meanwhile, Bai Bing had been staring blankly at the palm of his hand. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise. "Wait. What? I feel like I have some kind of weird superpower." Qin Yu replied, "Once you become an evolved, you unlock a unique ability. Why don't you try it out and see what you got?" Bai Bing smirked at Xiao Dong with a mischievous look. He raised his hands and focused his energy directly onto her. A strange red glow instantly enveloped her. Terrified, Xiao Dong cried out, "Wait, what is this? I can't move my body." He fell to his knees, raising his hands as he laughed maniacally at her. "So it actually works?" Xiao Dong gasped in disbelief. "What?" Bai Bing spread his arms wide to test in just another pose. Infuriated, Xiao Dong snapped, "You jerk, what on earth are you doing to me?" Watching from the side, Qin Yu crossed his arms in amusement and turned to Xiao Wu. "So, it's a puppeteer ability from the Calamity system. It works just like your blood servitude." Nearby, Xiao Dong screamed at the top of her lungs, "Yang Bai Bing, you absolute bastard, let me go right now." Xiao Wu huffed in annoyance. Humph, please. Both in terms of quantity and raw power, he doesn't even come close to me. Shortly after, the four of them made their way to a residential area. Standing in front of a familiar door, Bai Bing knocked. A loud voice from inside called out, "Who is it?" Bai Bing replied, "Uncle Zhang, Grandma Wang, it's us." The door cracked open, and Uncle Zhang froze when he saw Bai Bing and Xiaodong. Looking at their battered and miserable state, Uncle Zhang asked in a panic, "What on earth happened to you two?" Xiaodong replied, "We ran into a horde of zombies and almost got killed. We barely made it back with our lives." Uncle Zhang frowned, his tone turning tense. "Yang, did you get bitten?" Bai Bing stammered, "Well, yes, I was bitten. But please, don't worry, I already." Uncle Zhang barked furiously. "You knew you got bitten and you still dared to come back? Are you trying to get us all killed too? Get out of here right now." Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up. "Let it go, Zhang." Grandma Wang stepped out from inside, leaning heavily on her cane. She was coughing uncontrollably, wheezing out, "Let them in." As she continued to gasp for air, Uncle Zhang called out in concern, "Grandma." Grandma Wang gasped weakly, "No, I am fine. Just let them in." Uncle Zhang gave in and nodded. "Fine, all right." Uncle Zhang glared at Bai Bing and snapped, "You, follow me. I have to keep everyone else safe. Until I can confirm you are not turning into a zombie, you are not leaving my sight." Meanwhile, Grandma Wang called out to Qin Yu and Xiao Wu, "You two, follow me inside. I have something to say to you. Zhang, you and the others stay out here." Qin Yu stared at Grandma Wang suspiciously. This old lady is definitely not ordinary, he thought to himself. Bright sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the house. Xiao Wu pulled up a chair for her. "Grandma, please sit down." Grandma Wang smiled warmly. "You are a sweet girl, dear." She then reached for the necklace around her neck. "An old lady like me has nothing of value left, so I want you to have this." She handed the necklace over to Xiao Wu. "Do not refuse it. You must keep it safe for me." Xiao Wu took the necklace, feeling flustered. "Oh, thank you, Grandma." Grandma Wang looked at the siblings and whispered gently, "Come closer, stand still, let this old lady get a good look at you." Suddenly, her eyes glowed with a strange green light. Qin Yu was taken aback by this. After a long moment, Grandma Wang burst into a hearty, joyful laugh. "Good, wonderful. I hope your flame burns brighter and brighter and is never extinguished." Qin Yu and Xiao Wu stared at each other in utter confusion, unable to understand what was going on. Grandma Wang leaned in close to Xiao Wu. Drained of all her strength, she coughed wheezily. "My dear, no matter what hardships you face, never give up. You are the most perfect being in this world." After saying that, she fell into a violent coughing fit. Xiao Wu became incredibly worried. "Grandma, are you okay?" Qin Yu asked, utterly baffled. "Grandma, what did you mean by that? Can you explain it more clearly?" Grandma Wang wheezed weakly. "Go, to the south. Evolve to the absolute limit, and also, leave quickly. A great danger is about to descend upon you." Qin Yu asked urgently. "Danger is coming? What kind of danger? Grandma, what's wrong with you?" But before she could reply, Grandma Wang collapsed to the ground. Xiao Wu placed her hand under the old woman's nose to check her breathing, tears welling in her eyes. "Brother, she's not breathing anymore." Qin Yu comforted her. "She held on to her very last breath just to give us that warning." Xiao Wu held up the necklace Grandma Wang had given her and asked, "What do you think this is?" Qin Yu examined the necklace carefully, but didn't sense anything unusual. It might just be an ordinary necklace. "Hang on, let me try to copy it." He activated his replication skill, but it failed. Qin Yu was utterly stunned. Shocked, Xiao Wu asked, "What's wrong? You can't replicate it?" Qin Yu frowned in disbelief. "With my current Tier 3 replication ability, I can't even copy this tiny trinket?" "Xiao Wu, try boosting my replication ability." Xiao Wu immediately activated her skill, but there was still no result. Qin Yu groaned in frustration. "As I thought, it still failed." Xiao Wu replied, "Well, didn't you say at the very beginning that you couldn't copy zombies either?" Qin Yu explained. "Failing to copy zombies early on was mainly because they had a massive resistance to my ability. Back then, my genetic energy was too weak to overcome it. But this thing is different. Duplicating this thing drains too much of my energy, and I didn't even succeed once." Looking at Xiao Yu in confusion, he stammered. He explained, "It's like, well, you have a truck full of sand, which seems like a lot. But what you are actually facing is an endless ocean." Xiao Yu asked fearfully, "Is it really that terrifying?" She then put it into her space ring, saying, "Who knows, maybe it will come in handy later." Outside, the bright yellow sky suddenly turned a bizarre shade of red, and a loud scream echoed through the air. "Ah, what is that?" Qin Yu asked in confusion. "What's going on out there?" A moment later, he and Xiao Yu rushed outside. Everyone was looking up at the sky in absolute terror, asking, What is that?" A strange rift ripped open in the sky. Out of the rift poured countless bullhorn demons. More and more bullhorned demons appeared, their savage faces filling the sky as they flew all over the place. Down below, people pointed in terror, watching something plunge from the sky. Qin Yu frowned and said anxiously, "Bullhorn demons?" Xiao Yu asked in confusion, "What on earth are these bullhorn demons? Why are there so many of them?" Qin Yu explained, "They are an alien race from a space rift. Most of their bodies look quite human, so they are called demons, and the ones with bullhorns on their heads are naturally known as bullhorned demons." Qin Yu described their appearance to Xiao Yu. Even though they are just a lower-class race among demons, their numbers are massive, and they are incredibly brutal. They are the ultimate nightmare that strikes terror into everyone's hearts during the apocalypse. Suddenly, a terrifying force slammed into the ground, hitting so hard that the earth buckled inward. Out of the thick, swirling dust, the figure of a bullhorn demon emerged. It glared at the crowd, who shrieked in terror. It's looking this way." The bullhorn demon accelerated, charging straight toward them. Terrified to their core, the crowd screamed, "It is coming! Run!" Xiao Hui trembled and muttered, "Don't come toward me." The bullhorn demon charged at Xiao Hui and threw a massive punch. Xiao Hui was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. He coughed up blood and was sent straight to heaven. The bullhorn demon let out a threatening screech. Qin Yu looked at it with sheer contempt. His spear whipped through the air, killing the bullhorn demon in a single strike. Qin Yu proudly declared to the crowd, "Anyone who wants to live, get over here right now." A moment later, Xiao Yu held a bunch of evolution crystals in her arms. She explained that they were the source of evolutionary energy, and eating one would turn them into an evolver, granting them power far beyond ordinary humans. "Everyone gets one. Hurry up and eat it." Everyone looked at Xiao Yu with deep suspicion. Out of nowhere, Bai Bing rushed over and reassured them, "Trust me, he is right. I was only saved because I ate one. There is no time to lose. Don't hesitate anymore." Xiao Yu handed one to each of them. Trusting her, they swallowed the crystals. Qin Yu warned Bai Bing, "Kid, my strength is higher than everyone else's, so I will be drawing most of the demons. Take the others, find a place to hide, and protect yourselves." Bai Bing replied, "Yes, benefactor. Please take care of yourself too." Qin Yu turned to Xiao Yu and said, "Let's change spots. I want to use these guys to test out my level 3 strength." Xiao Yu readily agreed. "You got it." Meanwhile, the horde of bullhorn demons was tearing through the streets and destroying houses. Seeing their territory invaded, the zombies let out threatening screeches. They quickly lunged at the bullhorn demons. But how could the zombies possibly stand a chance against the bullhorn demons? A trembling zombie was crushed like an ant by a bullhorn demon. Suddenly, it slammed the zombie hard against the ground, obliterating it on the spot. The bullhorn demon roared in triumph. Suddenly, Qin Yu's spear struck it right in the head. The horde of bullhorn demons was instantly incinerated by his flames. Qin Yu cast a disdainful glance. Xiao Yu mocked, "You made these guys sound so terrifying, but they are actually nothing special." Qin Yu continued to fight the bullhorn demons with his spear. Beside him, Xiao Yu was just as fierce, using her sword to slash the bullhorn demons into pieces. Completely unfazed, the bullhorn demons kept coming in even greater numbers, letting out horrific screeches. Qin Yu thought to himself, "Using my full strength, I don't fear these low-level bastards, but fighting like this will quickly drain my stamina and evolution energy." He warned, "Xiao Yu, we need to avoid getting flanked. Follow me to break through their perimeter." Xiao Yu replied, "Understood." The two siblings sprinted forward with the bullhorn demons hot on their heels. Qin Yu's spear carved a hole in a glass door. He told Xiao Yu, "Get in through here." Qin Yu and Xiao Yu slipped inside the building. Qin Yu looked at the glass door and said, "This glass is so thick, when those bastards try to break in, we can just..." Before he could even finish his sentence, the bullhorned demons shattered the glass door and swarmed into the building. Qin Yu went completely pale, gasping in horror. "Are you kidding me? It was that thick." "Oh my god," Xiao Yu worriedly asked. "What do we do now?" Qin Yu unleashed his ability, flames enveloping his body. "What else can we do? We fight for our lives. After a while, even more bullhorn demons swarmed in. The bright glow of the fire lit up a corner of the street as a massive inferno engulfed the bullhorn demons, burning them to ashes. Qin Yu withdrew the flames from his hands as an exhausted Xiao Yu whined. "Brother, I've fought so much that I'm getting hungry." Qin Yu grumbled. "Damn it, this is never ending. It's totally messing up our plans." Suddenly, he noticed something highly unusual as a massive force plummeted toward the ground, straight at Qin Yu. Qin Yu quickly dodged to the side. He asked in confusion, "What is that?" It turned out to be an assassin bull. He thought to himself, "This guy's strength is easily on par with level 2 zombies." Xiao Yu quickly grabbed her sword and lunged at the assassin bull. Qin Yu shouted a warning. "Xiao Yu, get away from it." The assassin bull raised its fist and punched Xiao Yu, sending her flying. Qin Yu glared in fury, puffing out his cheeks as he roared. "How dare you!" He pointed his spear and charged at the assassin bull. "Don't think I'm scared of you just because you're level 2. I'm level 3 now." The assassin bull's massive fingers easily caught his spear. Qin Yu frowned, deep in thought. As expected. Even though I used a potion to boost my strength to level 3, physically speaking, I'm still only 30 times stronger than an average person. Even for level 2, this isn't considered strong. Then, he smirked. Qin Yu channeled his power into the spear and roared. "My purple flames are a genuine level 3 ability." The fire engulfed the assassin bull, and it screamed in agony. Qin Yu watched anxiously, sweat dripping down his face. "Burn to death, burn to death. Don't let my efforts go to waste." A moment later, the assassin bull was charred black, completely lifeless. It collapsed to the ground. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He raised his spear, preparing to deliver a final blow to the assassin bull, and yelled in anger, "How dare you hurt my sister? You're dying here today." Xiao Yu ran over, clutching her wound. "Wait, big brother." Qin Yu turned his head and asked, "What is it?" Xiao Yu dripped her blood onto the assassin bull's head. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, completely forgetting about Xiao Yu's ability. He said, "Oh right, I almost forgot you had this trick up your sleeve." After a moment, the assassin bull suddenly stood up. Xiao Yu happily pointed at it and said, "I choose you, Peekaboo." The pack of bullhorn demons nearby roared. Suddenly, Peekaboo coughed up blood, its bones feeling like they were shattered, and it collapsed to its knees. Qin Yu said in surprise, "Uh-oh, I must have gone too hard on it. It's not going to make it." Xiao Yu continued to drip blood from her fingertip, saying, "Wait, try this." The drops of blood from Xiao Yu's fingertips floated through the air and merged into Peekaboo. Like a miracle cure, Peekaboo instantly regained its strength. Qin Yu was amazed. You can do that too?" Xiao Yu crossed her arms proudly. "I can use the genes in my blood to heal any puppet I control." Peekaboo quickly charged at the pack of bullhorn demons. It swung its fists, killing them one by one, punch after punch. Quite a few bullhorn demons fell to the ground. Suddenly, another bullhorn demon appeared out of nowhere. Qin Yu cried out anxiously, "Another one! Xiao Yu, control it!" Xiao Yu shouted, "Peekaboo, get it!" Peekaboo tightly grabbed both arms of the bullhorn demon. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu used her blood to cast her skill, letting a drop of blood seep into the bullhorn demon's head. 2 of the bullhorn demons have already been brought under control. Qin Yu says with delight, "With these 2 guys, our battle is going to be so much easier." Xiao Yu shouts out, "Hey, throw a few more over here." Peekaboo throws a heavy punch at a bullhorn demon, knocking it out cold instantly. Xiao Yu cheers in excitement. "That is number 3. She counts them one by one. Number 4, number 5, and number 6. Qin Yu gently asks, "Are you getting addicted to this?" Xiao Yu replies happily. Proud of her enhanced blood enslavement ability, she boasts. Now she can control 6 more, making it a total of 12. Xiao Yu continues to cast her skill and then enhances them. She continues, "My enhanced Peekaboo is way stronger than you wild bulls." Qin Yu is completely speechless. "My God, are you just straight up exploiting a game loophole here?" Xiao Yu sits comfortably to the side, sipping her water while watching the Peekaboo's fight. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes. Qin Yu is shocked. Is that the sound of space cracking? Don't tell me another rift is about to tear open. The bullhorn demons spot something, though it is unclear what, and all of them stand there, jaws dropped in utter shock. Then, they begin running away in absolute terror. Xiao Yu points her finger and orders, "Peekaboo, pursue." Qin Yu cries out, "These guys are actually running." "Xiao Yu, let's head up to the rooftop and see what is about to drop this time." The 2 cousins rushed to the rooftop and looked up at the sky. Tan Vu was in shock. A colossal rift had appeared in the crimson, hazy sky, a terrible omen of what was to come. Tu Vu asked him worriedly, "Why do you look so grim?" "My Qin Yu is here. So what's there to be afraid of?" Tan Vu frantically explained. "This isn't a normal rift, it was torn open. Spatial rifts are usually unstable. It takes an incredible amount of power just to maintain one, and the only beings that can tear space apart are monsters with terrifying strength," Tan Vu said uneasily. A maniacal laugh echoed from the sky. "Where do you think you're going? It took me so much effort to barely rip this thing open. If you run away, wouldn't all my work be for nothing?" A monster was struggling to crawl out of the rift. It screeched, "Don't get in my way." A beam of red light shot down from the sky, creating a huge explosion on the rooftop. From within the thick smoke and dust, the figure of a small girl emerged. She smiled sinisterly. "I'd almost forgotten how many years it's been since I last visited this world. I never expected to find such delicious prey here." Tu Vu was stunned. "Is that a beautiful girl? Why is this girl here?" Tan Vu stepped in front of Tu Vu, saying, "You can tell just by looking at her that she's from another race. Don't let your guard down for a second." Twirling a lock of her hair, the little lowly replied, "Of course it's because of you. And by the way, this princess's name is..." "Whoa there, Cherise. Don't be in such a rush, girl. Underestimating me is going to cost you." Confused, Xiao Yu asks back, "Wait, because of me?" Licking her fingers with a wicked grin, Cherise sneers, "Not just any minor issue could make a queen like me waste my energy coming down here, you know? I have never tasted any blood as delicious as yours." With a look of pure contempt, she says, "Hey, big sister, your world is way too dangerous. Why don't you just come with me? I'll protect you." Grave and irritated, Qin Yu demands, "So you can lock her up and feast on her flesh and blood every single day?" Cherise mocks him. "Who gave you permission to speak? In my eyes, she is a prized prey, while you're just a piece of trash who doesn't even deserve to be hunted." Hearing this, Qin Yu grits his teeth in anger. "Are you out of your mind? Babbling all this nonsense on your own? Do you seriously think you're some kind of god? Referring to yourself as a queen, aren't you sick of yourself? Want to see if I'll beat you to a pulp right now?" Cherise snaps back with pure disdain. You insignificant little ant. Do you even realize what kind of supreme, magnificent being you are talking to?" Qin Yu grips his spear tightly, smirking as he sneers. "You're just another alien freak. I just slaughtered a whole bunch of you guys back there. Get lost now, or you'll end up just like those pests." Beside him, Xiao Yu watches anxiously, knowing her brother is totally bluffing. Fuming with rage, Cherise's face turns dark as she snarls, "You! How dare you compare someone of my status to those filthy beasts? You ignorant ant! If you knew my true power, you wouldn't dare utter another word." Qin Yu calmly replies, "I know you're powerful. Honestly, I'm no match for you right now." But pointing his spear right at Cherise, he continues, "Your real body never crossed through that rift. The you standing in front of me is nothing but a projection." Shocked, Cherise stammers, How? How do you know that?" Qin Yu chuckles, "You hesitated to attack and kept trying to convince her to leave. That's when I knew you were just bluffing. I'm guessing that with just your clone's power, you aren't confident you can take me on." Deep down, Qin Yu is laughing hysterically. "Oh man, I can't believe that wild guess actually worked. Thank goodness." Furious, Cherise snarls, "Even if this is just a clone, it is more than enough to obliterate you." Cherise moves with lightning speed. Seeing this, cold sweat breaks down Qin Yu's face as he tenses up. She is too fast. Suddenly, Cherise appears right in front of Qin Yu. Grinning like a predator playing with its food, she taunts, "Surprise, old man." Qin Yu raises his spear to block Cherise's incoming strike. Her razor-sharp claws scrape against the metal, eager to tear him apart. He gasps, "Damn, what a strike. My sturdy spear almost snapped in half." Cherise licks her fingertips, her face twisted in pure malice. She sneers, "Ha, quick reflexes. But what about this next one?" Qin Yu quickly turns to his sister and yells, "Xiao Yu, enhance!" Xiao Yu responds. A fierce exchange of blows erupts between them in an instant. But with a single swipe of her claws, Cherise easily snaps Qin Yu's long spear clean in half. Treating it like a trophy, she taunts, "Ha, your spear is broken. Let's see what you'll use to defend yourself now." Immediately, Cherise lunges to slash him once more. This time, he can't dodge in time, and she leaves a nasty deep wound on him. Watching from a distance, Xiao Yu sees her brother get hit and screams in sheer panic, "Brother!" Despite the pain, Qin Yu manages to grab both of Sheris's wrists. With a triumphant smirk, he says, "Ha, got you." Blushing in embarrassment, Sheris is left utterly speechless for once. She quickly pulls her hands back. Seeing this, Qin Yu remarks, "Man, you're slippery. Did you get embarrassed and throw a tantrum?" Sheris swings a wild strike right at Qin Yu's face, but he quickly ducks. Infuriated, she screams, "How dare a lowly ant like you lay your filthy hands on me?" But with Qin Yu suddenly nowhere in sight, Sheris freezes in confusion. Out of nowhere, Qin Yu appears behind Sheris and locks her in a tight embrace, catching her completely off guard. She screams in outrage, "Let me go, you hybrid ant, you filthy piece of male trash." Activating his skill, he shouts, "Burn to ashes." Instantly, a massive explosion erupts, shaking the entire area. Miraculously, neither of them is injured after the blast. Absolutely furious after being blindsided, Sheris gnashes her teeth at Qin Yu. "I will tear you limb from limb." She unleashes a rapid succession of claw strikes, sending deadly slashes flying straight toward him. Qin Yu is in intense pain, and his left arm looks like it is completely out of commission. Struggling, he mutters, "My enhanced clone got taken out just like that. Damn it, half of my gene power wasted." Giving him no time to catch his breath, Sheris lunges again. This time, she is completely determined to finish him off. With murder in her eyes, she screams, "Die, you pathetic ant." Suddenly, a mysterious figure leaps in, throwing out glowing paper talismans. Sheris is caught off guard. "Vile demon, how dare you try to harm humans?" Stunned, Sheris halts, putting her hands on her hips as she demands, "Who's there? Who dares to stop me from executing this insect?" The man who came to Qin Yu's rescue is Dao Ye, a powerful Taoist priest. He throws a burning talisman from his hand, but Sheris easily slaps it away. With utter disdain, she scoffs, just cheap tricks. It is completely useless." Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts right in front of her eyes. The light quickly transforms into magical glowing ropes, binding Sheris tightly. Though securely bound, she still screams, "Arg! What trick is this? Untie me this instant." Dao Yi just stood there, wearing a victorious smirk. He boasted, "Trapped by my golden talisman, even a supreme deity couldn't escape." It seems Dao Yi had severely underestimated Li Si's combat abilities. With a loud scream, she quickly shattered his golden talisman. Caught completely off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Dao Yi gritted his teeth and muttered, "This demon is way too powerful." Watching from a distance, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu couldn't help but gasp in awe. Wow, a cultivator. A Duzong-level expert is seriously this powerful? Feeling pretty embarrassed that his golden talisman was shattered so easily, Dao Yi got a little annoyed with the siblings. He snapped, "Hey, you two, you should probably fall back. The golden talisman is not going to hold her for much longer." Hearing this, Qin Yu pushed through his pain and forced out, "Xiao Yu, boost me again." As soon as he spoke, a surge of purple energy flared up around him. Stunned, Li Si shrieked, "You mere insect, how dare you?" But before she could do anything, the purple flames instantly engulfed her. Qin Yu was reaching his absolute limit. In a barely audible voice, he gasped, "Xiao Yu, boost my flame ability." Xiao Yu quickly complied. "On it, big brother." With that, Qin Yu channeled every ounce of his remaining strength into one final, decisive strike. But because his injuries were too severe, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yu rushed over to hold him, her face filled with anxiety. She cried, "Brother, what is wrong?" Writhing in pain and gasping for air, Qin Yu weakly replied, "I am fine. Just pushed myself too hard. I used up too much energy, and my battered body cannot handle the strain." On the other side, Li Si was absolutely furious, screaming, "You, how dare you do this to this princess?" Seeing that Li Si could still speak, Qin Yu was shocked that even a full power blast failed to take her down. He wondered, did that not even beat her? Losing his patience, Dao Yi cried out, "Are we really going to be defeated by this demon today?" As the flames gradually dissipated, they revealed Li Si covering her chest, blushing intensely with sheer embarrassment and rage. Seeing this, Dao Yi completely lost his cool. Forgetting his dignified Taoist persona, he suffered a massive, explosive nosebleed. This demoness is seriously hot. Qin Yu froze in place for 5 seconds, while Xiao Yu stared at her brother with deep suspicion. She scolded, "Brother, did you seriously do that on purpose?" But the one dying of embarrassment was Li Si, and she was absolutely livid. She shrieked, "You insect, turn around, stop looking." Meanwhile, Dao Yi couldn't control himself after witnessing such a spicy view. The amount of blood spraying from Dao Yi's nose was directly proportional to Li Si's rising fury. She barked. And you, stop staring and suck that nosebleed back in. Just you wait. All of you. With that, her body began to fade away. Before disappearing completely, she made sure to leave them with a threat. This isn't over, not by a long shot. Just you wait for me. With Li Si gone, the three of them were left standing awkwardly on the rooftop. Dao Yi finally calmed down a bit, sniffing back the last of his nosebleed to put it back where it belonged. Now that things had settled down, Dao Yi cupped his hands in greeting toward the siblings. This humble Taoist goes by the name of Dao Yi. Might I ask for your honorable names? The younger sister quickly chimed in. I am Qin Yu, and this is my older brother, Qin Yu. Hearing their names, Dao Yi pondered for a moment. Qin Yu, Qin Xiaoyu. Those names make you sound less like siblings and more like father and daughter. Hearing Dao Yi's comment, Xiaoyu's face completely froze, totally speechless. She grumbled to herself, oh my god, another person saying that. Next time, I am not even introducing us. Realizing his joke might have crossed the line, he quickly flashed a confident smile to clear the awkwardness. Oh, sorry about that, my bad. This humble Taoist is a monk and doesn't socialize much. If I have caused offense, please forgive me. Then, Xiaoyu seriously asked him, seeing you draw talismans and chant spells earlier, are you really a cultivator? He scratched his head and sheepishly replied, meditating and searching for the Tao is a lifelong duty for us monks. Since childhood, I have studied Taoist scriptures and yin-yang magic under my master, but as for being a true cultivator, I am afraid I still fall a bit short. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had been quiet the whole time, but the excruciating pain finally made him groan in agony. Dao Yi quickly offered to treat Qin Yu, saying, brother, you are seriously injured. Please sit down first and let this humble monk treat your wounds. He then pulled out his toolkit of cultivation gear, which surprisingly included a first aid kit for emergencies. Talk about being well prepared. Xiaoyu happily praised him. Oh, you even carry medicine and acupuncture needles? Dao Yi sheepishly replied, I travel quite a bit for my studies, so injuries are inevitable. I got used to carrying medicine and needles just in case. With that said, he quickly channeled his energy and medical knowledge to start healing Qin Yu. Before getting to work, he didn't forget to reassure him, hang in there, this might hurt a bit. Flashing back to years ago, when Dao Yi was just a boy, he was an orphan. A master happened to cross paths with him back when he was incredibly filthy and dressed in rags. He asked Dao Yi, what is your name? They all call me Little Beggar, his master said. Then your master will give you a Taoist name. You shall be called Dao Yi. He was then taken up the mountain by his master to train. Time flew by. From a once homeless boy, Dao Yi had now grown into the master's #1 disciple. Every day, he trained diligently and happily alongside his master. After all, the truly wise live in peace, while petty minds constantly plot. Great words are bold and clear, while petty talk is just endless chatter. Just like that, 10 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. But good times never last, and no one can stay by your side forever. His master had passed away. May you rest in peace, master. Dao Yi was drowning in grief over his loss, but out of nowhere, his master bolted upright from inside his coffin. His face was deathly pale and gaunt, and he kept wailing uncontrollably. Dao Yi panicked at the terrifying sight and cried out, Master, what are you doing? But the old Taoist lunged straight at him. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the attack. In that split second, he realized this was no longer his master. Some filthy, evil entity had possessed his corpse. Dao Yi drew his sword, taking a combat stance. You vile creature, how dare you? Get the hell out of my master's body. A fierce battle broke out between the two. But fast-forwarding to the present, our trio was still standing on the rooftop of a building. Even though the midday sun was beating down on them, they still hadn't left. Xiaoyu tried to comfort him, saying, don't beat yourself up over it. That wasn't your master anymore. Dao Yi replied with a heavy heart. Thank you. Later, I heard on the radio that many others were acting just like him. It has to be the work of evil spirits. We Taoists usually live in seclusion deep in the mountains, but in times of chaos, we must descend to save the world. That's why I came here, Dao Yi continued. I never imagined the world would fall into such a state, with evil running rampant and barely any normal humans left. But right in that moment, I felt the yin-yang arts I've practiced for years suddenly break through to a whole new level. Hearing this, Qin Yu asked, so, what's your plan now? Dao Yi gazed into the distance and gave a serious reply. I plan to leave this place. There's a dark, murderous aura looming over this city. I'm afraid a massive catastrophe is coming. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly chimed in. Hey, that works out perfectly. We're planning to head south too. Why don't you tag along with us? Unlike the excited Qin Yu, Dao Yi touched his forehead, seemingly deep in thought, but he quickly replied, that would be amazing. It's full of those flesh-eating maniacs out there, and I was just stressing over where to go. Xiao Yu immediately asked, wait, those guys are actually called zombies. Haven't you ever watched a movie before? He gave an awkward chuckle and replied sheepishly, well, I've been training on the mountain with my master since I was a kid. I only came down once in a while, mostly just doing hard ascetic training, so I don't really know much about the modern world. Realizing she had made Dao Yi feel awkward, she quickly tried to smooth things over. Ah, then you should definitely come with us. I'll bring you up to speed on everything when we get the chance. The three of them chatted happily as they walked. Qin Yu said, so, that talisman spell you just mastered, it's probably because you've awakened as an evolver. Dao Yi beamed and said, wow, I knew it. No wonder I suddenly got so incredibly strong. The three of them stopped in front of a building when a loud laugh echoed from inside. Ha ha ha, this feels so freaking good. Qin Yu gasped in shock. What's going on? Before them was a man and a bull doing the exact same movements. To make things weirder, the bull was actually standing on two legs. The absurd sight completely froze them in place. Bai Bing and the standing bull walked over, happily welcoming everyone. Hey guys, you're back. But the bull wasn't quite as lucky. In a flash, an attack from Qin Yu pierced straight through its head, sending the beast crashing lifelessly to the floor. Bai Bing pouted, clearly upset by his buddy's ruthless action. Hey, don't kill it. I wasn't done playing yet. Qin Yu glared at him with sharp, serious eyes and said, save your gene energy. Now, go get someone to clean up those corpses and fix the door, or we're going to attract a whole horde of zombies. As Dao Yi spotted a corpse lying in the middle of the room, he gasped in disbelief. Is that Grandmaster Wang? Qin Yu was taken aback. Oh? You know her? Dao Yi then explained the whole story. Yeah. Grandmaster Wang was a highly respected Taoist priestess with immense prestige in our sect. I met her a few times as a kid, and even my master held her in the highest regard. My master and I were actually planning to descend the mountain and visit her. I never expected to find her like this. Qin Yu walked up behind Dao Yi and said, I see, so she was a respected senior of your sect. To be honest with you, she was the one who warned us to leave immediately and head south. On their journey south, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu shared a bed, but neither of them could fall asleep. Xiao Yu playfully poked his chest and giggled, wow, bro, your chest is so hard. But she was only met with his cold, indifferent glare. I have a wound there, so cut it out and go to sleep. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's playfulness vanished, replaced by clear worry. No, it's still early. Do you want me to gently rub it for you? Qin Yu turned to face her and whispered softly, sigh, keep your voice down. It'll sound bad if the others hear us. Meanwhile, in the next room, Dao Yi was still wide awake, sitting alone and talking to himself. Sigh, Master, your unfilial disciple has failed you. With just my own strength, I couldn't save the people of Shengjing City. All I can do is flee for now, keep myself alive, and wait until I'm stronger to save more innocent lives in the future. But from the other side of the wall, he could hear a faint whisper. Wow, bro, your chest is so hard. Hearing those words, he was utterly bewildered. It was incredibly awkward. Are those two really siblings? But the two next door wouldn't stop, continuing to say things that made Dao Yi's face turn bright red. Ow, that hurts. Stop messing around and just go to sleep. Unable to take it anymore, Dao Yi covered his head and buried his face in his pillow. He buried his face in his pillow, desperate to block out those awkward noises. It's already late, big brother. Do you want me to give you a rub down? Driven to madness, Dao Yi bolted upright with a dead serious look on his face. Screw sleeping, it was time to make some talismans. While the Taoist priest was channeling all his energy into making talismans, Qin Yu and Xiao Wu still hadn't stopped. Wow, big brother. You have such an amazing body. The next morning, Qin Yu and Xiao Wu stepped out of their room, both wearing matching red outfits. Qin Yu looked a bit worn out and grumpy, while Xiao Wu was stretching, looking like she just had the best sleep of her life. She yawned. Ah, that was a great sleep. Glancing over at Dao Yi's room, they saw him slowly shuffling out. Seeing this, Xiao Wu asked with concern, oh, did you not sleep well last night? Dao Yi had dark circles under his eyes. and holding the stack of talismans he'd stayed up all night making, he forced a smile. Ha ha, I was running low on talismans, so I had to stay up all night drawing them. Bai Bing and Xiao Tong showed up, and Bai Bing asked, "You guys aren't staying for a few more days?" Qin Yu replied, "We have urgent business to attend to. Besides, Shengjing City is no longer safe. You all should leave as soon as possible, too." Hearing this, Bai Bing was temporarily speechless. Qin Yu continued, "Look, I know finding a safe haven isn't easy for you guys, especially since you have so many elderly and sick people to move. But when danger comes, you can't hesitate. Head toward the military, that's your only fighting chance to survive." With that, Bai Bing waved and smiled, while Xiao Tong blushed slightly next to him. "Yeah, thank you guys." The three of them stepped out of the motel and hit the road again. Xiao Wu said excitedly, "Big brother, this almost feels like we're out on a road trip." He replied with a grim expression. "What's there to be happy about? You have no idea the wilderness is way more dangerous than the city." She turned to her brother, her eyes sparkling. "Huh? In zombie movies, isn't the most dangerous place always the crowded cities? There's nobody out in the wild. Even if there are zombies, there'd only be a few." Disagreeing with his sister, he immediately shot back. "You're only talking about the zombies in movies. Don't forget, there are also mutated beasts out there. The wilderness is crawling with wild beasts and birds, way more than the city. And there could even be mutated plants. One slip-up, and those things will tear you to pieces." Seeing how seriously Qin Yu was arguing with her, she looked away and murmured softly, "Oh, is that so?" Qin Yu continued, "Let's head to where Lin Feng's unit is stationed first. I need a favor from them." Arriving at the gate, they were stopped by two guards. One of them called out, "Who goes there? Please stop right there." Qin Yu spoke up, "I'm looking for Lin Feng. My name is Qin Yu. I'm a friend of his. Could you please let him know I'm here?" The guard immediately recognized him. "Oh, so you're Major Lin Feng's friend. Please wait a moment. I need to report this." He added, "These are critical times, so we can't afford any slip-ups. I hope you understand. Just a few days ago, several refugees turned out to be infected, resulting in countless casualties." Qin Yu nodded. "Yeah, I get it. I'll wait." Before long, Major Lin Feng stepped out and greeted them. "Qin Yu, you're finally here?" Qin Yu and his group quickly walked up to meet him. Xiao Wu caught sight of the people sitting by the roadside and couldn't help but ask, "Are these people really this weak?" Lin Feng looked at Xiao Wu and sighed. "Sigh, there's nothing we can do. Food is incredibly scarce here, but we couldn't just turn these new refugees away. Even the young, able-bodied men going to the front lines aren't getting enough to eat, let alone the elderly, weak, and women." Lin Feng led the three of them inside. Along the way, they ran into a group of bald-headed men screaming and cursing at each other over a small ration of food. "You bastards only gave us this tiny bit of food. Are you trying to starve us to death? If you won't let us live, we won't let you have any peace either. Let's beat them to death, guys." Lin Feng roared. "Stop. What do you think you're doing?" The bald men, who were shouting at the top of their lungs just a moment ago, instantly cowered the second they heard Lin Feng's voice. One of them answered tremblingly, "Oh, Officer Lin, we're starving here." Lin Feng wasn't buying it and got even harsher. "Not enough to eat? Why don't you ask around this camp and see who actually gets to eat their fill? You guys are all young, able-bodied men. Why aren't you out there fighting alongside everyone else instead of hiding in a refugee camp? How can you call yourselves men?" One of the men couldn't take it anymore and snapped back, raising his voice. "Fight? Risk our lives out there just to get a tiny bit of extra food? We'd still be starving anyway." Lin Feng stood tall, speaking with the authority of a major as he tried to talk some sense into the man. "You already know even the soldiers don't get enough to eat, so what are you making a scene for? If the soldiers fall, you won't even have to worry about rations anymore. You'll just end up as food for the swarm." After dealing with those men, Lin Feng sighed heavily. "Sigh, you see how it is. With threats both inside and out, everyone is just trying to mask their stress and despair." Qin Yu ignored the drama and said, "I came here to see Lu Tiqui. I need him to forge some weapons for me. Once they're done, I'll be on my way. I won't be a burden to you guys." Lin Feng turned to him, a hint of desperation in his eyes, and asked, "Is that the only reason you're here? You've seen the situation we're in. If you can, please, help us out." Qin Yu replied immediately, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but when it comes to the swarm, there's really nothing I can do. I'll be honest with you. This mission is practically impossible to pull off. Retreating immediately to find another camp is your best bet." Lam Fong scratched his head, his face written with exhaustion. How did I not think of what you said? But if that's the case, I'll take you to meet Lu Thiet Chui. Lam Fong led Tan Vu to a 4-story building, pointing up to give him directions. Go up to the 3rd floor. Just follow the sound of metal clanging and you'll find him. I've got some other business to take care of, so I won't be coming along. Tan Vu turned to Lam Fong and said, yeah, go handle your business. With that, Tan Vu, Tu Vu, and Dao Diek headed inside. Tu Vu asked, bro, why aren't we taking Lam Fong with us? It's way better than leaving him here to die, isn't it? Tan Vu replied with indifference. He wouldn't agree anyway. He's determined to defend this place to the death. Dao Diek seemed to understand his resolve and spoke up in his defense. Everyone in this world has their own duty. Dying with no regrets. That is a true hero. The 3 of them arrived at the room Lam Fong pointed out. Standing in front of the door, Tu Vu complained, man, it's scorching hot in here. Stepping inside, they saw a tall, muscular man intensely focused on his work. He held an iron hammer, wearing nothing but an apron. Seeing the man, Tan Vu was quite surprised and thought to himself, no wonder, this guy is an evolver and a rare creation type at that. Then he called out a greeting, you must be Mr. Lua. The man replied with absolute indifference, not even sparing him a glance. Yeah, Lu Thiet Tru, Lu Thiet Chu. Call me whatever you want. Tan Vu stepped closer and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Tan Vu, a friend of Lam Fong. I'd like to ask for your help in forging a weapon. Thiet Chui looked stern, his voice cold and indifferent. Write down your specifications on a piece of paper. Once I'm done with this, I'll help you out. Tan Vu, however, seemed to be in a real rush. Could you possibly make mine first? I'm in a huge rush. The man shot him a sharp, highly judgmental look. He said, you're in a rush? Is your business more urgent than the war god's decapitation mission? Just wait your turn. Once I'm done, I'll squeeze in some time to help you. Sensing things were going south, Tan Vu quickly explained, Mr. Lu, I'm a friend of Major Lam Fong. Before Tan Vu could even finish, Thiet Chui snapped, will you cut it out? I told you to wait, so wait. What of it if you're a friend of Major Lam Fong? Even if you were the commander's uncle, it wouldn't mean squat to me. Just as Tan Vu was figuring out how to persuade him, someone suddenly appeared and called out his name, Tan Vu. Hearing someone call her brother's name, Tu Vu turned around, looking a bit surprised. Tan Vu appeared with a group of people. He said, don't be so tense. I didn't come here to cause trouble. What are you guys doing here anyway? Toai Trung, who was with him, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Is this the Tan Vu you said easily beat you? Tan Vu stepped closer to Tan Vu, his tone highly provocative. Ha, this is perfect. With you on board, we're guaranteed to succeed. Tan Vu raised a hand to stop him. He replied in dead earnest, I think you've got it all wrong. I'm here to get a weapon made. Why would I leave this place with you? And as for your little decapitation mission, I'm not participating. If I were you, I'd stop blindly marching to my death like that. Tan Vu was slightly taken aback, but quickly composed himself and sneered, man, you really are a coward. This decapitation mission is for the sake of Shengjing City. Even if we die, we will be remembered by future generations as city heroes. Tan Vu maintained his deadpan face, looking at Tan Vu with a highly judgmental gaze. He said, are you stupid? If you all die, the Zerg will just level the city. By then, nobody will be around to remember your so-called heroic deeds, because everyone who knew you will be dead. Got it? Tan Vu continued, look, I have no interest in playing the hero. If you can't convince him to forge my weapon, then shut your mouth. Toai Trung couldn't stand Tan Vu's attitude. Flying into a rage, he barked, a coward is a coward. I bet you only beat Tan Vu out of pure luck. I, Li Toai Trung, officially challenge you. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll keep acting like you're hot stuff. Tu Vu pointed her finger at Tan Vu and Toai Trung, asking a question that left both of them dumbfounded. Which one of you two is stronger? Toai Trung was a bit flustered and stammered, why are you asking that? With a serious look on her face, she picked her nose and said, if you two are neck and neck, then don't even think about challenging my brother. I could easily take both of you on single-handedly with one hand. Hearing this, Toai Trung was utterly shocked. He was practically falling backward in disbelief, yet he still refused to back down. Talking back, are we? Fine, you little brat. Let me show you that I'm not like other guys. Even if you're a woman, I won't pull my punches. Tai Zu had been keeping quiet to size up the situation, but now he finally spoke up. Hold on. He glanced behind him with an inquiring look. You said you're leaving Shengjing City? Tai Zu asked. Qin Yu asked back in confusion. Yeah. Why? He frowned and proposed. I promise to forge your weapon first, but you must promise me one thing in return. Qin Yu looked at him with a questioning gaze and asked, Tell me first. What is it? Taizu made his demand. Take my grandson away from here, and to Tianmeng City in the south. Promise me, and I'll forge your weapon. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then replied firmly, I can do that. I'll do my best to keep him safe. Sui Zhong said with an angry face, Are you two done talking? Is that it? Can I make my move now? Suddenly, Xiao Yu rushed forward in a flash. She held her blade right against his neck before quickly pulling it back, ordering calmly, All right, it's over. Now let Uncle Lu help forge my brother's weapon. Sui Zhong went pale with fear and stammered, How is this possible? Tiju frowned at what had just happened. She's that strong? He turned back around, continuing to strike the glowing red iron with his hand, speaking in a relieved voice. With strength like yours, I can rest easy knowing my grandson is with you. What kind of weapon do you want? I'll make it right now. Qin Yu pulled a blood-burning stone out of his spatial ring. Sui Zhong gasped in shock. Isn't that Major Lin's spatial ring? Qin Yu frowned and replied, showing no surprise. It's not Major Lin's. That guy's ability is pretty insane. It's a long story. Taizu frowned, reaching out to take the blood-burning stone, and asked in confusion, What is this? It's actually still hot. Qin Yu replied, This is a blood-burning stone. Please use it to forge a 2-meter spear for me. Taiju looked at the item in his hand. Sensing that it was of incredible quality, he agreed. All right. Just touching this thing makes me feel its extraordinary power. It's definitely top-tier stuff. The weapon made from this will surely be a divine masterpiece. He added, It's good, but we're still a bit short. A 2-meter spear requires more than this. These 2 pieces can only forge the spearhead. In my opinion, we should use flame crystal for the shaft. Qin Yu asked. Flame crystal? Standing nearby, Xiao Yu asked curiously, What on earth is flame crystal? Qin Yu explained, Do you remember the firebugs that chased us? This flame crystal is the organ firebugs use to generate fire. It's extremely hard and keeps a fire burning for a long time. Although it's not as good as the blood-burning stone, it's still a rare material. The blood-burning stones were cut into smaller pieces and thrown into the roaring furnace. Taizu stood in front of the furnace, frowning. He spoke in a puzzled tone. This thing's temperature is too high. Even with the furnace at its highest setting, there's absolutely no reaction. Seeing this, Qin Yu conjured a purple flame in his hand, stared intently at the furnace, and replied, Let me. He then fearlessly thrust his hand, wrapped in purple flames, into the burning furnace. Taizu looked at the furnace and warned, Wait, if you keep doing that, the furnace won't hold. Qin Yu glanced at Xiao Yu and ordered, Xiao Yu, reinforce the furnace for me. Hearing that, she cast her reinforcement spell on the furnace and replied, Understood. Everyone present in the room widened their eyes in absolute shock at the scene. Once the blood-burning stone was heated in the fire, Qin Yu pulled it out and announced, It's ready. Taizu took the blood-burning stone and hammered it with all his might to shape it. He turned his head and urged urgently, Drip your blood onto it, quick. Qin Yu quickly took out a knife and slashed a line across his palm. He held his hand over the spearhead, letting his blood drip onto the glowing hot metal. The spearhead vibrated violently as tiny veins of blood spread across it. Qin Yu was utterly astonished, thinking to himself, This spearhead is vibrating in sync with me. Taiju cradled the newly forged spear in his hands, saying in a highly satisfied tone, This is my absolute finest work to date. I shall name it the Blood Flame Spear. That's what we'll call it. Qin Yu held the new spear in his hand, smiled, and said, The Blood Flame Spear. What a great name. He swung the spear, and a trail of purple fire erupted in the direction he pointed. He evaluated. It actually managed to reach D-tier treasure quality, and it even has an extra effect. Unbelievably, a purple flame enveloped the tip of the spear. Qin Yu held the spear upright. Suddenly, a shroud of blood-red aura flared up around him, instantly burning through his blood in a short burst, boosting his speed and power. But once the effect wears off, he will be weakened from blood loss. There is also a blood backlash. Whenever the blood flame spear siphons the enemy's blood, it strengthens the wielder, while simultaneously transferring energy to them, rapidly accelerating their blood regeneration. Qin Yu cupped his hands in gratitude and said, Thank you, Master Lu. I will definitely do my best to bring your grandson safely to Tianmeng City. Taizu clasped his hands together and proposed, All right, I hope you can wait one night, Master Qin Yu. Tomorrow, I will arrange everything so he can accompany you too. Qin Yu called out to him, Master Liu. Taizu looked at him with a gentle smile. Qin Yu frowned and suggested, "Come with us. You shouldn't die here. You really shouldn't." Taizu folded his arms behind his back, calmly declining after a moment of thought. "Me? I'm not going anywhere. I have to stay behind and fight until the very end." The next day, as the bright sun rose high in the sky, its dazzling rays pierced through the morning mist, shining down on the outside of a building. Inside the building, Liu Hui stood in front of the door, his voice sounding a bit shy. "Hello, you two. I'm Liu Hui." Qin Yu looked at him with curiosity. "You're Master Lu's nephew? Are you ready to leave?" Liu Hui smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm all set." Outside in the hallway, a group of people was marching forward with confidence. Dressed in formal attire, they made their way toward Qin Yu's room. The white-haired man was the number 1 of the 10 battle gods, Gao Xiao. With a face as pale as a ghost, he was known as Gui Xiao, possessing the ability to turn into a phantom. Beside him, the green-haired man was the number 2 of the 10 battle gods, Yang Jingling. He was about 25 years old, extremely handsome, known as the military heartthrob, with the ability to control grass. Walking behind the green-haired man was the number 3 of the 10 battle gods, Lu Yun, who could transform into a giant porcupine with thick, dark quills that he could shoot out like projectiles. Walking right beside him was Commander-in-Chief Li Wei. He was over 40 years old, a cunning schemer with deep, hidden abilities. Lin Feng walked ahead, calling out warmly, "Qin Yu." Qin Yu glanced at the approaching group, knitting his brows in confusion. Jingling spoke up. "Impressive. You really are a young prodigy. Are you Qin Yu? I've heard Lin Feng mention you." With one hand on his hip, Qin Yu smiled and asked, "By the looks of it, you must be the commander-in-chief of Shengjing City." Li Wei clasped his hands behind his back, smiling in appreciation as he introduced himself. "Excellent observation. I am Li Wei, the commander-in-chief of Shengjing City." Qin Yu frowned as realization struck him, and he silently muttered to himself, "Li Wei? Could he be?" He recalled the image of Li Wei in the future. Li Wei, he thought, the future lord of Tianmeng City. I didn't expect him to be the commander-in-chief of Shengjing City right now. Qin Yu clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Ah, so it's Commander Li. I've heard a lot about you." Li Wei immediately got straight to the point. He spoke cautiously. "Actually, I came here today because I need your help with something." Qin Yu turned around, pondered for a moment, and politely declined. "If you want me to join the raid on the broodmother's nest, I'm sorry, but I have to refuse." Li Wei burst into laughter. "You've got it all wrong. That's not why I'm here at all." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "We stand absolutely no chance of winning this war against the Zerg. You see that too, don't you?" Qin Yu asked suspiciously. "What are you trying to say?" Li Wei suggested. "Instead of fighting a battle, we are destined to lose. It would be much better to save ourselves so we can make more meaningful contributions to humanity later." Qin Yu curled his lips into a cold smirk, asking mockingly, "So, you mean we break through their lines?" "Commander Li, that's quite a brilliant move." Seeing this, Li Wei corrected him. "It's not breaking through. It's escaping." Lin Feng knit his brows and asked the commander in disbelief, "I won't object to abandoning Shengjing City, but why is only our squad retreating? Are we really just going to abandon over 100,000 soldiers and over 100,000 citizens just like that?" Hearing this, Li Wei jumped in anger, spinning around to glare at Lin Feng, his voice turning high and screechy. Spitting with pure spite and arrogance, he snapped, "Major Lin, watch your tone and your attitude. If everyone retreats, the Zerg will definitely hunt us down. Besides, we don't have enough food. There's simply no way we can feed everyone." Qin Yu cast a contemptuous glance and muttered under his breath, "This guy is truly ruthless. No wonder he became a notorious tyrant in the future." Seeing that Qin Yu remained silent, Li Wei assumed he was hesitant and quickly explained, "Qin Yu, if you're worried about whether we can make it there, don't be. There are over 500 people traveling with us, and every single one of them is an elite. Once we reach Tianmeng, our status won't be any lower than it was in Shengjing City. My older brother, Li Hongming, is the commander-in-chief of Tianmeng City." Hearing his explanation, Qin Yu's face darkened. He placed a hand on his chin, thinking to himself, "Li Hongming? I never heard of this person in my past life. Could it be?" Li Wei smirked and continued, "Not long ago, my brother sent me word. Things are looking good over there. Tianmeng City has basically been completely cleared out. With its current military strength, calling Tianmeng the safest place on Earth wouldn't be an understatement. With my connection to him and the strength you all possess, we will easily secure a high status for ourselves in Tianming City. Qin Yu fell silent, recalling the events of his past life. In his previous life, he only knew Li Wei as the Lord of Tianming. He had never once heard the name Li Hongming. Logically speaking, a regional lord, especially one who laid the foundation for Tianming's survival, should have left some record, no matter how small. Rubbing his temple, Qin Yu frowned as another dark possibility crossed his mind. Could Li Wei have bitten the hand that fed him? Did he stage a coup, murder Li Hongming, and then cover up the truth? Perhaps he established a ruthless dictatorship, using censorship to completely erase all traces of Li Hongming's existence. If that's the case, then this Li Wei is a terrifyingly cold-blooded character. Dao Yi's expression darkened, his voice filled with endless sorrow. What a tragedy, what a sin. I fear those left behind will face a grim and terrible fate. Lu Hui placed both hands on his hips, trying to defend Li Wei. Commander Li doesn't have it easy either. From the start, his heart was set on Shengjing City. Making a choice like this was his only option, so he must be hurting deep down inside. Xiao Yu leaned in slightly, casting a wary glance at that man before whispering to Qin Yu. Big bro, why does this guy always feel so terrifying? Even though my strength makes it easy to handle him, he has this strange authority that makes me hesitate to cross him. Qin Yu looked at her with approval. Xiao Yu, your intuition is spot on. We need to keep our guard up around Li Wei. He is a dangerous man. A moment later, a crowd gathered in front of one of the soldiers, asking anxiously, "Where are you all going?" One of the soldiers explained to reassure the crowd, "Don't panic, everyone. We are just going to secure some food and supplies to bring back. We'll be back shortly." Hearing this, a man said joyfully, "That is great. Finally, we won't have to go hungry anymore." The woman standing next to him placed her hand over her chest and added thoughtfully, "If that is true, we can hold out until the day we drive those bugs away." Inside one of the vehicles, Lin Feng frowned with a troubled expression. He tightly pursed his lips, not saying a single word. Sensing his mood, Qin Yu patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Don't blame yourself. Your hands were tied, too." Lin Feng clenched his teeth, his voice filled with self-reproach. "They trusted us, they relied on us, yet we turned our backs and ran, leaving them with nothing but empty promises and hollow hope. By the time they realize what is happening, it will be too late. By then, the only thing left for them is death." Lin Feng let out a soft sigh, his voice dropping, as if pouring his heart out to Qin Yu while trying to comfort himself. "At least my conscience is clear." Hearing this, Qin Yu stood up abruptly. "Conscience? Only despair awaits them, and by then, they will surely hate us." Qin Yu glanced at him and replied, "So what? If we took everyone with us, the bugs would definitely catch up." Explaining with a cold, irritated tone, Lin Feng, in this apocalypse, nobody cares about your conscience. Your conscience. If it could actually save everyone, then maybe it would be useful. If it can't, then it is completely worthless. When it comes to life and death, there is no outcome better than this. Save your conscience for when it matters most, to fuel your own fire when the critical moment comes. Qin Yu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Feng, leaving him completely speechless, sinking deep into heavy thoughts surrounded by silence. As the convoy began to roll, Lin Feng sat quietly inside, seemingly having a sudden realization. He spoke softly, with a hint of bitterness in his voice. "Qin Yu, you are right. Right now, I am too weak. I have no voice. Having nothing but a conscience is utterly meaningless." Despite the heavy silence, the convoy steadily moved forward, with no sign of stopping. Leading the way were swift motorcycles. The riders scanned their surroundings, scouting every corner of the road ahead. In the distance, a massive crowd of zombies gathered like a gray sea, seemingly searching frantically for something. One of the soldiers in front spotted the zombies and immediately picked up his walkie-talkie to alert the others. "We have a situation ahead. We have a situation ahead. The road is blocked. A massive horde of zombies is heading our way." The vehicles came to a halt, and the soldiers stepped out with weapons in hand. They lined up in rows as the captain ordered them into position. Gunfire rang out as they fired continuously. Hearing the noise, the zombies whipped their heads around and rushed forward with terrifying growls. A voice rang out ordering the soldiers to fire. A relentless barrage of bullets rained down on the zombies, making them shriek in agony. The captain's voice repeatedly barked, "Reposition." Seeing this strategic command in action, Qin Yu remarked in admiration, "As expected of elite troops, their coordination is flawless." The captain's voice rang out again, Suppress the enemy. Heavy artillery. Prepare to load. A moment later, everything returned to its original silence. Once the zombies were completely wiped out, the soldiers quickly moved up to assess the situation. A soldier called out in a booming voice, "Collect the supplies and loot, and gather the evolutionary energy." The sky gradually turned dark purple, signaling the arrival of night. The group stopped to rest in front of a gas station. A calm, steady voice rang out, "We will rest here tonight." Immediately, another voice replied, "Copy that." Inside the gas station, a group of people sat around a boiling hot pot. Dao Ye spoke up, looking deeply uneasy. "I can't shake this uneasy feeling, like something bad is about to happen." Holding a bowl of noodles, Xiao Yu looked at him and asked in confusion, "Little Taoist, why are you always so paranoid? But my intuition is always right." Hearing this, Qin Yu spoke up to warn them, "Be careful tonight, don't fall into a deep sleep. If danger strikes, Lu Hui, you must stick close to Dao Ye. Then, the two of you need to find me and Xiao Yu as fast as possible." In a nearby room, Li Wei was leisurely eating his noodles, his voice firm. "Everything will get better. Once I reach Tianmeng and join forces with my second brother, we will surely achieve great things." Outside the room, a group of armed guards stood watch in silence. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Lu Yun looked toward the source of the noise. Seeing who was approaching, he called out, "Zhao Kui, what are you doing here?" Zhao Kui stood at attention and adjusted his cap before reporting. "Sir, I have an urgent matter to report to Commander Li." "Yes, sir," Lu Yun replied. "It is late now. Commander Li is probably already asleep. Let us talk about it tomorrow." Zhao Kui gritted his teeth in silence before reluctantly agreeing, "Fine, I will be back first thing tomorrow morning." But from inside the room, Li Wei's voice rang out, "Let him in. What happens today gets solved today. Do not wait until tomorrow." Zhao Kui immediately pushed the door open and yelled, "Commander Li." Li Wei walked right up to him and asked, "What is it you need to report?" With a pale face and lifeless eyes, Zhao Kui threatened, "Li Wei, today is your last day." Li Wei's eyes widened as he screamed, "Oh no!" Hearing his voice, Gao Xiao's face darkened as he cried out in worry, "We are in deep trouble." Cut to where Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, a bug monster appeared. It bared its sharp stinger and flew right toward the fast asleep Xiao Yu. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and unleashed his power, burning the bug monster. The intense flames instantly incinerated it to ashes. Alarms blared throughout the entire building. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It is the swarm!" By now, the blaring sirens had woken Xiao Yu up too. She sat up slightly and asked, "What is wrong?" Qin Yu explained, "It is the swarm. From the sound of it, there are a lot of them. Get ready quickly. We need to go find Dao Yi and Lu Hui." Just then, a foot kicked the door hard, slamming it open. The two of them rushed into the room. Qin Yu asked anxiously, "Are you two okay?" Inside, the bug monster was trapped inside a glowing yellow box. Dao Yi shielded Lu Hui behind him, holding a talisman as he looked at Qin Yu. Frowning, Qin Yu raised his voice. "The swarm is attacking. It is extremely dangerous outside. Everyone hide in a corner and do not expose yourselves no matter what." Outside the building, the soldiers had already taken their combat positions. The captain roared, "Fire! Fire!" They fired non-stop at the bug monsters that were frantically charging toward them. A middle-aged soldier kept spraying bullets, shouting mockingly, "Die, you useless ants. We are the elite of the elite." Seeing this, the soldier next to him shouted a warning. "Watch out, it is a clawed bug." Sharp claws suddenly lunged forward, stabbing right into the soldier. He let out a scream of agony. A massive, terrifying clawed bug appeared right in front of them, spitting out a barrage of sharp spikes. The clawed bug shot a barrage of those spikes toward the soldiers. They rained down on them, making them scream in pain as they desperately scrambled for backup, shouting, "Take cover! Get some cover!" A giant bug monster stepped forward, pinning a soldier to the ground. He screamed in terror, but suddenly, a bullet flew straight into the head of the clawed bug, blowing it apart. Seeing this, a soldier let out a sigh of relief and cheered, "Thank goodness, it is the snipers." The sniper squad had finally set up their positions. In the camp, a chaotic battle broke out between the swarm and the soldiers. Someone shouted to boost morale, "Kill these goddamn beasts," along with chaotic screams of, "Ah, help me." Suddenly, 3 sharp spikes came flying in. The sound of sharp spikes piercing human flesh rang out as 3 soldiers were killed instantly. Long Feng and 2 other soldiers looked in that direction and gasped in horror. It was a massive bug with razor-sharp legs and 4 glowing red eyes filled with pure rage. A bald soldier yelled loudly, "We are in trouble. Take cover. Quick, get some cover." The other soldiers also scrambled to escape, yelling, "Quick, get some cover." That insect, looking like a mutated spider, was the source of those sharp spikes. Under the moonlight, it spat out a barrage of spikes, launching them toward the crowd. Even though it was not aiming at any specific target, with the sharp spikes raining down like that, they were bound to hit a few unlucky soldiers. One man calmly pointed at it and ordered, "Attack it, it is the leader." A sniper up high received the order, "Roger that." He carefully aimed at the mutated spider. But while he was locking onto his target, a massive red insect landed right behind him. By the time he realized the danger, it was too late, and the sniper lost his life. A sharp scream was the last sound he ever made. Seeing someone get killed and fall from above, the armed soldiers below were stunned. They looked up to see a red bug with wings and a long lizard-like tail, but its body had 4 limbs, like a human, with only its head retaining insect features. Someone yelled out, confirming its identity, "The armored bug king." A soldier cried out in a panic, "Get back! Get out of the way!" But it was too late. The armored bug lunged down at their position, creating a shockwave that threw everyone back in a cloud of dust. Like the shadow of death, wherever it swept, lives were taken. The army lost 2 more men. Qin Yu quickly came up with a plan. "Guys, the enemy is too close. Switch to melee weapons." The moment he finished speaking, a bug with sharp pincers lunged forward, and his teammate cried out in warning, "Watch out!" The bug thrust its blade-like pincer into the ground, but Qin Yu had already leaped high into the air. He laughed triumphantly. "Bet you did not expect that I can jump this high." In midair, he did a flip like a professional acrobat, then landed with a direct stab into the bug's head. Nearby, another bug was frozen, solid the moment it charged, unable to move a muscle. It turned out this squad was made up of evolved soldiers, all of whom possessed awakened abilities. Slick, the guy who just froze the bug, flashed a triumphant smirk. "Take that, you damn pests. Didn't expect us to have this up our sleeves, did you?" But the giant beetle was still standing. Realizing he could not take it down alone, one soldier quickly called his teammates over to gang up on it. "Let us team up and kill the big one." With that, a guy with a mutated hand and a bald man wielding a blade charged forward. From the rear, others blasted their superpowers straight at the beast. Fiery explosions, lightning strikes, and ice attacks, a colorful barrage of elemental strikes rained down from every direction, aiming to obliterate it in an instant. Yet, despite taking such a heavy beating, the giant beetle was completely unfazed. A dangerous gleam flashed in its eyes. With incredible speed and agility, it lunged forward. In 2 swift slashes, the 2 frontliners were instantly sent to meet their makers. A young man not wearing a military uniform collapsed. Terrified, he gasped in despair. Even that could not kill it. "I guess this is where I die." Just as the beetle's sharp claws were about to crush his head, it suddenly froze. It turned out the beast had to block an unexpected strike from Qin Yu. The tip of Qin Yu's spear slammed right into one of its arms. The rescued young man stared in utter disbelief, completely stunned. Qin Yu stood there, his entire body glowing with a faint red aura, holding his spear with majestic power. The young man could only stare in awe for a long moment. Like a god of war descending from above, Qin Yu slammed heavily onto the ground. A deafening crash echoed as dust exploded everywhere, forcing the nearby soldiers to back away in caution. However, he did not look pleased at all after landing the hit on the giant beetle. He looked down at his spear and snorted. Beneath the spearhead lay nothing but a severed arm. He had not killed it. He could not help but mutter in surprise. Sacrificing a limb to survive a fatal blow? With a sharp whoosh, the Beetle King's wings swept right past Qin Yu's face. He leaned back to dodge, but with another swift slash, it aimed straight for his lower body. Fortunately, he dodged that too, or he would have been neutered. Both man and beast backed away, glaring warily at each other, preparing for the next round. Only then did a soldier snap out of his shock, looking at Qin Yu in disbelief. "He is not one of the gods of war, and I do not know him at all. Who on earth is this guy?" Meanwhile, Qin Yu was quite satisfied with his new weapon. Seeing how powerful even a basic strike was, this blood-flame spear was truly a masterpiece. By now, the Beetle King had taken to the air. Its severed arm had already completely regenerated, looking as good as new. Qin Yu tapped his spear against the ground. If a basic strike can do that to you, he began to channel his energy, likely preparing to unleash his ultimate move. A faint but menacing blood aura began to emanate from his body. Then what about this? Qin Yu gritted his teeth and let out a fierce roar. His eyes turned blood red as his spear absorbed his aura, glowing with a terrifying crimson light. Feeling the power surging through his veins, he drove his spear straight down toward the beetle's head. A deafening metallic clang echoed. A shockwave that powerful was enough to scramble its brains. Qin Yu spun his spear. Go to hell. Right at that moment, Xiao Yu appeared behind him. Brother, wait. Spare the bug. He looked at his sister in confusion, completely clueless about what she was doing. Xiao Yu drew a drop of her own blood. Leave this one to me, she explained. The droplet of blood shot straight into the Beetle King's head, seeping deep into its body. To their surprise, the beast's battered body was instantly restored to its peak condition. Now, it was completely under Xiao Yu's control. She cheered in excitement. Awesome. She hopped onto its back, grabbed its antenna like horse reins, and with a simple command, steered the giant beetle high into the sky. Xiao Yu gleefully showed off. Look, I have got my own helicopter now. Seeing this, Qin Yu was left speechless and withdrew his power. Below them, two soldiers stared with their mouths wide open, feeling like they had just entered a wonderland. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying beetle had been completely tamed by the siblings. The soldiers stammered, "What kind of monsters are those two?" With the situation outside temporarily under control, we head back inside. In Li Wei's office, the officer who came in to report began to undergo a gruesome transformation. A sinister laugh echoed through the room. Li Wei, today is the day you die. Gao Xiao realized something was wrong and rushed in just in time to save him. This is bad. The officer had completely transformed into a mutated insect, possessing a human torso surrounded by hideous insect legs. It opened its massive jaws and let out a terrifying roar. Gao Xiao used his spirit skill to phase right through the monster, desperately trying to reach Li Wei to pull him to safety. Thanks to his incredible speed and reflexes, Gao Xiao grabbed the commander-in-chief and pulled him away from the jaws of the mutated beast. The beast snapped its massive jaws shut, but bit nothing but air. Realizing its attack had failed, it frantically looked around, trying to find an escape route. Seeing this, Jingling shouted a warning. It is trying to run. Lu Yun roared as his transformation began. His shirt ripped to shreds as sharp quills sprouted all over his body, making him look like a human hedgehog. Actually, it was a porcupine, not a hedgehog. Once Lu Yun's transformation was complete, his handsome hair was replaced by stiff, black porcupine quills, and two hideous, vicious fangs protruded from his mouth. Jingling leaned down and threw a glowing green sprout. The sprout struck the humanoid mutated insect dead on. Instantly, a cluster of vines burst forth like dried seaweed hitting water, expanding rapidly to wrap tightly around the insect. In just a split second, the green vines bound the insect so tightly it looked like a fresh mummy. Lu Yun stepped forward, casually snapping off the 6 crescent-shaped claws on its back to strip the beast of its powerful weapons. Commander-in-Chief Li Wei finally snapped out of it, still trembling with fear. How? How did he suddenly turn into such a hideous monster? Outside the base, commanding shouts echoed loudly. Attack! Keep attacking! Watch the left flank! Hold the line! Hold the line! Startled, Li Wei immediately asked what was happening out there. The 2 guards at the door reported, "Commander Li, this is bad. The insect swarm is attacking, and the situation on the front lines is critical." This news filled him with dread, as he thought to himself, an insect attack? How is that even possible? But as expected of a commander, he hesitated for only a moment before giving orders. "Go help them immediately. We must drive those insects back." Receiving their orders, the 3 in Cao Xiao's group prepared to head out. Before leaving, they didn't forget to instruct the soldiers nearby. "Guard Commander Li." "Understood," the soldiers replied. A moment later, as they stepped outside, Cao Xiao, Jingling, and Lu Yun looked up at the sky in absolute shock. Up there, Xiao Yu was piloting the Beetle King to tear apart several flying insects. The other 3 felt like they were seeing a ghost. What on earth was going on? Before they could even process their shock, a purple streak slammed into the ground with a massive crash, sending clouds of dust flying everywhere. Out of the dust cloud, Qin Yu soared through the air like a superhero. He then plunged right into the middle of a swarm of ant-like insects, driving his spear deep into the ground. Purple sparks rapidly spread along the cracks in the ground, followed by a series of deafening explosions. It turned out Qin Yu was the one causing these massive shockwaves, with himself as the epicenter. Cao Xiao's face went completely pale, even though he was already quite pale to begin with. "That's Qin Yu. He's insanely strong." Lu Yun, always a man of action, didn't say much and immediately charged forward. Just watching this makes my hands itch. Let's go. Jingling waved his hand, scattering countless glowing green buds in all directions, lighting up the night sky like fireworks. The moment the buds landed, they sprouted into tough, razor-sharp vines that impaled and tore the insects to pieces. Xiao Yu watched with excitement, her clear, sparkling eyes looking nothing like those of a hardened warrior. She laughed out loud. It's like Plants vs. Zombies. Cao Xiao joined the fray, drawing a sword wrapped in an eerie, flickering purple aura. Looking at Xiao Yu and Qin Yu, he thought to himself, wow, is this the true power of a god of war? With a clean slash, Cao Xiao flicked his sword, slicing an insect perfectly in half like a piece of cake. Qin Yu noticed the movements of these three and paused for a brief moment as a purple shadow dashed past. Wherever the shadow passed, piles of dead insects were left behind. Witnessing this, Qin Yu realized that this was Ghost Xiao. Cao Xiao's shadow surged forward, wielding dual swords combined with his special ability. Slaughtering the insect swarm was child's play for him. Qin Yu drifted into his memories, recalling the information he knew about him. Although Ghost Xiao wasn't as famous as Lin Feng, anyone who heard his name was well aware that his strength far surpassed Lin Feng's. In the future, Lin Feng would leave Li Wei for various reasons, and not long after, Ghost Xiao died, with no one ever knowing why. While lost in thought, a loud voice called out from behind him, Qin Yu. He turned around to see Lin Feng, who was thrilled to finally have a chance to show off. I finally get to fight side by side with you, but Lin Feng failed to notice a dark figure creeping up behind him. Qin Yu quickly warned him, watch your back. Lin Feng frowned and glared at the insect right behind him. With a swift spin, he effortlessly blew the weak creature away using his ability. Qin Yu smiled inwardly with approval. Lin Feng had indeed mastered his ability enough to deserve his future reputation as a legendary hero. Curious to see what his ability actually was, Qin Yu stood back to watch a bit longer. Lin Feng extended his hand, causing a swirling vortex of air to form in his palm. The powerful air vortex began to drag in a few more approaching insects, though they had no idea this was their final hour. As the vortex grew stronger, Lin Feng shouted, "Vacuum!" His vacuum vortex expanded, dragging the nearby insects into the miniature black hole. Once the black hole had gathered a massive cluster of insects, Lin Feng commanded, "Explode!" A pitch-black sphere, spinning like a cosmic void, suddenly erupted with a thunderous boom, making the very earth tremble. Under the starless, moonlit night sky, the insects seemed to receive some sort of command riding on the wind, throwing their heads back to unleash a collective growl. Immediately after, they lined up and began to flee. Seeing this, the soldiers cried out in shock. "They are retreating." Lu Yun held up a leg he had snapped off from a dead insect, laughing heartily. "What cowards! So the insect horde is only this tough after all." Qin Yu was puzzled, analyzing the situation. What is going on? Even if this insect army kept fighting and faced total defeat, retreating is completely out of character for them. But despite his doubts, since they were running away, no one felt like chasing them. The courtyard was now a graveyard, littered with the carcasses of the insect swarm. Xiao Wu hopped down from the armored beetle king, laughing with pure excitement. It was finally time for her favorite part, gathering the sweet, sweet loot. Bro, how much evolution energy do they have? Qin Yu put away his weapon and storage ring, replying flatly, "There is no evolution energy in these bugs' bodies." Hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately pouted. "Really?" Qin Yu continued, "But they do have the precious essence of the alien race." And just like that, Xiao Wu's face lit up again as she eagerly urged her brother. "That is awesome. Quick, light a fire to burn them all so we can start picking them up." Qin Yu did not move. Instead, he explained, "The insect essence cannot take the heat. If my flames burn the bugs, the alien essence will go up in smoke too." Looking at the insect corpses scattered all over the ground, with no easy way to harvest the essence, he sighed. Going through this many corpses one by one is going to be such a pain. But just then, Xiao Wu suddenly made a discovery. "Oh, I think my helicopter can sense the alien essence." She immediately put her flying mount to work. She ordered it to get to work. "Go get them." The armored beetle king obediently followed her command, retrieving only the insect corpses that contained the alien essence and bringing them straight to Xiao Wu. She even acted as its navigator, shouting, "That one, over there." Qin Yu cut open the corpse placed in front of him and pulled out a blood-red stone. He let out a surprised gasp, seemingly caught off guard by this find. A flame crystal? A short while later, Xiao Wu had already gathered a whole pouch of flame crystals. She eagerly showed them off to her brother, waiting for some praise. Look, bro, there are more than 20 of them. Just then, Lin Feng walked over, scratching his head awkwardly. He cleared his throat softly and said, Qin Yu, you might not know this, but clearing the battlefield has always been the job of our specialized department. Doing this goes against protocol. Xiao Wu clutched her pouch of flame crystals tightly, speaking up in annoyance. We fought for these ourselves. If you want some, go find your own. Lin Feng understood where she was coming from and knew it was not his place to argue, which only made him more embarrassed. What should we do then? Suddenly, Li Wei appeared, flanked by 2 bodyguards, and let out a hearty laugh. It is just a small matter. If Mr. Qin wants them, let him keep them. But suddenly, his face went pale as he saw something that made him stutter in sheer terror. He had just spotted the massive armored beetle king looming right behind Xiao Wu. Li Wei instantly barked orders to his men. There is still an armored beetle king over there. Kill it, quick. Lin Feng rushed forward to explain and stop them. Commander Li, don't worry. That one has been tamed by Qin Yu's little sister. It is not a threat to us. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief, his face instantly brightening up. Oh, is that so? Truly miraculous. Absolutely miraculous. Even so, he did not let his guard down and immediately gave out instructions. Everyone, stay alert and on guard. Even though the insect swarm has been pushed back, we cannot let our guard down. Call the cleanup team to clear the battlefield. Gather all the valuable resources, essence, carapaces, blade legs, collect everything that can be salvaged. Jingling stepped up to Qin Yu, bowing warmly as he offered his hand for a handshake. You must be Qin Yu, right? I have heard Lin Feng mention you, saying how powerful you are. Seeing is believing, and you certainly live up to your reputation. Qin Yu did not even reach out to shake Jingling's hand, nor did he say a single word. The air suddenly grew incredibly awkward. Xiao Wu quickly spoke up to break the tense silence. Clutching her pouch of flame crystals, she giggled. My big brother is just like that. He is just acting cool. Please don't mind him. Jingling straightened up, scratching his head embarrassedly. No worries at all. Powerful people always like to show off. I totally get it. By this time, Lu Yun had retracted his porcupine quills, and his fangs had disappeared. His hair fell back over his handsome face. He teased Jingling. That is what you get for trying to play nice and buddy up with everyone you meet. Embarrassing, right? You should learn from Gao Xiao all action, zero talk. A moment later, Qin Yu turned and walked toward the base. Xiao Wu ran after him, grabbing his hand. Bro, that Commander Li kept staring at me earlier. His eyes felt really weird. He had obviously noticed it too, replying with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Yeah. Although he made it look like he was just looking in our direction, I could tell it was a cover. He was actually staring at you. Xiao Wu gasped in fear. He is not some kind of creep, is he? Qin Yu smiled faintly. Do you really think someone like Li Wei would be like that? She countered with a rather naive logic. Why not? I heard that the more successful someone is, the more likely they are to be a total creep. They had made their way back to the Taoist's room. Xiao Wu pushed the door open and called out, Little Taoist! Liu Hui! Where are you guys? She suddenly froze, completely stunned by the scene inside the room as her eyes widened in shock. A dead insect monster lay on one side of the room, while Liu Hui was face down on the floor, motionless. Dao Yi was clutching his head, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh God, I am sorry, I am so sorry. Qin Yu stepped inside, just as shocked and stunned as his little sister. What on earth happened here? Drowned in self-reproach, Dao Yi took all the blame. It is all my fault. I should have held on to him tighter. He Base story of what had happened to the 2 siblings. Not long ago, an insect monster had broken through the door and burst into the room. Dao Yi had managed to use a talisman just in time to cast a golden protective shield around himself and Liu Hui. The shield was incredibly sturdy, and even after several vicious attacks, the monster could not breach it. But instead of staying put until Qin Yu and Xiao Wu returned, the boy panicked and tried to run. In his terror, he bolted right out of the safety of Dao Yi's protective shield. It all happened too fast, and Dao Yi could not grab him in time, only had time to cry out in sheer panic. Hey, don't run. Seeing its prey dash out of that solid protective barrier, the insect seized the opportunity, raising its claw to deliver a swift strike. A slash as clean as slicing fruit tore across Lu Hui's back. The young boy only had time to let out a couple of agonizing screams before collapsing. Finishing his story, Dao Yi broke down completely, burying his face in his hands as he sobbed. I should have held on to him tightly. It is all my fault. Xiao Wu patted his back to comfort him, saying, You can't blame yourself for this, little Taoist. Who could have guessed he would be so frightened that he'd completely lose his mind? Qin Yu massaged his temples and let out a heavy sigh. He had promised Lu Tichui to protect his grandson all the way to Tianmeng, but he never expected tragedy to strike before they could even escape Shengjing City. A chaotic, eventful night slowly passed. Early the next morning, the military bustled with activity as they began to gather and set off. After double-checking their head count, the troops boarded the vehicles and set off under the bright, shining sun of a budding hope. The journey was smooth sailing, with absolutely no obstacles in their path. Inside the vehicle, Jingling remarked, "We haven't run into a single bug." Lu Yun laughed out loud as he drove, asking his teammate, "Haha, are you actually hoping to run into one?" The atmosphere was much more relaxed compared to the intense stress of the night before. High up in the sky, Xiao Wu's Beetle King soared through the air, scouting the surrounding area to report any unusual findings back to her in the vehicle. Qin Yu sat inside the vehicle, but with his razor-sharp instincts for danger, he didn't lower his guard for a second. "Heads up, guys. Something's not right." Inside Li Wei's vehicle, Lu Yun suddenly asked, "Old Gao, Cao, do you guys hear that?" Jingling heard it too, closing his eyes in distress, as if trying to block out the unsettling noise. "Yeah, I hear it. It sounds like someone is crying hysterically." A haunting, sobbing sound began to echo all around them. Soon, the convoy slowly rolled into a dense, mysterious mist. A few soldiers in the vehicle began to whisper in fear, "What is that noise? Is that someone crying? This is creepy." Gao Xiao transformed into a ghostly spirit and flew out to scout ahead. The vehicles ground to a halt, but the heartbreaking sobs continued to echo. Someone barked an order, "Weapons ready, prepare for combat." But just as the soldiers took up defensive positions, fully armed and loaded, the crying abruptly stopped. A dead silence filled the air, leaving someone bewildered. The crying, it's gone. Gao Xiao materialized up ahead, seemingly finished with his scouting. Li Wei got out of his vehicle, letting out a sigh of relief when he saw his man return. "Good." Lu Yun raised his voice, asking curiously, "Old Gao, what was that? Who was crying so miserably?" Gao Xiao ignored Lu Yun completely, brushing right past him. Lu Yun snorted in annoyance. "He completely ignored me." Jingling chuckled and said, "Come on. You know what old Gao is like. He's a man of few words." But Qin Yu sensed that something was deeply wrong. He stayed silent, his expression grim as if facing an arch enemy. Noticing this, Jingling suddenly reached out to stop him. "Hey, what are you doing?" For at that moment, Qin Yu had already raised his spear to block Gao Xiao. Xiao Wu also couldn't understand her brother's actions. "Brother, why are you attacking him?" From behind, Lin Feng barked in shock. "Qin Yu, have you lost your mind?" Qin Yu didn't answer. Instead, he swept his spear across in a broad strike, which Gao Xiao leaped to dodge. Lu Yun immediately transformed into a porcupine and growled in frustration. "Damn it, did this punk only tag along with us to steal our supplies?" Sensing that something wasn't right, Li Wei stepped in just in time to stop Lu Yun from charging. "Hold on." Finally, Xiao Wu noticed the anomaly as well. "This isn't right. This guy shouldn't be this weak." Clearly, even without using full strength, he was already cornered and unable to fight back, looking like a completely different person. And indeed, Gao Xiao was only dodging and not fighting back, let alone using his ability to transform into a ghost. After receiving a brutal beating, Gao Xiao began to tremble as his body started to distort and morph. That was no Gao Xiao. It was clearly a shape-shifting monkey. Seeing this, several soldiers behind them gasped in utter disbelief. Commander Gao turned into a monkey. It seemed that only by returning to its original form could the monkey unleash its full power. It darted rapidly around Qin Yu, making it impossible for him to lock onto a clear target. Finally, seizing a moment when he seemed distracted, it bared its fangs and lunged straight at Qin Yu's face. But as it turned out, he had only feigned vulnerability to lure it into a trap. As the beast lunged, Qin Yu effortlessly drove his spear straight through its body. Then, he unleashed his endless burning technique. A torrent of fire channeled through the spear tip erupted, a hellish purple flame consuming the monkey's flesh and its very soul. Finally, an evolution crystal fell to the ground. Qin Yu calmly picked it up, letting the wind scatter the monkey's ashes into the air. Realizing what had just happened, Jingling grew deeply concerned for his actual comrade. So it was a monkey in disguise all along. In that case, is old Gao okay? Lu Yun pointed in another direction just as the real Gao Xiao finally made his return. Over there, he was carrying the carcass of another monkey in his hand. Lu Yun exclaimed in relief. Old Gao, you scared the life out of us. We thought you got taken out. Gao Xiao walked over and explained. Once this monkey spotted me, it did nothing but run. It took me quite a while to hunt it down. Commander Li Wei clasped his hands behind his back and analyzed. One monkey lured our scout away, while the other disguised itself to infiltrate us. I have to admit, these mutated beasts are becoming quite clever. After taking a quick head count, he ordered, "Move out." Trailing at the very back of the convoy was Qin Yu's vehicle. Instead of starting his engine right away, he walked over to Dao Yi and handed him an evolution crystal. Here, eat this. Dao Yi had lived in the mountains for way too long and didn't know much about the world. Looking at the crystal in Qin Yu's hand, he frowned slightly. Can you actually eat this? Xiao Wu chimed in to reassure him. Of course you can. It's super tasty. Qin Yu also encouraged him, saying, your abilities are great. Go ahead and eat it. It'll make you much stronger once you're enhanced. Dao Yi was still a bit hesitant, but with the siblings pushing him this much, he knew they had his best interests at heart. So he finally made up his mind. All right, here goes nothing. Suddenly, Qin Yu turned to look at his little sister. He asked out of curiosity, doesn't your beetle need to eat? Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Oh, I almost forgot. With that, she pricked her index finger and flicked a drop of blood onto the Beetle King's head. After absorbing the blood, its body began to shrink until it was the size of a plush toy. Hugging the Beetle King in her arms, Xiao Wu shared some knowledge with her brother. Copter can eat meat, evolution, energy, or even flame crystals. Basically, it can eat anything valuable, but the absolute most effective thing is my blood. Sensing the shift with his powerful perception, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. Why do I get the feeling that after drinking your blood, it got stronger even though it shrank? Is this part of your ability too? Xiao Wu didn't really understand her own powers yet, so she had no idea how to explain it. Maybe it's just full and energized? As night fell, the group stopped to rest in the forest. They lit a campfire to keep warm and ward off wild beasts. The flickering flames cast a warm glow in the dark, pitch-black night. Sitting by the fire to warm herself, Xiao Wu sighed. Traveling all day in that bumpy, slow-moving vehicle is absolutely exhausting. Qin Yu gently told his sister to count her blessings. At least you have a ride. Otherwise, you'd be walking. Suddenly, he noticed rustling in the bushes and immediately grabbed his spear, rushing out. The soldiers guarding nearby immediately went on high alert. Was there danger again? They anxiously waited for orders from their superiors, and Qin Yu. He returned shortly after with a rabbit in hand, a bright smile on his face. Dinner is served, and so, the rabbit was skewered and roasted over the campfire. Xiao Wu whined in protest. Rabbits are so cute, how can you eat a bunny? Ignoring her, Qin Yu turned the roasting meat, getting ready to take a bite. Fine by me. More for me then. Caught between protecting a rabbit that was already roasted and going hungry, or eating the mouth-watering meat to fill her stomach, Xiao Wu chose the meat. Who cares if it's cute? Just put extra chili on it. Just then, someone could be heard sniffing the delicious aroma wafting through the air. Jingling exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, roasted rabbit." Lu Yun scratched his head with an embarrassed chuckle. "Don't mind us. Go ahead and eat. We were just passing by to take a look." Out of politeness, Xiao Wu offered, "Would you like to sit down and join us?" To her surprise, they actually sat down to eat without hesitation. "Don't mind if we do. Thanks." Fortunately, the rabbit was quite large, enough to feed all four of them. Lu Yun took a massive bite of the rabbit meat, chewing loudly. Jingling ate a bit more politely, taking one bite at a time, but the crunching sound was so intense it sounded like cracking bones. It had clearly been a long time since they last had fresh meat. After finishing her meal, Xiao Wu clingily snuggled into Qin Yu's arms. "I'm stuffed. Hold me while I sleep, big brother." He pushed her head away in pure disgust. "Hey, your mouth is covered in grease. Don't wipe it on me." Early the next morning, as sunlight filtered through the trees, everyone packed up their blankets and tents. Qin Yu was already awake, stretching his limbs to greet the morning sun. Suddenly, something caught his crimson eyes. It was a beetle that looked remarkably like the Beetle King, but it wasn't exactly the same, as this one had far more layers of heavy armor on its body. Without a second thought, Qin Yu pulled out his spear, ready to smash it to pieces. But Xiao Wu jumped in to block him, shielding the creature. "Wait, stop, brother. That's Copter." Qin Yu gasped in surprise. "How did it change so much? Its whole appearance is completely different." Xiao Wu scratched her head, clearly just as clueless. "I don't know either, but it's definitely him. Sensing its aura, he noted that even its energy signature had grown significantly stronger. Watching his sister play and pat the newly evolved Beetle King, Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder, how could a creature evolve like this after breaking away from the insect swarm? Was it Xiaowu's ability? Or was it her blood? Before long, under a clear, sunny sky, the convoy set off again. In the back of the truck, Dao Yi and a few soldiers who hadn't slept well the night before were resting. Everyone tried to catch some shut-eye while they could. After driving for a while, the convoy suddenly came to a halt. Xiaowu and Qin Yu were sitting next to the driver's seat. She looked around in confusion. Why did we stop? It turned out they had driven deep into the forest. The path ahead was heavily overgrown, prompting the soldiers to get out and inspect the situation. Lu Yun stared at the woods ahead. Wanting to keep everyone safe, he suggested, "This forest seems endless. Heaven knows what kind of danger is lurking in there. Should we take another route?" Jingling chuckled softly to ease the tension. He shared some intel. "I know this place. It's called the Red Pine Forest, and it's massive. At our current pace, taking a detour would take at least 4 days." Seeing how much time a detour would waste, Li Wei asked, "Is there a path through this forest? Is there a chance our vehicles won't make it across?" Jingling immediately began to explain. Someone replied, "There is a road that's wide enough to pass. On the other side is a small town called Lintu County. We can rest and regroup there for 2 days before setting off again." Hearing this, Li Wei immediately sent the order down. "Once we get through this forest, there's a town. We can rest there for 2 days. The soldiers in the back cheered in excitement. "That's awesome. We finally get a 2-day break." Right now, the sun was high in the sky, beating down relentlessly. Jingling took a moment to assess the situation. It was already noon, with only a few hours left before it got dark. If we go at full speed, we might just make it all the way through the Red Pine Forest. With that, he immediately ordered everyone to move out at maximum speed. Their vehicle drove ahead to scout the path. Spotting an obstacle up front, someone alerted the soldiers behind them. "Obstacle ahead, we need to clear it." The convoy ground to a halt as the soldiers hopped off with their blades to clear the path. All this stop-and-go driving was starting to get on Xiaowu's nerves. Annoyed, she muttered, "What is it this time?" Up ahead, the soldiers were sweating bullets, hacking away at the thick vines to clear a path. Watching them work, Qin Yu knew this was painfully inefficient. Frustrated, he decided to handle it himself. "At this rate, we'll be here forever." But just as he was about to burn the vines with his purple flames, Lin Feng rushed over to stop him. "Hold on, Qin Yu. There are too many trees here, and they'll catch fire easily. If you burn the whole forest down, we're in deep trouble. Don't use fire to clear the path." And so, the poor soldiers had no choice but to get back to their hard labor, hacking away at the vines once again. But as they worked, a strange rustling sound echoed nearby. Looking up, they saw a pack of mutated monkeys gathering on the branches just a short distance away. Their eyes glowed a menacing red, staring greedily at the group like hungry predators eyeing their next lunch. Someone shouted a warning, "Heads up, mutated beasts." Qin Yu didn't waste a second and called out to his sister, "Xiaowu, buff me." A thrilled smirk spread across his face. Why let a good meal go to waste when it literally delivered itself to his doorstep? Little did those monkeys know, they had just gone from hunters to the hunted in a split second. Sensing his terrifying aura, the monkeys finally realized that the humans below were not easy targets. Qin Yu stood there radiating a chilling pressure, looking like a grim reaper holding a spear, with faint traces of purple flame dancing across his body. The monkeys knew that running away was their best bet, but Qin Yu was already fully charged, and there was no way he was letting them get away that easily. He swung his spear down with a ferocious roar. "Where do you think you're going?" In the monkey's terrified eyes, the last thing it saw was a figure lunging forward, spear in hand. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered everywhere. The monkey was instantly sent to meet its maker. Since this scene was too graphic for the faint of heart, we had to censor it. Just moments later, Qin Yu was holding 5 evolutionary energy crystals in his hand. Who was he giving them to? It turned out to be Dao Yi, the guy traveling with the 2 siblings. "Eat these." Dao Yi obediently swallowed them one by one. Once he was finished, Qin Yu calmly remarked, "Now you're an evolver with 13 times the physical strength of a normal human. You can definitely hold your own." Suddenly, a sharp cry of pain echoed from the other side. Dao Yi and Qin Yu both snapped their heads toward the sound. Someone asked, "What happened?" A soldier was writhing on the ground, clutching his leg in agony. He groaned in intense pain. "Something bit me." Everyone rushed over to check his leg and found snakebite marks. They had barely finished checking him, and before anyone could even treat the wound, the unfortunate soldier started foaming at the mouth. He took his final breath and passed away right then and there. Not far away, a snake was trying to slither away and escape. But karma came fast. With a sharp slice, a blade impaled the snake right through its body. Talk about a one-hit kill. Rest in pieces, snake. The one who ended the reptile was a soldier in the squad. Having avenged his fallen comrade, he lifted his blade, hoisting the skewered snake up with a deeply worried frown. Everyone, stay on high alert. This mutated snake venom is absolutely lethal. Just a single bite is enough to kill a man. Lin Feng and Jingling walked over, their expressions grim and tense. What on earth happened? We barely got off the vehicles and we already have a casualty. The group gathered to quickly exchange information. Little did they know, bloodthirsty red eyes were watching them from the roadside bushes. Without any warning, a mutated eagle swooped down out of nowhere, launching an attack. Several snakes lunged out at the same time, leaving the soldiers scrambling to defend themselves. Qin Yu warily scanned their surroundings. He cautioned his younger sister, compared to the city, the deep wilderness is definitely way more dangerous. Xiao Wu, keep your guard up. But Xiao Wu didn't have the energy to stay on constant alert. Instead, she immediately called in her personal bodyguard. Helicopter, come protect us. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the forest as something heavy plunged down from above. The Beetle King's eyes flashed with a deadly glare, as if the moment it made its move, the enemies before it would become nothing but lifeless corpses. Two mutated wolves sprang from the roadside bushes, aiming straight for Qin Yu and his sister. But the Beetle King had already arrived. It slammed onto the ground, its crimson eyes cold and sharp. The sheer, suffocating pressure radiating from its body immediately made the two wolves hesitate. They could only growl weakly, too terrified to take another step forward. Xiao Wu giggled, patting the Beetle King's head as she praised it. With our fierce guard dog around, nobody's going to mess with us. Just then, a green frog hopped out of nowhere. Even though it was just a frog, nobody could tell if the little creature was highly toxic. Qin Yu didn't dare lower his guard and thrust his spear toward it. Watch out! Dao Yi instantly leaped into action. A bright golden glow burst from his hand, and a golden ring immediately encased the frog, making its body light up. It lit up like it had just achieved enlightenment and became a saint. Right after that, the halo vanished, and the frog disappeared on the spot. Then the frog instantly reappeared right behind Qin Yu. This time, it was closer to the ground than before, but its body was still glowing, making it look like a walking target. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up as she asked in excitement, "What is going on? Why is it glowing so brightly?" Qin Yu tilted his head to assess the situation. Space warped, and before he could even make a move, the Beetle King crushed down, stomping hard on the frog to finish it off. Dao Yi chuckled, feeling pretty satisfied with this display of his power. He explained, "This is my spatial swap talisman. Pretty neat, huh?" Qin Yu gave him a thumbs up in praise. Nice. How long does this talisman of yours last? Getting praised? Dao Yi grinned sheepishly and scratched his head in embarrassment. About 1 month. My talismans usually expire in about 1 month. After that, the effect will gradually weaken, and eventually all the power will fade away, turning it back into a regular piece of paper. Qin Yu nodded and told his teammate, "All right, Dao Yi, make some more of these spatial swap talismans. They will come in handy." Knowing what he had in mind, Dao Yi gave a serious warning. "But I have to make this clear first, so you don't end up getting hurt. Not everyone can use this talisman. It won't work if the enemy is too strong, and you can't use it on yourself either." After a battle with a few mutated beasts, the sky gradually darkened. They couldn't keep moving forward because no one knew what was lurking in the shadows. Li Wei sighed. "Order everyone to set up camp here." He turned around and gave instructions, ordering everyone to clear out an open space before night fell. The soldiers got out of their vehicles to set up camp. Qin Yu warned his sister with concern, "Be careful tonight, don't sleep too soundly." Xiao Yu pouted in protest. "You tell me not to sleep soundly every single night. My body needs to grow, you know." He didn't hesitate to call her out on her bad habit. "Come on, is there any night you don't sleep like a baby? I'm always the one who has to drag you out of bed." Hearing the siblings' conversation, Dao Yi blushed for some reason. Who knows what dirty thoughts were running through his head. At night, inside the camp, the fire was put out, and everyone had gone to their tents to sleep. Of course, in this wilderness, they had to be extremely cautious, so there were still sentries on night duty. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. The night guard standing nearby grew alert. The two soldiers didn't act rashly. One of them pulled out a walkie-talkie to contact the other guard teams. "Hello? We have a situation on our side." Quickly, two other night guards arrived. "What's wrong?" The one with a scar on his face explained. "There is some movement over there, probably mutated beasts." Another soldier suggested, "Don't rush in just yet. Let's go over and take a look first." He also assigned roles. "The three of us will go ahead. You stay behind and keep your distance from us. In case we have to fight and the enemy is too strong, your most important mission is to wake everyone up." The scarred man, who was assigned the wake-up duty, nodded. "Yeah, got it." The lead guy looked at the darkness around them. "It's too dark. Let's get some light." Right after he spoke, a bright red flame flared up in his hand, illuminating the dark area around them. As soon as the fire was lit, they saw a green viper with its mouth wide open, rushing toward the three of them. The other guy quickly threw a fireball at the snake and yelled a warning, "Watch out! Snakes!" That fireball didn't seem to do much because the snake was still moving. His teammate yelled, "We've got them over here too!" Another green snake with a huge mouth and sharp fangs lunged forward. It wrapped itself around the other soldier, who could only desperately hold its mouth shut to keep it from biting him. But squeezed by the snake, he would run out of strength sooner or later. Screams began echoing through the night. The third person was also attacked by a snake falling from a tree. Seeing this, the scarred man on wake-up duty screamed at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Wake everyone up!" The soldiers were jolted awake, lighting torches and staying on high alert, shouting, "We're under attack!" Li Wei was awakened by the noise outside. He pulled back the tent flap, stepped out, and demanded, "What is going on?" A soldier ran over in a panic to report, "Snakes! There are snakes!" He looked completely exhausted, as if he had just fought 8 rounds with the snakes. Just as he finished speaking, several more snakes slithered in. They came in all kinds of colors, looking like a literal shareholder meeting of snakes. Facing a green snake that was opening its mouth to threaten him, Lu Yun gasped, "Did someone here steal their eggs or something?" Seeing everyone in a tight spot, Jing Ling blamed himself with a heavy heart. "It's all my fault. My judgment was off. I shouldn't have led everyone down this forest path." As the commander-in-chief, Li Wei spoke up. "I was the one who made the call, so the responsibility lies with me. Don't beat yourselves up. Right now, finding a way to break out of this encirclement is the most important thing." He barked out orders for the whole army to pass down, attack together, support each other, and do not get separated under any circumstances. The snakes started getting bolder. One snake leaped down from a tree, its sharp, venom-filled fangs glinting under the moonlight. The soldiers backed up in panic while their comrades raised their guns and fired. With heavy firepower, they blasted the snake to the ground. It was hit but still tried to squirm and hiss a few more times. However, it seemed to be just a flesh wound, as it was barely affected. After rolling around a few times, it was active again and hunting for prey immediately. What must come, must come. A soldier closest to the beast became its target. The snake lunged forward, sinking its fangs right into his waist. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. "Ah, help me." But those were his final words. Blood quickly dyed his uniform crimson. The venom spread incredibly fast. Right after that scream, the life completely left him. Lu Yun immediately noticed something off about these snakes. "Wait, this isn't right. These aren't scaly snakes. They're venomous snakes that mutated and grew to a massive size." After finishing off its first prey, the beast moved on to its next target. It spewed a cloud of purple smoke, hitting a bald soldier dead on, causing him to bleed out and die. Within seconds, 2 men were dead, and the snake was already chasing down its third target. Suddenly, from the side, a man wielding dual swords charged in. It was Tao Jiao, his eyes filled with determination and his face serious. Jing Ling warned him, "Old Cao, watch out. The smoke that snake is spitting is highly toxic." Cao Jiao didn't answer. His ghostly form allowed him to phase through physical attacks and easily dodge the purple venomous haze. With a series of sharp slashes, his dual blades tore through the air, slicing the giant snake into several pieces. If only it wasn't poisonous, it probably would have made a perfect ingredient for snake soup. Lu Yun stood aside, grinning flatteringly. "That's our old Cao. One strike is all it takes." But right as the words left his mouth, a glob of venom flew straight at him. He dodged just in time, nearly meeting his maker right then and there. Sure enough, as soon as the venom hit the ground, a chemical reaction took place, bubbling up and releasing a foul stench. Jing Ling, controlling the vines in his hands, warned everyone, "This poison is way too strong. Stay back. The entire camp fell into utter chaos as a swarming horde of snakes kept slithering in. Everyone was struggling to hold the line. Just then, a heavily armed squad of soldiers marched out from the barracks. The commander's voice boomed. Reloading. Suppressive fire on the right flank. Intercept the enemies trying to break through on the left. Spotting Qin Yu's group of 3 standing frozen in one spot. Lin Feng shouted, "Hey, Qin Yu! What are you standing around for? Let's go, now!" Qin Yu stood in a daze for a moment before muttering, "Just as I thought." He then turned to Lin Feng and said, "You guys break through first. I'll catch up soon." Xiao Yu asked, confused. "Why aren't we leaving?" Ignoring his sister's question, he asked instead, "Do you guys smell that?" A faint, sweet scent. Dao Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A sweet scent? Where? All I smell is this awful stench." Xiao Yu sniffed the air intently and finally caught it. "Oh, I think I do smell it. It's really faint, but it's definitely there." Realizing what was going on, Qin Yu sighed. "Well, I guess it makes sense. In a place like this, why would so many poisonous creatures suddenly gather here for no reason?" Xiao Yu asked, still puzzled. "What are you talking about, bro?" Only then did he finally explain it to his sister. "If I'm not mistaken, these venomous snakes, along with that frog we saw earlier, are all being controlled by the 5 poison beast." Xiao Yu furrowed her brows. Her knowledge was nowhere near her brother's, so the more he explained, the more confused she became. He shared what he knew about the 5 poison beast with Xiao Yu and Dao Yi. Legend has it that the 5 poison beast is the king of all poisons, capable of controlling any venomous creature. Inside its body lies a 5 poison bead. Swallowing it makes you completely immune to all poisons and grants you the powers of the beast itself. It's an incredibly rare treasure. Considering the danger ahead, Qin Yu decided, "Xiao Yu, Dao Yi, you two need to fall back with the main force. I'm going to check out that 5 poison beast." But without her brother, there was no way Xiao Yu would leave. She stood her ground. "No, I'm coming with you. We agreed that once I became an evolver, I'd fight right by your side." Dao Yi thought for a moment, then hesitantly raised his hand. "Well, in that case, count me in too." Qin Yu patted his shoulder, advising him, "I appreciate the enthusiasm, buddy, but you really should stay with the main unit. The 5 poison beast is extremely powerful and dangerous. If you come, you'll only slow us down." Rejected, Dao Yi could only scratch his head with a sheepish grin. Fair enough. Right after that, he pulled out a stack of yellow talismans and handed them to Qin Yu. "Take these talismans. You never know when they might come in handy. There are 5 transposition talismans, 5 golden light talismans, and 5 demon binding talismans." Qin Yu took them, replicated the talismans, and said, "Thanks." He then turned and handed a round pill to Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, I copied these anti-poison pills from the others during the Battle God trial. Enhance it first, then swallow it." Back on the other side of the camp, a snake suddenly lunged from behind Lin Feng. Without wasting a single movement, Lin Feng coldly thrust his hand toward it and unleashed his skill. Vacuum burst. With a loud boom, the snake was vaporized in an instant, its body shredded into countless pieces that rained down to the ground. But remarkably, a figure was standing right in the middle of that shower of shredded snake meat. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Dao Yi. Before Lin Feng could even get a clear look, he was about to unleash another vacuum blast. Dao Yi quickly raised his hands to stop him. "Whoa, hold on, benefactor, it's me." Lin Feng immediately stepped in to shield Dao Yi, quickly asking about the siblings. "You're here. But where are Qin Yu and the others?" Dao Yi replied briefly. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu picked up a scent and went hunting. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit inferior. I'd expect nothing less from those two. Here we are struggling just to stay alive, and they're already out there hunting. Up ahead, the soldiers fighting desperately to break through the snake siege suddenly reported, "The enemy has stopped their attack. What's going on? Watch out. They might be gathering their strength for one massive strike." The 5-colored snakes that had been relentlessly attacking suddenly came to a dead halt. They looked completely dazed, as if they had been hypnotized. Just like that, they stopped attacking and began to retreat. Lin Feng could only watch in sheer disbelief as they marched away in perfect order. They are retreating? But why? Just then, a soldier noticed some movement on the other side and gasped in shock. "It is them! They are drawing the snakes away!" It turned out to be the Qin siblings and the Beetle King. The swarm of snakes surged toward them, completely drawn to the purple flames radiating from Qin Yu. With a single, fierce sweep of his spear, several snakes were instantly set ablaze and sliced to pieces. His face was completely expressionless, and his body began to glow a deep, blood-red color. Activating his blood-burn skill, he unleashed another sweep. The lunging snakes were sliced to ribbons, their fresh blood getting sucked right into his spear tip. Qin Yu coolly declared, "Drink your fill." Xiao Yu was not one to be left behind. Clutching her blade, she moved with swift steps and decisive strikes, taking down many snakes on her own. Even the Beetle King was just as savage. With a single swipe of its claws, any snake that dared to lunge forward was ripped right in half. The soldiers clearing the path felt like they had just met their saviors. Still holding their weapons, they stood ready to back them up at a moment's notice. But deep down, everyone felt a glimmer of hope. If it was them, everything would definitely be fine. Up ahead, Qin Yu severed the head of a massive snake with his spear, but suddenly, he froze. What is that smell? Instantly, he spun around to warn his sister, "Watch out, Xiao Yu, get away, quick." By then, Xiao Yu had already climbed onto the Beetle King's back. Having just finished off a few snakes, she was momentarily dazed. But right at that moment, a colossal snake lunged out. Opening its blood-red maw wide, it snapped straight at Xiao Yu. With a sharp whoosh, Xiao Yu quickly leaped off the Beetle King's back. The snake missed her, but its fangs sank deep into the Beetle King's armor. Xiao Yu cried out in shock. Qin Yu was taken aback by the snake's massive size. It is huge. Since its fangs were buried so deep, the snake couldn't pull them out right away. Xiao Yu reached out to buff the Beetle King, crying, "Helicopter, don't be afraid of it." She knew that with her enhancement, its strength was now multiplied 60 times. The Beetle King did not disappoint her, immediately slashing its claws across the snake's body. Enraged, the snake flung the Beetle King high into the air. Down on the ground, the soldiers whispered among themselves, "That is that girl's beetle." Up in the air, whether because the Beetle King couldn't deploy its wings in time, or simply because the gap in their power was just too immense, the Beetle King took a devastating whip from the snake's massive tail, unable to dodge it at all. With several loud crashes, the Beetle King was sent flying, smashing through several thick trees. Xiao Yu panicked in sheer terror. "Helicopter!" The Beetle King did not respond. It lay flat on the ground, completely knocked out. Tears welled up in Xiao Yu's eyes. Helicopter! She had grown quite fond of this mount/bodyguard, and she didn't know if she could save it this time. Having eliminated its strongest opponent, the snake turned and hissed menacingly at Qin Yu. Qin Yu quickly analyzed the situation. This thing has at least 60 times normal physical strength. Otherwise, it couldn't have taken down Xiao Yu's beetle so easily. To think the Red Pine Forest would harbor such a powerful mutated beast, it seemed that even though he had been reborn and possessed crucial future intel, climbing to the peak was still not going to be easy. His face grew tense as he calculated the power gap. His own physical stats were only around 28 times normal, and even with Xiao Yu's enhancement, he was still a long way from 60 times. Relying solely on raw physical strength, there was absolutely no way he could win. But if he combined his duplication ability with his Tier 3 flames, he might still stand a chance. Taking advantage of the brief pause before the snake attacked, he quickly formulated his strategy. That giant snake managed to get close without Xiao Yu or the Beetle King even noticing. It probably has a stealth or presence concealment ability. While that kind of ability is deadly for sneak attacks, it isn't as effective in a head-on clash. This is winnable. Qin Yu turned his head and made a split-second decision. Xiao Yu, buff me. She immediately activated her enhancement on him while checking the Beetle King's injuries, not forgetting to urge him to be careful. With the enhancement active, Qin Yu's body began to glow. Gripping his spear, he charged at the snake, but the beast retaliated instantly, opening its maw to spray a stream of venom. He nimbly dodged to the side. The venom splashed onto the ground with a highly corrosive hiss, sounding like searing flesh. The snake tilted its head, snapping viciously at Qin Yu's arm. But he struck it hard with his spear, successfully slamming its head to the ground with a heavy thud. Refusing to back down, the snake resorted to its old trick, swinging its massive tail with immense force. Qin Yu quickly dodged the lethal blow. The tail sweep was so powerful that it snapped a thick tree branch right above his head. Seizing the opening, he slashed his spear tip across its tail, channeling his level 3 purple flames to burn its flesh. The snake writhed in agony from the sudden, scorching blow. It roared in fury, repeatedly slamming its tail against the ground to smother the flames with dirt and sand. After just a few exchanges, Qin Yu was already drenched in sweat. Wiping his brow, he thought with relief, "Thank goodness my spear mastery is up to scratch." If his spear had gone even a fraction deeper, the sheer force of the tail whip would have sent both him and his weapon flying. The massive snake aggressively thrashed its tail, which still bore a small, smoldering ember. It flicked its tongue, glaring menacingly at Qin Yu. Qin Yu silently observed, readying a whip. Leaping into the air, he swung the whip downward, thinking to himself, "My leap was a bit too slow. I need to use clones to crush this thing." As the whip lashed against the giant snake's tail, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Qin Yu turned his head and warned, "Stay focused. A single slip-up will cost us our lives." The massive serpent lunged at Qin Yu, opening its terrifying jaws wide. He lashed his whip repeatedly, but his attacks barely made a dent. Choking back tears, Qin Yu's little sister, Xiao Yu, called out to him. Glancing at the armored beetle king, she made a silent calculation and bit down hard on her fingertip, drawing blood. She let a few drops of her own blood fall onto the armored beetle king. The armored beetle king's eyes snapped open as life surged back into it. Xiao Yu held up her finger and whispered, "By drinking my blood, you can be saved more than just once." Looking at her rapidly healing finger, she thought, "Well, since I'm so powerful now, even injuries like this heal in no time." She then grabbed a knife and slashed her own wrist, letting out a cry as her face contorted in sheer pain. Blood began to pour from her wrist, slowly soaking into the body of the armored beetle king. Suddenly, the beast stirred. It was actually coming back to life. Xiao Yu cheered. It worked. Meanwhile, Qin Yu's battle was far from over. He unleashed a ring of profound intent, which slammed into the giant serpent and forced it to coil in agony. Qin Yu looked down at the ring on his finger. This ring allowed someone like him, who wasn't skilled at controlling fire, to channel flame abilities with ease. It's incredibly useful, he thought, but it's a shame its rank is so low. It can't withstand my tier 3 purple flames. If I keep pushing it, the strain will definitely destroy it. Qin Yu stared at the massive serpent, knowing he couldn't defeat it in a head-on clash. His only option was to slowly wear down its stamina. As the giant snake thrashed about, losing its bearings, he knew the time was near. Spotting an opening, Qin Yu thought, "Now is my chance." But suddenly, the serpent's eyes turned blood red as it bared its fangs and hissed menacingly. Qin Yu's eyes widened. "Oh no, it still has this card left up its sleeve?" The massive snake coiled its body into tight, heavy rings, lunging forward with its jaws wide open at Qin Yu. Qin Yu countered by quickly drawing a magic barrier circle. He cursed, "Damn it. I wasted so much energy creating that opening, only to have it ruined like this. If I give it time to catch its breath, taking it down again won't be easy." The giant serpent struck hard, but it couldn't breach Qin Yu's barrier. Refusing to back down, the giant snake focused all its power, relentlessly hammering at a single spot on the shield. Just then, the armored beetle king materialized right behind the serpent, digging its powerful claws deep into the beast's tail. As the beetle king held on with a death grip, the snake arched its head back in agony. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu immediately struck with his whip. The serpent whipped around, snapping its jaws at the armored beetle king, who was still tearing into its flesh. The armored beetle king relentlessly slashed with its razor-sharp claws, leaving the giant serpent with no time to react. The massive snake threw its head back, letting out a painful shriek. Armed and ready, Qin Yu lunged forward and roared, "Die!" before driving his weapon straight into the serpent's eye. With a grim expression, Qin Yu commanded, "Burn to ashes." A stream of fire pierced right through the snake's head, forcing its jaws wide open. Xiao Yu looked up and whispered, "Awesome. We actually did it." The serpent was completely engulfed in Qin Yu's blazing fire. The charred, smoking carcass of the snake collapsed at Qin Yu's feet. Suddenly, the core on the armored beetle king began to glow brilliantly. Standing before Qin Yu, the creature was visibly growing even stronger. Qin Yu marveled. "Xiao Yu, your ability is absolutely incredible." Xiao Yu replied, "If that thing hadn't ambushed us, my beetle king wouldn't have been taken down so easily." Holding the glowing core, Qin Yu muttered, "This is the first time I've ever seen such a pure source of evolutionary energy. Standard procedure enhance, then copy." Xiao Yu urged him, "Go ahead and absorb it. We still have to hunt down that 5-poison beast later." Qin Yu patted his sister's head and said, "Don't be silly. It's just evolutionary energy. If I absorb it all myself, the boost won't be enough to make a game-changing difference. Besides, you're already lagging behind me. Keep falling behind, and I might just leave you in the dust." Xiao Yu threatened, "If you dare abandon me, I'll hunt you down with 12 tier 3 monsters." Looking at his furious little sister, Qin Yu backed off slightly. "Whoa, okay, I definitely shouldn't mess with her." Xiao Yu sat in a corner, holding her head. Exhaling deeply, Qin Yu thought, "This is definitely no ordinary evolutionary energy. It boosted my physical strength from 28 times to 32 times, a full 4-fold increase. Xiao Yu chimed in. Exactly. Mine went from 23 to 29, a 6-fold increase. That's more than you, and you didn't hear me complaining. Qin Yu chuckled. All right, stop teasing your brother. My blood flame spear absorbed that serpent's blood essence and successfully upgraded from D rank to double D rank. Qin Yu turned back to Xiao Yu. Let's go find that 5-poison beast. Curiously, Xiao Yu asked him, Brother, just how powerful is this 5-poison beast anyway? Is it even stronger than the snake we just fought? As an image of a monstrous spider flashed through his mind, Qin Yu replied, In terms of rarity and value, the 5-poison beast is easily on par with a demon species. Hiding behind a massive ancient tree, Xiao Yu whispered, Brother, look over there. Qin Yu frowned. What is that disgusting thing? He motioned to Xiao Yu. Stay here and guard me while I enhance. Xiao Yu nodded. Got it. Qin Yu warned with a serious tone. To deal with this thing, we need a single, lethal strike. If it has time to react, we're in deep trouble. Qin Yu gripped Xiao Yu's shoulders, his eyes gleaming with determination, while the armored Beetle King watched silently from behind. Standing before the Beetle King, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. In a moment, you go over there and draw its attention from the front. The armored Beetle King immediately turned its head, looking around in all directions. Qin Yu lowered his gaze. Wait, did it just refuse me? The intelligence of this armored Beetle King has grown significantly. Could this be a side effect of Xiao Yu's ability? Xiao Wu immediately steps in to punish the Beetle King. How dare it ignore his orders? Meanwhile, the 5-poison beast scans its surroundings. The 5-poison beast digs its razor-sharp claws deep into the ground, flashing a savage grin. It pins down a massive, weakly squirming centipede with its legs. The 5-poison beast lifts the centipede to its mouth and takes a massive bite. Just then, the Beetle King emerges right behind it. The Beetle King launches its first strike at the 5-poison beast. The 5-poison beast stands completely still, staring at the Beetle King. Locked in a silent standoff, the Beetle King suddenly leaps into the air and charges forward. The 5-poison beast thrusts its claws out, locking the Beetle King's arms in a tight grip. Suddenly, the 5-poison beast's eyes widen in shock as a razor-sharp slash tears right across its body. It screams in pain and collapses to the ground. The Beetle King stands hands on hips, looking down at the beast. Confused, Xiao Wu asks, What is Helicopter doing? Nearby, the Beetle King starts wildly flailing its arms and legs. Qin Yu gasps, Oh no! It has been hit by the 5-poison beast's hallucinogenic toxin. Suddenly, the 5-poison beast appears behind the Beetle King. It unleashes a venomous spine and plunges it straight into the Beetle King's back. Hit by the venom, the Beetle King stiffens up, unable to move. The 5-poison beast watches with satisfaction as its target collapses. As the 5-poison beast reaches down to deliver the killing blow, Xiao Wu covers her mouth and screams, Helicopter! Out of nowhere, Qin Yu appears right behind the 5-poison beast, driving his sharp blade clean through its head. Qin Yu grips his sword tightly, unleashing a blazing, endless fire. Watching the beast slowly collapse, he whispers, It worked. The 5-poison beast throws its head back, letting out a shriek of pure agony. Holding his sword, Qin Yu calmly says, Ha, this 5-poison beast actually has 3 heads. I was wondering why it did not match the rumors. Turns out the legends were true. He channels his magic, yelling, Die. Qin Yu aims right for the center of the beast's chest, launching a decisive strike. But the 5-poison beast arches its body, spewing torrents of poison. The toxic spray seeps into Qin Yu's clothes. He looks down in shock. Oh crap, the poison got on me. Qin Yu's body starts reacting violently. Clutching his chest, his shoulders tremble uncontrollably. Propping himself up with his sword, his face contorts in pain. Oh no, is this a toxin that drains my strength? His sword tip slips, losing its grip on the ground. Suddenly, the 5-poison beast looms behind him, its lips curling into a creepy grin. The beast spews more venom, but Qin Yu manages to spin away, barely dodging the attack. Qin Yu prepares to counterattack, thinking, I am pushing my limits just to spark a tiny flame. With the 5-poison beast closing in fast, he cannot find an opening to strike. Qin Yu grits his teeth. As expected of the 5-poison beast, it is incredibly tough. But if I act before this degenerative toxin fully paralyzes me and play it smart, I still have a chance. The 5-poison beast releases a scattering attack, and Qin Yu immediately notices, Poison mist again. The five poison beasts' onslaught grows fiercer, leaving Qin Yu struggling desperately to hold his ground. Summoning every last ounce of his strength, Qin Yu uses the reach of his blood flame spear to keep the beast at bay, using the residual flames to push back the poison mist. The beast keeps spitting clouds of poison. Qin Yu dodges desperately, thinking, damn it, its defense is completely solid. There is not a single opening to exploit. Suddenly, the five poison beast reaches out and grabs Qin Yu's weapon with a tight grip. Qin Yu grits his teeth. Oh no! The beast pulls him into the air right into a cloud of poison. He thinks, I am finished. Reeling from the pain, Qin Yu is sent flying through the air. He frantically uses his weapon to block, trying to regain his footing. Qin Yu coughs violently from inhaling so much toxic gas. Breaking into a cold sweat, he grits his teeth. Damn it! As the venom spreads through his body, his vision blurs, and the beast's figure fades. Xiao Wu screams, watch out! With his mind racing, Qin Yu tries to think of a way out as the five poison beast relentlessly presses its advantage. Qin Yu activates his cloning skill, creating multiple copies of himself. Confused, the five poison beast swings blindly, losing its target. Clutching his chest, Qin Yu lets out a fierce cry and grips his weapon tight, waiting for the perfect moment. Now, channeling all his strength, he drives his weapon straight into the center of the beast's head. As he rips his weapon out, the five poison beast shrieks in agony. But in a desperate counter, its stinger tail plunges into Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu's face contorts as sweat pours down, the spreading venom causing his heart to violently spasm. He clutches his chest and screams in agony. Clutching his chest, Qin Yu collapses to his knees before the five poison beast. Staring in wide-eyed shock, he gasps, This is the true, overwhelming power of the five poison king. Just a few milligrams of this deadly toxin is enough to instantly take anyone's life. As Qin Yu kneels there helpless, the five poison beast grows even more menacing, its face twisted into a smug, mocking sneer. Qin Yu's mind races. I was so close. Is this really where it ends? I refuse to accept this. Meanwhile, the five poison beast raises its arm, ready to unleash a toxic spine to finish him off. As the razor-sharp spine hurtles toward him, Qin Yu desperately raises his weapon to block it. Suddenly, Xiao Wu charges in wielding a knife, screaming, Get away from him! Sensing her presence, the five poison beast shifts its gaze to her. With Xiao Wu now in its sights, the beast slashes its claws, launching a brutal attack. Her knife slips from her grip and clatters onto the ground. Xiao Yu was grabbed by one hand and hoisted into the air by the beast. Let her go, you monster! Qin Yu roared. Put her down. Xiao Yu clawed at the five poison beast's massive grip with her tiny hands, her face twisted in pain as she let out a desperate scream. Qin Yu forced himself up with the last of his strength, driving his weapon straight through the five poison beast's skull. The beast rolled its eyes in confusion, its grip finally loosening. Xiao Yu collapsed onto the ground. Qin Yu instantly commanded, Endless burn! A massive wave of energy erupted, shaking the entire forest. The five poison beast was finally down. Qin Yu whipped his head toward Xiao Yu, who lay wounded on the dirt. Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu! Qin Yu cried out in a panic. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Her eyes were half closed, her face slightly flushed. Brother, I'm sorry, I have to go first. Qin Yu cut her off, panicked. Don't talk like that. Xiao Yu, I'm going to save you. He scooped her into his arms, frantic. Right. Stop the bleeding. I need to stop the bleeding. Xiao Yu whispered. It's no use, brother. I'm not going to make it. But suddenly, Qin Yu froze in utter confusion. When Qin Yu touched her stomach, he realized she was already fully healed. Annoyed, he let go, dropping her flat on the ground. He yelled, Seriously? What is wrong with you, messing around at a time like this? Xiao Yu scratched her head sheepishly. I just wanted to see if you'd actually care. Qin Yu reached out to help her up anyway, scoffing. Don't talk nonsense. You're the only family I have left. Of course I'd be devastated. Xiao Yu shyly took his hand, smiling. I knew it. Qin Yu nagged. Next time you face something like this, don't be so stupid, and charge in blindly. Xiao Yu pouted. But if I hadn't put myself in danger, how else would you have unlocked your potential? If I had failed, you would have been crushed to death by that thing too. Qin Yu let out a long sigh, realizing they had barely escaped with their lives. The venom from that snake's tail was no joke. If I hadn't taken that 3-level boost medicine, I'd be dead by now. Suddenly, Qin Yu clutched his chest and collapsed. Xiao Yu gasped. Brother, what's wrong? Qin Yu grimaced in intense pain. It seemed the venom still hadn't fully cleared out of his system. Cough. Cough. Xiao Yu rushed to support him, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" Qin Yu clutched his chest, looking down as he strained to speak. "It's bad. This poison won't kill me instantly, but if I stay like this, some other mutant beast will finish us off." Xiao Yu squinted at him suspiciously. "Brother, you're not faking this, are you?" Qin Yu immediately jumped up, gritting his teeth. "What do you think of me? You think I'd pull a stunt like you did?" Xiao Yu scratched her head with a sheepish smile. "Oh, come on. I was just making sure I wasn't being tricked." Qin Yu gave her a fierce glare. "You aren't even worried I might actually die here?" Xiao Yu suddenly turned her head around, sensing something nearby. "Huh?" Xiao Yu suddenly ran off. Qin Yu groaned. "Hey, I'm literally dying here, and you're just wandering off?" Xiao Yu rushed to a corner and squatted down, picking up a glowing bead to get a closer look. She yelled out, "Look what I found!" Qin Yu stared at the glossy sphere in her hand, uttering in disbelief. "Is that the 5 poison bead?" Xiao Yu grinned, holding the 5 poison bead right in front of his face. "Here. If you swallow this, won't you be completely immune to all poison?" He took it, attempting to duplicate it. Qin Yu stared at the bead for a moment, then gasped, "I can't copy it. It's just like that necklace we found earlier." Xiao Yu tried it herself, skeptical. "Huh, you're right. Even my enhancement ability does absolutely nothing to it." She made a face, urging him, "Just eat it." "Honestly, this thing looks too disgusting for me anyway." Qin Yu did as she said, tossing the 5 poison bead into his mouth and swallowing it whole. Suddenly, his body tensed up and he roared as a vibrant, multicolored energy began swirling violently around him. Xiao Yu asked anxiously, "How is it? What's happening?" The swirling energy split, wrapping around both of his hands. Qin Yu muttered in awe, "Wow, venom, fire, and copying. I guess I have 3 abilities now." He raised his hand high, instantly mastering hallucination while purging both toxins. "Haha, I basically mastered 2 new powers at once." Xiao Yu was so focused on him that she let her guard down, completely missing something sharp poking her side. "Huh?" She looked back to find the Beetle King lying pitifully on the dirt. She quickly sliced her index finger, and blood began to drip. "Oh, I almost forgot about you. Thank you so much." Once it absorbed her blood, the Beetle King stood tall, proudly putting its hands on its hips. Now fully recovered, Qin Yu walked over to the corpse of the 5 poison beast, and said coldly, "Who knows if this 5 poison beast's corpse will come in handy later. Might as well pack it up." With a thought, he stored the massive carcass in his spatial dimension. Xiao Yu asked, worried, "Hey, since you put that thing in there, is our food inside still safe to eat?" Qin Yu laughed. "Don't worry, the space inside the ring is completely compartmentalized." He stretched and let out a long yawn, urging, "Let's get moving. We need to catch up with the military." The 2 of them made their way out of the forest and reached the village entrance. Xiao Yu scanned the area, surprised. "Huh? They aren't here yet?" She looked down at the Beetle King and commanded, "Chopper, go scout ahead." Qin Yu looked around, realizing the village was eerily silent. It was one thing for there to be no survivors, but there weren't even any bodies. Just then, Xiao Yu gasped, "Brother, look over there." Down the path she was pointing, a man in tattered clothes was crouching on the ground, busy with something. Qin Yu quickly stepped closer. Finally, a sign of life. Honestly, even a zombie will do at this point. It turned out to be a pale, decaying zombie, greedily tearing into a severed leg. Xiao Yu's face went dead serious. She drew her blade and said, "Let me handle this." Qin Yu dropped his usual playful attitude. Based on this zombie state, even a regular zombie now has 5 times the physical strength of a normal human. For regular people who haven't evolved yet, survival is only getting harder and harder. While Qin Yu was analyzing the situation, Xiao Yu rushed forward and slashed the zombie. Xiao Yu slung her blade over her shoulder and said proudly, "So, how's that for quick? 1 fatal blow." Qin Yu didn't even look her in the eye, replying with a smirk, "Uh-huh, sure. Crushing an ant in 1 strike. You're so amazing." Xiao Yu put her hands on her hips and huffed, "You're so mean. You're making fun of me again." She looked at the corpse, lying not far away in confusion. Wait. What was it eating? Looking closer, Xiao Yu didn't dare get any nearer, covering her mouth as she gagged. Ugh. Qin Yu squatted down beside it to inspect its appearance. It's probably not a human or a zombie. Must be some kind of outworlder. Looks like outworlders have been here too. Xiao Yu guessed. Maybe there are no survivors left around here. A flock of sleeping birds nearby suddenly scattered in panic. Qin Yu's expression changed, and he shouted, "Something's happening." In the middle of the village square, three bizarre-looking creatures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They bared their teeth and ran toward the two of them, weapons in hand. Qin Yu gripped his spear and glanced at them. They were strength demons, an outworlder race lower in rank than the bullhorn demons they faced before. The leader rushed forward, waving its club and shouting in some strange language. Once they got close to Qin Yu, he swept his spear in a wide arc, leaving the strength demons burning and sprawling across the ground. Xiao Yu waved her hand excitedly. "Ooh, let's search them, search them!" With a dark expression, Qin Yu threw cold water on her excitement. "No need. They're the lowest tier of outworlders, so they don't have anything useful." With a few petals drifting gently through the clear sky, the two of them continued heading deeper inside. As they passed by a house, Xiao Yu caught a faint glimpse of a figure standing upstairs. She gasped in surprise. Wait. Xiao Yu wasn't seeing things. There really was a man standing there. His face was frighteningly gaunt, with dark circles under his eyes. From the ground, Xiao Yu waved enthusiastically. "Hey, hello, mister. Can we ask you a quick question?" Ba Jian raised an eyebrow, looking down at the two of them. Seeing this, Xiao Yu acted even friendlier. "We aren't bad people. We mean no harm." To her surprise, Ba Jian, who had just been standing by the pillar, vanished in a flash. Qin Yu focused his senses, listening closely as the man inside gave some orders, telling everyone to get their blades ready and light the fire. He looked at Xiao Yu and warned, "Xiao Yu, be careful." Just then, Ba Jian opened the door and pried, "Is it just the two of you?" Qin Yu replied, "Yeah." Seeing this, Ba Jian urged them, "Hurry up and get inside. There are monsters everywhere out there." He led the two of them inside the house. As they were walking, Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up, "Thank you." Sniff. "Hey, is that meat? It smells delicious." Ba Jian said in a creepy, mocking tone, "Watch your step, you two." Qin Yu gave a sly smile. "Mister, where did you guys get fresh meat from? It's been so long since I've smelled meat this good." Ba Jian acted generous, saying, "You two arrived just in time. We're cooking dinner. Why don't you join us?" Xiao Yu clapped her hands in delight. "Awesome. Mutated meat is so dry and tough. I was about to throw up. Today, we finally get a real feast." On the other hand, Qin Yu had remained silent this whole time, observing, without a word. Song Mao was a man with a solid build. He licked his lips and said, "Ah, welcome, welcome." The beautiful Qing Qing sat by the table, also warmly inviting her. "Come over here, little girl. Come have some meat." Xiao Yu walked over and said politely, "Thank you, sis." She lifted the pot lid and sniffed. Smells so good, so good." Xiao Yu asked curiously, "What kind of meat is this?" But the moment she saw what was actually cooking inside, her eyes widened in pure shock. Xiao Yu covered her mouth, gagging, and turned around to yell to Qin Yu, "Bro, they are eating human meat." Qing Qing pulled out a knife hidden under the pot, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yu as she muttered incoherently, "Food." With that, she lunged forward, slashing wildly. Meanwhile, Ba Jian locked the door tight. He looked at Qin Yu with a sinister grin. He. Looks like we can eat our fill for a few more days." Song Mao also joined in with a knife. Tender skin and soft meat. This is going to be perfect. He leaped in front of Qin Yu, swinging his knife down hard with his left hand, but Qin Yu dodged it. Qin Yu spun around and drove his elbow straight into the man's face. Song Mao's cheek swelled up instantly, and he clutched his face, screaming in agony. Then, he let go of his face, looking first at Qin Yu, then over to Xiao Yu, who was cornered by Qing Qing. Suddenly, he swung his knife at Ba Jian. "Take this." Ba Jian shrieked in shock. "Ah!" Qing Qing, seeing things go south, stopped what she was doing and yelled, "Are you crazy?" Song Mao's face darkened, his mind seemingly manipulated by something as he endlessly mumbled, "Food, food." Qing Qing trembled violently in fear. Once Song Mao finished off Ba Jian, he approached her, roaring loudly, "Rah!" Inside the tightly shut house, only horrific screams echoed out. Within, the corpses of Ba Jian and his gang lay scattered across the floor. Xiao Yu asked curiously, "Why? Why did they start fighting each other?" Qin Yu pointed at himself and replied, "It's my hallucinogenic toxin." Xiao Yu furrowed her brow in worry, her voice choking up and hesitating. "Bro, since there are so few people and zombies here, do you think?" Qin Yu quickly patted her shoulder to reassure her. "Xiao Yu, don't overthink it. Even if the apocalypse drives people to cannibalism, absolutely not everyone sinks that low. People who completely lose their humanity to that extent are still very rare. Everyone gasped as a loud shout echoed from outside. What on earth is going on? Out in the yard, a group of people had surrounded the armored beetle king. Whoa, what kind of monster is this? It looks terrifying, Ma Song said doubtfully. It doesn't seem that strong though, and it doesn't look like it wants to attack. Lu Shui coldly drew her bow and shouted, "Die, monster!" Li Xiao sneered, Who cares if it's some terrifying monster or not? It won't even survive a single arrow from Lu Shui anyway, right? Lu Wen crossed his arms, waiting to see the show. This thing looks intimidating, but who knew it'd be this weak? It's already too terrified to move. Lu Shui aimed and released her arrow at the perfect moment. The armored beetle king stood perfectly still without dodging, letting the arrow hit it right in the head. The ground where it stood suddenly exploded. Li Xiao smirked. See? I told you. This energy crystal is mine now. As the dust cleared, the armored beetle king still stood tall, completely unscathed. Lu Feng stroked his chin, lost in thought. Oh, it's still standing? That's not normal. Lu Shui couldn't believe it either. It took my arrow head on and didn't even get a scratch. Lu Wen cracked his wrists and took the lead, saying, "Let's go together and take it down." He raised his hand and began gathering his power. With a shout, Lu Wen charged straight at the armored beetle king with his fist raised. As he threw his punch, he yelled, "Taste my golden heavy punch." Just then, the armored beetle king held its head high and fluttered its wings, looking like it was about to fly off. Li Xiao quickly noticed this. He snapped his fingers and scoffed. Trying to run? Several stone hands erupted from the open ground, pinning the armored beetle king's limbs. Lu Wen seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air and punching it right in the head. Lu Feng also raised his hand and shouted, "Quadruple gravity!" The armored beetle king was slammed back to the ground by the gravity. Lu Wen didn't let up, pulling his arm back, ready to deliver another devastating blow. Standing behind them, Ma Song said weakly, "Guys, let's just leave it alone. Something feels off about it." Unnoticed by anyone, the armored beetle king's eyes suddenly flashed. Li Xiao crossed his arms and looked at him with disdain. Ma Song, you're always such a coward." Ma Song frowned anxiously, quickly explaining, "Brother Xiao, it's not like that this time. This thing is nothing like the enemies we've faced before." Li Xiao smirked sinisterly, raising a hand as he replied, "Well, if you say so, then it must be something special." With a wave of Li Xiao's hand, a giant puppet, several meters tall, materialized. He said arrogantly, "In front of me, it's nothing but prey." The giant had a rugged body, but its eyes were incredibly sharp, and a blue scarf was wrapped around its neck. Li Xiao punched forward and ordered, "Crush it." Standing 2 to 3 times taller than the armored beetle king, the giant clasped its hands together to form a massive fist. It was clearly aiming for a crushing overhead blow. Suddenly, a flash of light swept through, and with a deafening crash, the giant puppet was sliced in half by the armored beetle king's claws. Li Xiao gasped in horror. How is this possible? Ma Song rushed over, pulling his arm and urging, "Run, run now. This thing is on a completely different level from us." While they were still frozen in shock, 2 more arrows came flying in. From her high vantage point, Lu Sui shouted, "Everyone, fall back. My light arrows are the strongest. I'll cover the retreat." Unfortunately, before she could even finish her sentence, the armored beetle king flew right up behind her. Too terrified to look, Ma Song covered his eyes with both hands. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Lu Wen also shouted in terror, "Xiao Shui!" Lu Shui was paralyzed with fear, unable to speak, as the armored beetle king's claws stopped just inches from her face. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu had escaped from the house and were heading this way. Hearing Xiao Yu's voice, the armored beetle king instantly stopped its movement. Lu Wen quickly stepped in to block them. "Who are you? Get out of here. This monster is extremely powerful," Li Xiao said with a wicked grin. "Brother Lu, let's get out of here. We can use these two as a distraction to buy us some time." The armored beetle king flapped its wings and flew up, looking at Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Lu Wen stubbornly called out, "Hey, kid, do you have a death wish?" Only Ma Song stammered, "They're so strong." The armored beetle king landed, and Xiao Yu quickly stroked its head to comfort it. "Good boy, I'm sorry. I won't leave you all alone again next time." Li Xiao was completely dumbfounded by this scene. What on earth is going on? This monster isn't attacking her, and it's even. Lu Wen took a wild guess. Could this monster be a pet she trained? Li Xiao seemed to realize something. Maybe she has an ability similar to mine, and this is her summoned pet. But why is this bug so much stronger than my giant puppet? Xiao Yu stood next to the armored beetle king, putting her hands on her hips as she demanded, "Why did you guys attack him? He didn't even do anything to you." Lu Wen waved his hands, offering an apologetic smile. "Ah, we're really sorry. We didn't know it was your pet." Xiao Yu ignored him and turned back to pet the armored beetle king. Qin Yu asked coldly, "Who are you people?" Lu Wen introduced himself with a smile. "Ah, my name is Lu Wen." He pointed behind him and said, "This is Li Xiao, and the older guy is my cousin, Lu Feng. The youngest is Ma Song, and that's my younger sister, Lu Xie." After introducing them, Lu Wen asked curiously, "You two don't look like locals." Qin Yu replied, "We're from Shengjing City." Hearing the name Shengjing, the expressions of Lu Wen's group instantly changed. Seeing their strange expressions, Xiao Yu tilted her head and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Lu Wen quickly snapped back to his senses. Qin Yu replied, "Oh, it's nothing. We actually planned to head to Shengjing City for shelter, but luckily, that red pine forest monster blocked us. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted trip." As he said this, his voice unconsciously softened. "This isn't really a good place to talk. Why don't you come with us? Consider it our way of making amends. I'll treat everyone to a meal. Food is pretty hard to come by around here now." Xiao Wu couldn't help but recall the horrific sight of Song Mao and Qing Qing eating human flesh back in that house. She rushed to a corner and threw up violently. Even though Lu Wen had no idea what was going on, he still asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Xiao Wu wiped her mouth and waved her hands frantically. "Oh, it's nothing. Just talking about food reminded me of something disgusting I went through. Never mind." Anyway, the group made their way toward a large building. Lu Wen led the way, explaining, "I'm really sorry. Our people saw your pet and panicked, which is why we went out to take it down." Qin Yu acted understandingly and said, "I get it. Having a monster so close to home would make anyone uneasy." Hearing this, Lu Wen felt relieved and continued, "The 5 of us are all locals. Not long after the disaster struck, we killed a zombie and accidentally found a strange crystal inside its body. It looked really mesmerizing. Since I was the bravest, I decided to eat it." Xiao Wu gasped in shock. "Wait, you actually dared to eat something from a zombie's corpse? Weren't you worried it was filthy or toxic?" Lu Wen scratched his head and explained embarrassedly, "Well, I used to love reading web novels, and the main characters always eat those inner cores or whatever to get strong, right? So, I just decided to go for it. I never expected that after eating it, I'd actually get superpowers." Qin Yu pointed at him and said, "If I'm not mistaken, your ability is a golden body, similar to steel body reinforcement, but your hardening strength is a step above that. That girl's ability is the most outstanding among you. The bow and arrow she conjures are not only quite formidable, but they also have incredible piercing power. They're perfect for dealing with heavily armored opponents." Just as he was speaking, the door swung open. Aunt Lu, peeking from behind the door, called out, "Xiao Wen, you guys are back." But the moment the words left her mouth, she saw the Beetle King and shrieked in terror. Lu Wen gently touched her arm to reassure her. "Hey, don't worry, it's just their pet. It won't hurt you." Aunt Lu stammered in fear. "Monster," Lu Wen quickly urged. "Aunt Lu, please whip up some food, our absolute best dish." The 6 of them gathered and sat together. Xiao Wu eagerly opened her food box, squealing, "Wow, it's been forever since I've had something this good." Lu Wen turned to Qin Yu and asked seriously, "Qin Yu, you mentioned earlier that you came from Shengjing City. What's the situation like over there right now?" While Xiao Wu focused entirely on stuffing her face, only Qin Yu replied, "Shengjing City is completely overrun by zombies and mutated beasts now. It won't be long before the insect horde attacks it too. It's basically a dead city." He tilted his head and asked, "I'm actually quite curious. What's the situation like for you guys here? Why are there so few people left?" Lu Wen let out a deep sigh. "To tell you the truth, after the apocalypse started, a massive crack ripped open in the sky first. Countless imps poured down from there, killing anyone they saw." He frowned, looking deeply troubled. "And then, another bizarre thing started happening. The people here began vanishing into thin air." Qin Yu asked in confusion, "Vanished into thin air?" Lu Wen nodded. "Yes, literally just vanishing. No signs of them alive, no bodies if they're dead. They just disappear and never show up again." Qin Yu rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Could it be a dimensional ruin? A dimensional ruin capable of swallowing people up like that is bound to be extremely dangerous. He asked curiously. If you guys already know that so many people have vanished here, why haven't you left yet? Lu Wen replied grimly. Because we finally found out why they're vanishing. It's being caused by a monster. Qin Yu gasped in surprise. A monster? Seeing her brother fall silent, Lu Shui quickly added, Yes, that monster. It's been sneaking around, eating everyone. Our little sister, Lu Meng, was eaten by it too. Lu Wen said with fierce determination, The only reason we haven't left is because of that beast. I have to avenge my sister. He clenched his fists, trying to hold back his rage. Qin Yu silently observed his reaction. Looking thoughtful, Qin Yu said, A monster capable of wiping out an entire village must be incredibly powerful. With your current strength, can you actually defeat it? Li Xiao, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly scoffed, We managed to wound it last time. We sent it running in a panic. The next time we cross paths, we'll kill it for sure. Intrigued, Qin Yu said, Tell me more. What does this monster look like, and how did that battle go? Lu Wen's mind drifted back to about 2 weeks ago. That day, the 5 of them had ventured into the forest together to fight the monster. Phew, we finally beat it. Lu Wen pulled the crystal out of the monster's corpse and handed it over, saying, Here, Meng Meng. This is for you. Lu Meng reached out both hands to take it. Suddenly, several bizarre plant sprouts erupted from the ground. Thick vines shot out of the ground, snatching Lu Meng. Everyone watched in utter shock. Meng Meng, what's happening? With her limbs tightly bound by the flower's center, Lu Meng sobbed and struggled in sheer despair. But it was completely useless. The flower swallowed her whole. The ground shook violently once more, sending thick clouds of dust swirling into the air. Everyone rushed to the spot, but the flower had vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but a massive crater as proof that it was ever there. After hearing the story, Qin Yu mumbled to himself, A mutated plant. Lu Wen looked at him and asked, Qin Yu, do you know anything else about this man-eating flower? Qin Yu quickly shook his head and said, No, I don't. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, By the way, did any of you see a group of over 100 people passing through here? Lu Wen replied without hesitation, No. If a group that big had passed through, we definitely would have noticed. Could they have been eaten by that man-eating flower? Qin Yu had not considered this possibility. He fell silent, lost in thought. Lu Wen gathered his courage and said, Qin Yu, you guys are like us, people with special abilities. I was hoping you could help us kill that monster. Qin Yu thought to himself that even if this man-eating plant was incredibly powerful, there was no way it could have wiped out Li Wei's entire group. Something felt off. Despite his doubts, he agreed, All right, we will help you. Lu Wen jumped to his feet, thrilled. That is great. But this county is so huge, where do we even start looking for it? Qin Yu analyzed the situation. Based on what you said, there were 6 of you, and that thing went straight for your sister. My guess is, she was not its primary target. Seeing that Lu Wen was still confused, Qin Yu explained further. Whether it is a zombie or a mutated beast, hunting for evolutionary energy is pure instinct. Its real target was likely the evolutionary energy she was holding. Lu Wen agreed, saying, That makes sense. Qin Yu crossed his arms. If it is drawn to evolutionary energy, then we do not need to go looking for it. We have plenty of evolutionary energy ourselves. It will naturally come to us. With that, Qin Yu turned to Ma Song and asked, Kid, your ability is sensory perception, right? Can you detect nearby zombies or mutated beasts? Ma Song, acting like a well-behaved kid, nodded. Oh yes, I can. Lu Wen chimed in. We should go with you. It is dangerous around here. Before he could finish, Qin Yu cut him off. No need. We will be right back. Li Xiao scoffed. Do whatever you want. Who cares anyway? Ma Song closed his eyes and began to focus his senses. He looked at Qin Yu with a serious expression and said, There are 2 zombies in that 2-story building over there. The 3 of them headed toward the building. As they walked down the hallway, Ma Song suddenly stopped and pointed to a door. They are in that room. The moment he finished speaking, 2 zombies burst through the door and rushed out. Qin Yu calmly watched them stumble toward him. Ma Song cried out in terror, Brother Yu, what are you doing? But Qin Yu did not even hesitate. He dashed forward and grabbed the zombie by the head with his bare hands. Qin Yu slammed their heads violently against the floor. The 2 zombies, which were moving just a second ago, were instantly turned into a pile of mangled flesh. Ma Song stared in utter disbelief and gasped. Even Lu Wen, who is our best fighter, would have struggled to take down 2 zombies. This guy just wiped them out with his bare hands. He is a total monster. On the other side, Qin Yu cheered. Ah, lucky. Both of them had won. Ma Song walked over to the window and pointed in a certain direction, saying, "There is an evolved zombie over there." The three of them ran down to the courtyard, where a massive tentacle burst out from the wall. Ma Song frowned and warned, "Be careful. This one is extremely powerful." Qin Yu grabbed the tentacle and yanked it with all his might, dragging the zombie out of its hiding spot inside the house. It bared its claws and glared fiercely at Qin Yu. But he just held onto its tentacle and unleashed a torrent of flames, completely incinerating the zombie in an instant. Ma Song was speechless, utterly terrified by his overwhelming power. Xiao Yu picked up the zombie's evolutionary energy crystal and said happily, "Oh, we got it." Qin Yu glanced at Ma Song, who quickly and submissively replied, "Right away." The three of them continued their hunt, leaving another zombie face down on the dirt. Xiao Yu ran over with the bag to search the corpse, saying, "Nice, we got another one." Before long, they had gathered a whole bag of evolutionary energy. Qin Yu looked at it with satisfaction and said, "This should be more than enough." He took the bag from Xiao Yu and duplicated it, instantly creating another identical bag of energy. Qin Yu pulled out 4 evolutionary energy crystals and handed them to Ma Song. "Here, you earned this. Go ahead and absorb them." Ma Song carefully accepted them, still unable to believe his eyes. "For me? I have never gotten this many all at once. Thank you so much." They returned to their base. Lu Wen stared at the bag on the table in shock. Over 20 evolutionary energy crystals in less than 2 hours? That is insanely fast. Qin Yu gestured toward Ma Song and said, "It is all thanks to Ma Song's ability. We would not have found so many targets so quickly without him." But Ma Song quickly waved his hands. "No, it did not even take 2 hours. Most of that time was just walking because he killed those zombies in the blink of an eye." Watching them praise each other, Lu Wen was at a loss for words. "All right, so what do we do next?" Qin Yu took charge. "We will take turn keeping watch in pairs. If anyone notices anything unusual, sound the alarm immediately." As night fell, the moon rose high in the sky. It was finally Qin Yu and Xiao Yu's turn to watch. Sitting on the lookout tower, Xiao Yu asked, "Do you think it will show up, big brother?" Qin Yu replied calmly, "Maybe, but I cannot be 100% sure." Meanwhile, the other side of the building was abnormally quiet. Lu Shui sat next to Lu Wen and whispered in a sharp voice, "Brother, I do not think those two are genuinely trying to help us." Lu Wen did not argue. In this apocalypse, nobody helped strangers out of the goodness of their hearts. They definitely had their own agenda, but I do not think they mean us any harm. As long as we can get our revenge, nothing else matters. Xiaomeng, this is nothing. Lu Wen clenched his fist in determination. "Once the monster is lured here, we will do whatever it takes to put it down." Lu Shui nodded obediently, replying, It was late at night, and the moon was hanging high in the sky. Lu Wen, who was resting, suddenly bolted upright and shouted, "Heads up! Wake everyone up!" Everyone stumbled out with sleepy faces, rubbing their eyes and asking, What is it? What is going on?" Lu Wen barked a warning, "We've got enemies." Instantly, everyone was wide awake. Lu Wen quickly ordered, "Xiao Shui, Li Xiao, Ma Song, and my brother, let's go out and check it out. The rest of you, get ready to run at a moment's notice." Judging by the noise, the enemy numbers were no joke. As the 5 of them stepped out into the yard, they saw countless mutated beasts surrounding the pile of evolutionary energy. Li Xiao stammered, grabbing Lu Feng's sleeve, There's so many of them. We should run before they spot us." Lu Feng replied coldly, If we run, what about the others?" Even Lu Wen was a bit intimidated. He turned and asked, "Ma Song, take a look at those things. Do we stand a chance?" Ma Song cupped his hands to focus his vision, then said in panic, "Brother Lu, there's no way we can beat them without taking heavy casualties." Suddenly, a mutated cat turned its head and hissed, "Meow!" It let out a loud roar and pounced forward. Lu Wen grabbed it and yelled, "Shoot! There are way too many of these cats gathered here." The entire horde began meowing in unison. Lu Wen gritted his teeth and barked, "Get into formation! They've spotted us!" The 5 of them grouped up as the cats slowly closed in, surrounding them from all sides. Lu Wen yelled, "Xiao Shui, get to high ground, quick!" Lu Shui leaped onto the rooftop instantly. Drawing her bow, she called out anxiously, "Right, be careful, big brother." Lu Feng spread his arms, focusing his power for a gravity suppression. The cats were instantly engulfed by fireballs, shrieking in agonizing pain. Lu Wen used his golden heavy punch to send one flying. Ma Song stood guard with his blade, but the cats kept swarming toward them in waves. With a loud roar, Li Xiao crushed them. At his command, a giant golem emerged from beneath the ground, immediately joining the fray and smashing the cats to pieces with its massive fists. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were still standing on the watchtower. Xiao Yu asked curiously, "Brother, aren't we going to help?" Qin Yu observed the battle below and replied, "Don't rush, let's wait a bit." Down below, a massive cat managed to pounce and latch onto Lu Wen's arm. He shook it off, but the beast capitalized on the opening, slashing his chest and leaving 3 deep, bloody gashes. Furious, he kicked it away, shouting, "Get off me!" Clutching his chest, Lu Wen fell to his knees and coughed up blood. The beast arched its back and sprang forward to finish off the injured Lu Wen. Seeing through its move, Li Xiao growled, "You'll have to get through me first." The giant grabbed the cat with both hands, but to his surprise, the beast shredded the giant's face with its claws. Li Xiao turned in a panic and yelled, "Sister Lu, my puppet can't hold it off much longer. Shoot it now." Lu Shui's arrow shot through the air, engulfing the giant in blazing flames. Unbelievably, the cat leaped out of the fire completely unscathed. Enraged, it dashed straight toward Lu Shui's position. Cornered, Lu Shui froze, her eyes wide with shock. Ma Song lost his mind in fear and screamed, That thing is out of our league. Everyone, run." Hearing his scream, the beast glared right at him and switched targets. Ma Song shrieked, "Save me, help." Out of nowhere, a sudden flash of light caught the beast completely off guard. A beam of light pierced right through it, making the beast stiffen up and let out an agonizing shriek. The cry cut short as Qin Yu's spear pinned it firmly to the ground. Li Xiao stood there dazed, stammering, Qin Yu, is he really that powerful?" Several other cats were sent flying, sliced to pieces. It turned out to be Xiao Yu, who had leaped down riding the Beetle King. The cats immediately locked onto her and pounced. The Beetle King flapped its wings to dodge before striking back with its sharp claws. The beasts stood on their hind legs, desperate to give chase. With a cold glare, she jumped down from the Beetle King's back, drawing her blade and unleashing a devastating slash that scattered the beasts. Landing gracefully on the ground, Xiao Yu swept her blade in a full circle, clean-cutting several more cats in half. She swung her blade relentlessly, absolutely demolishing the feline horde. Standing next to his giant golem, Li Xiao stammered, "Wasn't she just a summoner? How is she this good at close combat?" Ma Song's eyes lit up, and after observing for a moment, he let out a sigh of relief. "With fighters of this caliber protecting us, we don't even need to step in." Suddenly, something darted through the horde. Qin Yu's sharp eyes instantly caught sight of a level 2 mutated shadow cat. He thrust his spear forward, but the beast agilely sidestepped it. The shadow cat liquefied into a snake-like form and coiled around his arm. Morphing constantly, it grew an arm of its own and lunged at Qin Yu with bared claws. He grabbed its neck with his free hand, but the beast dissolved into a puddle of mush. Slipping through Qin Yu's fingers, the shadow cat fled, weaving through the horde. Qin Yu watched it with utter disdain, sneering, "Think you're clever, do you?" He pointed his spearhead at the ground, and purple flames instantly erupted, burning the surrounding cats to ashes. The shadow cat attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Qin Yu had already anticipated its move. He spun around and drove his spear right into it. Stunned, the shadow cat desperately slashed to the left, and when that missed, it slashed to the right. In its eyes, Qin Yu's figure began to warp and blur. Dropping onto all fours, the beast squinted and darted its eyes around, only to see several clones of Qin Yu surrounding it from all directions. 3 or 4 clones raised their spears, ready to impale it, while Qin Yu watched the night shadow cat stand on its hind legs, scratching wildly in a desperate frenzy. He extended his hand, and a flame suddenly erupted. Qin Yu blasted the purple fire right at the night shadow cat, engulfing it completely until nothing but ashes remained. Inside its charred remains, the glow of an evolutionary energy crystal sparkled. Qin Yu swiftly snatched the falling energy crystal. The surrounding shadow cats backed away, warily keeping their eyes on him. Lu Wen and his group stared in shock, slowly retreating in fear. Clutching his chest, he let out a sigh of relief. "Whew, saved at last." Summoning a flame in his hand, Qin Yu said casually, "Next, let's see what kind of loot we got." The fire incinerated the remains of the shadow cat scattered across the ground. As the flames died out, they revealed several glowing, polished energy crystals. Lu Shui said in disbelief. More evolutionary energy? This drop rate is insane. Suddenly, Xiao Yu pointed in one direction and cried out, "Brother, look, something's happening over there." The flat ground cracked open, and Ru Hua burst out from the dirt. Lu Wen clenched his fists in pure rage and yelled, "That's the one! That's the monster that swallowed Meng Meng." Lu Feng raised his hand, forming a swirling vortex in his palm. He unleashed a crushing gravity wave, pinning Ru Hua down and stopping it from emerging any further. Its vines, previously hidden underground, now broke through the surface as its entire body was yanked completely out of the dirt. An ugly yellow flower bud suddenly burst open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth inside. Qin Yu frowned, while Xiao Yu stared in wide-eyed shock. Ru Hua spread its petals wide and began inhaling the evolutionary energy. Lu Wen gritted his teeth and threw a golden heavy punch, shouting, "Crush it while it's busy eating the energy. Hurry!" Suddenly, a pitch-black vortex opened inside Ru Hua's mouth. Lu Wen grimaced as the powerful suction pulled him straight into the abyss. Li Xiao shrieked in absolute terror. "It ate him! It ate another one!" Qin Yu froze in surprise, and Lu Shui stood there completely stunned. Ma Song stood frozen with his mouth wide open, speechless with fear. Driven to madness, Lu Feng screamed, "I'll fight you to the death!" But just then, Xiao Yu pointed and called out, "Look over there." Following her gaze, they saw Lu Wen suddenly drop out of thin air, crashing headfirst onto the ground. "Ah, swoosh," Qin Yu muttered to himself, space-time attribute. Lu Shui leaped down from the rooftop, drawing her bow and aiming directly at Ru Hua. "You're not escaping this time." Ru Hua's petals spun furiously like helicopter blades, showing no intention of dodging Lu Shui's arrow. The moment the arrow hit, a massive explosion erupted. As the dust settled, Ru Hua emerged from the blast completely unscathed. It began greedily sucking in more evolutionary energy. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and he muttered, "Got it." He stored his spear back into his ring. That done, Qin Yu knelt down and started picking up the scattered energy crystals. Xiao Yu cried out in panic, "Brother, are you really being greedy right now? How can you pick those up at a time like this?" Seeing its precious food stolen, Ru Hua flew into a rage. Staring at the pile of energy crystals in Qin Yu's hands, the monster couldn't resist and lunged forward. Ru Hua whipped its vines, striking him hard. The crystals scattered everywhere, and the monster eagerly began sucking them into its mouth. Qin Yu fell back onto the ground, rubbing his head in pain. Xiao Yu rushed over and scolded him. "I told you, don't be so greedy." But suddenly, Qin Yu smirked, a sly grin playing on his lips. Staring intently at Ru Hua, he said triumphantly, "Gotcha." And the moment the words left his mouth, the monster spun around, looking in every direction. Bizarrely, Ru Hua saw 6 identical clones of Qin Yu surrounding it. Suddenly, a swirling circle appeared in the sky, slowly expanding. It was a space-time rift. While Ru Hua was still trying to figure out what was happening, the rift unleashed its energy. Instantly, the monster froze on the spot, as if completely hypnotized. A moment later, Ru Hua saw 6 copies of Xiao Yu staring right back at it, as their illusions multiplied rapidly. Suddenly, her voice broke the silence. "Brother, what's wrong with it?" It turned out Qin Yu had unleashed his skill, and he casually explained, "It's been hit by my hallucinogenic toxin. It's trapped in a wild trip and can't control itself." Seeing Xiao Yu raising her sword, he quickly reached out to stop her, saying, "Hold on, this thing's abilities are incredibly rare. It'd be a waste to just kill it. Let's subdue it first." Xiao Yu whined, looking irritated. "Brother, it keeps swaying back and forth. I can't hold it still." Hearing this, Qin Yu instructed, "Don't worry. Let's beat it up first, but make sure not to kill it." With a grin of pure excitement, he repeatedly kicked Ru Hua. She joined in immediately, kicking the monster with all her might. "Take this, and this." After a savage beating, the monster collapsed onto the ground, shivering helplessly. In the blink of an eye, he gently picked it up. He said, "All right, time to seal it." Xiao Yu couldn't agree more. As she cheered, the space-time rift in the sky grew larger and larger. Suddenly, Ru Hua's frantic struggle put Qin Yu on high alert. "Oh no, don't let it escape." The rift had grown massive, exerting a powerful gravitational pull that threatened to suck everything inside. He yelled in confusion, but held onto it with all his strength. What on earth is happening? The moment the words left Qin Yu's mouth, he, Ru Hua, and Xiao Yu were all violently sucked inside. Without hesitation, the rift snapped shut, leaving no trace behind. Lu Wen, Li Xiao, and Ma Song stood frozen, completely dumbfounded by what had just happened. What? Despite the chaos, the Beetle King quickly flew after them. Fortunately, it managed to dive into the space-time rift just in time before it closed. Inside the rift's dimension, Qin Yu was, Xiao Wu and Ru Hua were free-falling. Even as they plummeted, she angrily gripped Ru Hua in her hands and threatened, "Stop squirming, or I'm going to roast you for dinner." After they hit the ground, Qin Yu asked curiously, "Where are we?" Looking up, Xiao Wu spotted the Beetle King. "Helicopter, did you get sucked in here too?" After a moment, Qin Yu deduced, "This is probably a pocket dimension created by this guy's ability. Xiao Wu, control it now, and make it get us out of here." Hearing this, she immediately pricked her finger for a drop of blood. As Ru Hua watched in sheer shock, Xiao Wu's drop of blood flew straight toward it. The blood instantly fused with one of Ru Hua's petals. Right after, the vibrant colors on its petals began to fade. Just as Ru Hua shrank down, Xiao Wu's voice rang out, "All done." She then happily called out to the Beetle King, "Helicopter, you've got a new friend now. What should I call you? How about Ru Hua?" Without even waiting for its approval, Xiao Wu quickly issued an order. "Ru Hua, take us back." But before Ru Hua could act, Qin Yu lunged forward, swinging his spear and shouting, "Watch out!" His powerful strike triggered a massive explosion. Standing right in front of them was Ju Kong, firmly gripping the spear. "How did you detect me?" His sudden appearance put Qin Yu on high alert. "Back off." It seemed the massive commotion terrified Ru Hua more than ever. It trembled and clung to Xiao Wu, prompting her to speak up. "Look at how much this guy scared Ru Hua." Still locked in his combat stance, Qin Yu demanded, "Who are you? Or should I say, what are you?" Ignoring his questioning, Ju Kong calmly ordered, "Hand over the world-devouring flower." His words made Qin Yu wonder. What is this world-devouring flower? It had to be the creature Xiao Wu had just tamed. For this guy to show up here, he must possess space-time abilities too. Right then, Zhou Kong pointed at Xiao Wu and explained, "It's that thing behind her. It keeps eating the space-time walls of our world, throwing our space-time into complete chaos. I am under orders from the king to capture it, hand it over, and then you." As soon as he finished speaking, a sick smile spread across his face. "Can obediently become my dessert." Suddenly, Ju Kong stared intensely at Xiao Wu and remarked, "Your blood is different from others. It smells so sweet, so tempting. If I eat you, I will evolve once again." Hearing this, Qin Yu instantly deduced, "You're a zombie." His deduction immediately sent the creature into a furious rage. "A zombie? How dare you compare me to those mindless beasts? I belong to the immortal clan, the eternally living immortal clan." Qin Yu seemed to realize something as he muttered to himself, "The immortal clan." Hearing this, Xiao Wu asked in confusion, "What is the immortal clan?" A second later, he explained, "When zombies evolve to their absolute peak and gain intelligence, they call themselves the immortal clan. The difference between them and normal zombies is like the difference between humans and monkeys." Yet, Ju Kong remained incredibly arrogant, threatening them, "Hand over the world-devouring flower quietly, and I'll give you a quick, painless death." His sheer confidence made Qin Yu burst into a mocking laugh. "Immortal clan, my ass. You're nothing but glorified zombies trying to look pretty. You brainless freaks really know how to play pretend." His dismissive attitude infuriated Ju Kong. "You. What did you say? We are the perfect species. How dare a pathetic insect like you show us such disrespect?" Qin Yu continued to mock him in a highly provoking tone. "Oh yeah? Why don't you tell me then how many of you are there in your so-called perfect species?" Completely unaware that he was falling into a trap, he boasted with immense pride. 5. Having secured this crucial information, Qin Yu immediately began analyzing it in his head. The apocalypse had only just begun. It didn't take long for the zombies to evolve into an undead race of this massive scale, way faster than he had ever imagined. Then, Qin Yu spoke up, demanding, "What's your name? And what's the name of your king?" Ju Kong foolishly blurted out, "My name is Ju Kong, and my king is." But before he could finish, he realized what was happening and roared, "You pathetic ant! How dare you trick me into talking?" Seeing his reaction, Qin Yu calmly shrugged and said, "Who's tricking you? I just need to know the name of the enemy I'm about to kill." Qin Yu's nonchalant attitude infuriated him. He snorted in disgust and barked, "Such shameless bragging. Do you have any idea how grand of an existence you're dealing with?" Not giving Ju Kong a chance to keep boasting, Qin Yu yanked his spear back, sending him tumbling to the ground. To save face, the zombie scrambled back up and mumbled, Not bad. You've got some skills. But I bet you've never faced an opponent as strong as me before, have you? No wonder you're talking so big. Ignoring Zhu Kong's arrogance, Qin Yu got into position, thinking, his physical stats are 60 times greater than normal, far exceeding mine before enhancement. But too bad for him, even with a 60-fold boost, he's still only tier 2. He immediately raised his spear high and lunged forward, shouting, "Take this!" Instantly, the zombie grabbed the spearhead with dead accuracy. Zhu Kong's face darkened, looking incredibly irritated. Still, don't get it? With your level of strength, you can't possibly. He paused for about 2 seconds, suddenly noticing something that made him gasp in shock. What? Qin Yu unleashed a devastating strike directly at Zhu Kong, unleashing a heat that threatened to incinerate everything. A purple flame erupted and began consuming Zhu Kong's arm. He panicked, realizing this was no ordinary fire. Sensing imminent danger, Zhu Kong violently whipped his arm, tearing open a rift in space to suck the relentless flames inside. On the other side of that rift, a massive horde of zombies was gathering. The moment the purple flames spilled through, they were instantly reduced to ashes. Back in the fight, Zhu Kong stared at his smoking arm in disbelief and muttered with a twisted grin, "You're clearly weaker than me, yet you can unleash a flame this powerful. Interesting." Analyzing the situation, Qin Yu noted with a smirk. "So, you really do have spatial abilities." Zhu Kong tore open another portal, looking down at Qin Yu with pity. "But too bad for you. No matter how powerful your flames are, they're useless against this." After a 2-second delay, Zhu Kong materialized right behind him. "Can you handle someone who moves like a ghost?" Fortunately, Qin Yu's sharp instincts kicked in just in time, and he spun around to block. Beads of sweat formed on Qin Yu's face as he quickly analyzed. His physical stats are nearly 60 times greater than normal, while mine are only around 30. In a pure contest of strength, he has an absolute advantage over me. Qin Yu's inner monologue continued. "Worse yet, this pocket dimension feels completely weightless. There's no solid ground to leverage, so I can't put my full power into my strikes." Hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately began casting an enhancement spell from a distance. But before she could finish, Qin Yu stopped her. "Hold on, Xiao Yu. I want to see if my own combat techniques are enough to take down an enemy with superior physical strength." Qin Yu's confidence made Zhu Kong let out a mocking sneer. "Hey kid, I can't tell if you're brave or just plain stupid. If you already know you're weaker than me, how do you still have the nerve to talk big?" Ignoring the mockery, Qin Yu snapped back. "Don't get it twisted. My physical stats might be lower, but when it comes to raw technique." Suddenly, Qin Yu unleashed a massive burst of energy, declaring with absolute confidence, "I'm 10 times better than you." In a flash, he delivered a crushing blow that sent Zhu Kong flying backward. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Kong tore open another spatial rift, snarling, "Useless tricks." He threw himself into the rift, vanishing into thin air. Qin Yu braced himself, scanning his surroundings with absolute focus. Suddenly, a pair of sharp claws lunged at Qin Yu's neck from behind. But Zhu Kong's luck ran out. Qin Yu anticipated the move and nimbly dodged the sneak attack. Qin Yu kept his distance, rapidly calculating a way to counter Zhu Kong's irritating spatial tricks. Meanwhile, the thick, swirling smoke from the battle was starting to frustrate Zhu Kong. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Your damn fire is kicking up so much dust that it's blocking my vision." But after analyzing the pattern, a smirk appeared on Qin Yu's face. "I finally figured out your little tricks." Having pinpointed his target, Qin Yu lunged forward. The tip of his spear pierced directly toward the empty space where Zhu Kong was hiding. Exactly as Qin Yu predicted, his spear sliced clean through the air, drawing blood from the hidden zombie. Zhu Kong hastily channeled his energy to stabilize himself. Grimacing in pain, he grit his teeth in frustration, thinking, his combat skills are actually superior to mine. If I don't go all out now, I'm going to lose this. Glaring at Qin Yu, Zhu Kong floated in front of him and sneered, "Fine, I'll admit your techniques are better than mine, but you're also about to become the only person I've killed who got to witness this next move." Zhu Kong soared into the air, summoning sharp, crystalline shards and hurling them straight at Qin Yu. Reacting instantly, Qin Yu threw up a defensive wall, shouting, "Flame barrier!" But to his shock, the shard slammed into his fiery shield and cracked it instantly. Qin Yu's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Seeing Qin Yu's shock, Zhu Kong burst into a maniacal laugh. "Did you think these were just shards of glass? These are fragments of space itself. No matter how tough your body is, when space itself cuts you, you're nothing but soft tofu." Right after that, Zhu Kong tore open a brand new dimensional rift with his bare hands, Shards of shattered space came flying at him relentlessly, looking to tear him to pieces. Not stopping there, he fractured the surrounding space even further. It looked like Zhu Kong was ready to go all out and drag Qin Yu down with him. He screamed at the top of his lungs with every ounce of his strength. Instantly, the sharp fragments swarmed around him. They zipped through the air, managing to slice Qin Yu a few times. Despite the pain, he braced himself and glanced back, wondering, hasn't it kicked in yet? The next second, Zhu Kong conjured a black vortex between his fractured hands. He quickly clapped his palms together and roared, "Shatter!" Before the echo of his voice could fade, more shards came hurtling toward him. Yet, Qin Yu remained completely calm, ignoring the barrage. Suddenly, Zhu Kong's overwhelming power vanished into thin air. He panicked, screaming, "My power! Why is it suddenly gone?" Right on cue, Qin Yu burst into a smug, satisfied laugh. Hearing him laugh, he demanded in a rage, "What did you do? You pathetic insect!" The memory of Zhu Kong's earlier mocking echoed in his mind. "You damn fool! Your fire does nothing but kick up dust." Qin Yu quickly threw his words back at him. "Do you remember what you said? My fire only stirs up dust." Then, he immediately pointed out, "My fire burns everything to ashes. It doesn't leave a single speck of dust behind. That dust you saw was actually something else." Waving his hand, he continued, "I originally wanted to use the hallucination toxin on you, but the color was too bright, and I was worried you would notice. Luckily, the degeneration toxin has a dull, dark color, which was perfectly masked by this gloomy environment and my flame power." Before Zhu Kong could even respond, Qin Yu smirked and said, "So like I said, no matter how powerful you are, when it comes to raw tactics and combat experience, you are way out of my league." His absolute confidence drove Zhu Kong mad with rage, sparking a desperate threat. Just you wait. Once my king gets here, he will tear you limb from limb." In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu's spear slashed down as he cold-bloodedly declared, "You won't get that chance." Zhu Kong's brows furrowed in pure terror. "What did you say?" Before he could even finish his sentence, a devastating burst of power tore right through him, leaving him dead on his feet. Right after, Qin Yu clutched his face in agony and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Yu rushed over in a panic, asking, "Brother, how bad is your injury?" After a moment, he forced himself to stand up and reassured her, "I'm fine, it's just a scratch. I'll heal up in no time." "Xiao Yu, go grab the evolutionary energy. This place is endlessly dark, and if it drifts too far, we'll never find it." She immediately obeyed and ordered Ruhua, "Ruhua, go get that evolutionary energy right now." Ruhua did as told, but it held the energy on its leaf, drooling over it. It seemed Xiao Yu knew exactly what it was plotting. "Ruhua." After getting scolded, Ruhua sadly brought the evolutionary energy over. As soon as she took it, Xiao Yu muttered in curiosity, "This crystal looks a bit different from the ones we got before." While she examined the evolutionary energy in her hand, Qin Yu confirmed, "Of course it's different. This single crystal is worth 5 of the ones we got from the giant serpent scales." Hearing this, her eyes lit up. "So if we replicate and enhance it, the effect will be 20 times stronger than that serpent." He suddenly scratched his head and said, "Well, we also replicated and enhanced the giant serpent's crystal before eating it. So technically, it's still just 5 times. Catching Ruhua drooling over the evolutionary energy again, Xiao Yu stomped over to scold it. "Are you trying to swallow it again? If my brother hadn't protected you, you would have been snatched up by now. Go on, that zombie corpse over there is all yours." The moment she finished speaking, a surge of energy erupted, completely enveloping Ruhua's body. Seeing how impatient Ruhua was, Xiao Yu said in annoyance, "Hey, we need to replicate and enhance it before you can eat it. Can't you just wait a little bit?" After getting scolded, it turned away in a huff. Seeing Ruhua throw a tantrum, she floated over and teased, "Oh, come on, are you seriously pouting? It's not like we're not letting you eat it." Suddenly, it flared its petals wide and let out a loud roar, and a swirling vortex appeared, catching Qin Yu completely off guard. That is a temporal turbulence." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes filled with curiosity. "Temporal turbulence? What is that? Can we travel through time with it?" He immediately shattered her daydream. "Keep dreaming. It'll rip you to shreds. Run. Now." Terrified by Qin Yu's warning, Xiao Yu lunged forward and grabbed Xiao Hua. At the same time, he waved his hand, dragging Zhu Kong's corpse into his temporal ring. The moment he finished, Ruhua shot out its vines, tightly wrapping around Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and the Beetle King. It instantly flew in the opposite direction, trying to outrun the devastating pull of the temporal turbulence. As Ruhua pushed its limits to escape, he yelled, "Go faster!" Xiao Yu immediately shouted back, "Ruhua says it's already at its limit. It can't go any faster. Brother, we're gonna get crushed." Just then, it shot forward like a bolt of lightning toward a specific point, leaving Qin Yu stunned. "Ruhua, what are you doing?" In the blink of an eye, Ruhua summoned all its strength and unleashed a massive blast of energy. Its sudden move made both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu scream in panic. On the other side of that rift was a strange land crawling with mutated plants. A massive rift suddenly tore open in the crimson sky. Tumble falling out of the portal, Qin Yu and the others went into a freefall. Luckily, the Beetle King managed to swoop in just in time to catch him and Xiao Yu. Looking around, she asked in bewilderment, "Brother, where are we?" Peering down from above, they saw a massive horde of mutated plants gathering below. It looked like they had spotted Qin Yu and Xiao Yu. After watching them for a bit, she finally recognized them and asked, "Ru Hua, is this your home?" The conversation between Xiao Yu and the plant made him wonder, can you actually understand what they are saying? She quickly shook her head and explained, "Of course not, but I can guess what they are thinking. Ru Hua says this is where it was born, a pocket dimension. Because it was being hunted down by that Jukong guy, it had to flee to our world." Hearing this, Qin Yu caught the key point and muttered, "A pocket dimension." Noticing his curiosity, Xiao Yu turned to warn him, "Save your surprise for later. Look down. Countless mutated plants are watching us right now." After a long pause, Qin Yu calmly asked, "Xiao Yu, quickly ask your flower if it can take us back to our own world." She listened to Ruhua for a moment before replying, "Ruhua says taking us back is no problem, but it used up way too much energy in the space-time turbulence, so it will take at least 1 week before we can cross back. Besides, it is completely exhausted right now." He carefully surveyed the strange landscape around them, looking for a safe place to land first. 1 week is not that long anyway. We have plenty of food and water in our spatial rings, so surviving won't be an issue. Xiao Yu looked around in bewilderment and asked, "Brother, is this still Earth?" Hearing this, Qin Yu replied thoughtfully, "Yes and no. It is hard to explain exactly where we are, but this is not the Earth you know. It is more like another plane of existence. The minotaurs and rippers we encountered before are probably just like the creatures here, living on a different plane of Earth." As he began to explain, an image of the universe flashed through their minds. Think of the universe as a book. Our world is just one page, and Earth is located in a very specific spot on that page. To get back to our original page, we have to tear a hole through this one. All this information left her completely dazed and confused. Qin Yu chuckled softly, knowing she was lost. "It is totally fine if you do not get it. Honestly, I do not really understand it either. I am just repeating what I heard. They talk about gravity and things like that. It sounds crazy to me too." Suddenly, Xiao Yu pointed in a direction and gasped, "Brother, look over there." Following her finger, they saw clothes hanging out to dry in the distance. He turned to look, utterly baffled. "Is that laundry? Why on earth would there be clothes here?" Then, Xiao Yu suddenly realized something. "Did you forget? The villagers who went missing back home, remember?" Hearing her words, a theory began to form in Qin Yu's mind. So they were sucked into this world. If that is the case, then Li Wei's army might be trapped here too. He immediately ordered the armored Beetle King, "Fly a bit lower, let's see if there are any survivors." A moment later, she cheered happily. "There do not seem to be any mutated plants over there. Let's land." The moment they touched down, Xiao Yu let out a huge sigh of relief. "Finally, solid ground under my feet. This feels amazing." She then gently touched Ruhua and said, "Go ahead and rest. You did great." Right as she said those words, the plant began to shrink itself. In the blink of an eye, Ruhua turned into a tiny, delicate flower. She tucked it into her hair and turned to him, asking, "Well, what do you think? Do I look pretty?" Without a second thought, Qin Yu shut her down completely. "It looks so tacky." His harsh critique made Xiao Yu huff in annoyance. "You have absolutely zero taste." Trying to change the subject, he looked around and asked, "Wait, where is your armored beetle? How did it disappear the moment I turned my back?" She calmly pointed at Ruhua and replied, "Ruhua swallowed it." Xiao Yu looked incredibly proud of her clever trick. There is actually a pocket dimension inside Ruhua's stomach that can hold a ton of things. So, do you still think it is tacky now? It is way better than your spatial ring. Suddenly, she gasped and pointed ahead. "Look, brother, there are people." Squinting to get a better look, Xiao Yu cheered in excitement. "Thank goodness. We finally found some survivors. But while they were celebrating, a harsh voice boomed, "Freeze!" It was Guyong and his gang, marching right toward them. "Who are you two?" Qin Yu kept his cool and replied, "We do not mean any harm. Just like you guys, we got sucked into this place." Their arrival caught Shen Zhong's attention. "Two more? Since when did this hellhole turn into a tourist attraction?" Their eyes locked onto Xiao Yu's face, making her take an anxious step back. Right on cue, a sleazy guy named Tao Ye began unbuckling his belt and sneered. "Well, aren't we lucky? This chick is a total babe." Seeing how bad things were getting, Shu Nuo immediately stepped in to stop him. "Tao Ye, back off. Do not scare them." His sudden burst of courage terrified Kong Wei, who hissed, "Hey, there are more of them than us. Let's not stick our noses where they don't belong." Dao Ye did not give a damn about Shu Nuo's warning. "Why don't we just have some fun with her first, then kill them both? We can make it look like they never even existed." Shen Zhong licked his dry lips and grinned in agreement. "Sounds like a plan to me." Despite their twisted plans, Shu Nuo kept trying to talk some sense into them. "Hey, have you all forgotten what Boss Joe said? We are supposed to bring back any survivors we find. There is strength in numbers, and that is the only way we are going to survive here." But his words fell on completely deaf ears. Shen Zhong glared at him, his eyes filled with malice as he snarled, "Cut the crap! Stop trying to use your Boss Joe to scare us. As far as I am concerned, Boss Jin is the only one running this show. This is none of your business. Now get lost. But I am warning you, if you utter a single word about this, I will make you pay. You're dead meat." With a sinister smirk, they closed in on him. Their endless nagging was already starting to get on Qin Yu's nerves. Giving them a cold warning, he said, "I'm only warning you once. Back off now while you still can, and you won't have to throw your worthless lives away." Shen Zhong had clearly never met anyone this cocky. "The kid's got a big mouth, doesn't he? Just wait until we're finished here. We're going to tear you guys to shreds." Guyong sneered and chimed in, "If you're in that much of a hurry to die, we'll just kill you first and ask questions later." Right then, Guyong's entire body began to stiffen. His skin turned into a dull, rocky gray. Petrification, crush him. He lunged forward, wrapping his stone-cold hand tightly around Qin Yu's throat, refusing to let Guyong have his way. Qin Yu instantly shattered his stone arm with a single punch. The brutal blow sent Guyong into a screaming fit of pure agony. Before the guy could even process the shock, Qin Yu was already lunging at him. Terrified, Guyong snapped out of it and hardened his entire body, completely turning into stone. But the very moment his transformation finished, Qin Yu landed a devastating blow. In an instant, Guyong's entire body shattered into a million pieces. This horrifying sight left Shen Zhong and Tao Ye completely frozen in shock. Furious and desperate, Shen Zhong instantly initiated his transformation. Tao Ye quickly followed suit, shifting his form and shouting, "Let's take him on together and tear him apart." Shen Zhong started circling Qin Yu at lightning speed, boasting, "Can you even keep up with my speed, huh?" Qin Yu's eyes remained perfectly calm, casting a dismissive, contemptuous look his way. Out of nowhere, Tao Ye managed to sneak up on Qin Yu, yelling, "Choke on this," before splattering a thick, disgusting slime all over his face. Thrilled by the assist, Shen Zhong rushed in with a smirk. "Great job. Now, watch me finish him." But to his absolute horror, Qin Yu reached out and grabbed him right by the face. Shen Zhong gasped in panic. "What?" Before he could even react, Qin Yu slammed his entire body face first into the ground. Witnessing the brutal impact, Tao Ye cried out in horror, "Shen Zhong." Suddenly, Qin Yu's icy voice cut through the air, leaving Tao Ye utterly confused. What did you just say?" Feeling generous enough to explain before putting him out of his misery, Qin Yu slowly replied, "I said, you're on the verge of death, yet you still have time to babble." Still, Tao Ye defiantly spat back, "I'll drown you in my toxic slime first." With that, a massive wave of disgusting fluids erupted from his body, swallowing Qin Yu whole. Within seconds, Qin Yu was completely encased in a thick, suffocating layer of the foul liquid. Watching this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but grimace in disgust. "Ew, gross. That's so nasty, brother." Right then, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a menacing red glow. With a calm flick of his wrist, a sudden burst of fire instantly vaporized every last drop of the slime. This terrifying display of power sent shivers down Shu Nuo's spine. Trembling violently, Shu Nuo stammered, Who are you people?" Sensing his sheer terror, Qin Yu offered a reassuring word. "Don't worry. I'm not like them, as long as you don't mean any harm." I have no reason to hurt innocent people. Suddenly, startled voices echoed from the distance. What's going on over there? How did he do that? While the flames were still roaring, Qin Yu calmly spoke up. I'd appreciate an explanation. I'd hate to kill innocent people over a simple misunderstanding. Despite his reassuring tone, Shu Nuo was still shaking with fear. Whoa, take it easy, man. We're not your enemies. Only those three were the bad guys here. Hearing that, Qin Yu nodded. All right, then do me a favor and explain what's going on around here. Shu Nuo immediately explained. Here's the deal. Everyone here is a survivor who got sucked into this strange world. We're just trying to survive, so we help each other out. We're led by Boss Joe, Boss Jin, and Boss Sunday. Suddenly, another group arrived, shouting, "What's all the commotion about?" It was Boss Jin himself. He glared at the scene and growled, "Who did this?" Without showing an ounce of fear, Qin Yu calmly stepped forward. I did. Terrified of Boss Jin's temper, Shu Nuo nervously chimed in to diffuse the tension. Boss Jin, wait, let me explain. But Boss Jin raised his hand, cutting him off. I know exactly what kind of trash those three were. But kid, you killed my men. No matter how you spin it, that's a direct slap to my face. Hearing that tone, Qin Yu knew exactly where this was going. So, what do you want to do about it? Looking down at the shattered remains of his men, Boss Jin spoke up. Those three were scum, and they've done plenty of horrible things. I'm well aware of that. But the fact that you took on all three of them at once and wiped the floor with them so easily, that means your strength is nothing to scoff at. They still had their uses and helped us out quite a bit. Now that you've put them down, you've cost us some major muscle. A scheming look instantly crept onto Boss Jin's face as he offered. So, if you're willing to work for me and put that strength to good use, I'll write off what just happened as them getting what they deserved. I won't hold a grudge. How's that sound? Without a second thought, Qin Yu shook his head. I don't work for anyone. Boss Jin smirked, as if he had already anticipated that answer. Well, it's only natural for the strong to have a bit of pride. But let me remind you, kid, when you're standing in front of someone far more powerful than you, you'd better show some damn respect and keep your guard up. He was clearly trying to flex his authority, putting on a show of raw intimidation. But Qin Yu quickly realized that the man in front of him was actually a level 2 evolver. Wearing a smug, condescending grin, Boss Jin scoffed. Very good. At least you two can tell the difference in our leagues. I happen to be one of the very first people to arrive here. Over 2 months ago, I already broke through to become a level 2 evolver. And just about 10 days ago, I underwent yet another evolution. My current strength is far beyond anything you could ever imagine. His extreme arrogance made Xiao Yu burst out laughing. Her mocking attitude made Xia Feng scowl. Grunting coldly, she bragged in a loud voice. You brat, how dare you disrespect Boss Jin? Do you have any idea how many mutated beasts Boss Jin has slaughtered? Xiao Yu couldn't care less and muttered under her breath. Like I care how many he's killed. It's definitely not as many as us anyway. While she was still childishly mocking them, Qin Yu stepped up and threw down a challenge. How about this? You duel with me. If you win, I will join you. If I win, we forget about those three. It seemed Boss Jin was just waiting for these words, responding with, fine, no problem. Right after, Qin Yu turned his back to walk away, calmly saying, don't worry, I have no interest in killing innocent people. I'll pull my punches. I won't take your life. His confident tone made him grow uneasy, thinking, he knows how strong Boss Jin is, yet he still talks so big. It looks like this kid actually has some skills, but there's no way Qin Yu is stronger than him. Suddenly, from a distance, a figure walked over with steady steps. It turned out to be Boss Joe, who was utterly confused by the scene unfolding before him. Seeing him arrive, Shu Nuo ran over excitedly. Boss Joe, you're here. Boss Joe looked back and forth and asked, Old Jin, you're here early? Zhu Nuo, Kong Wei, what's going on? Where are Gu Yong and his guys? Hearing this, he glanced at Qin Yu and hesitantly explained. Boss, Joe, Gu Yong and his guys were killed by that guy. They were the ones who tried to make a move first. After getting the rundown, he finally understood the whole story, saying, I see. Old Jin, are you planning to fight them? Reassuring Boss Joe, Boss Jin gently replied, Old Joe, don't worry about it. Rest assured, I won't kill them. I'm just going to teach them a little lesson so they'll willingly join me. Even so, he still wanted to intervene. Boss Jin seemed to see through this, and Boss Sun quickly stopped him, saying, Old Joe, they did kill his men after all. Even if it's just for the sake of his reputation, he has to make a move. Since Old Jin said he won't kill them, you don't need to worry. Back to Qin Yu. Suddenly, a familiar figure enthusiastically waved and called out. Qin Yu gave a soft grunt, and in a split second, Xiao Yu recognized him and waved back. "Is that you, little Taoist priest?" It turned out Dao Yi had spotted them and exclaimed, "This is great. Everyone was so worried about you two. I knew it. A giant snake was no match for them." Seeing that he was still alive, he quickly asked, "I'm so glad you're okay. How are Commander Li and the others?" Just as Qin Yu finished speaking, Li Wei walked up and called, "Qin Yu." Before he could say another word, Lin Feng laughed and exclaimed, "Qin Yu, you two really are fine." Their friendly conversation surprised Boss Zhou. "Old Li, you guys know each other?" Without hesitation, Li Wei immediately confirmed, "We traveled together. Qin Yu helped us out a lot." Next, Lu Yun sidled up to Boss Jin and laughed, warning him, "Boss Jin, you want to fight him? You're no match for him, so don't say I didn't warn you." This warning made cold sweat drip down Boss Jin's face. He thought to himself, Li Wei's subordinates are all experts. Originally, our three factions had over 1,000 people. Even counting Old Zhou and Old Sun, we only had 6 level 2 evolved beings, while Li Wei's group only has a few dozen people, yet they have 4 level 2 evolved ones. As he observed, he kept thinking. Li Wei's arrival had completely shifted the balance. Though they didn't show it openly, they had secretly formed a fourth power. Lu Yun's strength was barely below Boss Jin's. Since Lu Yun said he was no match for this kid, and Li Wei quickly noticed Boss Jin's growing tension, it showed this kid's strength was exceptional, likely also a level 2 evolved being. If he lost to Qin Yu, he would lose a lot of face. It seemed Li Wei also wanted to defuse the situation, saying, "Boss Jin, there must be a misunderstanding. For my sake, let's just let it go. Qin Yu, what do you think?" Seeing this, Qin Yu also pretended to scratch his head and politely spoke up, "Boss Jin, it really was a misunderstanding. As for becoming your subordinate, I'm afraid I must decline, but if there is anything I can help with, I'll do my best." Seizing the opportunity to back down gracefully, Boss Jin immediately agreed, "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding, Qin Yu. Since you put it that way, I won't be unreasonable and make things difficult. Let's go with what you said." Their hypocrisy made Xiao Yu roll her eyes and mutter, "Wow, you guys really know how to put on a show." But fearing she might offend them, he nudged Xiao Yu. While observing Qin Yu, Boss Jin thought to himself, he easily defeated and is treated like this by someone like Li Wei. This kid is definitely something else. I need to play my cards right and stay on his good side. Right after, he put on a friendly face and spoke up, "It's Qin Yu, right?" Before Boss Jin could say anything else, Boss Zhou offered an invitation. "You two were also sucked in here by the spatial rift, right? Since we can't get out right now, why don't you stay here with us and discuss our options?" Boss Sun also chimed in at the right time. "It's extremely dangerous outside. There are tons of powerful death beasts. We've had to put in everything we have just to survive in this harsh environment." Uniting to overcome the challenges together, the entire group walked toward the makeshift village they had built. Meanwhile, Dao Yi approached him and said, "Qin Yu, I was so worried about you guys. You have no idea what we've been through." His words immediately piqued Xiao Yu's curiosity. What happened? Then, he hung his head in sorrow and continued his story. "Back then, breaking through their lines was absolutely brutal, and so many of our brothers in arms couldn't make it. Then, a rift suddenly opened up in the sky and sucked us into a strange place. It was pitch black and seemed endless. We had no idea where we were, and out of nowhere, some bizarre power attacked us." The terrifying force came to life through Dao Yi's words. It was incredibly eerie. Anyone sucked in didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly pulverized into dust. The rest of us fought desperately to escape, only to be suddenly sucked into another rift. At this point, he knitted his brows and sighed with a heavy heart. Out of an army of over 100 men, only 20 or 30 survived. It was an absolute tragedy. Just as Dao Yi finished his story, Boss Kim cheerfully spoke up, saying that though this place was simple, it was the fruit of their sweat and blood. Qin Yu quickly replied, saying that being able to build a sanctuary in such a brutal place was truly impressive, and it must have been incredibly hard on everyone. Hearing this, he excitedly made an offer. "Not long ago, we found a bunch of wine fruits. Old Sun, Old Zhou, it's been a while since we all sat down together, hasn't it? How about we use Qin Yu's arrival as an excuse to throw a feast?" Completely ignoring Boss Kim's carefree attitude, Xiao Yu pointed in a certain direction and asked a question. "I see quite a few guards stationed around here. Do you guys get attacked often?" Her question made him let out a long sigh. "You have no idea. Every 3 to 5 days, corpse beasts attack us. We don't get a single moment of peace. This piece of news made Xiao Yu even more curious. Corpse beasts? Behind her, Boss Sun immediately cleared up her confusion. They are incredibly powerful creatures, a bit like mutated beasts, but closer to zombies. They are extremely ferocious, don't fear death, and give us a massive headache. His description jogged her memory. Corpse beasts? We actually ran into a massive zombie dragon once. Then, Qin Yu turned to ask Boss Joe. Boss Joe, is the main threat here just those corpse beasts? Aren't there any normal zombies? Before he could answer, Boss Sun beat him to the punch. Hardly any. They don't even make enough food for those crazy plants. But there are exceptions. Pausing for about 2 seconds, he continued in a low, serious voice. We did cross paths with 4 beings who weren't normal zombies. They were like absolute monsters. They were terrifyingly strong, spoke human language, and called themselves the Immortal Clan. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately realized who they were. Qin Yu's strangely calm reaction caught Boss Sun's attention. Qin Yu, did you run into them too? Just the 4 of them beat dozens of our elite fighters, forcing us to flee for our lives. If we didn't have the help of 2 masters, our entire group would have been wiped out. Listening to his story, Qin Yu thought to himself, masters? It took all of Qin Yu's strength just to handle the weakest one of them. For 2 people to take on 4 of those monsters at once, they definitely shouldn't be underestimated. A second later, Boss Sun walked ahead and said, It's perfect timing, I'll introduce you to them later. The scene shifts to inside the base, where everyone has settled around a blazing campfire. Once everyone was gathered, Boss Sun instructed the man standing next to him, Go, invite the 2 masters and Mr. Leng over. His subordinate quickly complied with a nod. Yes, sir. A moment later, a hearty, booming voice suddenly rang out. Boss Sun sure is generous, treating us to dinner. Just hearing those words, Xiao Yu's eyes widened as she recognized the voice. Wait, why does that sound exactly like that guy? As if confirming her suspicion, Xiao Feng and Xiao Na walked in. It was indeed Di Xiao Feng and Xiao Na. Spotting Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, Xiao Feng raised his voice in pure excitement. Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, what a crazy coincidence. Their sudden reunion made Xiao Na and Qin Yu look at each other with slight awkwardness. She quickly walked over to Xiao Yu to say hello. Xiao Yu, we meet again. Unable to contain her excitement, Xiao Yu threw her arms around Xiao Na. This is amazing. I seriously thought I'd never see you again. Xiao Yu's sudden burst of affection made her blush. Xiao Yu, come on, there are so many people watching. Seeing this, Xiao Feng quickly stepped in, teasing, Hey, I want a hug too. Without a single second of hesitation, Xiao Yu snapped back. In your dreams! Get lost! The lively scene left Boss Sun completely surprised. Wait, do you all actually know each other? Hearing the question, Xiao Feng immediately replied, Of course we do. Qin Yu actually saved my life once. Boss Joe called out with a warm smile. Mr. Leng, please come sit over here. From outside, Mr. Leng walked in with an imposing aura. Qin Yu watched him intently. As the man passed by him, Qin Yu took one look at his gait and immediately realized that this guy was definitely an ancient martial artist. Then, Boss Joe shouted, Bring out the food. A group of pretty girls quickly began serving plates of food to everyone. Xiao Yu quickly picked up a strange-looking fruit and asked out of curiosity, What is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Hearing her question, he explained with a sigh, There are no animals in this place. Besides us, there are only corpse beasts and mutated plants. We can't exactly eat corpse beasts forever, so we have no choice but to settle for these mutated plants. Hearing about their struggles, Qin Yu remained silent, completely speechless. Still, curiosity got the better of her, and she took a bite. The moment she chewed, Xiao Yu spat it out in disgust. Ugh, this is awful. It's so bitter and hard. Boss Kim let out another heavy sigh. We have no choice, really. There's just no other option. It tastes awful, but it's packed with energy. As if worried Qin Yu and Xiao Yu might take offense, Boss Zhou immediately spoke up. No. With delicious food already on the table, gorgeous women began bringing out the wine fruit. In the blink of an eye, the girls served up plates of the plump, juicy fruit right in front of them. Seeing the wine fruit made Xiao Feng absolutely thrilled. Here it is, the wine fruit. But this bizarre fruit only made Qin Yu suspicious. Wine fruit? Just then, Boss Zhou spoke up, his voice brimming with pride. This wine fruit is incredibly rare. Harvesting it means risking your life. As the wine slowly oozes out, It releases a rich, intoxicating aroma. The flavor is an absolute delicacy. Boss Joe's description made her mouth water with anticipation. It smells amazing. I want a drink. Suddenly, he reached out to stop her, shouting. Wait. Qin Yu's sudden vigilance set Boss Joe off. He raised his voice in anger, demanding, Qin Yu, what is that supposed to mean? You think I poisoned you? I might not be some grand hero, but I am an honorable man. Not wanting Boss Joe to get even angrier, Qin Yu quickly explained. Boss Joe, don't misunderstand. I am not saying you poisoned it. There is a problem with the fruit itself. Qin Yu's claim left Boss Sun completely baffled. A problem with this fruit? We have eaten it tons of times and we are fine. Qin Yu paused, deep in thought, before sharing his theory. If I am not mistaken, this fruit grows directly on piles of decaying zombie and zombie beast corpses. Its vines and roots wrap tightly, feeding off the dead bodies. Qin Yu's very first words sent shivers down their spines. Is that true? Is it really bad? As expected, Qin Yu's face darkened as he delivered the grim truth. This is no wine fruit. It is called a corpse blood fruit, a toxic fruit produced by corpse vines. Panic instantly spread through the crowd as they stammered, asking what on earth that was. A moment later, he began to explain the terrifying details. When a massive number of zombies, zombie beasts, or mutated monsters die, their corpses pile up and rot. The virus or mutagens inside them reorganize, giving birth to these horrifying corpse vines. They are not actually plants. They are a parasitic form of the mutation virus, clinging to their dead hosts. In a way, they are a grotesque extension of the corpses themselves. Sounding like an expert, Qin Yu continued to break it down. Some corpse vines are covered in venomous thorns. A single scratch will instantly infect any nearby human or animal. Other types release toxic spores into the air or seep poison into the water supply. And then there are those that grow fruit that is highly toxic and contagious, yet incredibly delicious. Hearing this, they were so utterly horrified that the wine fruit slipped right out of their hands and splattered onto the ground. This revelation left Lin Feng trembling in disbelief. Oh my God, how is that even possible? Still, Gao Xiao quickly composed himself and raised a question, but we have been drinking it and nothing happened to us. Meanwhile, the horrifying truth made Xiao Yu completely lose her appetite, and she quickly threw hers away. To ease their growing panic, Qin Yu crossed his arms and explained, if you were ordinary humans, a single sip would have turned you into a zombie, but you are all evolved superhumans, so you have a strong natural immunity. However, if you keep consuming it, there will come a point where your body can no longer fight it off, and you will turn into a zombie. Staring at the wine fruit in his hand, Xiaofeng sighed in deep disappointment. What a waste. I guess we can't drink this anymore. Boss Jin gritted his teeth in frustration and cursed. This godforsaken place never had anything good to begin with. Now we can't even have the wine fruit. Talk about adding insult to injury. After a moment of collective sighing, Li Wei spoke up with a question. We just got here and don't know the layout. Is there any other place worth looking into? More importantly, is there any way out of here? Boss Sun shook his head in despair. It is impossible. We have searched high and low. Every path leads to either an endless, empty void or an infinite sea of deadly mutated plants. Suddenly, a voice cut him off. Actually, it turned out to be Xiao Feng, raising his hand like an eager student. There is still one thing we can try. At those words, the expressions of Boss Zhou, Boss Jin, and Boss Sun instantly grew incredibly tense, as if they were all hiding a dark secret. Li Wei quickly picked up on their bizarre reactions. He raised an eyebrow and said, Gentlemen, if you know something important, please don't keep us in the dark. We are all in the same boat now. I am sure everyone wants to escape. Nobody wants to spend the rest of their lives in this hellhole. Boss Jin let out a heavy sigh, made up his mind, and finally relented. Fine, there is no harm in telling you. About 1 month ago, a group of us were out hunting when we ran into some incredibly strange individuals. They looked just like humans on the outside, but they were actually zombies. They called themselves the Undead Clan. The moment they saw us, they attacked, claiming they wanted to devour us whole. Still visibly shaken by the memory, he frowned deeply. Their power is absolutely terrifying. Just 4 of them took on 70 or 80 of our elite fighters. They had us running for our lives, completely terrified. So many of our brothers died at their hands. Boss Zhou chimed in. Once we got word of the attack, Boss Sun and I rushed over with more than 100 men to reinforce them. But by the time we arrived, only Boss Jin and a mere handful of survivors were left fleeing for their lives. If we had not run into those 2 powerful masters earlier, My entire squad would have been wiped out by them. Li Wei stroked his chin, lost in thought. So these zombies calling themselves the Undead Clan are incredibly powerful. But what does any of this have to do with us escaping? Boss Sun explained, his expression turning bitter as he recalled the Undead Clan. Those zombies were insanely arrogant. They bragged that devouring us would allow them to conquer even more worlds. That means they absolutely must know a way out of this place. Li Wei stood up, his face filled with grim determination. Well, if that is how it is, it looks like we won't be able to avoid running into the Undead Clan in the future. Fearing that he might make a reckless decision, Boss Jin stepped in to stop him, saying they needed to plan this out carefully. You guys haven't faced them yet, so you have no idea how terrifying they are, especially their king. He hasn't even lifted a finger this whole time. His true power must be on a whole different level, Li Wei analyzed, completely confident in his own theory. The 4 Tier 2 evolvers among us are the best of the best, and our 3 bosses are incredibly powerful as well. Not to mention we have Qin Yu, his sister, and 3 other masters here. We don't necessarily have to lose. Xiaofeng crossed his arms in disdain and chimed in, Boss Jin, you are way too cowardly. When you got beat by them back then, none of you had even reached Tier 2 yet, but now, you guys are all Tier 2 evolvers. You are much stronger than before, so don't underestimate yourselves. Xiao Na quickly agreed with him. That's right. Back then, just Di Xiaofeng and I managed to hold off 3 of them by ourselves. With so many masters on our side this time, beating them isn't impossible. Boss Jin was finally swayed, and his confidence began to grow. You guys have a point. We aren't as weak as we used to be, and compared to being trapped in this hellhole for the rest of our lives, we might as well risk it all. Qin Yu, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly spoke up. I have a question. What kind of person is their king? Xiaofeng tapped his temple, gesturing that the Undead Clan was totally out of their minds, explaining that the virus must have completely fried their brains. They are like brainwashed cultists. Every other sentence is about their supreme king, who they call Ming Ling or something like that. Hearing that name, even Qin Yu froze, a cold sweat breaking out on his face as tension filled his body. Xiao Yu noticed her brother's reaction and immediately asked, What is wrong, big brother? Do you know something about him? Qin Yu didn't answer right away. Instead, he quietly searched through his memories from his past life for any information on this figure. Ming Ling was one of the strongest zombie kings in the apocalypse, and his true power might be even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. This immortal zombie king was the one who had devoured Di Xiaofeng in his past life, and he might very well be the absolute strongest zombie king of the apocalypse. In the future, many would even revere him as the zombie emperor. Zombie King Ming Ling was incredibly elusive, and his origins remained a total mystery. During the raid on Glory Holy City, Ming Ling had slaughtered an S-tier evolver in just a few moves. That was the 5th war god of Glory Holy City, a battle that made Ming Ling famous instantly. Back then, the City Lord of Glory was ranked 14th. On the elite leaderboard, the City Lord had personally led the top experts of Glory Holy City to ambush Zombie King Ming Ling's lair. Yet, not only did they fail to kill him, but he easily managed to escape, showing just how terrifying his true power was. You have to understand, Glory Holy City was an S-tier sanctuary, one of the 10 great holy cities of humanity in the post-apocalyptic world. It was vastly superior to the power of an A-tier force like Li Wei's Tianmeng City. Xiao Yu worriedly shook his arm and asked, Big brother, what is wrong? You look so pale. Qin Yu muttered in response, It's nothing. But inside, his mind was racing. He never expected that the king they were talking about would be the legendary zombie king, Ming Ling, the fearsome ruler himself. Stroking his chin, he sank deep into thought. His physical stats definitely weren't just 60 times that of an average human. For zombie king Ming Ling, it could be way higher. 80 times. Or he might have already broken through to Tier 3. Should we fight him or not? Qin Yu left the thought unresolved, unable to find a clear answer. Putting the issue aside for now, the meeting adjourned and everyone headed back to their simple thatched huts. Inside the room, 5 people gathered, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, Dao Yi, along with their 2 new allies, Xiao Na and Xiao Feng. Xiao Yu handed some food to her best friend. Xiao Na, here are some spicy strips. I hid them away and couldn't even bring myself to eat them normally. Seeing this, Xiao Feng sighed in envy. Man, Xiao Yu, you guys have it so good. I can't believe you have so much delicious food. But Xiao Yu didn't take it as a compliment. She gave a naive reply that would easily drive anyone surviving in the apocalypse completely insane. What do you mean good? We are almost out anyway, and even if we don't finish them, they are about to expire soon. Qin Yu just crossed his arms, letting his sister ramble while he chuckled. I couldn't say too much during the meeting, but honestly, I think it's best if we don't go out of our way to provoke Zombie King Ming Ling. Xiao Feng didn't understand his anxiety and asked, "But if we don't, how are we supposed to escape?" Xiao Yu raised her hand to calm him down. "Don't worry, I have a way out. When the time comes, I'll get you guys out of here." He was ecstatic. "Seriously? That's awesome." But Dao Yi chimed in with a question. "What about the rest of the people?" Xiao Yu shrugged. "There's nothing I can do. My ability can't handle carrying that many people at once." Then she brought up what had been bothering her. "By the way, big brother, why did you zone out like that when they mentioned Zombie King Ming Ling? Was there something off about that night?" Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind. "Xiao Yu, there is something I need to tell you." She was taken aback by how serious her brother looked and asked, "What is wrong?" Qin Yu confessed solemnly, "Actually, I had a very, very long dream, a dream that showed me the future." Everyone in the room fell dead, silent. Finding it hard to believe, Xiao Yu reached out to feel his forehead and said, "Big brother, you must have a fever." He caught her hand and said seriously, "Don't interrupt me. I am talking about something important here." He then began to recount his entire past life, framing it as a dream. "In my dreams, I was a survivor who lived 100 years after the apocalypse, struggling every single day just to stay alive. Even before the outbreak started, I already knew the end of the world was coming." Xiao Feng laughed it off. "Qin Yu, that was a terrible joke. If you let me tell one, I guarantee everyone will actually laugh." Xiao Yu clapped her hands as she suddenly realized something. "Oh, so that's it. No wonder you know absolutely everything, brother." Seeing her react like that, Xiao Feng laughed out loud. "Xiao Yu, that's a pretty smooth cover-up. I'll give you that." Xiao Yu walked over and smacked him on the head. "It's called being reasonable. Who's covering up? I'm speaking completely seriously here." Xiao Na giggled at the sight, while Xiao Feng clutched his head, whining, "Ouch, that hurt." Xiao Yu then stepped up to defend him, completely trusting her brother. "No, seriously, listen to me guys. My brother really did warn me before the apocalypse hit. He bought a massive amount of supplies in advance, and that's not all. When the outbreak started, he already knew how evolutionary energy worked. I mean, who would ever dare to eat something straight out of a zombie if they didn't know what it did?" Thinking back on everything, her face flushed red as her admiration for her brother reached a whole new level. "No wonder you knew everything and handled it so smoothly. It turns out my brother actually traveled back from the future to save me. I'm so incredibly happy." Xiao Na listened in silence, while Xiao Feng started acting like a total smart aleck again. He whispered, "Ah, I get it now. Sister Na, I'm with you. Do we go through the motions first, or should we just start laughing right now?" Ignoring everyone's reactions, Qin Yu continued, "But my dream of the future isn't exactly the same as what we've actually been going through. For example, the zombie that beat Di Xiaofeng was supposed to eat him, acquire his immortality, and become a dominant zombie king. But we stepped in and killed it instead." Xiao Yu chimed in, "Exactly. And even during that blood rain, if my brother hadn't saved me, I probably would have been bitten to death by my classmate turned zombie." Qin Yu then went on to share his concerns. "The Mingling Zombie King is also supposed to become a massive overlord ruling this region. Truth be told, we've already killed one of his subordinates. That subordinate's physical strength was 60 times greater than normal. As for their king, he's probably at least 80 times stronger. He's a powerful tier 3 enemy. With our current strength, I really can't guarantee we'd win." At that point, Xiao Yu remembered. "Oh, right, brother. We still haven't consumed Zhu Kong's evolutionary energy. We were so busy running that we completely forgot about it." It clicked for him too. "Oh, that's right." He pulled out Zhu Kong's energy crystal, duplicating it from 1 into 2. Ruhua, resting on top of Xiao Yu's head, suddenly stirred. It leaped off her long, silky hair and instantly grew massive. Ruhua looked at Xiao Yu, communicating in a language only she could understand. Whatever it said, Xiao Yu fiercely protested. "No way. Something that precious is out of the question." Qin Yu pulled out a purple crystal from his storage ring. "Right, here's the one from the Night Shadow Cat. While it doesn't compare to this one, it's still a rare energy source. Let's feed it this so it can recover faster." At the sight of the evolutionary energy, Ruhua practically started drooling, its petals trembling with pure excitement. Xiao Yu handed over the purple crystal. "Stop acting so dramatic. Here, this is for you." Using its leaves like hands, Ruhua tossed the night shadow cat's energy crystal into its mouth, full of razor-sharp teeth, and swallowed it whole. As its body absorbed the evolutionary energy, instead of making a dramatic fuss like Qin Yu usually did, it quietly glowed with a soft golden light. A moment later, the process was complete. Qin Yu crossed his arms, looked at Xiao Yu, and asked out of curiosity, "By the way, doesn't this guy have an independent pocket dimension inside its belly? Can it let us go in and take a look?" Ruhua understood exactly what he meant. It opened up its dimension, creating a light blue vortex in front of the siblings. He reached out to test it, and in the blink of an eye, both of them were sucked right inside. Dao Yi and Xiaofeng were still sitting in the room, watching the two of them vanish without a single word of explanation. Left completely baffled, they could only let out a collective woe in pure curiosity. The entrance to Ruhua's pocket dimension had no stairs or straightforward path. Instead, it was a straight drop from the sky. Qin Yu held his sister tightly as she screamed in absolute terror in his arms. Ah! Just before they hit the ground, he spun around, caught Xiao Yu in a bridle carry, and landed cleanly on both feet. Qin Yu looked around, unable to see where the space ended. "Wow, this place is actually huge," he noted. Xiao Yu tried shouting, and hearing her voice echo back, she said in surprise, "Oh, there's an echo." Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression hardened as he sensed something rapidly approaching. It turned out to be a miniature version of the Beetle King. It flew right over to Xiao Yu, acting adorable. She scooped it into her arms and gently comforted it. "Yeah, I know. You've had a rough time, helicopter." The little beetle obediently folded its wings, nestled quietly in her arms, and squeaked plaintively. Once she finished comforting the Beetle King, Xiao Yu looked around to assess the pocket dimension. "Brother, with Ruhua having such a massive space inside its belly, we might actually be able to smuggle everyone out." Qin Yu looked around, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, if we pack this place, fitting 200 or 300 people wouldn't be a problem at all. A few trips back and forth, and we could get everyone out of here." With that, he squatted down to inspect the ground, wondering if sunlight could somehow penetrate this space. If it can, we could actually grow some crops here. We'd never have to worry about food and water ever again. Having finished their inspection, the siblings and the Beetle King stepped back outside. He then knelt down and gently stroked Ruhua's petals. A promise is a promise. So, Qin Yu pulled the corpse of Jukong, an undead zombie he had defeated earlier, right out of his spatial ring. "Here, go ahead and eat." Ruhua gasped in shock, unable to believe it was actually allowed to absorb this corpse. Absolutely thrilled, it immediately pulled the corpse into its mouth, devouring it greedily. Suddenly, a rainbow light burst from its body, making it look like it was about to reach enlightenment. Xiao Yu couldn't help but yell, "Brother, look at Ruhua." The two siblings stood there completely stunned, watching Ruhua transform. The process did not take long, but after the rainbow light faded, it suddenly wilted, drooping its petals as its entire stem shriveled up, looking incredibly weak. Xiao Yu cried out in panic, "What is wrong with Ruhua?" She knelt down and cradled it. "Isn't it supposed to evolve? Why is it withering?" Suddenly, a vibrant green sprout fell right onto Xiao Yu's head. Staring at the strange little sprout in her hand, Xiao Yu was utterly bewildered. Then, the sprout suddenly opened its eyes. Sensing a familiar vibe, Xiao Yu gasped. Realization hitting her, Ruhua had actually evolved. Qin Yu did not dwell on it. He grabbed 2 evolution energy cores and handed one to Xiao Yu, saying, "Now that it is evolved, it is our turn to power up." With that, he swallowed an evolution energy core. As usual, every upgrade session meant Qin Yu would be screaming his lungs out until he practically steamed. Xiao Yu found it hilarious every single time. "Here it comes," she teased. The Oscar-worthy overacting. Once he finished absorbing it, Qin Yu let out a long breath. Just like that, his physical stats had multiplied by 10. Xiao Yu's enhancement process, on the other hand, was completely effortless. Sensing the surging power within her, she smiled. "Brother, my physical strength has officially increased 40 times now." Panting heavily, Qin Yu replied, "I am at 41 times now." He took a moment to assess their current power levels. "With your next upgrade, your physical strength will reach at least 80 times the base level. Combined with the effects of that potion from before, we are officially genuine Tier 3 evolved humans." Just then, the low growls of beasts and the clashing of weapons echoed from outside. The chaotic sounds of battle immediately caught the siblings' attention. Stepping out of their thatched hut, they saw a crowd gathering around a massive crater, with some people aggressively arguing. "Are you looking to die? According to the rules, this thing's energy belongs to me." Curious, Qin Yu led Xiao Yu over to take a closer look. Peering into the massive crater, they saw the carcass of a mutated lizard. Xiao Yu gasped. "It is a beast carcass." Someone shouted orders. "Everyone, pull it up together." The crowd tied ropes around the giant lizard and dragged it out of the crater. Qin Yu sighed. "Too bad its meat is inedible. Otherwise, at least we would have a decent meal around here." Once it was hauled up, Xiao Yu spotted a group of people walking over and quickly nudged her brother. From across the clearing, Xiaofeng and Xiaona were approaching, leading 3 other people. Recognizing some familiar faces, Xiao Yu beamed and greeted them. "Xiaona, where are you guys heading?" Xiaona replied, "We are out hunting for food." Xiaofeng stretched, looking 30% sleepy and 70% exhausted. He extended an invitation. "Just trying to stretch our legs. This godforsaken place is way too boring anyway. What do you say? Want to tag along?" Xiao Yu, always up for some fun, eagerly agreed. "Sure." Xiaofeng then remembered the 3 people with him and introduced them from left to right. "These 2 are Shu Nuo and Kong Wei, and this bearded uncle here is Qian Lixin." When Shu Nuo saw Qin Yu, he looked a bit intimidated, remaining quiet and on high alert. Xiao Yu immediately picked up on his apprehension. She quickly chimed in to defend her brother. "Don't worry, you 2. My brother is not some bloodthirsty maniac. Relax." The group banded together, wandering through this bizarre dimension where day and night were eternally painted blood red. Since Qin Yu was still new to this place, he asked, "So, how strong are the zombie beasts around here?" Xiaofeng shared what he knew. Most of them are tier 1, though there are occasionally some tier 2 ones, but they are extremely rare. We have barely run into a handful over the past month. As long as we stay away from the border area, it is generally pretty safe. Just then, Kong Wei's eyes lit up like stars as he gasped with excitement. "Look, star jade corn." Xiao Yu followed his gaze, but all she saw was a barren stretch of red dirt. There was not a single plant in sight. She immediately scoffed. "What do you mean, corn? There is nothing there." Xiaofeng calmly explained. "Of course, you cannot see it. Xiao Kong has telescopic vision. He can spot a single mosquito flying a kilometer away in perfect detail." Impressed by such an ability, Qin Yu praised, "Wow, that is incredibly useful." Xiaofeng chuckled, lightly teasing Kong Wei, who was scratching his head beside them. "You know, Qin Yu, this kid actually hates his ability. Since everyone else is combat-oriented, he feels useless, only being able to play scout, and thinks he is a burden." Qin Yu disagreed. Crossing his arms, he pointed out just how powerful that scout ability actually was. "No way. In an apocalypse, recon abilities are way more valuable than combat ones." Xiaofeng immediately agreed. "See? Even Qin Yu says so." Kong Wei then led the group to a vast, sprawling field of star jade corn. Xiao Yu walked up to inspect a few of the plants. Pointing in frustration, she grumbled, "This is not corn. Are you playing me for a fool who cannot tell the difference?" Xiaofeng stood to the side with his arms crossed, chuckling. "Well, nobody said it was actual corn. It is just called star jade corn. It is pretty common around here. While it does not taste amazing, it is still edible. Shu Nuo, we will need your help with this." He nodded. "You got it, Brother D." A gentle breeze began to swirl around Shu Nuo's arm, quickly forming a miniature vortex. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, a wind ability?" Shu Nuo thrusts both hands forward, merging 2 tornadoes into a giant vortex. But instead of ripping the trees out by their roots, the wind gently harvests the fruit. Qin Yu makes a mental note. He only harvested the fruit without damaging the leaves or branches. This kid's actually got skills. Sure, his physical body is a bit weak, but he has an amazing grasp of his powers. He's clearly put in a ton of practice to master it. Shu Nuo's group of 3 steps up to gather the star jade corn. Xiaofeng doesn't hesitate to praise them, admitting it's all thanks to Shu Nuo. This star jade corn grows incredibly fast. As long as the stalks and leaves are unharmed, it will bear fruit again in just a few days. Xiao Yu helps everyone gather the star jade corn when she suddenly catches a strange scent. "Huh? What's that smell?" The sharp-eyed Kong Wei furrows his brow. It's a zombie beast. A massive cloud of dust approaches them from the distance. And judging by the sheer size of the dust storm, this zombie beast is definitely no lightweight. Sure enough, as it draws closer, a zombie rhino appears, sporting 2 giant fangs and menacing red eyes. Eager to show off, Xiaofeng steps up. "Let me handle this." Xiao Yu teases him. "If you get beaten back to your original form in a second, let's see how you cover up your embarrassment." Xiaofeng snorts coldly, brimming with confidence and looking down on the beast. Dealing with a thing like this, is a piece of cake, even if I don't transform. The quiet and cold Xiao Na warns him, if you keep running your mouth, it's going to get away. Xiao Feng instantly makes his move. He really doesn't transform, using sheer physical strength to block the rhino by grabbing its horns with both hands. This zombie rhino is pretty strong, pushing him back quite a distance. Refusing to look weak, especially after talking so big, there was no way he'd let himself get embarrassed in front of the girls. Xiao Feng roars, channeling all his power into both arms. With a surge of strength, he slowly lifts the rhino's legs off the ground. Xiao Yu's eyes widen in shock. Whoa, this guy is way stronger than before. Gathering his energy, Xiao Feng violently slams the rhino onto the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere, finishing it off in a single blow. He grins, flexing the muscles beneath his shirt. So, pretty powerful, huh? Qin Yu nods in approval. Not bad. Shu Nuo, dagger in hand, walks over to the massive corpse of the rhino. Brother Dai, I'll go grab the loot. However, this thing's hide is so thick and tough that a regular dagger can't even scratch it. Shu Nuo hacks at it with all his might, but only manages to produce sparks from the friction. Xiao Feng steps in, his hand transforming into a demonic claw. Let me do it. Its hide is too tough for you guys to pierce. With that, he drives his hand right through the zombie rhino's thick skin, spraying a nauseating green fluid everywhere. After rummaging around for a bit, he pulls out the evolutionary energy and offers it like a gentleman. Ladies first. Which one of you wants it? Xiao Na couldn't care less, sneering, eat it yourself. Xiao Yu plugs her nose in disgust. Get that smelly thing away from me. Not discouraged by the rejection, Xiao Feng keeps the evolutionary energy for himself. Fine, have it your way, I'll save it for later. Let's head a bit deeper into the danger zone. Hearing this, Shu Nuo says anxiously, but there are only a few of us. Kong Wei, standing nearby, waves his hands in warning. We really shouldn't take any unnecessary risks. Xiao Feng reassures the two of them. Why are you guys so terrified? I'll protect you. A piercing screech rings out as a giant eagle appears against the crimson sky. It circles above them, letting out cry after cry, making the atmosphere even more tense. Xiao Feng shields his eyes from the glare, squinting up at it. Shut up already. If I had wings, I'd fly up there and tear you to pieces. Xiao Yu falls silent before speaking up. It's calling its pack. She turns to Qin Yu and says, shoot it down. Qin Yu assesses the situation and replies, it's flying too high, I can't hit it. Suddenly, Ru Hua, perched on Xiao Yu's shoulder, starts swaying and chirping. Xiao Yu turns around in surprise to look at Ru Hua. Huh? She places Ru Hua in her hands and happily says to Qin Yu, brother, I think Ru Hua has finished evolving. Without warning, Xiao Yu sets Ru Hua on the ground and cheers her on. Ru Hua, I choose you. A magical golden light flashes as Ru Hua evolves into a vibrant green flower beast, radiating the color of hope. Shu Nuo and Kong Wei are terrified by the sight of Ru Hua. Kong Wei gasps, holy cow, what on earth is that? Xiao Yu points toward the sky where the eagle is flying and commands Ru Hua. Ru Hua opens a temporal rift and leaps straight into it. Shu Nuo and Kong Wei scream in terror, quickly dodging to the side. Meanwhile, Ru Hua suddenly materializes right behind the giant eagle. It quickly locks onto its target, ready to strike, as Ru Hua unleashes a rapid volley of glowing green arrows from its mouth. The eagle tries to dodge, but no matter how it maneuvers, there is no escaping the downpour of arrows. Suddenly, the arrows transform into vines, binding the giant eagle tightly. Xiao Feng stammers in disbelief. A summoned beast can be this powerful. The bound eagle plummets to the ground with a heavy thud. Xiao Feng steps on it, gloating. Serves you right. Did you really think flying high made you untouchable? Shu Nuo quickly pulls out his knife and offers, let me help everyone extract the evolutionary energy. Xiao Feng sighs. Come on, little Shu. You don't have to serve everyone like this. Zhu Nuo scratches his head, smiling sheepishly. It's fine. I'm used to it, and I don't mind getting dirty. Qin Yu summons his flames and says, no need, stand back. Shu Nuo advises Qin Yu. This corpse won't burn to ashes anytime soon. Ignoring Shu Nuo's warning, Qin Yu used his flames to incinerate the hawk. Seeing Qin Yu's flames, Li Xin was completely shocked and asked in disbelief, why is Qin Yu's fire purple, and how is it so ridiculously powerful? Qin Yu explained that a flame's color changes depending on its stage of evolution. Xiao Feng grumbled in annoyance. Qin Yu, you're so mean. Why didn't you burn that monster for me? Now I'm completely covered in this foul-smelling blood. Qin Yu calmly teased him back. Weren't you just too dazed by my handsome face to even remember? A moment later, Kong Wei pointed toward the thick bushes and warned everyone, if we go any further, we'll be entering the territory of man-eating plants. Everyone, stay alert. The group kept moving forward into an area crawling with mutated plants. Before they knew it, vines began creeping up, surrounding the entire team. Xu Nuo and Xiao Yu charged ahead to fight, with the others backing them up. Suddenly, a green vine covered in sharp thorns slithered in another direction. It quickly snagged Kong Wei's leg. Kong Wei wiped out, falling hard onto the ground. Looking up, he saw the mutated plant opening its massive mouth, revealing razor-sharp teeth. In absolute terror, he screamed at the top of his lungs. But in a flash, a blade sliced through the air, cutting the mutated plant clean in half. Xiao Yu put her hands on her hips and grumbled in annoyance. There's no need to scream so loud. Your shouting is giving me a massive headache. Embarrassed, Kong Wei scratched his head and stammered. Oh, sorry. As Qin Yu walked over, he stepped on a fragment of bone and seemed to hear something. He let out a startled gasp, and with a dead serious expression, he shouted, "Watch out! We've got trouble!" Out of nowhere, countless vines spun and lunged toward them at breakneck speed. Terrified, everyone quickly covered their heads and crouched low to defend themselves. The vines stretched out, showing off their razor-sharp thorns. Qin Yu instantly unleashed his flames while shouting a warning. Everyone, stay down, don't stand up. He used his flames to burn the mutated plants to ashes under the terrifying heat of his fire. In no time, the mutated plants withered and crumbled, revealing fragments of white bone scattered among the ashes. Xiao Yu pointed over there and gasped in surprise. Whoa, look, are those human bones? Xiao Na picked up a bone fragment, examined it closely, and made a determination. They're not human. Human bones only have 12 sections, but these bones have 14. Xiao Feng picked his nose and joked playfully. So what? They just grew a few extra pieces. Qin Yu said seriously. If I'm not mistaken, these might be the remains of the original inhabitants of this place. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes widened, and he cried out, "Heads up, there's another enemy." A Lima burst out of the grass, charging straight at them. It threw a powerful punch at Qin Yu, but he blocked it easily, leaving the Lima completely shocked by his sheer strength. Infuriated, it quickly switched tactics and swiped at Qin Yu with its claws. On high alert, Qin Yu dodged the follow-up attack. Then he grabbed the Lima's arm, bent his knees, and slammed it hard onto the ground. Xiao Feng rushed in, shouting, "Let me get this one, let me." He activated his ability, and a wave of green light instantly enveloped the Lima. It died before it could even react. Qin Yu picked up the Lima's arm and showed it to Xiao Yu. She calmly observed, "Brother, isn't this the same kind of Lima we saw back in that village?" Qin Yu stroked his chin in deep thought. Not quite. He continued, "These arms clearly don't belong to this Lima." Xiao Yu wondered, could it be a mutation? We've seen plenty of zombie beasts with weird shapes before, so it wouldn't be surprising. Qin Yu quickly shook his head. No, this doesn't look like a natural fusion. There are clear stitch marks here. This was likely done by human hands. Shocked, Kong Wei asked, who would do such a thing? Could there be mad scientists out here? Sensing something off, Xiao Feng warily warned everyone, "Hey, stop talking about that. Do you guys feel that? Someone is watching us." Xu Nuo scratched his head, asking anxiously, Where? Where? I don't see anything, Xiao Na chimed in. I also feel like something is watching us. But the weird thing is, whenever I try to focus on it, I can't feel its presence anymore. It's like it's intentionally hiding its tracks. Xiao Yu also picked up on the anomaly and confirmed, I noticed it the moment we got here, but I didn't sense any hostility from it, and since nothing bad has happened, I didn't pay it much mind. Hearing this, Qin Yu advised everyone, to avoid any danger, let's head back right away. By now, everyone had returned to the gathering spot, and the two siblings sat down to talk. Xiao Yu asked, Brother, did you discover something today? Qin Yu replied, Yes, I suspect this world might be the territory of the Shi Wu clan. Xiao Yu wondered, the Shi Wu clan? What kind of clan is that? Qin Yu explained, just like the Du Shen clan, they are an ancient race, but the difference is that the Shi Wu clan is incredibly cruel. They are obsessed with making themselves stronger and more perfect. They don't even hesitate to stage brutal, bloody elimination struggles among their own people. Qin Yu added with concern. To obtain power, the Shi Wu people went as far as modifying their bodies and altering their genetics. Do you remember the 5 poison beast? Word has it that it was an experimental product created by the Shi Wu clan. When the 5 poison beasts escaped, the Shi Wu clan must have met with a terrible catastrophe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let these people survive in peace for so long. I wonder if any of them are still alive. Xiao Yu comforted him. Don't worry, brother. Since Ruhua evolved, its power has recovered a lot. We can leave this place at any time now. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes from outside. Who's there? State your name. Xiao Zuo stares at the crowd in front of him and issues another warning. Stop right there. Don't come any closer, or we will fire. From a distance, a horde of demon puppets approaches, moving in an eerie, undulating line. They are clad in black cloaks that hide their faces, making it impossible to tell if they are human or mutated beasts. Xiao Zuo grips his gun tightly, keeping his guard up as he threatens them. Are you newly trapped survivors? Answer me, or we'll open fire. A cold face with glowing blue eyes slowly emerges. The crowd mutters in fear, wondering if they are looking at zombies. Another person, annoyed and frustrated, barks out, "Damn it, there are too many of them. Call for backup, now." Raising their weapons, the soldiers shout to open fire and hold them back. Yet, the creatures keep advancing, their glowing blue eyes looking more eerie by the second. Suddenly, they charge toward the soldiers. Xia Feng stammers in terror. No, they're not zombies. Are they ghosts? The demon puppets charge faster and faster, sending everyone scattering in a panic, desperately screaming for help. A demon puppet grabs a soldier by the throat, making him scream in terror. Moments later, the soldier collapses to the ground, his eyes rolling back, gasping for his final breath. A stream of black mist escapes from his body. With a blank expression, the demon puppet greedily inhales the dark energy. Horrified by the sight, the remaining soldiers are left speechless. Just then, the demon puppet targets another soldier. Pale with terror, he screams, "Help me! I don't want to become one of them." Xia Feng rushes in, slicing the demon puppet in half. She rallies the crowd, shouting, "That's it! Attacks from evolvers actually work on them." But seconds later, she becomes the prime target of the horde. They swarm and attack her. Xia Feng lets out a piercing shriek of terror before being corrupted by the demon puppets, turning into one of them. The others keep fighting back. Shu Nuo summons small tornadoes, tearing several demon puppets to shreds. Bracing himself in a combat stance, Shu Nuo anxiously asks, "What on earth are these things?" Sensing danger, Shu Nuo turns to see a demon puppet lunging at him with savage fury. It unleashes a strike, sending him flying. Shu Nuo slams hard onto the ground in agony. Panicking, he struggles to scramble away. The demon puppet raises its arm, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Shu Nuo trembles, crying out for help. "Help! Somebody help me!" Boss Kim rushes over, throwing a heavy punch at the demon puppet and saving Shu Nuo in the nick of time. Filled with gratitude, Shu Nuo gasps, "Boss Kim!" Powering up his combat energy, Boss Kim barks, "Find a place to hide." The demon puppet screeches in pain from the blow, but it quickly recovers and launches a counterattack. With a cold glare, Boss Kim readies his counter. He throws a direct punch right at the demon puppet. Realizing it is no match for Boss Kim, the demon puppet covers its head and flees. Boss Kim is caught off guard by its sudden retreat. He bellows, "Where do you think you're going? Stop him!" The demon puppet dashes past the soldiers, heading straight for a nearby house. The crowd cries out in terror, "Oh no, it's going after the refugees." The demon puppet glides right through the wall, startling the refugees inside, who scream, "What is that thing?" It pins 2 refugees to the ground, choking them. Moments later, their eyes roll back, fluids leak from their faces, and they lose all signs of life. Boss Kim rushes to the house and kicks the door open. As the front door flies off its hinges, the demon puppet splits itself, spawning 2 more clones. They brace for battle. Boss Kim charges at them, roaring, "You beasts!" But the demon puppets easily dodge. 2 of them stay behind to fight Boss Kim, while the other slips through the wall and escapes outside. Soaring into the air, it looks down at the house and cackles with glee before phasing back through the walls to hunt in other rooms. The refugees shriek in terror, "A ghost! It's a ghost! Help!" Boss Kim snarls in fury. Where did that beast go? Catching sight of the demon puppet, he mutters grimly, "This one has evolved." Smirking with utter disdain, the demon puppet charges straight at Boss Kim. Boss Kim raises his fist and barks angrily, "A frontal assault? You're asking for death." Moving like a blur, the demon puppet easily evades Boss Kim's punch. Stricken with tension, Boss Kim gasps, "So fast." Glancing back at the demon puppet aiming for a rear attack, he scoffs, "Did you really think I couldn't keep up with your speed?" Boss Kim blocks the demon puppet's strike and retaliates with a sharp elbow, sending it reeling back several meters. Boss Kim's face pales in shock. He hit it dead on, yet it didn't take any damage at all. Suddenly, the demon puppet appears right in front of Boss Kim. He gasps in panic. Oh no! The demon puppet grabs him by the throat and hoists him into the air, leaving him struggling desperately to breathe. Cough, cough. Is this the end? Suddenly, the demon puppet senses a dangerous threat closing in. Looking aside, it sees Qin Yu watching. Qin Yu steps forward calmly, then suddenly bursts into a sprint, raising his hand to strike. Qin Yu drives his hand straight through the demon puppet's body, forcing it to drop Boss Kim in pain. Boss Kim collapses, gasping and coughing violently. Panting heavily, Boss Kim wheezes in relief. I'm saved. Qin Yu scowls and unleashes his endless burn skill. Flames erupt in a small explosion, blasting the demon puppet away. Xiao Yu rushes over and asks, "Are you all right? Are these guys tough?" Qin Yu raises a hand to hold Xiao Yu back. Keep your guard up. Zombie King Mingling might be lurking nearby, watching your every move. Xiao Yu nodded softly. Understood. Then, the ghost puppet spun around, baring its claws as it lunged back into the fight. Clutching his bloody wound, Boss Jin gasped out a warning. Qin Yu, cough, watch out. This thing is incredibly strong. As the monster charged, Qin Yu conjured blazing flames, ready to face it head-on. He unleashed a fiery blast right at the ghost puppet, but the creature managed to swiftly dodge the attack. Wasting no time, the ghost puppet countered, striking from behind. Qin Yu quickly sidestepped the blow and slipped right behind the beast. Seizing the perfect opening, Qin Yu let the flames flare up on his hands before grabbing the monster's arms in a death grip. With a sickening crack, Qin Yu ripped its arms back with brutal force, tearing its hands completely off its body. Witnessing this, Boss Jin couldn't help but marvel. I knew Qin Yu was capable, but I had no idea he was this powerful. Completely stunned by the overwhelming strength of its opponent, the terrified ghost puppet turned and tried to flee for its life. But Qin Yu was faster, driving his spear straight through its chest. The creature dissolved into plumes of black smoke, leaving behind a glowing, crimson spirit stone. Looking at the brilliant gem in his hand, Qin Yu muttered in surprise, "What on earth is this?" With the fight over, Boss Jin rushed up to express his gratitude. "Qin Yu, thank you so much. You saved my life back there." Qin Yu urged him, "Boss Jin, we need to counterattack immediately. These ghost puppets are extremely dangerous and cannot be spared. We must strike their nest now, before they grow stronger and multiply." Meanwhile, Kong Wei was struggling against another monster, crying out in terror, "Get back! Stay away from me!" As the ghost puppet raised its claws for a fatal strike, Kong Wei swung his blade wildly, screaming, "You forced my hand!" With a desperate shout, he slashed at the creature, but it easily dodged and grabbed him by the throat. Opening its hideous, gaping maw, the monster hissed in his face. Tears of sheer terror streamed down Kong Wei's face as he choked out a cough. Suddenly, Shu Nuo rushed in to save him, slicing the ghost puppet clean in half. The monster shrieked in agony as it perished. Supporting the shaken boy, Shu Nuo asked in panic, "Kong Wei, are you all right?" Kong Wei's eyes rolled back as his jaw hung open. Suddenly, a miniature ghost puppet forced its way out of his mouth. Too horrified to speak, Shu Nuo collapsed to the ground, screaming in absolute panic. "Oh no, this is bad." The newly emerged monster spun around and lunged at Shu Nuo, who barely managed to block the attack with his blade. Out of nowhere, several more ghost puppets swarmed toward him. He shrieked in despair, "No way! I'm dead meat!" Just in time, a sudden blast of ice froze the monster's solid, saving his life. Mr. Leng snapped coldly, "Get up now. If you let them kill you, you don't just die, you become one of them, and end up becoming an extra burden for the rest of us." Shu Nuo nodded quickly. "Right." With a swift swing of his sword, Mr. Leng shattered the frozen monsters into pieces. Qin Yu watched in surprise, thinking, "Oh, an ancient martial artist with evolutionary powers." Another ghost puppet lunged at Mr. Leng. He swung his sword to retaliate, but the creature dodged effortlessly. Mr. Leng gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn, it's fast." He quickly conjured an ice shield to block, but the monster's claws shattered it in an instant. The monster's sharp claws sliced deep into his chest. Clutching his bleeding wound, Mr. Leng shrieked in pain. He grunted through the pain. "Damn it, its claws are poisoned." As the beast lunged again, Mr. Leng barely managed to parry with his sword. Cackling with delight, the monster raised its claws to deliver the final blow. But suddenly, it collapsed to its knees. Qin Yu had driven his spear right through the beast. Clutching his pride, Mr. Lang offered an awkward nod. Thanks. I appreciate it. Qin Yu warned him, the poison is potent, but you can neutralize it with your evolutionary energy. Mr. Lang replied, got it. Meanwhile, Qing Feng burst through a brick wall, clutching a ghost puppet in each of his hands. He roared with laughter. What a bunch of pathetic weaklings. Using his plant manipulation to bind a group of monsters, Jingling smirked. Hey, Gao Xiao, are these ugly things your long-lost brothers? Gao Xiao sliced one of them clean in half. Shut your mouth and focus, or you're going to get yourself killed. Gao Xiao snapped. Nearby, Lu Wen transformed into a giant porcupine beast and threw a devastating punch at a ghost puppet. Xiao Feng watched him in awe and cheered, Man, we make one hell of a team. Xiao He eagerly called out to Xiao Na, Master, these guys are the perfect snacks for me. With that, he charged straight into the swarm of monsters. Watching everyone fight so fiercely from a distance, Boss Jin's heart swelled with mixed emotions. He breathed a sigh of relief, incredibly grateful to have them on their side. Meanwhile, Zombie King Ming Ling watched the battle unfold from a high cliff, hissing in annoyance. Since when did so many powerful pests gather here? He turned to his subordinates and commanded, The seal is about to break, and our time is running out. All of you, attack at once, leave no survivors. Grinning maliciously, his monstrous underlings bowed. As you wish, my king. Meanwhile, down below, Boss Zhou and Boss Sun rushed over with their men. Boss Zhou asked anxiously, Qin Yu, is everyone all right? We're here to back you up. Qin Yu nodded calmly. Glad to see you've gathered the survivors. We're holding up fine. Leave the ghost commanders to us. You guys focus on clearing the rest together. Boss Zhou and Boss Sun nodded in agreement. Got it. Suddenly, sensing an impending threat, Qin Yu yelled, Di Xiaofeng, watch out. Xiaofeng has no idea what is going on and is completely caught off guard. Huh? Out of nowhere, a massive boulder comes hurtling down from the sky straight at him. He cannot dodge in time and is completely crushed underneath it. Suddenly, the giant rock begins to crack, splitting wide open. With a mighty leap, Xiaofeng bursts out from the gap. He casually greets his opponent. Shishan, long time no see. Shishan slowly stomps toward him, growling in pure annoyance. Kid, our last fight was a draw, but this time, I came here specifically to take your life. Xiaofeng charges forward, laughing mockingly. Suit yourself, but I doubt you actually have what it takes. He leaps into the air, baring his claws at Shishan, to see who will end up dead first. Shishan raises his massive fist, blocking Xiaofeng's strike. The sheer force of their clash is so intense that dust billows everywhere. Xiaofeng grashes his teeth, completely shocked. He never expected this brute to possess such insane power. Shishan hoists Xiaofeng into the air and slams him violently onto the ground. Severely injured, Xiaofeng spits out a mouthful of blood, barely letting out a painful groan. Ugh! Before he can recover, Shishan grabs him again and hurls him straight toward a nearby house. A massive explosion echoes as he crashes through, leaving a gaping hole in the roof. Dragging himself out of the rubble, Xiaofeng clutches his chest in agonizing pain. Shishan shows no mercy, delivering a devastating kick that sends Xiaofeng crashing flat onto the dirt. Witnessing this, Xiao Yu frantically shouts to Qin Yu, hurry up and help him, he is about to get beaten to a pulp. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng refuses to back down and continues to fight. He lunges forward, grabbing Shishan by the throat and roaring, Are you done yet? With a burst of fury, he slams Shishan's head directly into the ground. Shishan counters with a brutal kick to Xiaofeng's chest, sending him flying several meters back. Nearby, Xiao He and Xiao Na watch the chaotic battle unfold. Xiao Na scoffs. Some things never change. He never takes a fight seriously, until he gets beat up a little. Suddenly sensing something off, she gasps in surprise. Wait, Xiao He. Xiao He responds. Yes, master. Xiao Na says sternly. Do not stop me. Follow me in. Right then, a cluster of mutated grass sprouts rapidly from beneath the earth. The grass quickly wraps around Xiao Na and Xiao He, sealing them inside a massive sphere of vegetation. Moments later, the grass sphere slowly unravels to reveal an entirely different dimension. Xiao Na spots He Dan standing there, with his arms crossed, leaning casually against a tree trunk. Noticing her arrival, he smirks and says, Welcome to the Deadwood Realm. With a wave of his hand, a swarm of thorny vines bursts forth. Xiao He is infuriated. You think you can harm my master with such cheap tricks? He instantly unleashes his power. As more and more vines surge from the ground, Xiao Na casts a wither spell, causing them to dry up and rot away. The vines wither to dust all at once. He Dan gasps in shock. Oh, a wither spell. Xiao He zips behind He Dan to strike, but He Dan immediately senses him. Xiao He launches a fierce attack, but He Dan swiftly dodges it. He sneers, "You seriously thought a sneak attack from a weakling like you would work on me?" Xiao He wastes no time and strikes again, successfully placing a curse directly on He Dan. He Dan clutches his chest, crying out in agony, "The pain curse!" He quickly retreats, throwing his hands out to activate his next ability. Using his vines, he summons a colossal grass monster that instantly grabs Xiao He. He Dan stands with his hands on his hips, mocking him, all brawn and no brains." But Xiao He quickly retaliates, casting another powerful spell. The giant grass monster's arm begins to decay. He Dan is dumbfounded. A decay curse. This guy has actually evolved all 3 abilities of the Calamity class. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng and Shishan are locked in a savage brawl. While fending off a horde of puppet demons, Lu Yun shouts words of encouragement to Xiao Feng. "Hang in there, brother. I am coming to help you." Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the air behind Lu Yun, revealing a shadowy figure looming in the thick smoke. Jingling sighs in frustration. Who is it this time? Emerging from the dust, Quang Quan lets out a wicked, maniacal laugh. He drops to all fours, activating his terrifying transformation. In an instant, 2 more heads sprout from his shoulders, their eyes glowing with a feral red light as he fully transforms into a 3-headed dog. Lu Yun gasps in horror. "Oh God, what is that thing?" Quang Quan opens his massive jaws, churning hot lava deep within his throat. Moments later, he spews a devastating torrent of molten rock. Lu Yun quickly dodges to the side, but some of the burning lava splashes onto his arm. He yells in pain, "Ah, hot, hot, hot." The savage Quang Quan then turns his sights on the helpless refugees, unleashing a wave of lava. Terrified, they scream at the top of their lungs for help. Just in time, a spatial barrier manifests, blocking the deadly lava. Lin Feng calls this defensive move vacuum burst. Lin Feng yells, "Everyone, run, get as far away from him as possible. Leave this guy to us." Quang Quan opens his mouth again to prepare another lava blast. Fearing the worst, Lin Feng raises both hands to channel his power. Quang Quan furiously spews lava, while Lin Feng desperately holds the line. He screams, "Detonate!" Deafening explosions ring out, filling the battlefield with a thick cloud of dust. Suddenly, Quang Quan bursts through the smoke, scanning the area wildly for Lin Feng. Lin Feng gasps in panic. Oh no! Out of nowhere, a swarm of vines shoots toward Quang Quan, tightly binding one of his jaws shut. Jingling immediately channels more energy to strengthen the hold. Jingling uses the vines to violently slam Quang Quan's middle head onto the ground. The other 2 heads on the sides are also tightly bound and muzzled by the thick vines. Seizing the moment, Lu Yun rushes forward and delivers a devastating punch straight to Quang Quan's head. Quang Quan roars in sheer rage. "You insignificant ants, how dare you make me angry?" With a savage howl, he tears the vines to shreds. He lets out a thunderous roar, flexing his raw, terrifying power. Look at them. They are locked in a brutal struggle. Should we go over there and help? Cao Qiu took advantage of the moment to launch a swift attack on the mad dog. With a ferocious look in his eyes, he roared as he launched his counterattack. Tan Vu glanced into the distance and said, "We have got a much tougher opponent to deal with on our end." Hovering in midair and watching the battle, the Mingling Corpse King sneered with utter disdain. "Ants." Suddenly, he vanished. Tan Vu gripped his spear tightly, calling out in alert, "Tu Vu." Activating her power, Tu Vu replied, "Don't worry, I have got this." The Mingling Corpse King lunged at Tan Vu with his sword, but Tan Vu quickly blocked the strike. The sheer force of the impact was so massive that the ground beneath them caved in. Tan Vu was shocked, thinking, "This guy is definitely a level 3. He immediately retaliated as raging flames erupted around his body, and he roared in anger. Tan Vu let out a cold snort and demanded, "Are you Mingling?" Ignoring his question, the Mingling Corpse King said calmly, "I can smell Tuyet Kong's scent. It seems you guys have already dealt with him." Tu Vu raised her hand to her head to hide Nu Hoa, waving her hands in a panic as she stammered, Tuyet Kong. Who is that? I don't know anyone by that name." The Mingling Corpse King growled coldly, "World-devouring flower. I ordered Tuyet Kong to capture you. Now it seems he wasn't just eliminated. He was eaten by you, wasn't he?" Hearing those words, Nu Hoa quickly retreated deep into Tu Vu's hair. As flames swirled around him, Tan Vu yelled out in anger, "So you really are Mingling?" Only then did he finally reply, "Indeed I am. Your strength is quite impressive to be able to block my strike. No wonder Tu Yet Kong met his end at your hands." Pointing his sword at Tan Vu, the Mingling Corpse King said softly, "Mortal, you have great potential. Why not serve under me? I can grant you eternal life. What do you say?" Raising his spear and bracing for battle, Tan Vu replied, "No thanks. I'm not ready to become a zombie just yet." The Mingling Corpse King frowned in anger. "We are not zombies. We are the eternal undead race." Tan Vu replied nonchalantly, "Still a pass. I prefer being human." Realizing he couldn't convince Tan Vu, Mingling's face turned hostile as he growled, "In that case, you will pay for Tu Yet Kong's life with yours." He swung his sword and lunged at Tan Vu. Tan Vu quickly raised his spear to deflect the blow. The sheer power of the Mingling Corpse King pushed Tan Vu back several meters. Seizing the upper hand, the Corpse King pressed his attack, forcing Tan Vu to quickly strike back. Tan Vu thrust his spear forward with all his might, but the Corpse King parried it with his sword. The tip of Tan Vu's spear spun fiercely against the Corpse King's sword. Tan Vu pushed harder, and a burst of flames erupted, setting off a thunderous explosion. Just then, Tan Vu spotted a horde of puppet ghouls behind him. He quickly soared into the air, unleashing a wave of fire to incinerate them. Suddenly, the Mingling Corpse King burst forth from the rubble, swinging his sword to continue his assault. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, Tan Vu quickly raised his spear to block the Corpse King's slash. He managed to steal a glance behind him, seeing that Thieu Fong and Thok Son were still locked in an even, fierce battle. Sensing Tan Vu's gaze, Thieu Fong glanced back. Suddenly, a beam of red light struck him right in the face. Clutching his face in anger, he roared, "Hey, don't hit the face. Have some decency, will you?" Thok Son charged forward in a rage, yelling, "How dare you get distracted?" Thieu Fong and Thok Son grabbed each other's hands, locking themselves in a test of raw strength. Thak Son angrily snarled, "Let go." Thieu Fong gritted his teeth and shot back, "You let go first." After a while, with neither of them backing down, Thieu Fong snapped, "Oh, so you won't let go? Fine, I'll make you regret this." Thieu Fong brutally slammed his forehead against Thok Son's head. A deep dent cracked open on Thok Son's head, and he shrieked in agony. "Arg! You!" Ugh! Enraged, he retaliated by headbutting Thieu Fong right back, roaring, "My head isn't made of dough, you bastard." Thieu Fong collapsed face first onto the ground. He struggled to crawl back up, groaning in agonizing pain. "Ah! That hurts like hell." By now, Thak Son was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. He grumbled in frustration, "This bastard can really take a beating." Mingling swung his sword with one hand, unleashing a flurry of rapid slashes, while Tan Vu desperately raised his spear to parry them. The deafening clangs of their clashing weapons echoed through the air. Showing no mercy, Mingling delivered a devastating downward slash. Tan Vu leaped aside just in time, leaving the ground where he had stood shattered into rubble. Mingling let out a sinister chuckle. "Humph, mortal. You've certainly proven your strength. To survive my onslaught for this long, you are the very first person to do so." Tan Vu wiped his mouth, panting heavily. If things kept going like this, he was going to get beaten to death. Mingling glared down at him coldly. "It is a pity you foolishly rejected my offer to join us. Now, I have no choice but to kill you." With that, he charged straight at Tan Vu with his sword. Startled, Tan Vu quickly twisted his body, trying to dodge the strike. Mingling sneered. Exploiting the moment Tan Vu was off balance from dodging, he thrust his hand forward. "Ha! You left yourself wide open." As that pale, deathly hand lunged toward his face, Tan Vu could only gasp, "Oh no." Mingling grabbed him by the head and slammed him face first into the dirt. Tu Vu cried out in terror, "Brother, let go of him." But Mingling simply grabbed Tan Vu's head again and yanked him off the ground. As Tan Vu coughed violently, Mingling taunted, "Well, have you realized how weak it is to be a mere human yet? It is not too late to regret your choice." Even after being brutally beaten, Tan Vu spat back stubbornly, "I would rather you kill me than ever become a disgusting zombie like you guys." Mingling coldly corrected him. "I said, we are the undead." He threw Tan Vu across the battlefield, roaring, "The noble undead." Running up from behind with her blade drawn, Tu Vu screamed out for her brother. But with a mere flick of Mingling's wrist, she was violently sent tumbling to the ground. He sneers, hoisting his sword onto his shoulder. "No need to rush. Once I'm done putting your brother in the ground, you're next." With that, he points his sword straight at Qin Yu and yells, "Die!" The blade pierces Qin Yu's chest, sending fresh blood gushing out. Mingling gloatingly snaps, "See that? This is the difference in our power." But to his surprise, Qin Yu lets out a weak smile. "Oh, I see it. This is the difference in our brains." Mingling gasps in shock. "What?" Qin Yu grips the blade tight with both hands as a faint mist begins to swirl around them. The mist wraps around Mingling's arm, catching him off guard. "Damn it! What did you do?" "My power is fading." Infuriated, he swings his sword wildly, screaming, "You filthy ant! You dared to ambush me. I'll hack you to pieces and see what you can do then." Just then, Qin Yu's voice rings out, cold as ice. "Burn!" Mingling is utterly confused. "What?" Qin Yu's eyes roll back as his body begins to fade away. Mingling continues to spit venom. "Curse you, you worthless bug. How dare you?" In his final moments, Qin Yu struggles to finish his sentence, and an endless torrent of fire violently erupts from his body. Mingling falls to his knees, his body severely charred, and his clothes torn to shreds. Totally drained of energy, he collapses face first onto the ground. Bosjin clutches his shoulder, asking in disbelief, Did we win?" Xiao Wu runs over excitedly and cheers. "Brother, you are absolutely amazing." Qin Yu suddenly yells, "Stay back." She cups her face in confusion. Why? Qin Yu keeps his eyes locked forward and replies, unsure of himself, "He's not dead yet." Boss Joe gasps in shock. "He got incinerated like that and he's still alive?" Standing in the crowd, Xia Wei suddenly speaks up. "What on earth is that?" Qin Yu also looks up to see a massive crack, suddenly splitting the rock face in front of them. He quickly leaps back. The Pluto beast crawls out from the crack. Boss Jin and the others huddle together as he asks in wonder, "What kind of freakish monster is this now?" The Pluto beast walks over to Mingling, its body radiating a green energy. Mingling is enveloped by the energy and lifted high into the air. Slowly waking up, his speech is halting. You actually managed to kill me once?" Elsewhere, Heitan is battling a horde of mutated plants. He dodges while making his way toward Xiaohei. Suddenly, a vine wraps itself tightly around Heitan's arm. He glares at it with a cold snort, but suddenly freezes. He glances back slightly and remarks, "To think someone actually pushed the king to this point." He turns a cold gaze back to Xiaohei. "All right, this is where it ends. Prepare to die." Heitan thrusts both arms outward, unleashing a powerful energy blast to clear his surroundings. Seeing Xiaohei return, Xiao Na asks, "You're out?" It returns to her side and replies, "Master, look over there." The scene is shifting. Mingling is now fully recovered. Someone asks, "Is that a profound truth?" He tilts his head and sneers. "Oh, you know your stuff, don't you? Looks like you're no ordinary person." Xiao Wu asks in confusion, "What's a profound truth?" Qin Yu explains it to her in detail. If your ability allows you to control pure fire, the peak of that power is achieving the profound truth. For example, the profound truth of my flame ability is the flame avatar. He turns to look at Mingling. "If I'm not mistaken, the giant beast behind you is your profound truth. What was it called?" "The undead Pluto beast." Mingling is slightly surprised. "Huh? I only named my profound truth in my own head and have never told anyone. How did you know?" He chuckles coldly. "But whatever. Starting today, I officially declare its name to be the undead Pluto beast." "Haha, the undead Pluto beast? Tear him apart." Sensing things are taking a turn for the worse, Qin Yu quickly calls out, "Xiao Wu, this guy's power is way beyond our level. Quickly, have the world-devouring flower get us out of here." Xiao Wu asks, bewildered, "But what about the others? Are we just going to leave them?" Qin Yu scans their surroundings and makes a split-second decision. "We can't worry about everyone. Just grab whoever is closest. Take anyone we can." Mingling points at them and cackles. "Run? You guys are way too optimistic. Not a single one of you is getting away today." Thunder rumbles across the crimson sky as violent winds begin to howl. Mingling looks up, growling in annoyance. "These pathetic ants are getting in the way of my plans." Suddenly, a massive ship appears in the sky. Everyone looks up in astonishment, and someone asks in curiosity. Vice Captain Heitan rushes over and urgently urges, "My lord, you must preserve your strength. Our main objective is what matters." Mingling glares at Qin Yu with a contemptuous smirk and warns, "You're lucky, you little bug. You gotta keep your life, but don't celebrate just yet. You guys are merely living on borrowed time." With that, he boards the ship, and his subordinates quickly follow suit. "Let's go." Holding a burning talisman, Dao Ye frowns and asks, "Are they gone?" Hearing this from behind, Boss Joe replies, "Just be glad you're alive. Everything else can be rebuilt." Boss Sun expresses his concern. What are we going to do if those guys come back? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu touches her head in surprise and rushes to Qin Wu's side, crying, Ruhua's power is being suppressed. It can't teleport us out of here. Startled, Qin Wu asks, how is that possible? Xiao Wu points to the ship still hovering in the sky, speculating, I think that thing is suppressing Ruhua. Qin Wu ponders for a moment, then shares what he knows. Legend has it that wherever the corpse king Mingling goes, a massive ghost ship follows, bringing nothing but death and destruction. He casts a grim look at the departing ship. We're leaving now. Right. There is a high chance they will board that ship. Once they return, they will probably be even harder to deal with. Meanwhile, Xiao Na and Xiao He, who were in another area, also sensed something unusual. Xiao He anxiously called out, Boss, I just felt an extremely powerful surge of energy. Even we might not stand a chance against it. The scene shifts to everyone gathering together in silent contemplation. Suddenly, a voice rings out, there is only one way now. Li Wei walked to the front with his hands behind his back and said decisively, we must take the initiative and attack. Huang Kui asked in confusion, take the initiative, how exactly do we do that? Shu Nuo did not understand either. Li Wei stroked his chin and pondered. You all heard what he said earlier. That massive ship originally belonged to them, but they likely lost it for some reason. Do you remember what his henchman said? He told him to preserve his strength because the main mission is what matters. So, I am making a bold guess that the ship is crawling with danger, and even they have to be extremely cautious. We might as well take this chance to follow them, and then strike, while they are tangled up dealing with the ship. Shu Nuo asked apprehensively, will that really work? Qin Yu also agreed with Li Wei's plan. Yeah, it is worth taking a shot. Boss Jin, who was standing nearby, quickly chimed in with a warning. But even if we can defeat them, what is the point? Do not forget that guy can revive himself. Li Wei did not think so, saying, nothing in this world is truly unkillable. As long as we can defeat him one more time, I have the confidence to take him down. Qin Yu asked curiously, oh, you actually have a way? He replied, yeah, but sharing it too early might jinx it. Just kill him one more time, and I will make absolutely sure he never revives. Li Wei clenched his fist with determination. There is no time to lose. Let us quickly gather our elites and set off immediately. The massive ship remained completely still as everyone gradually approached it. Xiao Yu rubbed his forehead and said, the area ahead is crawling with carnivorous plants. How do we get across? Qin Yu did not seem to care. He raised his hand, summoning a flame, and replied, that is easy, we just burn them to ashes. Seeing this, Li Wei reached out to stop him, saying, Qin Yu, you should save your strength. Leave this minor issue to us. 5 people lined up and unleashed a torrent of fire, the massive flames completely incinerating the carnivorous plants. The ship slowly came into view, making Xiao Yu gasp. Wow, that ship is absolutely huge. With the carnivorous plants completely burned away, a path was revealed, and everyone continued their march forward. Ming Ling, who was waiting by the ship, sensed someone approaching and said coldly, you did not cherish the little time you had left, and now you have come here just to die. He turned around and waved his hand, summoning, come forth, undead underworld beast. The ground suddenly shook violently, making someone scream, what? What is going on? Mingling pointed at Qin Yu and his group, demanding loudly, what did you do? Qin Yu replied indifferently, I was about to ask you the same thing. Did you not just unleash some ultimate move? Qin Yu looked toward his allies and instructed them, it seems even our opponent does not understand the situation. Everyone, be extra careful. The static ship suddenly glowed, casting a light so intense that no one could look directly at it, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. What on earth is happening now? Qin Yu squinted slightly and gasped in surprise. Ah, it seems everyone has been transported to the space inside the ship. Quang Quan looked around in confusion. My king, what is going on? Ming Ling calmly replied, this king does not know either. On the opposite side, Boss Jin also asked in confusion, where is this? Weren't we just outside that ship a moment ago? Qin Yu pondered and said, could this place be? Before he could even finish, a guide system appeared, announcing mechanically, welcome to the Shiwu experimental ground. Hearing the name, Ming Ling blurted out, how is that possible? Aren't the Shiwu people of this world extinct? How can there still be survivors? Unlike his shocked opponent, Qin Yu was incredibly calm. Just as I suspected, this is another dimensional ruin. The system explained mechanically, I am not a Shiwu person. I am the intelligent guide system of this battleship. To enter the Shiwu battleship, you must pass my test. Mingling asked suspiciously, what kind of test? The system quickly replied, it is very simple. Survive the relentless attacks of the experimental subjects. Several experimental chambers appeared before them, with clear glass walls allowing everyone to see exactly what was inside. The system said nonchalantly, everyone, good luck. The eye of a one-eyed subject flashed, making Xiaofeng let out a forced laugh. These guys look really bizarre. The one-eyed subject shattered the glass chamber and lunged at him. Boss Jin gestured to his subordinates behind him. Be careful, they are coming. Zilan drew her sword and took a stance, saying with determination, they are coming from all directions. There is no retreat left, we fight. She swung her sword, slicing right through it, causing pitch-black blood to spray out. Qin Yu gasped in surprise. Huh? Zilan also realized something and shouted, everyone, these guys only look intimidating. They are actually very weak. Another subject lunged to grab her, making someone yell in panic. Watch out! Zilan, now experienced, swung her sword and slashed it several times. With Zilan leading the way, the others confidently joined the battle. Ha! Turns out they are all paper tigers. Watch this. Tanvu confidently turned to give orders, leaving the experimental monsters to them. The main fighters among us need to find a chance to take down those Minlin. Tuovu and the other two replied in unison. Got it. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Kuang Qian and Hak Dan were busy tearing through the experimental monsters. Minlin sensed a creature rushing toward him. Standing perfectly still, he muttered, behind me. Thaksun instantly lunged forward and kicked a hole straight through its stomach. Minlin spat with pure contempt. Weak. You aren't even worthy of being my opponent. Suddenly, the monsters began tearing into each other. Huanak asked in confusion, what are they doing? They're slaughtering each other. One monster bit off its comrade's head, chewing it down greedily. Tuovu watched in shock and cried, they're devouring their own kind. After devouring its peers, the creature grew visibly bulkier and let out a massive, bone-chilling roar. Realizing what was happening, Hoang Tuak quickly shouted, it's evolving. Kill them now before they can finish the process. Suddenly, the evolved monster pierced right through Hoang Tuak, making her scream in agony. Boss Kim noticed the change and muttered, their evolution is happening way too fast. Tanvu thrust his spear straight through the heart of the monster that just attacked Hoang Tuak, yelling at the top of his lungs, endless burn. Once it was dead, he turned around and barked, don't just stand there. Anyone with combat abilities, focus on the highly evolved subjects. We can't let them evolve any further. Nearby, Thaksun slammed his elbow right into a monster's face, completely unaware of another creature sneaking up behind him. Eyeballing his bare shoulder hungrily, the monster lunged and took a huge bite. Thaksun gasped in surprise. Huh? He let out a creepy laugh, grabbing the beast by its throat with brute force. You want to eat? Fine. I'll make sure you get your fill today. Thaksun grabbed another evolved monster and ruthlessly shoved the head of the smaller creature straight into the larger one's mouth. Looking at the evolving creature in his grip, he grinned with sadistic glee. Haha, so eating your own kind really makes you evolve, huh? He glanced back at the other monsters and laughed maniacally. Haha. Locking its neck under his arm, he dragged it along. Eat another one. A moment later, he held the fully evolved monster by the neck, satisfied with the results. Yep, I've raised this one quite well. He grabbed its chin and yelled out to the others. Time to spice things up for you guys. With that, Thaksun hurled the evolved monster across the room. Have fun with them. Boss Kim was caught up in his own fight, but Huanak spotted the danger and screamed a warning. Boss Kim, look out! Boss Kim snapped his head up in shock, but it was a second too late. The evolved monster's razor-sharp arm stabbed right through his chest. Huanak let out a horrified shriek. Boss Kim! He reached out in desperation but caught nothing, as the monster tossed Boss Kim's lifeless body aside, standing with its back turned to Huanak. Suddenly, it whipped its head around, its eyes flashing a crimson red. Huanak's eyes widened in horror as he found his hands pinned by an unseen force. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. The monster lunged forward like a flash of lightning, pinning Huanak against the wall with nowhere to run. He screamed in terror, but right at that critical moment, Theofeng leaped in and impaled the beast before ripping its body in half with his bare hands. Haha, die. Thaksun capitalized on the opening, lunging forward with a brutal punch that sent Theofeng crashing hard into the wall. Out of nowhere, A sharp spike pierced right through his back and out his chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, screaming in agony. Tuna shrieked in terror. Hoak Thufong, clutching the blood-covered spike, Thufong coughed violently and doubled over in pain, letting out a guttural scream. Distraught, Tuna marched right up to Hak Dan and commanded, "Tuhak, kill him." Tuhak lunged forward on her order, but before it could even get close to Hak Dan, a thick wall of vines blocked its path. Watching them closely from the side, Tanvu thought to himself, "Wait, is there something going on between Bok Tu Na and Hoak Thufong?" Thinking Tanvu was distracted, Thoksun suddenly blindsided him from behind. But Tanvu was too quick, gripping his spear and spinning around to strike back. Thaksun easily caught the tip of the spear, grinning like a madman. As soon as their weapons clashed, Tanvu's expression darkened as he realized something. His physical strength is about 70 times normal. That's still a far cry from my base stats before Tuvu buffed me. Thaksun yanked the spear toward himself, pulling Tanvu off balance, and threw a heavy punch. Tanvu quickly dodged to the right as the fist smashed into the wall, leaving a deep, round crater. Thaksun roared in frustration. That punch was no joke. Anyone else would have had their bones shattered instantly. Snarling, he unleashed a flurry of wild punches, but Tanvu effortlessly deflected every single blow. Tanvu smirked. "Is this all you've got? You're a total disappointment." He whipped his spear, slicing across Thaksun's face and leaving a bloody gash. Grimacing, Thaksun roared, "You bastard! How dare you scratch my face?" Before he could even finish speaking, Tanvu unleashed a burst of purple flames that instantly engulfed Thaksun's entire body. Gritting his teeth, Thaksun flexed his muscles and scoffed, "Your little fire can't do crap to a rock-solid body like mine." But within seconds, his arrogance turned to sheer panic. Why was this fire so unbelievably intense? Ignoring the agonizing heat, he threw himself at what seemed to be an opening in Tanvu's defense. His muscular arm wrapped around Tanvu's neck, squeezing hard. Tanvu gasped in pain. "Ah!" Thaksun lifted him effortlessly by the throat, laughing mockingly. "Ha! This is what you get for being so cocky. You left yourself wide open." But Tanvu merely smirked. "Oh, I'm confident in my abilities, all right. But I'd never be dumb enough to leave a blind spot." This time, Thaksun froze in absolute shock. "You? What did you say? Could it be?" Before he could react, a clone of Tanvu materialized behind him, thrusting a spear straight through his back. "Burn!" On command, both bodies erupted into raging flames. "Furious!" Qin Yu yelled. "It's useless." Meanwhile, Dan summoned a cluster of mutated vines covered in sharp thorns. Xiaohei swiftly maneuvered through the gaps, successfully closing in to face Dan head-on. But he just sneered calmly, saying, "You fell right into my trap." With a red gleam in his eyes, Dan waved his hand to the side. A giant tree ant materialized behind Xiao Na, its arm like a sharp drill, aiming straight for her back. Caught off guard, she got stabbed from behind and screamed in agony. Ah! Just as Dan thought he had the upper hand, blood suddenly dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he muttered in utter confusion. "What's going on?" Xiao Na, who was just covered in blood from being stabbed, was now completely unharmed. Her real body had revived. Xiao Feng grabbed Dan and lifted him high in the air, yelling in anger, "You guys got me killed again! This is so frustrating." With that, he slammed Dan onto the ground. Dan lay sprawled on the floor, coughing weakly as dark blood poured from his chest. Shishan wasn't doing any better. Dropping to his knees in agony, he clutched his chest. Meanwhile, Quan Quan was beaten back into his original form, a three-headed hellhound. Through it all, Mingling just stood by quietly, not lifting a finger. An evolved entity raised its fist to attack him, but Mingling calmly lifted his hand, and the mutated creature's body instantly shattered into pieces. Enveloped in a glowing aura, Mingling stepped aside as the underworld king beast emerged, letting out a deafening roar. Shishan stood in front of Mingling, leaving them for their king to handle. Dan also coughed violently but managed to sneer. "Humph, you're all dead meat. Just wait to become food for our king." Breaking his silence, Mingling finally spoke coldly. "Leave them to me. Dan, Shishan, Quan Quan, the three of you can rest in peace now." They gasped in shock. Dan asked in disbelief, "King, what? What are you talking about?" Before he could even finish his sentence, the underworld king beast pounced on him, pinned to the ground by sharp claws. Shishan demanded in desperate betrayal, "Why, king? Why? When we've been so loyal to you?" "Well," showing them some final mercy, Mingling explained, From the very beginning, you guys were nothing but vessels for me to cultivate evolutionary energy. Now, it's finally harvest time. So, die in peace. There's no need to feel wronged. Ever since you gained consciousness, haven't you always dreamed of the day you could devour my power while I was weak? What? Did you really think I wouldn't find out? Watching this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but gasp. This guy is devouring his own allies. He's worse than a beast. Qin Yu also looked on in disgust. That's the immortal race for you. Even if they develop intellect, they have zero humanity. They will sacrifice anyone for their own gain. Full and satisfied, the underworld king beast roared. Watching this, Xiao He muttered under his breath, "This is bad. It actually evolved the golden bloodline. I thought I still had a 30% chance to take it down with me, but now, there is not even a single percent." His voice accidentally caught Qin Yu's attention. Confused, Qin Yu thought, how does this guy know about the golden bloodline? Besides, he said he had a 30% chance of taking the underworld king beast down with him. He's definitely not as simple as he seems. Xiao Feng, fearless as ever, growled and charged forward. "Take this." Qin Yu quickly tried to stop him. "Hey, don't go. That thing's physical strength is 100 times greater." But it was too late. Xiao Feng was violently sent flying by the underworld king beast. It crouched low to build momentum, then lunged its razor-sharp claws at Xiao He. Xiao Na screamed Xiao He's name in terror, while Qin Yu gasped. "So fast!" Xiao Mei stammered in absolute horror. This monster." Even Baldy was stunned. Just one strike, and it defeated two of the strongest among us. Unnoticed by anyone, Li Wei stood in the corner, letting out a sinister chuckle. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Li Wei's eyes snapped open as he burst into a creepy, maniacal laugh. Noticing his strange behavior, Lu Yun asked anxiously, "Commander Li, what's wrong with you?" Li Wei's loud laughter puzzled Zombie King Ming Ling, who demanded, "What are you laughing at?" He instantly replied, "I'm laughing at your stupidity." Annoyed by this utter contempt, the king snapped back, "You worthless insect, have you lost your mind?" Li Wei's bizarre behavior immediately caught Qin Yu's attention. Something's wrong with him. Right then, a dark, ominous energy began to radiate from Li Wei, as he began to mutter strange words. The immortal golden bloodline, the underworld king beast, and a battleship outside. Spending all these days here was actually worth it. Sensing this overwhelming power, the zombie king was forced to admit, "Whoever you are, I acknowledge your strength. For someone as strong as you, I can spare your life. Take your subordinates and leave this place right now, or else." Amused by his sheer arrogance, Li Wei scoffed, "Spare my life? Have you completely lost touch with reality? Right now, you should be the one kneeling and begging for your life." Unable to hold back his rage, Zombie King Ming Ling roared, "Underworld King Beast, kill him." Upon receiving the command, it immediately lunged forward, raising its massive claws at him. Sensing the extreme danger, Gao Xiao screamed in panic, "Commander Li, watch out!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the underworld king beast slammed its massive fist down right where Li Wei was standing. But to its frustration, he had easily dodged the terrifying blow just in time. Without a moment's hesitation, the underworld king beast swung its massive tail. But in the blink of an eye, Li Wei had already vanished and reappeared elsewhere. His sharp instincts and insane combat power baffled Qin Yu. How on earth did Commander Li suddenly get so strong? Standing beside him, Lin Feng muttered hesitantly, "I do not know either." Immediately, a suspicion crept into Qin Yu's mind. Something was definitely wrong with Li Wei. If he really had this kind of power, saving all the refugees of Shengjing City would have been a piece of cake. Yet, he chose to abandon them and run off with only his elite troops. And how is Li Wei this strong anyway? Is he even human? Just then, the Pluto beast lunged forward, claws outstretched to attack once more. It seemed Li Wei was done running. He just stood there, calmly holding up his hand. Lu Yun watched in absolute shock at the sight. He actually blocked a direct blow from the monster. Showing zero fear, Li Wei raised a single finger, mockingly taunting it. "I will give you a single chance. Show me your ultimate form, so you won't complain when you lose." Hearing this, the Nether Corpse King smirked, mocking his sheer arrogance. "As you wish." The Pluto beast unleashed its full power. The next second, it lunged forward with everything it had, letting out a deafening roar. After watching closely for a while, Cao Xiao finally noticed something. You are not Commander Li. Who are you? What did you do to the commander?" Hearing this accusation, the entity inside Li Wei's body sneered and slowly turned around. Who am I? You already saw me that night. As for your commander, he is, of course, gone. The entity's vague words made him grit his teeth and scream in fury. What do you mean by that night? Who the hell are you? Hiding no longer, Baksat proudly introduced herself. My name? You can call me Baksat. Her conversation with Cao Xiao quickly made the Pluto beast grow even more aggressive. Even the Corpse King could not stand this condescending attitude. Insignificant ant, you will pay dearly for your arrogance. Pluto beast, tear him to shreds. Receiving the order, it lunged forward like lightning. Before anyone could even react, the Pluto beast landed a heavy kick right on Baksat, sending a figure flying far into the distance. It turned out to be Li Wei's body, slammed hard against the wall by the impact. But before the beast could celebrate, his entire body began to contort and deform. Immediately after, Baksat crawled out from inside Li Wei's body. Her horrifying presence terrified everyone present. The moment the Nether Corpse King saw Baksat's true form, he understood everything. No wonder you are so strong. I was wondering how a mere human could evolve enough to stand on equal footing with the Pluto beast. Turns out you are not human at all, but a foreign race. Hearing this, she immediately denied it. Human? I am no such lowly creature. I am a great creator, a god of creation who has given birth to countless lives. Upon learning the truth, Cao Xiao was instantly consumed by rage. You bastard, I will kill you. Fortunately, Lin Feng stepped in just in time to hold back his reckless outburst. Calm down. While holding Cao Xiao back, he tried to explain. Don't act recklessly. Don't throw your life away in vain. Commander Li's death must be avenged, but not right now. Qin Yu also quickly stepped in front of them, saying, Don't be afraid. Even so, Xiao Yu remained calm, saying she was not afraid. A moment later, the Corpse King asked in confusion, If you are not human, do we even have a reason to fight each other? Baksat immediately replied as if it were obvious. Even if I were human, what reason would you have to fight me? But I want your Pluto beast and your ship. Hearing only this, he immediately assumed a combat stance. Fine, if that's the case, let's settle this. The Pluto beast quickly obeyed and charged to attack. Without a moment's hesitation, the Corpse King roared, Soul Guard! Then, it opened its mouth and let out a massive shriek, causing everyone around to clutch their heads in agonizing pain. While everyone was suffering, Baksat merely watched with absolute indifference. Instantly, she focused her mind, causing everything around to tremble. A massive wave of power erupted from Baksat's body, striking the Pluto beast head-on. Her terrifying power left the Nether Corpse King horrified. How? How is this possible? The Soul Guard failed. Your mental power is actually stronger than the Pluto beast's. Unsurprisingly, Baksat let out a cold snort in response. Ignorant fool. It just so happens that mental power is my specialty. I control dozens of insect swarms. Do you really think my mental power would be weaker than yours? After observing and gathering information for a long time, Qin Yu spoke up, questioning her. Are you? The Swarm Queen? Lin Feng, Cao Xiao, and Lu Yun also seemed shocked by this revelation. This entity was the target of our previous decapitation strike that we failed to complete. The Broodmother? His deduction earned her praise. Kid, you are quite knowledgeable. No wonder Li Wei thought so highly of you. However, I am only a clone, not the main body. In a flash, Qin Yu realized. I knew it. Good thing everyone listened to me. Otherwise that decapitation strike would have cost us our own heads. Without a hint of fear, he turned to ask her, How is Shengjing City doing now? Baksat replied slowly. Shengjing City has already been conquered by me. Don't worry, most of the residents there are still alive. They are prime seeds for evolution. Before long, Tianmeng will also become my territory. As soon as she finished speaking, the low growl of the Pluto beast caught her attention. Baksat raised her hand and cast her spell. Stop. Then, everything goes dead quiet, the noise fading away. Seeing this unfold right in front of him, the Corpse King panics, hesitantly demanding answers. What? What do you think you are doing? As if answering his question, the Hades beast lets out a deafening roar. It seems the Minling Corpse King senses something, and he can barely believe it. How could you override the link between me and the Hades beast? In the next second, the beast bows its head, completely submitting to Baxer. Its gaze turns hostile toward the Corpse King, leaving him utterly speechless. It turns out she has taken full control of the Hades beast. This might be the most promising vessel I have ever controlled. It immediately snarls and roars with fury, acknowledging Baeksur's command. The terrifying bloodlust of the Hades beast makes Shu Nuo stammer in fear. We are doomed, Minling Corpse King. Right after he speaks, the beast snaps its gaze directly toward them, making everyone shudder in sheer terror. Despite his own anxiety, Boss Sun quickly steps in front to shield the group, demanding, What do you want with us? Baeksur sneers smugly. Actually, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you pests, I would have left this place ages ago. I wouldn't have run into these fools, let alone seized the Shewu battleship and the Hades beast. She then turns her gaze to Xiao Yu and says, Your performance along the way has caught my eye, especially yours. It seems her uniqueness has made Baeksur incredibly thrilled. You are different from those inferior beings. You are like me, carrying a noble bloodline. This immediately puts Qin Yu on high alert. What does that mean? Did she realize Xiao Yu is an outworlder? In the next second, Baeksur opens her eyes wide, channeling a surge of energy that swirls around her. Seeing this, he instantly screams, Watch out! Suddenly, Ruhua, resting on Xiao Yu's head, becomes extremely agitated, catching her off guard. Ruhua, what is wrong with you? As it turns out, the Beetle King inside Ruhua is desperate to break free. Seeing it emerge, she can't help but offer some praise. To actually free my underlings from my control is quite impressive. In that case, pausing for 2 seconds, Baeksur suddenly lunges forward with a vicious shriek. All the more reason to wipe you all out. Fortunately, the Beetle King acts fast enough to block her devastating strike. Its impressive power catches Baeksur off guard, making her marvel. To think a mere Beetle King in your hands could evolve to become this strong. Fascinating, truly fascinating. I am starting to wonder just how much stronger I will get after I take you out. Right after her words fade, she swings her hand, sending the Beetle King flying, leaving Xiao Yu to scream out in panic. Her concern only earns Baeksur's contempt. You still have time to worry about that bug? Just die already? Suddenly, Qin Yu blazes in from behind, launching an unexpected attack. But Baeksur senses the threat and quickly dodges out of the way. Without wasting a single second, he yells, Xiao Yu, boost me with everything you've got. She acts instantly, shouting, Enhance. As soon as Xiao Yu buffs Qin Yu, his power explodes, and a massive aura of energy erupts around him. Analyzing his power, Baeksur can't help but comment on his talent. Kid, to think you could evolve to this level in such a short time, and you even possess more than one ability. If a survivor like you is left unchecked, you would definitely become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. You might even become a threat to me, but unfortunately, your luck has run out. Before she can finish her sentence, Qin Yu charges right at her with his spear. However, the spear only pierces the wall right next to Baeksur. Undeterred, he unleashes a flurry of attacks, seemingly trying to provoke her. Suddenly, Baeksur grabs Qin Yu by the face and in the blink of an eye, slams him violently to the ground. Just as Qin Yu planned, Baeksur's face darkens with pure rage. What on earth are you thinking? How could you be so delusional to think you actually stand a chance against me? In the next second, Qin Yu chuckles softly, looking like he has got exactly what he wanted. Out of nowhere, another figure of Qin Yu appears, thrusting his spear straight down at her. Yet, Baeksur remains completely unfazed and exposes his trick. An illusion? Seriously? Did you forget that mental power is my specialty? Did you honestly think I wouldn't feel even a shred of your bloodlust? In an instant, the Hades beast lunges forward and obliterates Qin Yu's clone. To vent her frustration, she stomps heavily on his chest, making Qin Yu groan in agony. Baeksur steps closer, raising her hand to finish him off. So, your other ability is creating clones, is that it? Unfazed by her confidence, Qin Yu calmly corrects her. It is not cloning, it is duplication. His correction only makes Baeksur laugh in amusement. And what is the difference? In a situation like this, even if you have 2 abilities, you cannot escape your fate of being crushed by me. Not letting her gloat for long, Qin Yu reaches up and places a hand on her shoulder, correcting her yet again. Wrong guess again. It is not 2 abilities, it is 3. A faint scent drifts into Baeksur's nose, causing her to freeze for a moment. Ugh. What? What did you do to me? Countless copies of Qin Yu appear before her eyes, and a wave of intense dizziness hits her. Baeksur grimaces. Hallucinogenic toxin. Don't forget. Summoning the Hades beast, she sneers. I still have another body here. The Hades beast roars with fury as it charges forward, merging with Baeksur. Controlling the giant beast, she commands it to stomp its massive foot hard onto the ground. He has to leap backward to narrowly escape the opponent's devastating strike. That was close. Ha. Qin Yu clicked his tongue in frustration, finding it in his way. After all, this Hades beast was just something created by an ability. Since it was just a creation of a special ability, he quickly formulated a plan and thrust his spear forward. Controlling the Hades beast's body, Baxar stomped down in a rage, pinning Qin Yu under her foot. "You slippery rat! How dare you try to strike my clone when my back was turned?" Xiao Yu charged forward with her blade, yelling, "Let him go!" Baxar growled, "Your brother's spear can't cause any real damage to me. That pathetic little blade of yours is nothing compared to his spear. Did you honestly think you could scratch me?" She lashed out with her razor-sharp claws, snapping Xiao Yu's blade right in half and sending her tumbling backward in shock. She laughed mockingly. "Don't be in such a rush, little girl. I'll devour your brother first, then I'll deal with you." But mid-sentence, Baxar suddenly froze. "What is going on? My control over it is slipping. Why?" Under the beast's foot, Qin Yu let out a smirk. "I guessed right. Your real body is over 100 kilometers away from Shengjing City, and controlling a beast this powerful requires every bit of your clone's enhanced ability. Now, I'm going to use a degenerative toxin to seal your clone's abilities. Once that's done, this Hades beast will easily break free from your control." Baxar stumbled back several paces, shaking her head as she desperately tried to reassert control. "Damn beast, how dare you resist me?" A faint, spectral figure materialized, letting out a mad laugh. "Haha, as long as this Hades beast breaks free from her control, I, Ming Ling, can finally resurrect." But whether it was Ming Ling or Baxar, Qin Yu had no intention of dragging this fight out. He swung his spear. "Both of you can go to hell." With that, he plunged his sharp spearhead straight into the head of the Hades beast, sending a fountain of green blood gushing out. The Hades beast roared in agony, and Ming Ling's newly formed body dissolved back into nothingness. "No, please, no." Those were the last words Ming Ling would ever speak. The Hades beast exploded, dissolving into a cloud of green smoke before vanishing completely. Qin Yu stood up from the battlefield, successfully absorbing Ming Ling's evolutionary energy. Meanwhile, Baxar's clone reverted to its original state. She hissed in rage, "Damn you, you little brat, how dare you pull a stunt like that on me?" But her clone was already completely drained of energy. Qin Yu effortlessly sliced her clone in two with a single strike. Miles away, a violent explosion rumbled, and Baxar's true body coughed up a mouthful of blood. She licked her lips, tasting the salty blood on her mouth, and muttered with venom in her voice, "Qin Yu, I will remember you." Her monstrous subordinate stood in a silent line below, too terrified to make a single move. Back on the airship, Qin Yu clutched his chest and dropped to one knee, coughing violently. Xiao Yu rushed over to him, shouting, "Brother Qin Yu." Qin Yu was more concerned about his sister. He coughed a few times and asked, "Are you hurt?" Looking at his wounds, Xiao Yu quickly reassured him, "I'm fine, brother. Compared to what you went through, these minor scratches of mine are nothing." Boss Joe stepped forward to express his gratitude. "Qin Yu, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, none of us would have made it out alive." As Xiao Yu helped him up, Qin Yu replied humbly, "We actually have Ming Ling to thank for that. If that guy hadn't been so greedy for the Hades beast's power and split more than half of his strength to control that beast, I wouldn't have stood a chance, no matter how lucky I got or what tricks I pulled." As they looked back at Baxar's grotesque corpse, a milky white energy core floated out. Xiao Yu gasped in fear. "Brother." As the energy core drifted closer, she pointed hesitantly. "Brother, look at that." Qin Yu caught the core in his hand and analyzed it. Baxar belongs to the Zerg, so this isn't an evolutionary energy source. No sooner had he said that than the energy core cracked open, releasing a white fluid that splattered all over his hand. Caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events, he could only stare in shock. A wave of disgust washed over his body. Qin Yu frantically shook his hand, trying to fling the substance off, yelling, "What on earth is this?" Horrified, Xiao Yu cried out, "Brother, get rid of it, quick!" Despite his frantic shaking, the slimy substance clung stubbornly to his hand. Xiao Yu's eyes went wide as she panicked. "Did you throw it off? Is it gone yet?" Unfortunately, Qin Yu's answer was a solid no. He stared at his hand, accepting his fate as the slime fully absorbed into his palm. Suddenly, a bizarre sensation surged through his entire body, freezing him in place for several seconds. "What is this? Why do I feel a massive surge of power flowing through me?" Terrified, Xiao Yu shook her brother's shoulders, crying out, "Brother, What's happening to you? Please don't die. Qin Yu gasped out with effort. Don't shake me like that. I'm not going to die. He quickly regained his composure to ease his sister's fears. But your spiritual power is way stronger than before. Xiao Wu gasped in awe. Thinking back to when Boxer controlled the Pluto beast, Qin Yu gently explained, spiritual power is a crucial attribute, the soul-devouring move he used to suppress the Pluto beast, he concluded. It all relied on mental strength. And now, all of his massive spiritual power belongs to me, Qin Yu pondered. As for my spiritual power in the past, I didn't have much experience. I wonder if there are other benefits. He walked over and picked up his spear. Then, he let out a soft gasp. Feeling the change in the spear in his hand, he was slightly taken aback. The Blood Flame spear was originally D grade, but now it has evolved straight to triple D grade. The guide system appeared as a hologram and said, "Congratulations, everyone. You have passed the test. You are now authorized to enter the Tavu warship." Behind them, Xiao Feng sat up, struggling with motion sickness. Still completely dazed, he mumbled groggily, "Ugh, where is that beast? Did we beat it?" Seeing Qin Yu standing there looking perfectly fine and totally badass, Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, frustrated at being outshone by Qin Yu again. Qin Yu just smirked and gestured, "Let's go." With that, he led the group inside the warship to investigate. Naturally, the guide system led the way, as she was the one who had the authority to grant them entry. As Qin Yu and his group walked in, they looked around in awe. Wow, this place is so eerie. You can tell just by looking that no good guy lives here. Leading the way, the system explained. Tavu Warship 2-133 has 3 levels in total, with each level covering over 2 to 1,000 square meters. Qin Yu asked, "What does ship 2-133 mean?" The system replied, "During the golden age of the Tavu race, they possessed immense power. There were no fewer than 2 to 1,000 A-grade Tavu warships just like this one. You are currently on ship number 2-133. As the massive warship hovered in the sky, voices echoed inside. This warship is capable of space travel and spatial lockdown. It is equipped with 3 main cannons and 12 secondary cannons." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned to the others and asked, "Are you guys still heading to Tianmeng?" Lin Feng let out a sigh and scratched his head in hesitation. "Well, we were originally supposed to escort Commander Li there to join them, but now, Commander Li is dead. They didn't even know when his body had been taken over." Ashamed, Lin Feng muttered, "How can we even show our faces there now?" Qin Yu comforted him gently. "I'm truly sorry about Commander Li's death, but the living must move forward. Why don't you guys build your own sanctuary and rule over this region? That way, your lives won't go to waste, right?" Suddenly, Boss Joe spoke up. "Mr. Qin." Boss Sun and Boss Joe exchanged a glance and said in unison, "If you're willing to be our leader, you can definitely guide us to build a powerful faction. However," inside the cabin, Qin Yu shook his head. "I'm not interested in being a leader, and honestly, I'm not cut out for it." With that, he looked at Lin Feng and suggested, "Lin Feng, you're much better suited to lead than I am." Lin Feng was taken aback. "Mr. Qin, are you really giving up this Tavu warship?" Qin Yu smiled calmly. "My ambitions lie elsewhere." He explained that this Tavu warship could serve as a powerful stronghold and a safe haven for everyone. "It doesn't do much for me, but it's crucial for you guys." With its support, looking at Lin Feng with sincere trust, he encouraged him. "You can definitely scale up the ambition you've always wanted to pursue." Hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily confused. "Wait, what did I want to do?" Qin Yu just chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it." He brushed it off. "I just think you're a much better fit for a leader than me. Do you have the confidence?" Being trusted by a powerhouse like Qin Yu, Lin Feng's face flushed slightly. Deeply touched, he declared. "I do," Qin Yu thought to himself with satisfaction. "With this, can we change his ultimate fate of dying in the dark forest?" Lin Feng pumped his fist, promising, "I will definitely build a formidable force and help even more people." Once they finished talking, the system chimed in. "This warship actually contains one last treasure, the ultimate weapon our Tavu race spent a decade researching. It took 10 long years of research, but unfortunately, it's still a semi-finished product. Follow me." Qin Yu was intrigued and raised his eyebrows. "An ultimate weapon? Tell me more." The system led the siblings into a sealed chamber. Inside was state-of-the-art technology that seemed completely out of place in this era. At the center of the room was a weapon containment shield with a floating saber inside. Qin Yu reached out, but could only touch the barrier. "What is this?" Xiao Wu scoffed. "You call this thing an ultimate weapon? It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. It's not even as good as my broken blade." But Qin Yu didn't seem to agree. He had sensed something unusual. Just as he tried to grasp the saber, arcs of lightning suddenly surged from it. Instantly, the electric shock sent Qin Yu flying back. Ah! With a loud crash, he slammed onto the ground in pain. Xiao Wu winced at the sight, her eyes swelling with tears. "Brother!" She rushed to his side. "Are you okay?" With sparks of electricity still crackling on his body, Qin Yu lay flat on the floor, though he was mostly fine. Only then did the guide system finally speak up in her usual, indifferent tone. "This weapon is no ordinary blade. If it doesn't recognize you, you can't become its master." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned to look at the system, thinking to himself, "Master?" Glancing back at the blade inside the protective barrier, he felt a bit surprised. This black blade turned out to be a soul weapon. Qin Yu stroked his chin, trying to recall what he knew about this type of weapon. Soul weapons were entities far more powerful than even S-tier weapons. Each one possessed immense power, capable of shaking the world. He could count on one hand the number of people he knew who could control a soul weapon. The system revealed that this blade was called the Royal Thunder Blade. She explained that this was the personal blade of Lord Mo-Chisha, a hero of our wicked shaman tribe. Later, she suffered defeat in a great war, and this blade was also damaged. Although we tried our best to repair it, its power is much weaker than before. She added with regret that the Royal Thunder Blade can now only be considered a semi-soul weapon. Qin Yu was impressed. Even if it was just a semi-soul weapon, it was still enough to overpower most S-tier swords and blades. She agreed. Of course. Looking at the Royal Thunder Blade inside the protective barrier, the system said, "If you can wield it, unlocking a power comparable to a true soul weapon is not out of the question." Qin Yu shrugged indifferently. "For now, it looks like it's not interested in us." Behind him, Xiaofeng was eager to give it a shot, shouting, "Step aside, let the great me try." He reached inside, trying to grab the Royal Thunder Blade. Despite being violently shocked by the electricity, he refused to let go, praying in his heart. "Heh, come to Papa." From the sidelines, Xiao Yu cheered him on. "Xiaofeng, you can do it. Come on." But obviously, the blade didn't like Xiaofeng one bit, releasing a discharge of electricity more violent than ever. Xiaofeng was blasted backward by the shock, cursing in his mind. "Damn it!" He landed flat on his butt with a heavy thud, groaning in agonizing pain as smoke billowed from his entire body. "I thought we were going to get some barbecue for a second there," Xiaofeng muttered in defeat. Man, seeing him look so completely out of it, he probably just took a trip to the underworld and back. With something this terrifying, even I wouldn't stand a chance. Lin Feng stepped up to try as well, only to get shocked so hard he started seeing stars. Lu Yun and Shu Nuo weren't accepted by the blade either. The moment they got close, the crackling lightning scared them away. What about Xiao Na? She didn't even try, just brushing it off with a dry laugh. "Haha, I don't really need this." Xiao Yu looked at it and casually remarked, "So many people tried, and it didn't choose a single one." Talk about arrogant. Qin Yu remembered that his little sister hadn't tried yet, so he encouraged her. "You're the only one left, Xiao Yu. Want to give it a shot?" She sighed and firmly refused. "No way," Xiao Yu pouted. "That lighter you used earlier hurt enough. This electricity is definitely going to hurt way worse." Qin Yu patted her head, reassuring her. "No matter what difficulties we face, we must never let fear hold us back." He pushed her forward and smiled. "Go on." Xiao Yu made a face and sighed heavily. "You just want to see me make a fool of myself." Xiao Yu stepped forward. Closing her eyes, she reached out toward the Royal Thunderblade, giving herself a little pep talk. The best way to overcome fear is to face it head on. Gripping the hilt tightly, she told herself that hanging in there was the only way to win. "You can do this, Xiao Yu." As her fingers locked around the Royal Thunderblade, she was shocked to realize she wasn't getting electrocuted like everyone else. She stood frozen in shock for a few seconds. Then, a wave of sheer joy washed over her, and she immediately bragged to Qin Yu. "Wait. Really? Haha, look, big brother." The blade in her hand began to vibrate violently, unleashing bursts of lightning. While she was still celebrating her brand new weapon, thinking, "Out with the old, in with the new," the wild, uncontrollable lightning swirling around her started to freak her out. Ah, what is happening? The system suddenly blurted out in disbelief. How is this even possible? By this point, Xiao Yu was floating into the air completely against her will, enveloped in crackling lightning. The system guide was completely dumbfounded. The core requirements for the Royal Thunderblade to accept a master are the death and lightning attributes. This evolved girl clearly has absolutely nothing to do with either of those powers. How is she triggering this mysterious bonding ritual? Xiao Yu cried out in embarrassment. Ah, this is just like what happened to you. It's way too dramatic. This is so embarrassing. A moment later, the bonding ritual finished, and she gently drifted back down to the ground, feeling much stronger and healthier than before. Checking her injuries, she gasped in amazement. My wounds are completely healed. I can't believe this lightning can actually cure injuries. Holding the blade, she turned to Qin Yu and said, Big brother, let me heal you. This sent a surge of panic through Qin Yu, making him take a few steps back. But the room was so small, there was nowhere to run. In the end, he had no choice but to brace himself and take the shock. After the shocking experience, smoke drifted from the top of Qin Yu's head, leaving him feeling as if his soul had wandered off and hadn't quite made it back to his body yet. A moment later, looking down at the wounds on his hands, he muttered in awe, Whoa, it actually worked. It feels like every cell in my body was completely re-energized by the current. Xiao Yu immediately got super excited and laughed. Haha, I should totally open an electrotherapy clinic. Call me the shock therapist. Haha. Watching his little sister admire the blade in her hands with pure excitement, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. From what he knew, using electricity to heal required an extremely high level of control. Xiao Yu had never possessed any lightning abilities, yet she had effortlessly pulled it off on her very first try. He told Xiao Yu that the Overlord Thunderblade also carries a deadly instant death attribute. Just a tiny scratch from it, and the lethal force will spread. Right after, he muttered to himself, this death attribute is basically like the lethal venom of the 5 poison beast. Without any life-protecting defense, once the poison kicks in, you are dead. As expected of a soul weapon, it really is overpowered. Xiao Feng slowly shuffled over to Xiao Yu, eagerly offering himself up. Hey, I am hurt too. Give me some healing. Wish granted. Xiao Yu did not hesitate, immediately pulling out the Overlord Thunderblade and shocking him until he was literally twitching. Xiao Feng desperately begged her to stop. I am cured. I am cured. Stop shocking me. But because his face was just begging to be hit, she did not stop. Instead, she laughed out loud, generously telling him it was a friendship discount and threw in 2 more treatment sessions for free. Qin Yu let his sister have her fun. He turned to the guide system, asking if there were any other rewards. She coldly assessed him. You sure are greedy. But there is one last treasure, which is also the most valuable. It is the research records compiled by our evil shaman clan, detailing years of gene modification experiments. After having her fill of fun with the Overlord Thunderblade, Xiao Yu snorted. And here I thought it was something good. The guide system snapped in irritation. You mere mortal, do you even know how to appreciate high quality? Do you have any idea how magnificent this technology is? Before she could ramble on, Qin Yu cut her off. Yeah, fine, just bring it out already. A little while later, at the small village where they had been temporarily staying, Li Shan noticed something strange. He quickly warned everyone to take a look. A massive spaceship was slowly flying toward them. He looked up at the sky in confusion. They are back. Is it our boss, or the undead race? Seeing the spaceship descend, the crowd cheered in excitement. Haha, awesome, we are saved. Standing on the deck and looking down, Xiao Feng marveled. Man, this thing is insanely fast. Standing next to him, Boss Zhou shared the good news with the crowd below. Do not worry, everyone, that mob has been taken care of, and starting today, we can finally get the hell out of this godforsaken place. Below, the crowd erupted in joy. Oh, thank goodness, this is amazing. Elsewhere, in a sun-drenched village, Lu Shui gazed up at the sky, her face filled with worry. I wonder how they are doing. Are they even still alive? Suddenly, Li Xiao spotted a spatial crack. He yelled, Watch out, everyone, a dimensional rift is opening up. The rift gradually expanded into a massive vortex, pitch black like a cosmic black hole. Ma Song stood frozen in shock. What on earth is that? Out of the spatial vortex emerged a colossal spaceship, rumbling as it touched down on the open ground inside the village. Lu Wen cautiously dragged Li Xiao behind a wall to hide, whispering, Shh, keep it down and hide. Whatever is on that thing is definitely not something we can handle. He poked his head out to scan the area and was shocked to see it was Qin Yu. As the siblings stepped off the ship, someone eagerly called out to them, "Qin Yu, Xiao Yu." Qin Yu looked up to see who it was. Seeing it was Lu Shui, Xiao Yu stepped forward with a smile. "Oh, you are all still here? That is great. I am so glad everyone is safe." Lu Shui was thrilled for them. "Thank goodness, you are finally back." Xiao Yu took a deep breath, soaking in the air of their familiar world. Even if it is the apocalypse, it is still way better than that other side. It is so good to be home. That evening, the siblings returned to their house. Qin Yu took out their spoils of war to do their usual routine of copy and enhance. Xiao Yu followed his instructions but soon noticed something was off. "Brother, my enhancement is not working again." Qin Yu crossed his arms, deep in thought. "My replication did not work either. Maybe it is because this thing is just too powerful. This is the evolutionary energy of the golden bloodline." And so, Xiao Yu offered the evolutionary energy to her brother. "Then you should use it. I already got that awesome weapon earlier, and besides, you need these things way more than I do." Qin Yu did not refuse. "All right then." With that, he took the golden bloodline evolutionary energy and swallowed it. Instantly, a terrifying wave of power surged through his body, causing such excruciating pain that he could not help but scream. "Ah!" Xiao Yu asked in deep concern. "Are you okay?" Qin Yu bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Once the post-enhancement pain finally subsided, he stood straight and wiped the sweat pouring down his face. "My physical attributes went straight from 41 times up to 46 times. This is absolutely extraordinary. On top of that," he boasted, "plus, I now possess the power of the golden blood." Qin Yu felt the brand new power surging through his veins. The golden blood energy could boost his physical strength 5 times, and not only that, his entire being felt completely different. With that, he decided to test it out by channeling the golden blood into his fingertip, trying to concentrate all its power into a single point. He picked up a moderately thick iron plate from somewhere and focused the golden blood's energy onto it. With a flick of his finger, sharp and fast like a bullet leaving a gun barrel, both the iron plate and the distant window shattered. The hole left in the iron plate was remarkably clean and precise. Qin Yu remarked with satisfaction, "To punch through a thick iron plate like this with just a simple flick. The power of this golden blood is no joke." Xiao Yu walked over to ask, "Feel it out some more. Is there anything else that got boosted?" Doing as his sister suggested, Qin Yu checked his status, conjuring a few purple flames. He then noted that his affinity with his abilities had also grown significantly stronger. With enough practice, mastering the ultimate secret techniques is not out of the question. The next day, Lin Feng asked hesitantly, "Mr. Qin, are you guys really leaving this place?" Qin Yu replied, "We have to. We still have another mission to fulfill." He looked at Dao Yi and advised, "Brother Dao, there are as many powerhouses here as clouds, and with the evil shaman warship protecting the area, you'll be much safer staying here." Dao Yi also knew that tagging along would only hold them back. He agreed to stay behind and bowed respectfully. "Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, please take care." Lin Feng then turned to ask Xiao Feng and Xiao Na for their input. "Mr. D, Miss Bai, what are your plans?" Xiao Na made up her mind pretty quickly, deciding to stay for a few days before moving on. Xiao Feng relied heavily on Xiao Na. He asked her affectionately, "Sister Na, where are we going?" Xiao Na wasn't thrilled about the idea of traveling together. She kept it short and sweet. "You go east, I'll go west." Seeing that everyone had their own plans and choices, Lin Feng didn't press them further. "If that's how it is, I won't force you guys. If you ever change your minds, you'll always be welcome here." After parting ways, the sibling duo of Qin Yu and Xiao Yu set off for Tianmeng City. The place was completely desolate, with zombies wandering the streets, their bone-chilling screeches echoing around every corner. Ah, right. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu walked right in like they owned the place, barely paying any attention to the undead. Spotting prey trespassing into their territory, the zombies instantly lunged. Qin Yu stood back while Xiao Yu drew her lightning sword, saying, "Perfect. Let me test this out on you guys." With a few clean slashes, like cutting through soft fruit, these low-tier zombies were instantly zapped into ashes. Satisfied with her performance, Xiao Yu casually harvested their evolutionary energy. "Sweet, more loot. Same old rule, copy and enhance," she grumbled as she consumed the spoils to power up. "You've been feeding me these the whole way. Must be more than 10 crystals already, but they're still nothing compared to that golden one you ate." Qin Yu didn't argue and instead urged her, "We're almost there. Let's pick up the pace so we can reach Tianmeng before dark." He looked around and mused. "It's been a while since I've seen any zombies. Tianming City must have built a disciplined army that keeps a regular patrol. Pointing to an abandoned storefront, he said, "Let's camp here tonight and head into the city tomorrow morning." Their chosen shelter was an abandoned supermarket. Xiao Yu went inside to set up food and drinks for them before whispering, "Bro, there are people upstairs." Qin Yu had already sensed them. He confirmed, "Yeah, 3 men, 3 women, and a kid. Don't worry. Their energy signatures are weak. They're no threat to us. Just rest easy." Honestly, Xiao Yu didn't really care. Right now, she just wanted to dig in while the food was hot. Let's eat. Let's eat. While eating, she spotted a figure approaching them. It was a little girl with vibrant green hair, though her face was gaunt from hunger. Feeling sorry for her, Xiao Yu looked to Qin Yu for permission. She looks so pitiful. "Can I give her some chocolate?" He nodded. "Sure." She walked over and held out a chocolate bar. "Are you hungry? Here, take this." The little girl devoured it frantically, as if terrified someone would snatch it away. "Whoa, slow down, slow down. No one is going to take it from you." By accident, she bit Xiao Yu's hand, making her wince. "Ah, seriously? Did she just bite my hand?" The little girl instantly panicked. "Sorry." Right then, someone bellowed, "Hey, you two!" Behind her stood a group of thugs armed with knives. The leader ordered, "Hand over your food to us." The group demanded, "Hand it over." Xiao Yu wasn't the least bit intimidated. "We don't have any. And even if we did, we wouldn't give you any. If you want to eat, go find your own." The leader shouted, "Cut the crap. You guys don't look like you're starving. You definitely have food on you, so cough it up." A gaunt-faced lackey chimed in menacingly, "If you don't hand it over, we'll turn you two into our next meal. You look so clean and plump, you must taste delicious." Against absolute power, threats meant absolutely nothing. Qin Yu raised his hand, purple flames crackling around it, and glared at them as he spat out a single word. "Scram." The group trembled in fear, and one woman gasped, "Huh, he's one of the blessed." Seeing them hesitate, Qin Yu threatened, "If you don't get lost right now, I'll burn you all to ashes." Since they were just ordinary humans, they immediately scrambled to escape. "We're sorry, we're leaving right now. Please spare us, sir." Once they were gone, Qin Yu finally checked on Xiao Yu's hand. "Are you all right? Is your finger okay?" She replied, "Yeah, it's already healed." He immediately instructed her, "Pack up, let's move. We need to reach Tianmeng before nightfall." Just as they were about to head out, he suddenly sensed people outside, followed by the loud roar of approaching motorcycle engines. Qin Yu signaled his sister to prepare for a fight. Xiao Yu nodded. "Got it." Outside, a military vehicle pulled up. A soldier reported, "Captain Liu, there are 7 people here. They must be survivors." The captain ordered, "Move in quickly and bring them back." Several armed soldiers approached the building, with one reporting that they had entered and were searching the area. Right at that moment, the sibling duo stepped out. Spotting them, a soldier barked, "Survivors spotted. Don't move. Freeze and put your hands up." Not wanting to complicate things, Qin Yu raised his hands and said, "We're not zombies, we're human." Seeing this, the soldier quickly turned to stop his squad mates. "Don't shoot. They're survivors." Captain Liu arrived and greeted them politely. "Hello there. We are the search team from the 3rd Squad of the 9th Central City Division. We'll take you two to the city center. You're safe now." After saying that, he asked, "There should be about 5 people inside." Xiao Yu replied, "Wait. What do you mean there are only about 5 people left inside? There are 7 people in there. When you go in, you'd better be careful. They're all half-starved and out of their minds. They even tried to attack us last night." Realizing there was a discrepancy, the captain turned to question his subordinate. "Xiao Zhang, didn't you say there were 7 people in there?" The soldier didn't know how to explain it. He just scratched his head in embarrassment and made an excuse. "My power must have glitched or something." After rescuing the survivors, the truck brought everyone to the city. The city walls were incredibly thick and towering. Inside the truck, someone announced, "We've arrived." Stepping out, Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel at the massive structure. "Wow, it's so magnificent. With a wall like this, we wouldn't have to fear even a massive horde of zombies." Captain Liu beamed with pride. "This wall is 3.4 meters thick and made of solid steel. Even artillery fire won't leave a scratch. It's all thanks to the brilliant leadership of Commander Li." Xiao Yu quietly felt her surroundings and whispered to Qin Yu, "Brother, I can feel it. There seems to be something inside calling out to us." He recalled the old woman's warning about traveling south to reach ultimate evolution, and her final words, "And one more thing, leave quickly. Danger is coming." He couldn't help but think, It seems that old woman was right. Meanwhile, Captain Liu prioritized their health and safety above all else. This was also the first step before entering the city. He instructed, "Go on in. Someone inside will get you two sorted out." A soldier standing outside stepped forward to guide them. "Please step this way for the safety screening." The thug who dared to rob Qin Yu and his sister yesterday was now cowering in fear. "Officer, I wasn't touched by any of those things. I'm definitely not infected, so I don't need to be checked," the soldier explained. "Bites aren't the only way you get infected. The virus is airborne too. If your immune system is weak, you can catch it just by breathing. Now line up. We're checking everyone one by one," Xiao Yu whispered nervously. "Brother. My blood." He gave her a quick look to hush, telling her not to worry. A pink-haired nurse drew blood as required for the screening. Suddenly noticing a faint golden shimmer in Qin Yu's blood, she blinked and stared closer. "Huh? Is that just an illusion? Why did his blood look golden just now?" Once the test results came back, she immediately announced them. "Qin Yu has cleared screening, no infection. Next, Qin Xiao Yu." Seeing how anxious Xiao Yu was, the nurse gently reassured her. "Don't be scared, sweetie. It's just a quick blood draw. It won't hurt." But then, Nurse Li Ya gasped in shock at the results on the screen. "She's infected." Qin Xiao Yu tested positive. Hearing the diagnosis, Xiao Yu clutched her chest in panic. "Stop lying. I'm not infected." Qin Yu stepped in front of Xiao Yu to shield her. He protested, "You guys made a mistake. There is no way my sister is infected." Two soldiers quickly closed in, raising their rifles to keep the siblings under control. "Infected individuals must not resist. Don't force us to open fire." But Qin Yu refused to believe the results. He demanded in frustration, "Please test her again. There has to be a mistake." Suddenly, Xiaoling spoke up in a hurry. "Wait, there's been a mistake. She isn't infected with the zombie virus." Immediately, a soldier angrily snapped at her. "How could there be a mistake? If they had resisted and we opened fire, could you have taken responsibility for that?" Xiaoling twirled her hair self-consciously, replying in embarrassment, "I'm sorry, it was our oversight. But she really is infected. Except it's not the zombie virus, but the blue-purple virus." Qin Yu gasped in shock. "What?" Xiao Yu had no idea what that was either. She asked, "What is the blue-purple virus?" Xiaoling explained seriously, "In this apocalypse, plants and animals aren't the only things mutating microorganisms do too. The zombie virus and the blue-purple virus are both mutated, evolved pathogens." She lowered her head and added hesitantly, "Patients with the blue-purple virus will slowly lose their strength, and their skin and blood will turn blue. Eventually, they will die of exhaustion due to tracheal liquefaction. There is no cure for this virus yet, but the infection rate is extremely low. Usually, only children with very weak immune systems contract it." Qin Yu suddenly spun around. Standing in front of him was Xu An, a skinny little girl with blue hair who looked completely exhausted. Behind Xu An stood a cold-faced man, making it hard to tell if he meant well or had bad intentions. A red light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he dashed toward them. Seeing this, the soldier panicked. "He's an evolved!" Qin Yu quickly grabbed Xuan and lifted her off her feet, causing the child to scream in terror. The soldier rushed to stop him. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Tianmeng has laws. Let her go." He carried the girl over to the nurse, demanding she be tested to see if she had the blue-purple disease. The nurse raised her syringe and agreed right away. A little while later, she came back with the test results. She confirmed that the girl also had the blue-purple virus. What's worse, it was highly advanced, and she probably wouldn't survive more than 5 days. Xuan's face went pale with terror. "No, you're lying. I'm not going to die. I don't want to die." Tears welled up in Xiao Yu's eyes. She sobbed. "It must have happened when I was feeding her. She bit my hand, that's how it spread." Losing his composure, Qin Yu rushed over and grabbed the nurse by her shoulders. "Is there really no cure for this disease? You must have realized we are evolved. Just save her, and I will do whatever Tianmeng needs me to do." The nurse consoled him sadly. "I'm sorry, but we just can't. I can't cure this. There's really nothing I can do. Not long ago, even a general's son died from this exact disease. We tried our absolute best, but we still couldn't save him." Xiao Yu hung her head, her eyes filled with sorrow as she spoke through her pain. "Brother, it's all my fault. If I hadn't fed it, it wouldn't have gotten infected." Qin Yu gently patted her head to comfort her. "It's okay. How could I ever blame you? Don't worry. We'll find a way." The soldier then gently advised the two siblings, "Please come with us. Given her condition, she can receive special medical care. Qin Yu replied, "No need. I'll take care of her myself." Hearing this, the soldier was quite surprised. He instructed, "All right, but you must make sure to come in for a checkup every 3 days. We need to monitor her condition. Once it reaches a critical stage, you must cooperate with us for quarantine. Now, let's head outside. There will be someone at the entrance to assign your duties." After that, they left, while the screening process continued amidst the noisy crowd. Nearby, a female nurse read out the results. "This person has been infected with the zombie virus. Please follow us to the quarantine zone for observation." The patient shrieked in terror. "That's impossible. I'm not infected." The soldier quickly raised his rifle to control the troublemakers. "Cooperate with us. If you resist any further, we will open fire." The sun hung high, casting its scorching heat across the base. Lieutenant Gong stood by, supervising the newly joined evolvers. They were working diligently when suddenly, one of his subordinates approached to report, "Lieutenant Gong, these are the new evolvers, who were screened recently. A few of them have unique circumstances." Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were blended in with the crowd of evolvers. As they looked around in confusion, Lieutenant Gong's sharp gaze locked right onto the two of them. He stepped forward to greet them. "May I ask your names? Judging by your appearance and accent, you aren't locals, are you?" Qin Yu quickly introduced them. "I'm Qin Yu, and this is my sister, Qin Xiao Yu. We're from Shengjing City." Hearing Shengjing City, Lieutenant Gong eagerly inquired, "You came from Shengjing City? How's the situation over there?" Qin Yu shook his head and replied, "We left early, so I don't know the details, but things didn't look good." Afterward, Lieutenant Gong stood solemnly before the crowd of evolvers and laid out two options. "All right, listen up, everyone. We are facing unprecedented times of hardship. Each of you must prove your worth if you want a chance to survive. You're all young and strong, and there are two paths ahead of you. One is to stay in the base and do manual labor. It's grueling, but safe. The second is to join the military. Though it's dangerous, you will have access to resources and a status far above others." As soon as Lieutenant Gong finished speaking, one of the evolvers raised his hand without hesitation, choosing the second option. "I want to join the military. I want to slaughter those monsters and avenge my family." Lieutenant Gong praised him and asked, "Great. Anyone else want to join him? Count me in too." Another person quickly chimed in, "I want to join the military as well." At that moment, Lieutenant Gong gestured toward Qin Yu, inviting him. "Qin Yu, aren't you going to make a move? You managed to survive all the way from Shengjing City to here without getting killed by zombies. You're clearly a battle-hardened survivor. Don't tell me you have no desire to become a soldier?" Qin Yu calmly replied, "I'm not interested." Irritated, Lieutenant Gong pressed on, "If you don't join the military, are you really content with doing hard labor around the base?" Qin Yu crossed his arms, completely ignoring Lieutenant Gong's attitude, and casually replied, "I don't have time for that either." Lieutenant Gong warned him in a stern voice, "Qin Yu, you need to face reality. If you want to survive here, you have to contribute. Tianmeng won't feed freeloaders for no reason, even if you're an evolver." Qin Yu pulled out 2 evolution crystals from his pocket and said coldly, "We obviously won't be eating for free. Are 2 evolution crystals enough to get my sister and me registered to live here?" Looking at the items in Qin Yu's hand, Lieutenant Gong was shocked. Evolution crystals? His expression shifted as he continued his attempt to win him over. "Qin Yu, I know you're worried about your sister's illness, right? If you join the military, we might find a cure for her down the line." Qin Yu replied with utter disdain, "Didn't some big shot's son in your base catch this exact same disease? And he wasn't cured. Why should I believe you can cure my sister?" Lieutenant Gong quickly tried to damage control, throwing out more tempting offers. "You don't understand. Tianmeng's scientific capabilities are advancing at an unprecedented pace. We've even developed the lone drug, which can multiply a person's physical strength several times over, especially muscle mass. Your sister's illness might be curable in the near future." Qin Yu pursed his lips in thought, realizing the drug he mentioned was definitely no ordinary substance. But a genetic drug? For Tianmeng to manufacture genetic drugs, there's only one possibility: they must have a dimensional ruin in their hands. If I can get into that dimension, Xiao Yu's illness might actually be cured. After a brief silence, Qin Yu finally agreed to join. "In that case, my sister and I will join you." Lieutenant Gong replied in delight, "Great. Everyone who joined the military, follow me." With that, they climbed into the vehicle and drove off. Arriving at the barracks, the streets were desolate, a far cry from the bustling noise they once had. Inside the car, Lieutenant Gong sat in the passenger seat with his arms crossed, probing for answers. Most of human civilization and order had already been restored inside the Tianmeng base, so although life was tough, their basic needs were well taken care of. So, what do you say? Qin Yu did not answer but instead threw back a question. Is the current leader of Tianmeng Commander Li Hongming? Lieutenant Gong gave a brief explanation. There are 3 supreme commanders in Tianmeng: Commander Li Hongming, Commander Kong Dingguo, and especially Commander Zhao Xingrui. Qin Yu was taken aback. 3 leaders? Xiao Yu sat in the back, listening quietly. Lieutenant Gong continued. All 3 leaders are highly elite, and they started rallying survivors to build an army right at the beginning of the outbreak. After the massive wave of zombies and mutated beasts appeared, the 3 leaders wisely joined forces to run the Tianmeng military together. But Commander Li's influence is slightly stronger than the other 2 leaders, so sooner or later, Commander Li will end up running this place all by himself. As he spoke, Lieutenant Gong glanced back to observe Qin Yu, offering, to be frank, I am one of Commander Li's men, join us, and I guarantee you a bright future. Qin Yu crossed his arms, looking thoughtful. Let me think about it. Lieutenant Gong did not say another word, silently waiting for Qin Yu's decision. Soon they arrived at their destination, and Lieutenant Gong guided them. That is the enlistment office over there. Once you pass the test, you can join the military. Everyone walked in one by one, and it was finally their turn. The 2 of them walked up to Qin Yu, and Qin Yu said, I want to sign up for the military. She gasped in surprise. Oh. Then she introduced herself. My desk is for registration of the evolved. Please follow me. As long as you can prove you are an evolved, you will qualify to join the military. She then led the 2 of them into the testing area. The people inside looked at them with curiosity, and someone welcomed them warmly. Finally, some new faces are joining. But some looked at them with disdain, saying, don't hold your breath. Who knows? They might just be fools sneaking in here for the perks. After that, Qin Yu began the power test. Let's begin. First is the physical test. Punch this machine, and it will show your punching power. Anything over 200 kilograms is a pass. Qin Yu punched the machine with all his might. Seeing the result, Qin Yu was completely shocked. 1,000 kilograms just from a punch? Are you a level 2 evolved? Qin Yu rubbed his head humbly. No, my ability just happens to be fist reinforcement, which boosts my punching power. Qin Yu praised. Not bad. A normal person's punching power is only around 50 kilograms, so it looks like your physical strength is 10 times that. Very good. Next. Right after Qin Yu spoke, a hat somehow appeared, spinning on Xiao Yu's finger. She played with it playfully and said with a confident look, As for me, my ability is speed. Seeing the hat in Xiao Yu's hand, a man nearby reached for his head, searching. My hat! Qin Yu squinted her eyes with a smile and said happily, Awesome. The 2 of you have proven your identity as evolved. Welcome aboard. Brother Shou sat on a chair, crossing his arms and laughing. Haha, not bad at all. After that, Qin Yu led the 2 siblings to meet their superior. She gave a formal salute. Lieutenant Zhou. These 2 are the evolved soldiers who just joined. Please take them to the barracks to report. Lieutenant Zhou replied. All right, let me arrange it. He introduced himself. Hello to the both of you. My name is Zhou Gong. From now on, you both will be members of the evolved barracks. You will undergo training for a period of time, and if you perform exceptionally well, you will receive a direct military commission. Qin Yu remained silent. Xiao Yu muttered with a sigh, We still have to train? Lieutenant Zhou then briefly introduced the training regimen. The curriculum includes physical conditioning, combat tactics, scouting techniques, wilderness, survival, and weapon mastery. But don't worry, for evolved people like you 2, this will be a piece of cake. He then added, Let's get the paperwork done first, then you can head to your dormitory. The barracks specifically arranged clean, neat, warm, and comfortable dormitories. Although it doesn't compare to how things were before the apocalypse, it is still way better than the ruins outside. Oh, one more thing. The people in your squad come from all walks of life before they evolved, so you must tread carefully and avoid causing any trouble. Qin Yu quickly made his way to his assigned dorm room and swung the door wide open. Everyone inside was startled and turned their heads. He lay scoffed in annoyance. Huh? A new recruit already? He quickly pointed at a bald guy who was sitting smugly on a chair, grinning arrogantly to intimidate them. Hey, I'm talking to you, rookie. Why don't you get over here and greet Brother Shou? Qin Yu ignored him completely, pointing at the empty bed to confirm. Is that empty bunk mine? He lay instantly lost his temper and barked, Kid, do you know the rules here? I told you to get over here and greet Brother Shou. He immediately grabbed Qin Yu by the shoulder, gritting his teeth as he sneered. You arrogant brat, how dare you ignore us when we are talking to you? You think the evolved barracks is just like the outside world? Around here, any random guy can. Anyone is fair game for a beating. Qin Yu's eyes turned sharp and cold, his face taking on a dangerous edge. He growled, let go. Furious, He Lei raised his fist, about to strike Qin Yu. You think you're tough? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on how to behave. Qin Yu swiftly grabbed He Lei's hand, blocking his punch. Stunned, he gasped, You. Qin Yu twisted He Lei's arm, making him lose his balance and tumble backward. Ow, 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 it hurts. Let go, let go. Brother Shou's face darkened with rage as he barked, Stop it. Qin Yu let go. Shaking in pain, He Lei blew on his hand and whimpered. Ah, it hurts so bad. Standing behind, He Lei yelled. Brother Shou, teach him a lesson. Lei Dai chimed in. Yeah, show him who's boss around here. Brother Lei stepped up to Qin Yu, threatening, You might have some skills, but you'd better keep a low profile in front of me. Furious, he quickly channeled his spiritual energy, cracking his knuckles, ready to beat the person in front of him to death. Or maybe I'll just cripple you. Qin Yu looked at the spiritual energy swirling around him and remarked in surprise, Oh, a creation type ability. Brother Shou pointed at the ground, looking down at Qin Yu with utter contempt. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Get on your knees. Call me Brother Shou and say you're sorry, and I'll let you off. Otherwise, I'll beat you so hard, you won't even be able to beg for mercy. Qin Yu's gaze grew ice cold as he growled, I'm in a bad mood, so don't push it. Stop causing trouble for me. Enraged, Brother Shou threw a punch and lunged at Qin Yu. But before he could even touch him, Qin Yu kicked him so hard he flew and slammed into the wall. Then he slid down the wall, completely lifeless, only managing to let out a weak groan. Lei Dai's face went pale. Did you see that? One move was all it took to finish Brother Shou. Isn't He Lei terrified? The next morning, Qin Yu woke up, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. Looking in the mirror as he adjusted his clothes, he muttered in admiration. The material is top tier. Highly elastic. No restrictions on movement. Perfect for high-intensity combat. A major city's military really is on another level. Qin Yu stood waiting for Xiao Yu in the dorm hallway. A moment later, Xiao Yu stepped out of her room. She stared at Qin Yu from head to toe, completely mesmerized, and complimented him shyly. You look so handsome in that military uniform. Qin Yu cleared his throat in embarrassment. Let's go get some food first. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. Yeah, let's go. The two siblings quickly made their way to the dining hall. Stuffing a piece of meat into her mouth, Xiao Yu praised enthusiastically. Wow, the chef here is incredible. To make mutant meat taste this good is amazing. Just then, Sun Yan approached them from behind. Xiao Yu scowled. Ugh, not them again. Qin Yu glanced over and asked in surprise. Oh, you know them? Xiao Yu replied. They're my roommates, and they're so annoying. The one in front is Sun Yan. She's the worst of them all. Sun Yan and her roommates walked over, fake smiling as they greeted her. Oh, what a coincidence. Qin Xiao Yu, having breakfast? Mind if we join you? Not letting them have their way, Xiao Yu replied with a smirk. You guys go ahead, we're almost done here. Sun Yan pressed on. Xiao Yu, let me tell you some good news. Young Master Kong asked me to invite you to join him on the 3rd floor. Only someone with status like Young Master Kong can enjoy the food up there. Xiao Yu frowned, thoroughly annoyed and uninterested. Sun Yan turned to leave, but couldn't help throwing a parting warning over her shoulder. Don't say I didn't warn you. In Tianmeng, barely anyone dares to reject Young Master Kong. Don't regret this later. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Huangfeng raised his glass for a toast. Come, Young Master Kong, let me propose a toast to you. Having a brilliant young talent like you in Tianmeng is truly an honor. Smugly clinking his glass, Rufeng replied, You're being too polite, old Huang. You're all like brothers to my father, and as my elders, I respect you all. Cheers. Suddenly, a sweet, whining voice called out, Young Master Kong. Rufeng glanced toward the door. Sun Yan threw herself into his arms, and his eyes filled with lust as he looked at her. My sweet girl, what brings you to me? Sun Yan explained what happened downstairs, and Rufeng listened intently. With a sleazy grin, Rufeng said, Forget it, she's just a woman. If she doesn't want to show up, it's her loss. With my status, Do you really think I'm short of women? Licking his lips, he gave Sun Yan a playful slap on the butt. Besides, don't I still have you? Sun Yan pouted. Young Master Kong, I'm not downplaying myself, but that girl is drop-dead gorgeous. Most importantly, she's so pure. She's completely untouched by the harshness of this apocalyptic world. Trust me, you won't find anyone else like her in all of Tianming. Ru Feng knew exactly what she wanted. Don't worry, once I succeed, I won't back out on the reward I promised you. Delighted, Sun Yan chirped. Everyone, I'm off to introduce myself to that girl. I won't be staying. Huang Feng buttered him up. Go get her, young Master Kong. You'll definitely bring the beauty back. Another guy chimed in. When that happens, let us catch a glimpse of her too. That way, tagging along with you won't be in vain. Ru Feng, Huang Feng, and Sun Yan then left the room. Watching them walk away, Su Yuan sneered in disgust. Kong Rufeng is such an idiot. His head is filled with nothing but women. He doesn't have a single shred of actual talent. A bald guy added, well, he has a good father. Let's just mind our own business. Suddenly, Su Yuan stood up. Come on, let's go watch the show. Downstairs, Qin Yu and his sister were still eating. Qin Yu put some food onto her plate. From Xiao Wu, she yelled in frustration, Brother, I'm not a kid anymore. You don't have to keep putting food on my plate. Sun Yan led Ru Feng over to the siblings' table. She fake asked Qin Xiao Wu, didn't you say you were almost done eating? Why aren't you finished yet? Qin Yu snapped back. Why do you care if I'm done or not? What the hell does it have to do with you anyway? Ru Feng pushed Sun Yan aside and grinned sleazily, saying, this girl is pretty cute, huh? I'm Kong Ru Feng. I'm sure you've heard of me. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and snapped, never heard of you. We're trying to eat here. Can you guys please stop bothering us? Ru Feng burst out laughing. Haha, are you a newcomer? Otherwise, how could you not know me? That's fine. Let me introduce myself. Kong Ru Feng, son of Commander Kong Ding Guo, one of the 3 grand leaders of Tianmeng City. In this Tianmeng City, my word carries a lot of weight. Sun Yan chimed in with fake concern. Qin Xiao Wu, young Master Kong is a big shot in Tianmeng City. If you follow him, you'll have everything you could ever want. If you don't, you're going to suffer later. Be smart about this. Ru Feng glanced at Qin Yu's food tray, then pointed up to the 3rd floor, trying to coax Xiao Wu. The food down here is terrible, and there isn't even any wine. Why don't you come up to the 3rd floor with me so we can have a real chat? Xiao Wu sighed in annoyance. Look, young Master Kong, I'm not interested. Can you please just go away? Stop ruining our meal. As Ru Feng fumed, speechless with rage, Huang Feng quickly kissed up to him and yelled, Hey brat, it's an honor that young Master Kong is inviting you. Do you really think you're some kind of VIP? Don't do this the hard way when we're offering you the easy way. Xiao Wu crossed her arms and replied flatly, Sorry, but I don't care about the easy way or the hard way. I don't drink anyway. Watching this play out from a distance, Su Yuan cursed and got ready to step in. That Huang Feng is absolutely shameless. He's ranked near the top of the Tianmeng top 100. Yet he's here bullying a girl. Right then, his bald friend grabbed his arm and whispered a warning, Su Yuan, don't look for trouble. You're about to become a reserve Grand War God. Don't mess things up at such a critical moment. If you cross Kong Ru Feng, he won't let it go. Don't ruin your own future over some strangers. Besides, her own brother hasn't even said a word yet. Why are you sticking your nose in their business? Su Yuan glared at Qin Yu and thought angrily, that guy is her brother. How can he just sit there and say nothing while his little sister gets bullied? Just then, Sun Yan leaned in close to Xiao Wu and warned, Qin Xiao Wu, don't think that just because you're pretty, men are going to worship you. In this apocalypse, nobody actually cares about protecting pretty girls. If you piss off young Master Kong, you won't even get to die in peace. At this point, Qin Yu couldn't hold back anymore and sneered, Were you a pimp in your past life? Every word out of your mouth sounds like you're still on the job. Stop acting so high and mighty here. Get lost. Sun Yan's face flushed with pure rage. Her eyes widened, and she shrieked, What did you just say? Qin Yu slapped Sun Yan hard across the face. Stunned and in pain, tears welled up in her eyes as she pointed a shaking finger at Qin Yu. Are you even a man? How could you hit a woman? Inside the room, a faint glow cast by the chandelier dimly lit the space, when suddenly, Kong Ru Feng's voice broke the silence. He demanded, So, he's your brother? Xiao Wu didn't seem to care at all. She just crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and looked away. Ru Feng then took a step forward, his voice turning threatening. You'd better come with me right now, and maybe I'll let him off. Otherwise. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yu's highly annoyed voice cut him off. Otherwise, my ass. Go back to whatever hole you crawled out of. Hearing this, Ru Feng scowled in anger and growled an order to Huang Feng. Huang Feng, deal with this kid for me. Squinting his eyes, he added coldly. And don't hold back. Huang Feng complied. Yes, sir. He then slowly made his way toward Qin Yu. Stopping right in front of Qin Yu, Huang Feng tilted his head and cracked his neck to intimidate him, then grinned maliciously and said, You brat, you picked the wrong fight crossing young Master Kong. Just consider today your unlucky day. Seeing this, Qin Yu sighed, crossed his arms, and asked, What do you think you're doing? Huang Feng's grin widened into a sly smirk as he muttered, What am I doing? Without warning, he threw a punch straight at Qin Yu, not forgetting to add arrogantly, I'm sending you to your grave, of course. But in a flash, Qin Yu casually tilted his body, dodging Huang Feng's punch. Huang Feng's fist looked like it was going to hit Qin Yu, but it only struck thin air. Losing his balance, he quickly braced himself with one hand on the ground and swept his leg toward Qin Yu's feet, trying to trip him. But it wasn't that easy. Qin Yu anticipated Huang Feng's move and quickly jumped into the air. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. So fast. Watching the fight unfold, Su Yuan muttered in frustration, That bastard Huang Feng is clearly trying to kill him. Luckily, the guy has quick reflexes and managed to dodge it. He then raised his voice in anger, shouting, This is too much. Just because of a disagreement, he wants to kill him? The bald man quickly pulled Su Yuan's arm back, warning him in a low voice, Hey, this has nothing to do with us. He kept his eyes on Qin Yu's fight and added softly, Calm down. After a moment, Su Yuan walked in. In a tense room, a man sat down in his chair in a rage, gritting his teeth as he spat. What kind of world is this? Are we really just going to sit here and watch these two siblings get tortured by Kong Rufeng for the rest of their lives? Back to the fight. Qin Yu launched another powerful attack, making Huang Feng shout in frustration. This punch is too much. Are you really trying to take me down? Qin Yu leaped up again, aiming a brutal knee strike at Huang Feng's head. But fortunately, Huang Feng quickly blocked the blow with his arms. At that moment, Qin Yu's deep voice echoed. Anyone else would have been crushed by you by now. Those words successfully drove Huang Feng wild with rage. He swung his arms wide and bellowed. Do you really think you'll survive after crossing young Master Kong? Huang Feng grabbed Qin Yu by the hair, lifting him high off the ground, and sneered, You regret this now, don't you? If you hadn't been lucky enough to dodge my last punch. Huang Feng's grip on Qin Yu's hair tightened. He continued, You might have had a painless death. Suddenly, sensing that something was terribly wrong, Huang Feng's face turned pale as he shrieked, How is this possible? Your head. Suddenly, Qin Yu's ice-cold voice rang out, My head. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu's fist slammed straight into Huang Feng's face, knocking him off balance and sending him flying backward. As Huang Feng crashed into the wall, Qin Yu calmly added, Isn't a ball of dough. After landing the blow on Huang Feng, Qin Yu dropped to one knee, propping himself up on the ground, while Huang Feng slammed hard against the wall, painfully spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He then lost consciousness and collapsed onto the ground. The onlookers, stunned by the scene, erupted into gasps of astonishment. Who is this guy? How could he defeat someone with 20 times the average physical capacity like Huang Feng in a single blow? Could he be a level 2? What did he just do? Why couldn't I see anything at all? On the other hand, Kong Rufeng gritted his teeth in sheer anger, hissing, You. In an instant, a layer of magical energy surged around Kong Rufeng as he growled, You've got a lot of nerve. I'll personally destroy you. Defeating Huang Feng. You indeed have some skill. He then took a step forward, his foot shattering the stone floor beneath him. As he walked, he said in a chilling voice, But you need to understand. With that, Kong Rufeng leaped into the air, swinging his leg to unleash an attack, and continued, between level 2 and level 1. He delivered a powerful kick aimed straight at Qin Yu's face, adding, Lies, a completely different realm. Seeing this, Qin Yu easily anticipated Kong Rufeng's move, leaning back gracefully to dodge the strike. Then, he calmly transitioned into an offensive stance, clenching his fist and swinging it hard at Kong Rufeng, executing a beautiful uppercut. The unexpected blow sent Kong Rufeng tumbling backward. A moment later, Qin Yu's cold, deep voice broke the silence. To be honest, he slightly lowered his long eyelashes, casting a sharp, freezing gaze at Kong Rufeng as he slowly added, You are the weakest level 2 evolver I've ever met. Hearing this, Kong Rufeng flew into a rage, struggling to sit up as he shrieked, "You bastard! I'll destroy you. And as for your sister." He raised his head, saying with pure malice, "I'm going to ruin both of you." Before he could finish his sentence, the sight of a polished leather shoe sole closing in on him caught his eye. Just as Kong Rufeng spat out those last words, Qin Yu slammed his foot onto Kong Rufeng's shoulder, using brute force to pin him down and force him to his knees. Pinned forcefully to the ground, Kong Rufeng was filled with shock and fury. His pupils contracted, veins bulging on his forehead, as he roared in anger, "You bastard! How dare you make me kneel before you?" One might have expected Kong Rufeng to unleash some latent power and stand back up to fight, but no. Instead, he screamed at his lackeys, "What are you useless pieces of trash waiting for? Get over here and save me." Hearing this, one of his subordinates quickly tried to warn Qin Yu, "Don't do anything stupid. If you harm him, you won't get out of here alive." Another lackey, too terrified to get close, shouted from the sidelines, "What do you think you're doing? Let young Master Kong go right now." Suddenly, a loud voice announced from outside, "Step aside, make way. Lord Tianchong has arrived." Lord Tianchong strode in majestically. Approaching Qin Yu, he frowned with deep annoyance and said, "Kid, I suggest you let him go." Hearing his voice, Qin Yu didn't bother to turn around, only casting a brief side-eye. Watching from afar, Su Yuan cried out in panic, "This is bad. No matter how strong that kid is, he's no match for Gu Tianchong, one of the 10 great war gods." Without a word, Qin Yu twisted Kong Rufeng's arm behind his back, making him groan in agony, as he calmly replied, "Is that so?" Seeing this, Tianchong yelled in panic, let go of him, stop right now." In response, Qin Yu gave him a cold stare, continuing to twist Kong Rufeng's arm anyway. His actions successfully pushed Tianchong over the edge. He barked, "Let him go." At the same time, in his rage, small shards of ice began to form right under his feet. Qin Yu glanced over with his sharp, crimson eyes and thought to himself, "This guy." Releasing his grip on Kong Rufeng, he turned to look directly into Tianchong's eyes, thinking, his physical capacity is probably around 30 times the average. No wonder he's so arrogant. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, followed by Gao Yuan's sudden voice. "What's all the commotion about? What's with all the commotion? What happened here?" Hearing that familiar voice, everyone was instantly stunned. Turning around, they gasped in unison, "Lord Gao Yuan! Even Lord Gao Yuan is here!" Seeing Gao Yuan approach, Ru Shuang frowned in annoyance and asked, "Gao Yuan, what are you doing here?" Gao Yuan casually kept his hands in his pockets, walking over as he spoke. "Where I go is my own business." Gao Yuan simply brushed past him. Ru Shuang's face darkened as he scowled, "And I am not breaking any rules either." In the quiet room, Ru Shuang's voice echoed sharply, "Where you go is your business, but I suggest you mind your own. I think you know exactly what I am talking about." Ru Shuang glanced at the battered, miserable state of Ru Feng sitting on the floor, then issued another warning. "If Kong Rufeng dies here, just how furious do you think Commander Kong will be?" Hearing this, Gao Yuan sighed helplessly and spoke up with a slight hesitation. "Hey, young man, hold on a second." He softened his tone and made a request. "Can you let Kong Rufeng go? If you actually kill him, things will get really messy." Qin Yu responded with a cold smirk, asking, "You want me to let him go?" Before he could even finish his sentence, his foot was already itching for action. In a flash, his leg whipped right in front of Rufeng's dazed face. Qin Yu delivered a flawless, powerful kick, sending Rufeng flying backward. At the same time, he finished his sentence with a simple, "Fine." Rufeng flew backward, slamming hard against the wall. The lackeys outside cried out in panic, "Young Master Kong, are you okay?" Gao Yuan frowned, silently marveling at the boy's audacity. What a gutsy kid. Still, a slight, fond smile played on Gao Yuan's lips. Losing his patience, Qin Yu asked coldly, "Can we leave now?" Rufeng clutched his broken arm, which Qin Yu had snapped, and slowly struggled to his feet. He spat in anger. "Leave? In your dreams?" Then he screamed an order, "Gu Tianchong, kill him!" Seeing the situation escalate, Gao Yuan raised his hand and barked, "Enough." He stepped in, blocking Ru Shuang's hostile glare toward Qin Yu, and said firmly, "Both sides, take a step back. This drama ends right here." Seeing that things were not going his way, Rufeng ground his teeth in pure rage. He shrieked, "Just you wait. I'm going to make sure you die a miserable death." Ignoring his threats, Qin Yu pushed the door open and said softly, "Xiao Yu, let's go." Gao Yuan glanced at Qin Yu, watching him walk away, and sighed inwardly. If he hadn't crossed Kong Rufeng, he would have been a great talent to recruit. What a shame. 3 days later, at the outdoor training ground, from a distance, Xiao Yu ran excitedly toward Qin Yu and called out, "Hey, is your training session over too?" Seeing her, Qin Yu asked warmly, "How are you doing, Xiao Yu? That Sun Yan girl hasn't been bothering you again, has she?" Xiao Yu tilted her head, recalling for a moment, and replied, "Nope. She actually packed up and moved out the other day. She probably saw you beat up that Feng guy and got scared." Hearing her words, Qin Yu paused in thought, then muttered softly, "Same here. I don't know if everyone's terrified of me because of the beating I gave that guy, or if they're just keeping their distance because they're scared of getting dragged into my mess with Kong Rufeng." Suddenly, Xiao Yu cheerfully changed the subject, smiling brightly as she said, "Oh, right. Look at this." She then held up a small vial in her hand. Qin Yu looked at it and said in surprise, "Is this the lone serum that can boost a person's physical stats?" Xiao Yu nodded and explained, "We had a competition today." She paused, putting her hands on her hips with a proud grin, and said, "And I took first place." Hearing his little sister say that, you would expect Qin Yu to shower her with praise, but instead, he teased her. "A level 5 combatant like you actually won first place?" Hearing that, Xiao Yu cried out in protest. "What's that supposed to mean? I'm super strong. I barely broke a sweat beating them." But Qin Yu just smirked playfully and countered, "Well, obviously. Your physical stats are 40 times the norm, while most people are considered strong if they just hit 10 times. You fighting them is basically like an adult beating up kindergartners." Xiao Yu puffed her cheeks in frustration and huffed. "Fine, I am not sharing it with you anyway. I'm going to enhance it and use it myself." Suddenly, Qin Yu turned to her and snapped, "Wait." Hearing him, her eyes went wide, and she asked, "What is it?" Qin Yu warned her seriously, "Don't just use it blindly. This lone serum can boost a low-level evolver's physical stats by 3 to 5 times, but at our level, it is completely useless. More importantly, unlike pure evolutionary energy, this stuff will cause a conflict between your evolution level and your physical enhancements." Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Then why is everyone fighting so hard to get it?" Then, as if realizing something, she gave him a suspicious look and questioned him, "Wait, you're not just lying to me because you want to keep it all for yourself, are you?" Qin Yu let out a helpless, affectionate sigh and replied defensively, "When have I ever lied to you?" He then patiently explained, "They fight over it because pure evolutionary energy is too precious for them to get, so they have no choice but to settle for a cheap substitute." Accepting her brother's explanation, Xiao Yu waved her hand to store it away and said, "Fine. Ruhua, put this away." A little while later in the cafeteria, Qin Yu was busy scooping food from his tray onto Xiao Yu's plate. Suddenly, Su Yuan approached their table. Without even looking up at Su Yuan, Qin Yu kept steadily placing food onto Xiao Yu's plate. "Is something wrong?" he asked. Hearing that, Su Yuan asked, "Is anyone sitting here? Mind if I join you?" Qin Yu replied coldly, "Help yourself." Su Yuan sat down and got straight to the point, bypassing any small talk. "You two are in serious trouble." Xiao Yu was waiting with her mouth wide open for Qin Yu to feed her. Hearing Su Yuan's warning, she immediately asked, "What kind of trouble?" Hearing her question, Su Yuan's face filled with deep anxiety. He sighed. "What else could it be? It's Kong Rufeng. You two crossed him, and knowing his petty nature, there's no way he's going to let this slide. Inside the base, there are rules and laws they still have to fear. That's the only reason you've been safe and sound so far." Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu fell silent, listening intently as Su Yuan continued. "But in 2 days, rookies like you will have to head outside the walls to hunt monsters for a practical combat test." He paused there, his voice trailing off. Feeling a surge of unease, Xiao Yu quickly pressed him. "Are you saying he's going to pull something during the test?" Su Yuan frowned. "Just pulling something? You guys are being way too optimistic. It's much worse than that. Let me spell it out for you." Su Yuan's low, steady voice echoed through the quiet cafeteria. "There are 3 top leaders in Tianming City: Li Hongming, Kong Dingguo, and Zhao Xingrui. Among them, Li Hongming's faction is the strongest. However, if Kong Dingguo and Zhao Xingrui join forces, they can keep him in check. Tianming City was actually quite lucky. Right after the disaster struck, a few elite leaders quickly gathered resources and manpower to build a secure base. Over time, a new order has been established here. Inside, murder is absolutely forbidden, and people still maintain a basic level of morality and civilization. Su Yuan's voice grew even deeper as he continued, but outside the city, absolutely nobody cares about those rules. Using missions as a cover to settle personal scores, steal credit, or wipe out rival factions, murder out there is actually incredibly common. Su Yuan looked at Qin Yu and Xiao Yu. He paused for a moment before delivering the harsh truth. Since this practical exam takes place outside, Kong Rufeng will definitely pull some strings to send you to an area crawling with his men. When that happens, your enemies won't just be zombies and mutated beasts. You'll be facing other evolved, too. To suck up to Kong Rufeng, they will stop at nothing to hunt you both down. Yet, despite hearing Su Yuan's grim warning, not a single trace of worry showed on Xiao Yu's beautiful face. She simply raised an eyebrow in slight surprise and let out a casual, "Oh, really?" Shocked by her nonchalant reaction, Su Yuan broke into a cold sweat. He stared at them wide-eyed and asked, "Aren't you guys worried at all? I can tell you guys are strong, probably level 2. But don't forget, they have level 2 fighters on their side as well. And they'll have the numbers. You can't possibly take on that many enemies at once." Seeing his panic, Qin Yu gave him a reassuring smile. "Thanks for giving us a heads up on this. What's your name?" Qin Yu asked. Su Yuan replied, "I'm Su Yuan." He then anxiously added, "Take my advice, don't try to fight them. Just steer clear of them if you can. If that doesn't work, just make a run for it and escape the exam zone. Once you get out of Tianming City, don't ever look back." Qin Yu looked at Su Yuan with genuine appreciation and said, "Thank you. I appreciate it." Su Yuan stood up to leave, but still feeling uneasy, he turned back to warn them once more. "You two really need to watch your backs." Once Su Yuan was gone, Xiao Yu turned to Qin Yu. "So, big brother, what's the plan?" Qin Yu let out a wry smile. "What choice do we have? If things get too messy, we'll just have to wipe them all out. We're not about to sit here and wait to die." At the military barracks, standing before a perfectly aligned formation of soldiers, the captain raised his voice to announce, "I'm sure you've all heard the news. Today is the practical combat test, and attendance is mandatory for everyone." He paused for a moment before continuing. "The rules of the test are very simple. Outside the downtown area of Tianming City, there are still many zones that haven't been cleared. Your mission is to head to your assigned sector. Kill as many zombies and mutated beasts as you can. Your final score will be based on the quantity and quality of the evolutionary energy crystals you bring back. Don't worry, all the energy crystals you collect will be yours to keep as personal loot. Nobody is going to take them from you. The top performer will be granted access to the Tianming City Treasury to choose any treasure of their liking as a reward. All right, now I will announce your assigned sectors." A moment later, the captain pointed toward the military vehicles parked in the distance and urged them to hurry. "Move out. Find the transport assigned to your designated sector." Following his command, the recruits split up and headed toward the vehicles. Suddenly, someone in a rush bumped right into Xiao Yu. The young man with deep blue hair quickly turned around and apologized, saying, "Oh, sorry." Annoyed, Xiao Yu grumbled, "Watch where you're going. Whatever, at least you apologized." The young man looked even more apologetic, but could only offer a quick, "I am so sorry," before rushing off. As soon as he walks away, Xiao Wu frowns and mutters, he sure was in a mysterious hurry. Hearing this, Qin Wu chimes in, "Yeah, those guys are total trash." Xiao Wu looks surprised, letting out a soft "oh" before asking, "Why do you say that?" Qin Wu explains in a low, serious voice, "That guy bumped into you on purpose. I felt his evolution energy flaring up. It has to be some kind of sensory ability. He left a tracking mark on you so they can follow us." Hearing this, Xiao Wu instinctively wraps her arms around herself and says in disgust, "Wow, talk about a death wish." A little later, that young guy runs back to his gang buddies. One of them asks, "Well, did they suspect anything?" The guy rubs his chin with a smirk and replies, "Please, those two are complete idiots. I planted the tracker right on them, and they did not suspect a thing." A green-haired guy exclaims excitedly, "This is a gold mine. If we take that guy out, we will get on the candidate list for the God of War." Then a brown-haired guy chimes in, "What about the girl? We need her alive." The blonde guy immediately warns him, "Are you crazy? Do you want to die? She belongs to young Master Kong. Do not mess up the big picture for a pretty face, or the next bounty target will be you." A little later, Xiao Wu and Qin Wu are sitting comfortably inside a car. Suddenly, a blonde girl approaches them from a distance. She walks up to their car and asks, "Hey guys, is this seat taken?" Qin Yu gives her a cold, brief glance and replies indifferently. It is empty, go ahead. Just as she is about to climb in, a rough hand grips her shoulder from behind, and a voice barks. Hold on. A group of 4 men, all looking incredibly fierce and dangerous, walk up together. A scarred-faced guy leading the pack lifts his chin and barks. Find another ride, this car is ours. After forcing the blonde girl away, the gang piles into the car. Seeing this, Xiao Wu leans close to Qin Yu and whispers, Wow, so many people are practically begging to die today. Once all 4 of them get in, they exchange devious looks, silently plotting their next move. After a long drive, the car turns down a quiet road and finally pulls over. Xiao Wu and Qin Yu step out of the car. Xiao Wu stretches her arms and legs, saying with excitement, Let us do this. I have been itching for a good stretch anyway. Suddenly, someone barks loudly, Hey! The shout catches both Qin Yu and Xiao Wu off guard, making them spin around. The scarred-faced guy steps forward, leading his crew with a sinister smirk as he says, Well, look at you two, acting all calm and cool. Qin Yu demands suspiciously, What is that supposed to mean? One of the thugs caresses a cold, sharp knife and replies, Young Master Kong put out the word, Whoever brings him your head gets a spot on the candidate list for the God of War. Qin Yu frowns and says in a low voice, Wow, he is being quite generous. It is a shame though. As he speaks, a cold, menacing aura begins to bleed from his body. Instantly, Qin Yu closes the distance, throwing a devastating punch at the knife-wielding thug as he yells, That reward is not yours to take. But to his utter shock, the punch that should have landed connects with nothing but thin air. The knife-wielding thug has leaped back, landing gracefully. He lets out a cold snort and scoffs. I have absolute confidence in my speed. Suddenly, from behind, the scarred-faced leader screams, Hey, move! Why are you just standing there like an idiot? The knife-wielding thug freezes in confusion, muttering, Standing like an idiot? He touches his forehead, frowning in deep confusion as he wonders, What is going on? Was that just an illusion? Right at that moment, Qin Yu's fist crashes straight into his face. Caught completely off guard, the thug drops to the ground, instantly knocked out cold. The scarred-faced leader rubs his chin in deep thought as he watches, while the green-haired guy next to him shakes his head in frustration, saying, That idiot had the nerve to brag about his speed and look at his reaction time. What a joke. A blonde thug draws his blade and charges forward, yelling, Let us all go at once. Kill them. He instantly rushes ahead, with the scarred-faced leader close behind, wielding a massive metal baseball bat. The blonde thug reaches Qin Yu first, slashing his knife directly at his throat. Believing it was an easy hit, he smirks and gloats, You are so weak. How did you even dare to cross young Master Kong? Suddenly, the scarred-faced leader's furious voice roars, Hey, are you out of your mind? Hearing this, the blonde thug snaps out of it and turns around, only to see his partner, the green-haired guy, clutching his bleeding neck as he collapses in agony. He screams in pure terror, How is it you? The scarred-faced leader growls with suspicion, Are you trying to take all the credit for yourself? The blonde thug frantically defends himself. No, that is not it, I swear. The scarred-faced guy tightens his grip on the baseball bat, roaring in rage. Stop lying. I am not falling for your tricks. I will end you first. This makes the blonde guy snap as well. He scowls and snaps back, I think you are the one trying to hog the reward. But before he can even finish, the leader's metal bat slams hard into his head. Seeing his own partner down by his own hands, the scarred-faced leader's expression darkens as he mutters frantically, This is wrong. This is all wrong. Then, he whips his hand around to point directly at Qin Yu. He screams in pure rage, It is you two. You are messing with their minds, making them see things. He suddenly grabs his head, screaming in pain, What is happening to me? Overwhelmed by intense rage and confusion, the scarred-faced leader collapses to the ground, foaming at the mouth as he loses consciousness. Xiao Yu rested her hands on her hips and kicked the scar-faced guy's head, scoffing, Talk about greed being the death of you. Humans really do die for money, just like birds die for food. Just to get on that selection list, they didn't hesitate to murder, and ended up getting themselves killed. Serves them right. Qin Yu turned around and said, Let's move. Who knows how much time had passed as they wandered through countless streets. In a quiet alley, Xiao Yu reached down to flip a corpse over. Staring at the body on the ground, she grinned and said, Jackpot. A green-haired youth sitting casually on a rooftop balcony sneered, Too bad for you. I already left my mark on you guys. Qin Yu's face darkened as he raised his eerie, glowing red eyes toward them, then kicked off the ground and dashed forward. The green-haired guy gasped in shock. So fast. Where did he go? Before he could even get an answer, Qin Yu materialized right in front of them. Hovering in midair, Qin Yu unleashed a barrage of magic attacks on them. After a brief moment, he floated gently back down to the ground. Xiao Yu closed her eyes and sighed in frustration. We barely hunted any zombies this morning, but we've already killed 30 or 40 evolved humans. Are they even going to let us take the exam? While chatting with Qin Yu, a zombie suddenly jumped out, cutting her off. Instantly, she threw a powerful punch, shattering its skull. The creature only managed a brief shriek before going limp. But another zombie was already lurking behind Xiao Yu, ready to strike. Suddenly, she froze, completely unaware of the danger creeping up on her. Qin Yu panicked and screamed, "Watch out!" The zombie lunged at Xiao Yu, but she didn't react at all. Reacting instantly, Qin Yu thrust his spear forward, killing it on the spot. Xiao Yu's face turned pale as she clutched her chest with both hands. Qin Yu rushed over, asking anxiously, "Are you okay? What's wrong? Why did you let your guard down in the middle of a fight?" She was sweating from the intense pain, groaning in fear. I suddenly felt like thousands of needles were stabbing my body. Xiao Yu doubled over, clutching her chest tightly as she whimpered in agony. It hurts so much." Qin Yu quickly held her arm, comforting her gently. "I'm right here." Forcing herself to endure the pain, Xiao Yu managed to whisper, "Don't worry. It's over now. I'm okay." Qin Yu looked at her with deep concern and asked, "How long has this been happening? How many days?" Xiao Yu kept her head down and murmured, "It started 2 days ago, but it wasn't this bad. This is the first time it's hurt this much." Qin Yu's brow furrowed in frustration as he thought, "Damn it. The lamb's eye virus must be starting to spread. It's happening way faster than I expected." The two of them quickly headed back to the dormitory. By the time they arrived, it was late afternoon, and a melancholy, blood-red sunset washed over the sky. Qin Yu knelt down in front of Xiao Yu and said softly, "Xiao Yu, you need to rest here. Unless it's an absolute emergency, do not exert yourself. I'm going out to gather some evolution energy." Leaning back in her chair, Xiao Yu murmured softly, "Please be careful out there on your own." That very night, under the glow of a bright full moon, Qin Yu set out alone to complete his mission. He was absolutely determined to get first place in this exam. Only by earning the favor of Tianmeng City could he access high-level intelligence and find a way to cure Xiao Yu's illness. As he was lost in thought, a sudden whisper caught his attention. "We killed 20 zombies, so we've got some decent evolution energy. If we work harder tomorrow, we'll definitely get more. Eventually, Commander Kong will notice us, and we'll rise above the rest. Too bad we didn't run into that brat, Qin Yu." As the voices grew closer, Qin Yu quickly ducked behind a corner, eavesdropping on their conversation. Well, that kid only has one head anyway. How could we even split him among all of us? Besides, someone else probably already took him out by now. Suddenly, they sensed someone nearby. Lan Cheng growled, "Who's there? Show yourself." Qin Yu stepped out from the shadows, his cold gaze locking onto them. Zhu Zuo let out a sinister sneer. "Well, look who it is." Lan Cheng stared at Qin Yu, his eyes gleeful like a predator spotting its prey. It was the perfect example of searching far and wide, only to find what you want without any effort at all. Qin Yu's expression was icy as he growled, "I'm not in a good mood, and I have actual important things to do. If you guys don't want to die, get the hell out of my sight right now." Hearing Qin Yu's arrogant tone, Lan Cheng's face twisted in anger. He crossed his arms and scoffed, "Is this brat out of his mind? Show some respect, and maybe I'll make your death quick. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next." Before he could even finish his sentence, a swift kick slammed right into his face, sending him flying backward and leaving a massive dent in the wall. Lan Cheng's teammates trembled in absolute terror, stammering, How is this guy so strong?" Zhu Zuo stared in disbelief, his face flushing with rage. Qin Yu conjured blazing flames, his eyes flashing with fire as he charged straight at them. The thugs shrieked in agony, desperately begging for mercy. Within moments, the entire gang was lying unconscious on the ground. Qin Yu smirked, thinking to himself that at this rate, taking first place would be a walk in the park. From a distance, Qin Yu spotted a swarm of zombies. A massive horde of them had gathered right outside the entrance of a building. Qin Yu wondered, what are they all doing there? Could there be survivors trapped inside? He unleashed a massive wave of fire, incinerating the entire horde in seconds. Standing in front of the building, he knocked on the door and called out, "The zombies are gone. You're safe now." The door slowly creaked open, and Da Fei peered out cautiously. He couldn't believe his eyes and gasped in shock. Did you seriously take down all those zombies by yourself?" Qin Yu replied. "I'm a soldier from the Tianmeng city base. You're safe now, and someone will be here soon to escort you to the base." Da Fei immediately shook his head in panic. No, please. No need. If you don't have anything else, please leave. I need to rest." Hearing Da Fei's words, Qin Yu turned and walked away. He called back over his shoulder. "If that's how it is, then forget it." That was exactly what Da Fei wanted, and he quickly slammed the door shut. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from inside. "Please don't leave! Save us!" Followed immediately by Da Fei's harsh shouting. "Shut up! Keep making noise and you'll regret it." Hearing this, Qin Yu spun around and banged furiously on the door, shouting, "What's going on in there? I thought I heard someone screaming for help." From inside, Da Fei called out, "Oh, that was just my daughter playing around. It's getting late. You should get going." Qin Yu's eyes narrowed as he stood outside and roared, "Open this door right now." But there was only silence from the other side, and the door remained tightly shut. Infuriated, Qin Yu delivered a powerful kick, bending the metal and ripping the door right off its hinges, sending it crashing to the floor. Da Fei paled in sheer terror. Even a massive horde of zombies couldn't breach that door, yet this guy had blown it open with a single kick. He quickly scrambled to block Qin Yu, putting on a brave face. "Hey, how dare you barge into a private home like this?" But Qin Yu just shoved him aside like a piece of trash. Da Fei groaned in pain as Qin Yu bypassed him, walking straight up the stairs toward the second floor. Panicking, Da Fei scrambled after him, pleading, "Wait, are you looking for a place to stay? It's a complete mess up there. There are plenty of rooms downstairs, just follow me." The moment Qin Yu reached the second floor, he was met with a heartbreaking sight. Dozens of refugees huddled together, their faces hollow with despair as they stared blankly at the floor. Catching up, Da Fei panted nervously. Qin Yu turned to him, demanding coldly, "Explain this." Da Fei tried to brush it off, stammering, They're just refugees. We're all just sticking together, trying our best to survive this apocalypse." Hearing his excuse, Qin Yu ignored him and spoke softly to the crowd. "You are all safe now. Tomorrow, the military will arrive to take you to the Tianmeng base. Your lives will be secure there, and it will be much better than this place." Suddenly, a brave young girl stood up from the crowd, pleading for help. Her name was Ling Xin. "Please, don't leave. If you go, we won't make it to tomorrow morning. He's going to kill us all." Qin Yu's brow furrowed in suspicion, but before he could speak, Ling Xin screamed, "Watch out. He's going to attack you from behind." Qin Yu's eyes shot back to Da Fei, who looked startled. Sensing his cover was blown, Da Fei suddenly whipped out a knife and charged at Qin Yu with a murderous glare. Showing no fear, Qin Yu stood perfectly still, calmly reading his opponent's movements, as Da Fei lunged at him. With a swift sidestep, Qin Yu easily dodged the attack. As Da Fei lost his balance and stumbled, Qin Yu brought his hand down hard, striking him right on the back of his neck. Da Fei dropped dead instantly. Witnessing this, Ling Xin stared in absolute disbelief, stammering, You killed him with just one strike." Sensing something unusual, Qin Yu turned back to her and asked, "Hey, before he even moved, you already knew he was going to ambush me. How did you know?" Blushing with embarrassment, Ling Xin replied, "Sir, a few days ago, I suddenly awakened a strange power. I can read people's minds." Intrigued, Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Mind reading, huh? Why don't you try it on me?" Terrified, Ling Xin shook her head quickly, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. "You are far too strong, sir. I can only sense vague intentions, like I knew you wanted to leave earlier, and I felt that guy's murderous intent right before he attacked." Qin Yu extended a hand to her and said, "Come with me." Ling Xin's eyes widened in shock as she gasped, "Wait, but what about everyone else?" Qin Yu replied calmly, "Someone will come to take them to the base tomorrow. Besides, you should already know if I'm lying or not." Ling Xin blushed, whispering shyly, I can't read your mind at all." Qin Yu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I have no reason to lie to you. One of my duties is to search for and rescue survivors. By the way, do you have any other abilities besides mind reading?" Ling Xin nodded. "I can also influence people's thoughts to a certain extent. That evil man. He would butcher and eat people every few days. He was going to eat me next, but I used my power to influence his mind, so he'd leave me alone. Qin Yu looked at her, realizing she possessed a form of mental domination. I want you to join me from now on. What do you say? A bright smile broke across Ling Xin's face as she quickly agreed. Yes, you're a good person, and you can protect me. I'll do whatever you ask. Qin Yu then asked, what's your name? She stammered shyly, My name is Ling Xiner. Suddenly, a group of armed men appeared in the distance, heading straight toward them. It was obvious they were looking for Qin Yu. Sensing their hostility, Ling Xin panicked and cried, They want to kill you. We have to run. But Qin Yu calmly summoned his spear, coating it in roaring flames. His expression turned cold as ice. Ling Xiner, stay back. Within seconds, the entire mob was completely decimated, left screaming in agony on the ground. Ling Xin looked around at the carnage, completely dazed. Qin Yu glanced at her and asked coldly, Still think I'm a good guy? Ling Xin placed a hand over her heart, whispering, I could feel their greed. They genuinely came here intending to murder you. She paused, looking up at him hesitantly. But, if they didn't want to kill you, would you have spared them? Maybe, Qin Yu replied casually, turning around to walk away. We've done enough for today. Let's head back. Ling Xin quickly ran after him, asking where they were going. Before long, they arrived back at the dorm. Qin Yu opened the door and stepped inside, with a shy Ling Xin keeping her head down right behind him. Xiao Yu immediately ran over with a bright smile to greet them. You're back. But when she spotted Ling Xin, Xiao Yu pointed at her and turned to Qin Yu, asking, Wait, who is she? Ling Xin immediately became flustered, nervously fidgeting. Walking over, she greeted her politely. Hello, sister. My name is Ling Xiner. After being outside for so long, Qin Yu couldn't wait to take a quick shower. He turned back to the two of them and said, You two go ahead and talk first. I saw a water heater downstairs, so I'm going to see if there's any water left for a shower. Once he was done showering, he headed right back. As he reached the stairs, he hurriedly asked, Well? Have you two gotten to know each other yet? At this point, Ling Xiner was crying her eyes out in Xiao Wu's arms. Xiao Wu gently patted her head, trying to comfort her. Filled with pity, Xiao Wu said, Brother, she's so pitiful. Let's take her in. Qin Yu corrected her. Watch your vocabulary. That's called adopting. Meanwhile, back in Kong Dingguo's room, he was living it up, leisurely enjoying himself with a young beauty wrapped around each arm. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Come in, he bellowed. Annoyed that his fun was being ruined, his face darkened, and he barked angrily. What is it? Couldn't this wait until morning? His subordinate reported in a panic. Commander Kong, something terrible has happened. You need to come see this right away. He rushed to his office immediately. On the computer monitor, Qin Yu stood tall and unwavering. Holding his spear, he had taken down the entire crowd all by himself. Kong Dingguo frowned, asking in disbelief, Is that really Qin Yu? Checking his files, the subordinate stammered, Yes, sir, he's killed a lot of our men. Kong Dingguo shoved his hands into his pockets and grunted, How many? The subordinate replied, Nearly 500 to 600 men have gone radio silent. Kong Dingguo lost his mind and roared, 500 to 600? There are only about 800 to 900 evolved humans in Zone D, and he's already wiped out 2/3 of them. Why wasn't this reported sooner? The subordinate stammered in absolute terror. Whenever that Qin Yu strikes, he leaves absolutely no survivors. That's why not a single distress signal ever made it out. Kong Dingguo instantly ordered, Halt the assessment immediately. Have all survivors withdraw right now. We cannot afford to lose another single man. Bring me Gu Tianchang, Jiang Heng, and Pan Wen. I'm going to make that brat wish he were dead, but I won't let him die that easily. The next morning, sunlight filled the dormitory when the walkie-talkie suddenly blared. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Ling Xiner were still fast asleep, curled up together. Qin Yu quickly answered the call. A voice announced from the other end, The practical assessment has been terminated early. All units, return to your designated areas and await further orders. Wait for helicopter pickup to return to the Tianming base. The noise woke Xiao Wu up. She looked at Qin Yu and asked, This is your doing, isn't it? Qin Yu turned off the device and smiled, replying, Let's get moving. A moment later, dozens of helicopters arrived, hovering over the dormitory. Meanwhile, beneath the rooftop, a mysterious black liquid entity suddenly began to form. It gasped in surprise. Finally, I have awakened. The entity slowly materialized into Yuan Gui. It stared down at its own body. Just as expected, my power has been completely drained, not even 1/1000th of my peak remains. But even so, compared to the others, I'm still considered lucky. I wonder how humanity has developed in this new era. Yuan Gui looked up at the sky filled with helicopters. Amused, it muttered. So many aircrafts. Looks like there's about to be a good show. Who knows? Maybe I'll find myself a perfect spokesperson. Shortly after, the helicopters touched down, and everyone gathered at the assembly point. Su Yuan and Baldy were whispering to each other. Su Yuan asked suspiciously, "Strange. What's going on? Why did the assessment end early?" Puzzled, Baldy replied, "I know, right? This is a first. What could have happened?" Su Yuan grumbled, "Ugh, what a pain. This was supposed to be my perfect chance to show off my skills." Baldy continued to wonder, "Nothing like this has ever happened before. Why now?" Su Yuan replied, "My guess? It probably has something to do with that Qin Yu." Baldy frowned, quickly brushing it off. "No way. That guy was assigned to Zone D, which is crawling with Kong Dingguo's men. He was probably wiped out the moment he stepped foot there." The two of them then stopped their chatter. Su Yuan glanced around and muttered in annoyance. "Zone D's group is taking forever. It's been this long and not even half of them are back." Suddenly, a girl pointed into the distance and cried out, "Hey, everyone, look over there." Everyone turned to look where she was pointing. Kong Dingguo was marching in with a crowd of his subordinates. Murmurs immediately erupted from the crowd. "Commander Kong is here. What's going on? Did something major happen?" The crowd kept whispering, trying to get a clue. Jiang Heng turned to Ru Shuang, looking puzzled. "Brother Gu, what kind of guy is this Qin Yu?" On the other side, Gao Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully, wondering what on earth he could have done to make Commander Kong halt the assessments across all areas so suddenly. Just then, Qin Yu, Xiao Wu, and Ling Jinner finally arrived at the assembly point. Xiao Wu said excitedly, "They've gathered all the examinees. Are there really this many people?" Sensing danger, Ling Jinner quickly warned Qin Yu, "Big brother, that man wants to kill you." Qin Yu could feel it too. He muttered, "Oh?" A group of people then marched toward them, with Kong Dingguo leading the way. His face was cold, radiating a subtle murderous intent. Qin Yu turned to the girls and said, "You two wait here for a second." Xiao Wu warned anxiously, "Be careful." On the other side, another crowd was approaching, sparking wild gossip among the onlookers. "Look over there. Commander Li and Commander Zhao are here too." Resting her chin on her hand, Zhou Yu sized up Qin Yu. "So, that's Qin Yu? After wiping out so many evolved humans, he actually dared to show his face here. This guy's got some real nerve." Kong Dingguo stood with his arms crossed, a smug smirk on his face. "Well, are you going to get on your knees and beg for mercy?" Qin Yu sneered. "Beg for mercy? I'm just here to have you announce the results." Kong Dingguo froze, completely speechless. Beside him, Hong Ming stood dumbfounded. With a sneer, the man beside him announced the results. Who would have thought this kid would actually still care about that? With his hands stuffed in his pockets and a cold, serious gaze, Qin Yu spoke up. "Even though the exam was cut short, the results still count, right? You all said it yourself earlier. The person who gathers the most high-quality evolution energy can enter the Tianming City Vault and choose any treasure they want. This is what I got, and I have already counted them. 1,231. Go ahead and count them yourself." With that, he slammed a small bag onto the ground. The bag flew open, spilling out a massive pile of evolution energy crystals. Dingguo could not believe his eyes, his brow furrowing in utter shock. How? How is this possible? On your own, how could you have gathered this much evolution energy? Qin Yu smirked and explained, "Well, not all of it is mine. Some belongs to the evolvers I killed. When you combine the energy of several hundred people, over 1,000 is not really that much. But even so, I doubt anyone beat me, right? Now, come on, announce the results already." Dingguo's voice immediately turned harsh. Furrowing his brows, he roared, pointing an accusing finger at him. "Qin Yu, do you have any idea what you have done? During a live combat test, you went and slaughtered other participants. Out of over 900 people in Zone D, you butchered 600. They were the future of Tianming City. How could you be so heartless? You are a monster, a traitor to humanity." Hearing this, the trainees from Zone D broke into a chaotic panic, one of them stammering in terror. "This kid killed 600 people all by himself? How is that even possible?" Another chimed in, "No wonder there are so few people left from Zone D." Qin Yu scoffed in annoyance. "Cut the crap. Your son picked a fight with me and wanted me dead. Those idiots chose to suck up to him and ran straight to their graves. How is that my fault?" Seething with rage, Dingguo continued his interrogation. "You took over 600 lives. Do you not feel even a shred of guilt?" Qin Yu snarled back, "Cut the bullshit. If I had not killed them, they would have killed me. It is not like I slaughtered innocent people, so why the hell should I feel guilty?" Fuming with righteous fury, Dingguo pointed directly at Qin Yu and roared, "Arrest him! I will execute him right in front of everyone. Burn him alive." On command, his men quickly drew their weapons and surrounded Qin Yu, radiating intense, killing intent. Acting fast, Qin Yu unleashed his spiritual energy, which swirled around his body before bursting outward. As the energy swept over the crowd, they gasped in terror, realizing the danger too late. One by one, the soldiers collapsed to the ground, clutching their throats as they gasped for air. Zhu Yu gasped in surprise. "Oh? So this is his ability. Hypnosis, illusion, and paralysis." Dingguo gritted his teeth in fury. Grabbing one of his men by the collar, he barked, "Shoot! Shoot to kill! Get him!" Standing nearby, Ling Xin asked anxiously, "Will Qin Yu be okay?" Xiao Yu reassured her confidently, "Don't worry. These guys could not even scratch him if they tried." Qin Yu's spiritual energy grew stronger and stronger, eventually forming a massive vortex that enveloped him. The terrified guards could only point their guns at him with trembling hands. Hongming's eyes went wide as he stammered, Two abilities? This guy is a second-tier evolver." Hongming waved his hand, ordering his men to keep firing. "His evolution energy is bound to run out eventually. Keep shooting." Zhu Yu stood with her hands on her hips, deep in thought, while Cao Yuan stood beside her, stroking his beard in admiration. This Qin Yu kid really is something else. Against a barrage of bullets that intense, even I would have a hard time avoiding getting hurt. Standing in the middle of the raging energy vortex, Qin Yu roared coldly, "Tell them to stop, otherwise I am going to fight back. Don't force me to paint this place red." Realizing how bad things were getting, Hongming turned to Dingguo, urging him to halt. "Commander Kong, tell your men to stand down. To deal with an evolver, we must use evolvers." As the guards kept firing, Dingguo coldly raised his hand and commanded, "Cease fire. Cease fire." He then turned to 3 evolvers, Cao Feng, Jiang Heng, and Ru Shuang. "Which of you can bring him in? Whoever gets him gets double their evolutionary energy allowance for the next half a month." Jiang Heng stepped forward in a flash. "Let me handle this." Su Yuan stood with his arms crossed, sizing up the situation. Jiang Heng was ranked 5th among the 10 great war gods of Tianming. A bald man chimed in, "That kid is history. How could a lone evolver stand a chance against the 5th-ranked war god? What a shame," another bystander cheered. With Lord Jiang Heng stepping up, "That kid is dead meat." Xiao Yu glared at the crowd of onlookers who were wildly cheering. One guy yelled, "Go, Lord Jiang Heng, teach him a lesson." Another roared at the top of his lungs, "Execute the traitor to humanity." Yet another fanatically chanted to destroy the monster. Xiao Yu's blood boiled with rage, her eyes burning with a fire that looked ready to reduce the entire crowd to ashes. She screamed at them, "Are you people completely brain dead? Those scumbags tried to murder him first, so he had to defend himself. He was forced to do it. Did you all lose your hearing?" Seeing her reaction, Ling Xin quickly grabbed Xiao Yu's arm, whispering to comfort her, "Sister Xiao Yu, don't waste your breath on them. They have got a mob mentality and have completely lost their minds. No matter what you say now, it won't make a difference." Xiao Yu spat out one last angry insult. "They are nothing but a bunch of mindless sheep." Meanwhile, Jiang Heng smirked smugly, talking down to Qin Yu with absolute arrogance. "Kid, since you managed to take down so many evolvers, you must have some skills. But you need to realize that the power of a war god is way beyond what someone like you can ever hope to resist." Qin Yu just looked at him with cold, mocking eyes and sneered. Jiang Heng gritted his teeth in irritation. "What the hell are you laughing at?" Qin Yu sneered with pure contempt. "Let me be brutally honest, even if you don't want to hear it. All of you are garbage. Not a single one of you deserves the title of war god." Hearing this, Jiang Heng flew into an absolute rage. His eyes turned blood red as he unleashed his power, a crimson aura swirling around him. He growled, "Arrogant brat, you're begging for death. I was going to give you a quick, painless death, but your big mouth just made me change my mind." Jiang Heng slammed his foot down, shattering the ground beneath him. He launched himself straight at Qin Yu, snarling, "I'm going to take my sweet time tearing you apart." Watching Jiang Heng's explosive display of power, Qin Yu gasped. "He's incredibly strong. We're both level 2, but compared to a real god of war, my current strength is still miles behind." Jiang Heng threw a full-power punch right at Qin Yu's face, roaring, "Die," but to his shock, Qin Yu casually blocked it. Jiang Heng stared in sheer disbelief, stammering, How? How is this possible?" Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as a confident smirk played on his lips. You do have some skills. Your base physical stats are about 35 times the norm, and by boosting your ability, you can throw a punch with nearly 40 times that power. What kind of ability is that? Berserk. Realizing the danger, Jiang Heng scrambled backward. He couldn't believe what had just happened, feeling incredibly frustrated. This trash actually blocked my full-force punch? How? How is that even possible? How can a pathetic lone wolf match a systematically trained god of war like me? Furious, he unleashed a barrage of 1,000 rapid punches, screaming, "It was just a fluke. It had to be a fluke." Qin Yu effortlessly dodged every single strike, his eyes burning with intense killing intent. In a flash, he reached out and snatched one of Jiang Heng's wrists. He thought to himself, if I had fought this guy before consuming the golden bloodline, and without using my abilities or the blood flame incense, I really might not have been a match for him. With lightning speed, Qin Yu grabbed Jiang Heng's other hand as well, locking him in place. Before Jiang Heng could even react, Qin Yu leaped up and drove a brutal knee strike directly into his chest. Gasping for air, Jiang Heng stumbled back and collapsed to the ground in agonizing pain. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into a frenzy of whispers. One student stammered, "Jie Jiang, Jiang Heng is getting totally dominated." Another student stared with wide, terrified eyes, asking, just how? How monstrously strong is this Qin Yu guy? Jiang Heng's rage reached a boiling point. Power surged through him as he ground his teeth, roaring, "You brought this on yourself. You're forcing my hand." A split second later, Jiang Heng's eyes glowed crimson as his entire body began to liquefy into scalding, molten lava. Throwing his arms wide, he let out a deafening roar to flex his newfound power. In the blink of an eye, he bolted from his spot, lunging directly at Qin Yu. With a venomous snarl, he threw a heavy punch, screaming, "Come on, if you don't care about keeping your hands, go ahead and try to block this." Obliging his opponent's wish, Qin Yu reached out and firmly grabbed his fist. Instantly, the scorching lava began to crawl up, completely engulfing Qin Yu's arm. Jiang Heng sneered, "Idiot, you're asking for death." The onlookers gasped in horror, crying out, "Is that guy completely insane? He didn't even try to dodge. If Jiang Heng's lava touches you, it'll melt your bones to ash." But to everyone's absolute shock, Qin Yu unleashed his own fiery spiritual energy, instantly vaporizing Jiang Heng's lava. Jiang Heng stared in sheer terror, stammering, How? How is this possible?" Qin Yu replied with a cold, mocking gaze. "You really picked the wrong fight. Did you seriously think your temperature could beat mine?" Raising his hand, Qin Yu unleashed a massive, raging torrent of flames. The blast blew Jiang Heng back several steps, completely incinerating his arm into nothingness. Before Jiang Heng could even register the pain, Qin Yu closed the distance in a flash, wrapping his hand tightly around Jiang Heng's throat. Trembling with fear, Jiang Heng cried out, What are you doing?" Qin Yu effortlessly lifted him off the ground, mocking, "Didn't you just say you were going to take your sweet time torturing me?" Choking and struggling to breathe, Jiang Heng wheezed out, I was just..." Without letting him finish his sentence, Qin Yu's eyes grew cold and dismissive. "Forget it. Listening to you talk is just too annoying." He unleashed a sudden burst of flames, engulfing Jiang Heng's face and sending him screaming in agony. The crowd, watching from the sidelines, stood frozen, their jaws dropping in utter horror and panic. Qin Yu tossed Jiang Heng to the ground like a piece of trash and extinguished his spiritual energy. He casually remarked, "All right, you've had your little fireworks show. Now, how about we settle my reward?" Dingguo immediately glanced back, barking an order. "Qin Sen, analyze Qin Yu's physical stats right now." Qin Sen quickly responded, "Understood." He opened his eyes wide as a brilliant, multicolored aura flared within his pupils. He swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone else appeared completely normal. But when his eyes landed on Qin Yu, a blinding golden aura was radiating from his body. Qin Sen's heart skipped a beat. This Qin Yu was undeniably powerful. But what on earth was this golden radiance? The golden light grew so intense that it became blinding. Qin Sen groaned in pain, instinctively covering his eyes. He collapsed to the ground, trembling violently as he clutched his eyes in agony. The crowd panicked, shouting, "Qin Sen, what's happening to you?" Qin Yu merely glanced over with a cold snort. As Qin Sen was quickly carried away to rest, Dingguo scowled and ordered, "Contact the Shura squad immediately. Tell them to return right now." Ru Yang frowned, asking, "Is that really necessary?" Dingguo replied, "I have a bad feeling about this. Calling them back is a safety measure we can't afford to skip." He then turned to the remaining two evolvers, commanding, "You two, Go in together. We must capture him at all costs. Ru Yang shot a quick look at Gao Feng, who got the message and nodded in agreement. Annoyed by the delay, Qin Yu demanded, "Are you guys ever going to calculate my score, or what?" Ru Yang and Gao Feng stepped forward, closing the distance to stand directly in front of Qin Yu, preparing for a life-or-death battle. Ru Yang remarked, "I admit, I underestimated you." Qin Yu replied indifferently, "I just hope I don't have to try too hard." But they were ready to pay any price to kill him. Nu Suang and Cao Feng sped up, charging straight at Tan Vu. Cao Feng turned to Nu Suang and warned, "Don't hold back." Nu Suang replied without a shred of hesitation, "Got it." Gritting his teeth, Nu Suang unleashed his power, a freezing, icy mist radiating from his hands. He slammed his hands onto the ground, causing countless ice peaks to erupt and shoot toward Tan Vu. Tan Vu quickly unleashed his own flames, which flared up violently. The wall of fire successfully blocked Nu Suang's ice peaks just in time. Tan Vu smirked with pure disdain. "Is that all you've got?" A dangerous glint flashed in Nu Suang's eyes. He let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, massive towering dirt mountains shot up right behind Tan Vu. He immediately realized something was off. High up on the peak, Cao Feng smirked triumphantly. "Tan Vu, no matter how strong your fire is, can it really burn through solid earth?" Tan Vu thought to himself, "So it's telekinesis." Cao Feng clasped his hands together and focused his mind, fusing the ice and earth together to form a massive sphere of frozen dirt, trapping Tan Vu dead in the center. Nu Suang turned to Cao Feng and urged, "Hurry, do not let him escape." Cao Feng replied, "Don't worry, in less than 1 minute, we will crush this brat to death." On the sidelines, Lin Tam anxiously asked Tu Vu, "Is Tan Vu really going to be okay?" Tu Vu worriedly replied, "If only you had buffed him a bit beforehand." Suddenly, the frozen earth sphere began to crack. Beams of golden light burst from the fissures, growing brighter and wider by the second. Nu Suang and Cao Feng were utterly terrified. Cao Feng gritted his teeth and gasped, How? How is this even possible?" Suddenly, a massive explosion went off, shattering the sphere into pieces, sending Nu Suang and Cao Feng flying backward. Shedding a brilliant golden aura, Tan Vu walked over to the two of them. Cao Feng lay sprawling on the ground, looking up at Tan Vu in horror. He groaned in agony. "You!" Tan Vu glared down, his eyes blood-red with rage as a powerful golden spiritual energy surged around him. He mocked, "Is this all the strength you guys have?" Seeing this, Din Kwok was furious. His face turned dark as coal as he cursed, "Useless. You are all utterly useless." He then turned around, waving his hand to command his remaining underlings. "All of you, get in there and tear this brat to pieces." 4 streaks of spiritual aura, red, white, blue, and pink, swiftly leapt in front of Tan Vu. As the light faded, 4 figures appeared. Kan Viem, Cao Vien, Li Jiang, and Chun Gok. Tan Vu glared at the crowd, his eyes cold and sharp. He sneered arrogantly. "All of you at once? Perfect. That saves me from wasting my time." Cao Vien calmly tried to negotiate. "Kid, you should really consider surrendering. No matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat all of us working together. Just lay down your weapon, and I might speak on your behalf." Hearing this, Din Kwok, standing on the sidelines, barked furiously, "Cao Vien, why are you wasting your breath on him? Kill this brat immediately." Tan Vu smirked. "Looks like your master isn't in the mood to talk." Meanwhile, Dong Kan Viem had already drawn her spiritual sword. Li Jiang reluctantly accepted. "Seems like we have no choice but to fight. We attack together. I'll bind the kid with my ropes first, and then the rest is up to you." Dong Kan Viem. Tan Vu gripped his spear tightly, ready for battle. "Bring it on. I'm getting tired of waiting." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Wait!" Li Hongmin, who had been watching the battles from the start, folded his arms and praised. For a lone individual to evolve to this level is truly a rare feat. "Playing good cop, bad cop," he proposed. "If you swear allegiance to me, I will take responsibility and clear you of all charges." Hearing this, Din Kwok's anger reached its boiling point, veins bulging all over his face. Spitting with rage, he roared, "No way. He is a ruthless monster who kills without blinking an eye." Standing behind Li Hongmin, Commander Tru softly warned him. "He has killed over 600 evolved humans. And he even crippled Jiang Huan. Li Hongmin, you'd better think carefully about the consequences before you make your move." Hongmin let out a cold snort. Hongmin slowly stepped closer to Tanvu. Tanvu, I highly value your abilities. Jiang Hoan is heavily injured and can no longer fight. Just give me a nod, and from now on, you will be the new god of war of Tianmong. The crowd began to murmur in outrage. One person said fearfully, but he killed hundreds of people. While another joined in with indignation. Did those victims deserve to die in vain? Why does he get a free pass? At that moment, a golden light flashed in Tanvu's eyes as he quietly analyzed the situation. This old fox isn't afraid of public outrage and still wants to recruit me? Isn't he worried his two enemies will use this chance to overthrow him? Lai Hongmin raised his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. He reassured them, no need to worry, everyone. Then, he turned back to Tanvu to lay out his condition. Of course, just like the other gods of war, you will need to have some gear implanted into your body. He added half-jokingly, that way, you won't be able to betray Tianmong City, and I'm sure everyone here will overlook your past and accept you. Finally, his tone turned serious as he asked, Tanvu, what do you say? Tanvu pursed his lips and replied with utter contempt, Mr. Lai, you've really calculated this well. You basically want to put a dog collar on me. He continued in a cold, serious tone, Mr. Lai, you've misunderstood three things. Lai Hongmin asked in confusion, and what three things would those be? Standing tall among the crowd, Tanvu replied sharply, first, I am not the one in the wrong. Those people wanted my head to trade for glory and status. They got exactly what they deserved. His crimes aren't even fully paid for yet. I was simply acting in self-defense. His eyes were icy cold. Second, those so-called battle gods are nothing special, and I have zero interest in joining their ranks. Hongming interrupted Qin Yu. Fine. Even if you don't want to be a battle god, you can still stay. And what about the third thing? Qin Yu pointed at Hongming with ultimate confidence. Third, I came here today to get justice. It was like a bolt out of the blue for Hongming, completely stunned by Qin Yu's bold statement. With that, Qin Yu channeled his energy again and shouted coldly, talk is cheap, just make your move. Right then, Qingyan rushed over, drawing her sword to shield Hongming. Furious, Gao Yuan charged forward to fight Qin Yu, protecting Commander Li. Qin Yu's gaze grew razor-sharp, his lips pressed thin with absolute resolve. He lunged forward, slamming the shaft of his spear hard against Gao Yuan's arm. Gao Yuan was taken down in a single blow, his body slammed violently into the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Hongming raged, screaming, Qin Yu, you're going to regret this. Forming a gun shape with his hand, he confidently shot back. Regret? With nothing but these useless underlings of yours? Hearing Qin Yu's mockery, Hongming's underlings gritted their teeth in pure rage. He gave them a defiant glance. Li Jiang was completely dumbfounded, his lips trembling in shock, unable to utter a single word. Qingyan was left speechless, her eyes piercing, while Chu Yu gritted her teeth in frustration, her face contorted with anger. Furious, Li Jiang charged forward, channeling his spiritual energy as he reached out to grab Qin Yu. Pay for your arrogance, kid. Qin Yu swiftly dodged to the side, striking back at Li Jiang's hand with his spear at the same time. But unfortunately, he still took a hit. One of his hands instantly turned to stone, and his spear slipped from his grip. Qin Yu was taken aback, sweat dripping down his temple. Standing behind, Chu Yu crossed her arms with an amused smirk. She mocked him with a mischievous look. Hey buddy, how does it feel to be trapped in that stone coat? Qingyan was not about to be outdone. She unleashed her power, summoning countless firebirds that soared forward under her command. The firebirds charged straight at Qin Yu like living bombs. The moment they hit any obstacle, they detonated into massive explosions. Qin Yu stood tall amidst the bombardment, gripping his spear tightly. The firebirds crashed into him one after another as smoke and flames billowed. Sparks flew everywhere, culminating in a massive explosion that completely engulfed him in a sea of fire. Ding Guo cheered in delight. Hell yeah, great job. As a thick cloud of dust filled the air and blocked everyone's view, the crowd began whispering and buzzing with chatter. On one side, someone asked in disbelief, did she kill him? Another replied, I don't know, I can't see a thing. Another asserted confidently, that blast burned him to ashes. There is no way he survived that. Suddenly, a figure darted through the smoke. Wait, someone is in the smoke. Qin Yu walked out of the dust, casually brushing off his shoulder with disdain, his eyes sharp and cold as he stared at the underlings. Your skills are pathetic. All you did was kick up some dust. Qingyan gasped in horror, How is this possible? The heat from that blast was enough to melt steel. Qin Yu sped up his attack. Raising his spear, he took down an enemy in a single strike. With bloodshot eyes, he glanced sideways, a dangerous gleam in his sharp gaze, as his spear thrust forward rapidly. Decisively, Qin Yu thrust his spear right through Chu Yu's chest, leaving her no time to react. She collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Panicking, Qin Yan looked over at Chu Yu before turning her gaze back to Qin Yu. Qin Yu stepped right in front of her and said coldly, "Sure, you can melt steel, but I am not as soft as steel." Qin Yu landed consecutive punches right on Qin Yan's chest, sending her collapsing to the ground in agonizing pain. Qin Yu looked at Hongming mockingly. "Commander Li, do you have anything else to say?" The crowd outside whispered in sheer panic, one of them stammering, The battle gods have been defeated." Another, sweat pouring down his face, screamed in absolute terror, He is definitely not human. He is a demon." Others could not believe their eyes, wondering, how can this be happening? Hongming was so furious he could not say a word. Qin Yu glanced at him and casually made a demand. "Commander Li, I can give you 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, I cannot guarantee your safety." Yuan Gui, who had been hiding behind a wall watching the fight from the start, looked at the crowd and cheered in absolute delight. How interesting. This kid is not an apostle or anyone's spokesperson, yet he is already this strong at this stage. Truly fascinating. Suddenly, its eyes widened as it noticed something. "Oh." Qin Yu turned his head toward the voice that said, "Sorry, I am late." A rift opened up in the air, and Shura and his teammates stepped out. The crowd, like drowning men clutching at a straw, rejoiced in relief. You guys are finally back." Shura took in the scene before him, scowling as his bloodshot eyes flashed with a dangerous light. He snorted coldly. "Yeah." Shura walked over to stand right in front of Qin Yu, sizing him up. Qin Yu analyzed him silently, thinking that this guy was not weak, and in terms of physical toughness, he might even be on par with him. Ding Guo pointed at the underlings, shouting orders, "Mobilize 10,000 Tianmeng guards for me. I want to skin this guy alive." Qin Yu glanced at the man in front of him, sizing him up once more. He wondered, "Hey, with your skills, why are you working for these bad guys?" Shura completely ignored the question, asking instead, "You have always been a lone wolf, haven't you? Can't you hear the voices around you?" Qin Yu casts his eyes down, his face reflecting a profound, lonely sorrow. The crowd around them cheers wildly. A bald man roars, "Keep going, Lord Asura, you've got this." The person beside him joins in the ecstatic cheering. "Avenge our fallen comrades, Lord Asura." Another onlooker is absolutely sure that this blood-sucking demon is no match for Lord Asura. Asura points a mocking finger right at Qin Yu's face, sneering, "Get it now? You're completely on your own. You have absolutely no idea what responsibility even means." Suddenly, someone steps in front of Qin Yu, shielding his chest. It's Xiao Wu. With a fierce, resolute expression, she stands protectively before him. She declares firmly, "My brother has never been alone, because I will always stand by his side." Qin Yu looks at her, deeply touched and amazed. He softly whispers her name, Xiao Wu. Then, he adds, "Xiao Wu, don't waste your breath on him. He's just like the rest of those useless trash." Xiao Wu nods. "You're right. That's why I want to help you." Hearing the siblings talk, Asura finds it utterly hilarious and bursts into a loud, mocking laugh. Qin Yu gently pushes Xiao Wu behind him and steps forward to shield her. Clenching his spear tightly, he glares at Asura, completely on guard. What's so funny? Asura begins to unleash his magical power, looking as if he has finally found a worthy opponent. "You're quite interesting. I want to have a fair and square duel with you." Asura's magical power erupts, blindingly bright. Qin Yu shields his eyes, realizing this is a domain-type ability. This guy is definitely the real deal. Asura's magical power grows increasingly blinding. The crowd winces in discomfort, raising their hands to block the intense glare. Gradually, his power begins to condense into a sharp sword. His eyes gleam with a menacing red light. He continues to look down on Qin Yu, saying, "Not a bad eye you've got there. Let's see if your skills can match your perception." Leaping high into the air, Asura charges at Qin Yu, swinging his blade with a savage, demonic grin that makes him look like a true fiend from hell. Qin Yu swiftly raises his spear to block Asura's slash. Feeling himself being overpowered, he looks back and calls out, "Xiao Wu, buff me." "Got it," Xiao Wu replies. She raises both hands, channeling her spiritual energy, and urges, "Brother, you're buffed. Go." Qin Yu furrows his brows, concentrating with absolute focus as his strength surges dramatically. With a powerful thrust, he shoves Asura back. Seizing the upper hand, Qin Yu charges forward, and the two clash relentlessly, trading blow after blow. Qin Yu raises his spear to block Asura's slash. Asura quickly dodges Qin Yu's counter-thrust, but still ends up getting cut. Asura swiftly retreats a few meters. Qin Yu gasps in shock. What? His wound. It's already healed. Right before his eyes, Asura's fresh wound is slowly closing up. Asura grimaces, but his voice remains dripping with confidence. You're indeed strong, but within this domain, absolutely no one can kill me. His expression then darkens, radiating pure danger. You're dead meat. He swings his blade with terrifying force toward Qin Yu, sending a massive wave of spiritual energy tearing through the air right at him. Standing behind him, Xiao Wu clutches her chest in sheer anxiety. Qin Yu glances back, quickly calculating. He can't let Xiao Wu get hurt. It's time to go all out. He quickly swings his spear to block the incoming wave of energy. A massive explosion erupts. The impact sends Qin Yu flying backward. He crashes heavily onto the ground. Panicked, Xiao Wu rushes over, crying, "Brother." She helps him sit up, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" Gritting his teeth against the pain, Qin Yu replies, "I'm fine." Asura walks over slowly, commenting, "To think you can still stand after taking a direct hit from me. You certainly didn't disappoint me." Qin Yu fires back mockingly, "Too bad I can't say the same about you. You're actually a bit of a letdown." Furious, Asura grips his sword tightly, channeling his spiritual energy to strike again. Qin Yu clenches his fists, unleashing his own magic power. He asks mockingly, "Your healing is pretty fast, huh?" In a flash, he lunges forward to attack. "Let's see if my spear is faster, or your flesh regenerates quicker." Asura agilely parries the blows, realizing that keeping this up is a bad idea. He will end up dying of exhaustion. But the moment Asura loses focus, the tip of Qin Yu's spear thrusts right at him. His eyes widen in shock. But then he lets out a wild laugh, grabbing Qin Yu's spear with his bare hands as blood splatters from his palm. Qin Yu's jaw drops in surprise. Seizing the moment, Asura counterattacks, swinging his sword with ferocious force. Qin Yu barely dodges to the side as the sword smashes into the ground, shattering the earth. Losing his balance, Qin Yu falls flat on his back. Asura quickly pulls his sword out of the ground. Qin Yu begrudgingly admits, "All right, I'll give you credit for that." Asura shoots back with a question. "Unleashing such powerful attacks repeatedly must have exhausted you. If you take one more hit from my blade right now, will you even be able to stand?" Qin Yu points out, "We're in the same boat. Your healing speed has slowed down quite a bit too." While using his spiritual energy to heal his bleeding palm, Asura admits, "You're right. My regeneration is indeed reaching its limit." He continues to pump out his spiritual energy, roaring, "But I'm no longer injured." Qin Yu is taken aback, wondering what on earth this guy is planning. "Xiao Wu, get over here. He might be trying to blind us with a mist." The spiritual energy is just too immense. Asura gasps for air as spiritual energy overflows from his mouth. As the energy grows overwhelmingly powerful, Asura groans in agonizing pain. Suddenly, he begins to mutate. His muscles swell, tearing right through his clothes. His feet transform into three-toed monstrous claws, gripping the ground firmly. Two sharp horns sprout from his head. Asura now looks like a complete monster, his eyes glowing blood red. "So cool." Scowling in anger, he barks, "This is the first time I've ever had to use this move against a human. You should feel honored." Swinging his sword, he arrogantly roars, "Now, die with gratitude." But Qin Yu remains completely unfazed, his expression not changing one bit. Shura's massive spiritual energy surges straight toward Qin Yu, triggering a violent explosion that completely swallows him. The ground shakes intensely, as thick smoke and dust cover the entire area. With a fierce glare, Shura grits his teeth in anticipation, but reality is about to let him down. As the smoke slowly clears, Qin Yu is still standing tall. He is actually holding Shura's flaming blade with just one hand. Stunned, he gasps, "How do you still have this much strength?" Qin Yu slightly squeezes his hand, and the fiery blade instantly shatters into dust. Looking at Shura with a smirk, he says, "I actually wanted to have a proper fight with you, but," leaving a furious, teeth-gritting Shura behind, he glances over to the side and adds, "It looks like they aren't planning to give me the time." Li Hongming points his finger and orders his men to fire at Qin Yu immediately. "Don't give him a single chance to escape." Fu Yi quickly tries to stop him, "Commander Li, At this distance, Shura will get caught in the blast too. Hongming snarls back. Can't you see? Shura is no match for him. If we let this kid escape, the consequences will be catastrophic. With that, he decisively orders his men to fire. The first barrage of bullets is unleashed, the gun barrels flashing with blinding sparks. The deafening gunfire tears through the air, followed by a loud boom as thick smoke completely blocks their vision. Unsure of the outcome, Sun Yan asks. With firepower like that, he must be dead, right? Baldy shouts in a panic. Where is Lord Shura? Is Lord Shura going to be okay? Fu Yi replies uneasily. I can't see anything clearly. The smoke is too thick. But as the sun shines down and the dust finally settles, Qin Yu is revealed, completely unharmed inside a protective barrier. Meanwhile, Shura lies motionless on the ground outside the barrier, his fate unknown. Qin Yu sighs, thinking that Li Hongming really is ruthless. If there's another attack like that, even I won't be able to hold out. Seeing this clearly, Hongming gasps in shock. What? We couldn't even kill him. Quick, get ready for a second round. Qin Yu turns to Xiao Yu and instructs, Xiao Yu, it's your turn to step up. She raises her hand, conjuring a tiny flower sprout. As it lands on the ground, it immediately takes root and begins to grow rapidly. It turns out to be Ruhua. Holding one of its petals, Xiao Yu says, Ruhua is going to help us. Ruhua uses its giant leaves to lift them both up on each side. Seeing their figures start to fade away, Fu Yi cries out in shock. It's spatial ability. Quick, take them down. He waves his hand frantically, ordering, hurry, reload and launch the second strike. Losing his mind under the pressure, Fu Yi curses at them, calling them a bunch of useless trash. Beside him, Hongming purses his lips, staying silent. Suddenly, a black vortex rips open right next to where they are standing, and something begins to emerge. Fu Yi's sharp senses pick up on the anomaly, and with a quick glance, a familiar figure comes into view. He screams in pure panic. Watch out! Protect Commander Li. Before Fu Yi can even make a move, Qin Yu punches him dead in the face, sending him rolling onto the ground. Qin Yu just chuckles, shaking out his wrist. Terrified, Hongming stammers. How? How did you guys get over here? Scowling, he points and yells at his men. What are you standing there for? Take them down already. The soldiers instantly duck, hoisting their weapons onto their shoulders as countless gun barrels aim straight at Qin Yu and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yu lunges toward Hongming with her blade raised. The soldiers freeze, gripping their guns but not daring to pull the trigger. Closing the distance right up to Commander Li, she glares at the crowd and coldly warns, nobody move. The entire area falls so silent you could hear a pin drop. Pressing her blade against his throat, she asks, what's the matter? Still want to shoot? Idiots, do you want Commander Li to die with you? Dingguo rushes over out of nowhere, shouting in panic. But in the next second, his own throat is violently grabbed. Gasping for air, Dingguo manages to choke out, What do you think you're doing? Qin Yu doesn't bother to answer, lifting him off the ground by his neck. He groans in sheer agony as his throat is squeezed shut. Foaming at the mouth, his words turn into broken, desperate gasps. With a sickening crack, Dingguo's eyes roll back, and his weak whimpers fade into complete silence. Qin Yu tosses his body to the ground like trash, leaving Hongming to gasp in horror. You killed him too? Qin Yu slowly turns around, coldly calling out, Commander Li, before adding with a sharp, piercing tone, I highly suggest you think carefully about adjusting your attitude. Drenched in sweat, Hongming frowns and stammers. I surrender. Gritting his teeth, he raises both hands and says, I give up. Qin Yu grabs Xiao Yu's shoulder to stop her from finishing him off. With a smirk, he holds the tip of her blade and says, Now, don't be rude to Commander Li. Forcing a sycophantic smile, Hongming reaches out his hand to negotiate. This whole thing was our mistake, whatever you want, whether it's entering our treasury to pick out treasures or heading into the ruins. We agree to all of it. Qin Yu curls his lips into a smile. I'm glad you're smart enough to make the right choice. Looking at the chaotic, rubble-strewn battlefield, Hongming suggests, It's a bit messy here. Can we find a better place to talk? Qin Yu is surprisingly easygoing right now. Sure, I trust that Commander Li is a smart man who won't do anything foolish. He quickly reassures him. Of course! Hongming darts a look at his subordinate and orders, quickly escort Mr. Qin to the VIP lounge to rest. Shanlin instantly replies, Understood. Bowing respectfully, he says, Please, this way. After walking a short distance, Qin Yu notices Xiao Yu isn't following him. He turns around to find her absolutely fuming, stomping her feet in frustration. You're the one who told me to attack, and now you're the one telling me to stop. She pouts, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. I'm not your tool, you know. Qin Yu gently pats her head and smiles. I'm sorry, that was my bad. Xiao Yu blushes and finally stops complaining. The scene shifts as the three of them are led to a lounge, where Xiao Yu rests her chin in her hands, looking grumpy. Do you think Li Hongming is planning to pull a fast one? Qin Yu casually peels a tangerine and replies, probably not. As he peels it, he explains, he just bowed to everyone. If he goes back on his word now, how is he going to keep his people in line? He pops a slice into Xiao Yu's mouth and adds, besides, Li Hongming should actually be thanking me. She asks in curiosity, thank you? Why is that? As they are chatting, the door suddenly swings open. Li Hongming walks in and says politely, sorry to keep you three waiting. The moment he sits down, he says, Mr. Qin, thank you so much. Qin Yu smugly tilts his chin up. Seeing him act so polite, Xiao Yu and Ling Xin find it incredibly confusing. With a sly look on his face, Li Hongming slowly speaks, Mr. Qin, as you know, the only person who could threaten me in Tianmeng City is dead. If you could help me stabilize the situation, I will make it worth your while. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu slams the table and says, sorry, but no. He stands up abruptly, his expression turning cold. I decline. Li Hongming clearly didn't expect this. Dumbfounded, he asks, why? Frowning, he says anxiously, with you backing us, we can easily avoid any unnecessary bloodshed. If you think I'm not being sincere enough. But before he can even finish, Qin Yu cuts him off. Because I don't like killing. He turns and walks away. Li Hongming quickly stands up to chase after him, but stops when Qin Yu speaks up. Don't worry, I won't get involved in the power struggle here in Tianmeng City. Reaching the door, he turns back and asks, now, can you take me to the vault to pick out some things? Li Hongming replies almost instantly, of course, Xiao Huang, take Mr. Qin to the vault. Xiao Huang, who is standing right there, nods. Understood. Staring at Qin Yu's back, Li Hongming sighs under his breath. What an eccentric guy. Cut to a vault door swinging open, flooding the room with a dazzling golden light. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkle with excitement as she gasps, wow, so this is the inside of the golden splendor room. Xiao Yu looks around and exclaims, brother, quick, look at this. She runs over to a glass display case containing a stone, pointing at it with a smile. This one. Qin Yu suddenly recalls a time when an old woman gave a similar stone to Xiao Yu. Don't refuse, keep it safe for me. With no other choice, Xiao Yu politely accepted it. Thank you. Qin Yu stares at the stone in the glass case, thinking, this looks exactly like the one that old woman gave Xiao Yu. He asks curiously, what is this? Xiao Huang shrugs helplessly. Even we don't know what it is. This stone is incredibly tough. She adds that even Shura couldn't scratch it with his full power. So they just left it here. Xiao Yu takes the stone out of the display and compares it to the one she already has. She smiles and says, these two stones are identical. Qin Yu watches her closely, just as curious about what this black stone is. But then, as the two stones get close, they suddenly snap together. Xiao Yu gasps, oh! Suddenly, an incredibly intense and blinding light bursts out. It's so blinding that nobody can look directly at it. As the light fades, Xiao Yu opens her hand. The two separate stones have actually fused into one. She exclaims in shock. Brother! Look at this. Qin Yu leans in to inspect it and says, I have no idea, but this is definitely no ordinary item. Suddenly remembering something, he turns his head. Oh, right. He looks over at Ling Xin and asks gently, Ling Xin, is there anything you want here? She hesitates for a moment. Then, Ling Xin points to a display case on the opposite wall. Qin Yu looks over and lets out a soft gasp. Ling Xin says decisively, I want that one. Xiao Huang immediately praises her. You have a great eye, miss. Word has it that sword is an ancient weapon that cuts through iron like butter. She removes the sword from the display case as she speaks, explaining that it was stored in the vault because of its unique material. Xiao Huang respectfully presents the sword with both hands. Ling Xin takes it and notices two characters engraved on the hilt. She asks curiously, oh? What do these two characters mean? Since this is her area of expertise, Xiao Huang immediately starts babbling on. The ancient characters on this sword were examined by a professor of ancient scripts, and they reveal the sword's name. As Ling Xin is admiring the sword in her hands, she hears Xiao Huang continue. It seems to be called Ling Xin, Xiao Yu.